The Great Way is flawed, and spiritual energy has run dry. A transcendent being, traversing the world, fortuitously discovers an extraordinary prodigy endowed with a natural spiritual physique. He forcibly takes this individual as his disciple, secluding him from the world for a decade. After 10 years, the transcendent being passes away. Lin Feng descends the mountain riding his sword, embarking on his legendary journey. Lin Feng declares, "In the pursuit of immortality, I contend against both man and heaven. I am invincible. Those who dare to defy me shall be vanquished." Chapter 1. A decade later. In the vast expanse of the Great Mountains, with sheer cliffs and ancient trees reaching towards the heavens, a solitary Taoist temple stands atop the mountain amidst the clouds. In front of the temple, there are two figures, one old and one young. Lin Feng, a decade has passed. You have become invincible among mortals and may descend the mountain now. The elder's voice is withered. If you wish to strike me, just say so directly. Lin Feng gazes at the elder, his eyes filled with animosity. The elder remains silent for a moment before saying, "In truth, my intention to strike you is for your own good." Heh. Lin Feng scoffs coldly at these words, offering no reply. "Lin Feng, do you harbor great resentment towards me?" the elder suddenly inquires. "I used to despise you greatly, and now it matters not. 10 years have passed, and such words hold no significance. Indeed, it is meaningless. How many decades does life afford us? Time is like a blade, severing the proud. Even one as formidable as I could not leap across that distant shore." The elder lets out a sigh. He struggles to raise his head, gazing into the distant sky. At this moment, the sun sets in the west, casting a golden twilight. The evening glow mingles with the clouds, and the afterglow falls upon the vast mountains, reflecting a beautiful sheen. The sunset is infinitely splendid, yet it draws near to dusk. The elder reflects, then adds, "Lin Feng, may I be addressed as your master?" Lin Feng lowers his head, a perpetual cold smirk lingering on his lips. The elder, seemingly accustomed to this, continues speaking to himself. "Lin Feng, what do you imagine the immortal realm to be like?" "Lin Feng, I wish to eat dumplings." "Lin Feng, my tooth aches." The atmosphere gradually settles into silence. Woo-woo. The evening breeze gently blows in, bringing a hint of chill. After a while, Lin Feng senses something amiss and looks up at the elder, only to discover that at some point, the elder had closed his eyes, devoid of any breath. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Feng abruptly steps forward and lifts the elder's lifeless body, coldly stating, "Did you not wish to trick me into descending the mountain, seeking a reason to strike me? How absurd it is to feign death." Yet, regardless of Lin Feng's fervent entreaties, the elderly man remained utterly unresponsive. His complexion gradually turned a deep shade of purple, and his body temperature steadily diminished. The once ethereal figure, now emaciated, weighed scarcely 80 pounds, entirely bereft of the celestial grace he once possessed. Memories began to resurface in Lin Feng's mind. A decade prior, at the tender age of 22, he had just graduated from university. In pursuit of a promise made to his beloved, he embarked alone on a journey by car to Yunchuan, intending to meet her parents. Unexpectedly, during his travels, he encountered this enigmatic elder. The elder proclaimed himself to be a natural spirit body, a promising candidate for cultivation. Ignoring Lin Feng's vehement objections, he forcibly whisked him away to this remote mountain, far from the prying eyes of civilization. Thus began a decade-long confinement. Over these 10 years, the elder subjected him to the most grueling training imaginable. Each day, before dawn, Lin Feng was compelled to rise for practice. He trained in martial arts at 7, leg exercises at 10, swordplay at noon, eye techniques at 2, and formations at 6. At 9 in the evening, he practiced alchemy, and after midnight, he commenced breath control. Day in and day out, year after year, he had contemplated escape countless times, yearning to return home. Yet, each attempt was met with the elder's swift retribution. On one occasion, the punishment was so severe it nearly cost him his life. While the pursuit of immortality promised great opportunities, Lin Feng cared little for such prospects. His beloved awaited his proposal, and his aging parents and younger sister relied on him for their livelihood. How could he remain shackled in this place? Despite his desperate pleas, the elder remained unmoved. Even when he tactfully suggested sending a message home, and even when he knelt in supplication, the elder remained resolute. Instead, after administering a brutal beating, he coldly declared, "The path of cultivation is a rebellion against fate. One must sever all ties to worldly affairs. Lin Feng, unless I perish, you shall never descend from this mountain." From that moment forth, Lin Feng harbored an intense loathing for the elder before him. He devoted himself to rigorous training, aspiring to surpass the elder and exact revenge upon him to satiate the resentment that festered within. And so, a decade slipped by in the blink of an eye. After 10 years of arduous cultivation, instead of surpassing the elder, he found himself confronted with this scene. At that moment, Lin Feng felt an emptiness within. He was neither as elated nor as enraged as he had envisioned. Rather, he experienced an unsettling tranquility. Perhaps it was more fitting to describe it as numbness. He found the persistence of the past decade to be utterly absurd. The evening breeze grew more intense, and the temperature within the mountain plummeted below freezing. Lin Feng remained silent, solemnly interring the elder. He then stood and turned, his melancholic gaze fixed upon the verdant mountains in the distance. No one could fathom the tumult of emotions swirling within him at that moment. After a lengthy silence, he murmured, "I never imagined you were truly gone this time. Your corporeal form shall slowly dissipate into eternity, akin to the grains of sand in a desert. In a certain sense, this may indeed represent a form of immortality. This farewell shall be everlasting." Lin Feng ultimately could not bring himself to utter the word master. Or perhaps, he pondered, what significance did it hold now? He summoned his long sword, transforming himself into a beam of light that vanished into the horizon. If a cultivator had been present at that moment, they would have been utterly astonished. It was unfathomable that, in this era of declining spiritual practice, someone could soar through the skies on a sword. Half an hour later, Lin Feng finally returned to the hometown etched in his memories. His homeland lay on the outskirts of Jinling City in Jiangnan Province. The home he longed for was but a modest, unadorned bungalow. Before the bungalow lay a small pond, beside which willows swayed gently in the breeze. So, nothing has changed. As he beheld this familiar scene, Lin Feng's deep-set eyes glistened with unshed tears. After a decade apart, he had returned to his roots. Even with his current state of mind, he could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, longing to weep. Within the mountains, countless days and nights have been spent dreaming of such scenes, dreaming of swimming in the pond as a child, dreaming of the warmth of human life, dreaming of youthful innocence. In these 10 years, I have vanished without a trace. My parents must surely believe I am dead by now. And my sister, when I departed, she was but 9 years old. I wonder if she is now in university. The old man spoke of cultivation as a path to immortality, achieved by severing all worldly ties. But if it means cutting off those closest to me, what purpose does cultivation serve? Lin Feng exhaled a long, heavy breath, seeking to steady his tumultuous emotions. Had he not awaited this moment for all these years? Just then, a terrified scream erupted from within the bungalow. "I was wrong. I don't want the demolition money. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Wah, please don't. Slap. Behave yourself." Upon hearing that panicked voice, Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Was that Xiao Yao's voice? His sister was being assaulted? Damn it. Lin Feng's demeanor turned icy as he propelled himself toward the bungalow door as if in a flash. Chapter 2. Lin Feng, I absolutely despise you. Meanwhile, inside the bungalow, 2 bald men adorned with dragon tattoos encircled a girl, their faces contorted with malicious glee. What a treasure. It's exhilarating. Who would have thought this stubborn girl would be so beautiful? What a boon for us brothers. Let me go. Lin Yunyao pleaded desperately. Her delicate cheeks were flushed crimson from slaps, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She struggled with every ounce of her strength, yet it was utterly futile. Stop resisting. If you let us enjoy ourselves, we'll set you free. Rest assured, we will treat you well, dear. The 2 bald men cackled grotesquely. Tears glistened in Lin Yunyao's eyes, cascading down her cheeks. She realized that she was unlikely to escape this night. At that moment, a chilling sensation enveloped her. She recalled the trials of the years gone by, hesitant to spend on clothes, unable to afford university after being accepted, counting every penny just to eat, while others celebrated the new year with family gatherings, feasting on lavish meals. She could only curl up alone in the bed of the bungalow, praying for the cold night to pass swiftly. Finally, the prospect of her home being demolished had emerged. But unexpectedly, the demolition company had taken advantage of her as a girl, offering a meager sum for compensation. When she refused, these two men were sent to violate her. She truly did not understand what she had done wrong. She had worked so hard to live a decent life. Why was the heavens so unwilling to grant her peace? Perhaps, when her parents had departed 8 years ago, she should have followed them into the afterlife. That would have alleviated her burdens. In contemplating this, Lin Yunyao felt utterly drained and hopeless, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. The sight of her fainting only fueled the two bald men's laughter. Just then, a loud bang reverberated as the bungalow door was kicked open. Lin Feng burst in like a bolt of lightning. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his heart shattered into a million pieces, blood raging through his veins. "Ah, die!" Lin Feng bellowed, unleashing a powerful strike from afar. Bang! The two men barely had time to process what was happening before they were reduced to a mist of blood. Xiaoyao. Lin Feng cradled his unconscious sister tightly in his arms, overcome with grief. He could never have imagined returning to find such a horrific sight. Observing his sister's scant attire and her swollen cheeks filled him with an indescribable pain. After a long while, his emotions gradually stabilized. He found her a clean outfit to wear and meticulously cleaned the bloodstains from the room before sitting beside her, silently gazing at her as if he could never tire of the sight. It had been 10 years. His sister had changed dramatically, blossoming from a little girl into a stunning young woman. Just then, Lin Yunyao slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lin Feng, she immediately recoiled in fright, warily asking, "Who are you? What happened to those two men?" "I scared them away." Lin Feng refrained from disclosing the grim fate that had befallen them. After all, his sister was merely an ordinary girl, and such news would undoubtedly instill terror in her heart. Simultaneously, he felt a rush of complex emotions. From her reaction, it was evident that she did not recognize him. Yet, this was understandable. 10 years ago, she had been just 9 years old, and in the decade that had passed, he had transformed significantly in both appearance and demeanor. "You scared them away?" Lin Yunyao scrutinized him with suspicion. After a moment's hesitation, she whispered, "Thank you." Despite her words, her expression remained wary, maintaining a safe distance from him. Witnessing his sister's cautious demeanor filled Lin Feng with sorrow. He could hardly fathom how she had endured the years without him. And what had become of their parents? "Xiaoyao, do you not recognize me?" Lin Feng struggled to maintain his composure. "Who are you?" Lin Yunyao looked up at him, bewildered. His face appeared haggard and melancholic, not conventionally handsome. Yet upon closer inspection, there was an undeniable charm about him. Moreover, she felt an odd sense of familiarity with this man, as if she had seen him before. "I am your brother." Lin Feng forced a smile. "Brother?" Lin Yunyao froze momentarily. Then, the image of the face from her distant memories began to merge with the one before her. Her body trembled noticeably, her eyes rapidly reddening, tears shimmering at the corners. "Xiaoyao." Lin Feng found it nearly impossible to contain his emotions. He cautiously reached out, wishing to ruffle her hair as he had when she was a child. However, to his surprise, she abruptly pushed his hand away after a brief moment of distraction. She transformed in an instant, rubbing her reddened eyes and declaring, "You are mistaken. I have no brother. Xiaoyao you." Lin Feng was taken aback. He could hardly believe that his sister would utter such words. He had thought she would be overjoyed to see him after all these years, rushing into his embrace as she had in their childhood. Instead, her expression was filled with disdain. "Do not call me Xiaoyao. When our parents passed away, you were absent. Now that our home is on the brink of demolition, you conveniently return? Lin Feng, I truly do not wish to harbor ill thoughts about you. But you have disappointed me greatly." Lin Feng's heart trembled, and he quickly inquired, "Our parents were fine, weren't they? After you vanished without a trace, Mom and Dad exhausted their resources searching for you, only to be struck by a car on the way. They simply left us." Lin Yunyao's voice cracked, tinged with sorrow. "When did this happen?" "Long ago, just 2 years after you disappeared." She scrutinized Lin Feng once more, letting out a derisive laugh. "Haha. After 10 years of wandering, is this how you've returned? Did that Xianxiaaudiobooks abandon you? Now homeless, you think to come back? Lin Feng, you truly are not a decent person." Lin Feng stepped forward, grasping Lin Yunyao's arm. "Xiaoyao, please let me explain. You might not believe it, but I have been cultivating for the past decade. Let go of me. I do not wish to hear your nonsense. I will not release you. You are my sister." "Lin Feng, do not push me. Are you trying to drive me to despair as well?" Lin Yunyao's voice rose to a hysterical pitch, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. "Lin Feng, I will never forgive you. Never. From the moment our parents passed, I have been alone in this world. Do not presume that saving me will earn your forgiveness." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen in shock. As his sister unceremoniously pushed him out the door, she slammed it shut with a resounding thud. Chapter 3. The Nine Heavens Celestial Method. Xiaoyao. Lin Feng stood there, staring blankly at the closed door, his heart aching with a profound sorrow. The anticipated scene of a joyful family reunion had not materialized. Instead, he was met with an overwhelming sense of desolation. Perhaps, from the moment he was brought back to the mountain by the old man a decade ago, a tragic end was already destined for him. Lin Feng stood before the door, panting for a considerable time, gradually regaining his composure. It must be said that the old man's harsh training had indeed left a mark on him. He felt as if his very blood had turned cold, enabling him to swiftly adjust to any emotional upheaval. Exhaling a heavy breath, he softly elaborated, "Xiaoyao, I truly went to cultivate immortality and was confined in a place for 10 years. I have only just been able to return today." Yet, inside the house, there was not the slightest reaction. "Xiaoyao, regardless of the circumstances, since I have returned, I shall not leave again. I am indifferent to the compensation for the demolition. You are my sister, and I have the duty to protect you. From this day forth, it shall be only us siblings relying on each other. I will not allow anyone to bully you." With a click, the door swung open. Lin Yao gazed at Lin Feng with a mixture of emotions. She was naturally skeptical of his claim of being imprisoned for a decade. "Is there any significance in what you say? Xiaoyao, our parents have passed away. You must have endured great hardship these years." Lin Feng spoke with heartfelt concern. "It has nothing to do with you." Lin Yao slammed the door shut once more. Leaning against the door, she pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, tears streaming down her delicate face. She longed to throw herself into her brother's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably in search of comfort. Yet, the thought of her brother leaving for 10 years for a woman, resulting in their parents' demise, made it impossible for her to forgive him, especially with his return coinciding with such a sensitive time regarding the demolition. It was hard not to speculate about his true intentions. "Xiaoyao, you ought to get some rest. I will keep watch outside. Just call me if anything arises." Lin Feng murmured softly. He then found a relatively flat spot in front of the door and sat cross-legged. His mind was in turmoil, needing clarity. Their parents had met with a tragic end while searching for him, and his sister had lived alone in solitude for so many years. One could only imagine the immense grievances and hardships she had endured. Since he had returned, no one would dare bully Xiaoyao again. Lin Feng exhaled deeply. With their parents gone, his sole focus now was to care for his sister and pursue the path of immortality. As for Yinua, Lin Feng sighed again. Chen Yinua had been his girlfriend back then. They had been together for 7 years, 3 years in high school and 4 in college. Though they had shared a deep connection, fate had ultimately kept them apart. 10 years had passed. Chen Yinua was now 32, likely with children of her own. What was the point of dwelling on such matters now? In the end, he had let her down. Lin Feng chose not to linger on these thoughts any longer and began meditating, focusing on his breath. The breathing technique he practiced was known as the Nine Heavens Celestial Method. According to the old man's words, it was an unparalleled celestial art, obtained through perilous means from an ancient relic. Unfortunately, this method could not be practiced by ordinary individuals. Only those with a natural spiritual body could cultivate it. Thus, the old man's excitement upon encountering Lin Feng was understandable. By now, Lin Feng could also surmise why the old man had been so merciless in his training. The old man, a prodigy who had achieved the tribulation stage in this age of decline, ultimately could not withstand the barrenness of this realm and, as his lifespan dwindled, had failed to ascend to the ranks of immortals. The quest for ascension had been the old man's lifelong obsession. Therefore, in his final decade, he sought out Lin Feng, imparting all his knowledge in the hope that Lin Feng could shatter the shackles of this world and break the curse of being unable to attain immortality. Under the old man's devilish training, Lin Feng had indeed proven himself. In merely 10 years, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Cultivation is divided into 10 realms: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, transformation, void refinement, integration, great ascension, and tribulation. Each realm is further subdivided into multiple smaller stages. For example, the golden core stage can be divided into gathering core, forming core, and core transformation, while the nascent soul stage can be divided into gathering soul, forming soul, and soul transformation. Each breakthrough in these smaller stages represents a significant leap for a cultivator, resulting in exponential growth and power. It can be said that in this age of decline, with Lin Feng's peak golden core cultivation, he could almost sweep through the world. Naturally, this was merely what the old man had conveyed to him. The specifics remained unclear to Lin Feng, as he had yet to encounter any other cultivators. A night passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng opened his eyes from his meditation, exhaling a heavy breath. After breaking through to the golden core stage, advancing further would not be easy. The thin spiritual energy of this realm posed a challenge. To condense a nascent soul solely through meditation would take an exceptionally long time. To expedite the process, he would have to seek alternative methods. At that moment, the door to the house swung open. Lin Yunyao emerged, carrying a basin of clothes. Intending to wash them in the small pond by the door, Lin Feng immediately rushed to his sister's side. "Xiaoyao, are you washing clothes? Let me help you." "No need," Lin Yunyao replied coldly. Lin Feng had sat outside all night, and she had seen it all. Yet, even that could not dispel the resentment in her heart. She felt that her brother had returned primarily due to the demolition issue. "Don't be so polite. Let me take over," Lin Feng insisted, snatching the basin and making his way to the pond. However, as he crouched down, he realized something was amiss. The basin was filled with women's intimate garments. Should he wash them or not? Lin Feng found himself in a dilemma. Although she was his sister, there remained a distinction between the sexes. Moreover, handling such personal items felt quite inappropriate. Yet, looking at these faded undergarments, he felt a pang of discomfort. For a young girl, such items should be frequently replaced, but it seemed that his sisters had been worn for years without a new pair in sight. "What's wrong? Are you actually feeling embarrassed?" Lin Yunyao stood on the riverbank, her expression cold. "These clothes are far too worn. I will buy you new ones later," Lin Feng said softly as he washed the garments. "Stop pretending," Lin Yunyao snapped, turning to re-enter the house. Lin Feng could only respond with a bitter smile. Chapter 4, Li Xiaoku. After finishing the laundry, Lin Feng planned to go out and earn some money. Just then, a dilapidated gravel road in front of their house was graced by the arrival of a pink wooling mini. A girl stepped out, adorned with light makeup and dressed flamboyantly. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, clad in a white dress and black stockings, with a youthful exuberance reminiscent of a delicate porcelain doll. Her name is Li Xiaoka, a high school classmate of Lin Yunyao. Li Xiaoka cast a curious glance at Lin Feng, who was standing at the door, and then shouted loudly into the room. "Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao, are you home?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Yunyao hurriedly wiped away her tears and rushed out, asking, "Xiaoka, what brings you here? Xiaoyao, have you been crying?" Li Xiaoka noticed the redness in Lin Yunyao's eyes and immediately sensed something was amiss. Then, as if recalling something, she looked warily at Lin Feng, who was not far away. "This man, doesn't he appear to be of good character? Has he been troubling you?" "No. I just accidentally fell a moment ago." Lin Yunyao shook her head and pulled Li Xiaoka inside. Lin Feng attempted to follow, but just as he took a couple of steps, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. It must be one of Xiaoyao's friends. Having her friend around should stabilize her emotions, Lin Feng murmured to himself while standing outside. In truth, it mattered little whether he entered or not. With his keen hearing, he could discern every sound within the room with clarity. What troubled him most was the striking contrast between Li Xiaoka's vibrant attire, reminiscent of a little princess, and his sister, who appeared akin to a Cinderella. Although, according to his sister, the place was slated for demolition, relying on compensation seemed unrealistic, and he needed to earn money swiftly. After pondering for a moment, he squatted in the corner, eavesdropping on the conversation inside. In the cramped room, there was only a dilapidated bed and a desk piled high with books. The two girls sat on the bed, whispering secrets, oblivious to the fact that all their words were being overheard by Lin Feng in the corner. Had they known, Li Xiaoka's fiery temperament would surely have led her to unleash a torrent of invective. "Xiaoyao, who is that lecherous man, with his scruffy beard and long hair?" "I don't know. He might just be a derelict looking for a place to relieve himself," Lin Yunyao replied. "Ah, no wonder he gives off such a strange vibe. What a disgrace for a grown man to end up like this." Lin Feng, hidden in the corner, felt a mix of emotions. Lin Yunyao seemed disinclined to let Li Xiaoka speak ill of her brother and hastily inquired, "Xiaoka, why did you come to find me today?" "It's about this. It's been a month since school started, and the counselor is asking when you'll report back. If you don't go soon, the school will consider it as you voluntarily dropping out," Li Xiaoka stated quickly. Lin Yunyao bit her lip, remaining silent. "Is it because of tuition fees?" Li Xiaoka glanced around the room and continued, "You can apply for a student loan. Regardless, getting into Jinling University is no small feat." "Are you really going to give up?" "I don't want to give up, but my student loan application was denied," Lin Yunyao replied with a bitter smile. "Why?" "Because my poverty verification documents failed to pass scrutiny." "What? How can this be fair? They don't consider you impoverished? Who are these people to reject you?" Li Xiaoka exclaimed indignantly. Lin Yunyao's expression turned somber as she remained silent. She understood that discussing such matters with Li Xiaoka would be futile. After all, Li Xiaoka came from an ordinary family herself, and provoking those in power would only lead to disaster. She didn't want Li Xiaoka to endure what she had faced the previous night. As for calling the police, after reporting her situation, two burly men had come that very night to abduct her, She could hardly believe it was mere coincidence. Is it because of the demolition? Are they trying to pressure you into selling your land for a pittance? Li Xiaoka asked, her intuition piqued. Lin Yunyao nodded silently. Upon seeing this, Li Xiaoka gritted her teeth in anger. Damn it. Those scoundrels only know how to bully a girl like you. If there were any men in your family, they wouldn't dare to harass you. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunyao felt an inexplicable discomfort. In truth, the situation had escalated to a serious level. Even if there were men in the household, resolving it would still be challenging. Forget it. I'm not going to university anymore. It's pointless. It's just me. If I eat well, the family won't starve. This is how my life will be. If I can live one day in peace, that's enough. No. If it comes to that, I'll talk to the counselor and rally my classmates to donate. Xiaoka, I can't rely on others forever. Besides, going to university isn't necessarily a blessing. I plan to work and see the world. Lin Yunyao managed to force a smile. But just then, with a loud bang, the door was forcibly pushed open from the outside, and Lin Feng strode in. This scene stunned the two girls inside the room. No, Xiaoyao, you must go to school. Don't worry about the money. I will handle it. Lin Feng's expression was as dark as storm clouds. He could hardly believe that his sister was contemplating not attending university due to financial constraints. How could the sister of a formidable cultivator like himself, a being of unparalleled strength, lack the means to pursue her education? His heart felt as though it were shattering. Had he not overheard their conversation, he might never have learned of such troubles. And what about the poverty verification? Who was obstructing his sister's path? Were they bullying his sister? At that moment, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented urge to unleash violence, to annihilate anyone who dared to torment his sister. He felt as if he would strike the family dog and scramble the eggs. What is wrong with you? Trespassing is illegal. Li Xiaoka swiftly shielded Lin Yunyao behind her, eyeing the scruffy Lin Feng warily. I am Xiaoyao's brother. Lin Feng replied calmly. Brother? Li Xiaoka looked skeptical, shifting her questioning gaze to Lin Yunyao. Didn't you just say he was a derelict looking for a place to relieve himself? My brother died 10 years ago. This must be some lunatic. Lin Yunyao replied expressionlessly. Did you hear that? You lunatic, get out of here. Otherwise, we'll call the police to arrest you. Don't think we're just two weak girls. Li Xiaoka chose to trust her good friend and declared loudly. Lin Feng exhaled a long, heavy breath and said slowly. Xiaoyao, whether you acknowledge me or not, you must go to university. And Xiaoka, I'll go earn money for your tuition. I should be back before dark. Please help me look after Xiaoyao. I fear she might do something reckless. With that, Lin Feng turned and left, swiftly vanishing from their sight. This scene left Li Xiaoka utterly astounded, her expression one of disbelief. The tuition for Jinling University is over 5,000 a year. How could a man who can't even afford to change his faded clothes earn that much in just a few hours? He truly must be a lunatic. I've heard that the insane RNT punished for murder. Thankfully, he left voluntarily. Li Xiaoka patted her ample chest, speaking with lingering trepidation. Lin Yunyao wore a complex expression, remaining silent. She had thought he had returned to fight over the demolition compensation, but seeing his demeanor, it didn't quite seem that way. Was he truly burdened by unavoidable circumstances back then? If he genuinely returned with over 5,000 yuan for his tuition, should he accept it? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lin Yunyao's pupils gradually lost focus, plunging her into the depths of childhood memories. Chapter 5. 100,000 yuan to solve your problem. After leaving home, Lin Feng dashed towards the urban area of Jinling. With his speed, the 40-kilometer journey was merely a matter of minutes. If he were to fly on his sword, he could reach his destination in just a minute. However, given the throngs of people in the urban area, he opted not to take to the skies. As for earning money, for Lin Feng, the avenues to riches were manifold. He possessed skills in array formation, alchemy, talisman crafting, medical treatment, and feng shui. Any one of these could bring him substantial daily income. After a brief contemplation, Lin Feng arrived at a market in the northern part of the city. This market, known as the Jiangning General Goods Trading Market, may not have been the largest in Jinling, but it was undoubtedly the most eclectic. Here, one could find everything from daily necessities and folk remedies to gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and jade. It was even common to encounter a few fortune tellers and exorcists among the crowd. Such a diverse array of offerings inevitably rendered the Jiangning General Goods Trading Market chaotic and teeming with a mix of characters, resembling a lawless zone that would leave even the city management officials astonished. Lin Feng found a vacant spot, settled down cross-legged, and produced a red brick, upon which he inscribed a line of text, offering 2 hours of services, all-powerful and all-capable, price negotiable. Once he had set everything up, Lin Feng closed his eyes, awaiting those destined to approach him. Within the market, crowds surged. Soon, word of Lin Feng's stall spread, attracting many passers-by who came to gawk at the spectacle. Yet, none dared to inquire further. His proclamation was simply too exaggerated. All-powerful and all-capable. Did he consider himself a deity? Even deities would hesitate to make such lofty claims, right? A fraud. He must be a charlatan. A group of onlookers encircled Lin Feng, pointing and whispering. Some approached with a teasing demeanor, deliberately posing absurd questions. Can you cure impotence? Can you add 5 centimeters? Naturally, Lin Feng ignored these blatant mockeries. Simultaneously, in a black Hummer parked at the roadside, a group of burly men scrutinized Lin Feng through the window. One of the men whispered to the middle-aged man in the back seat, "Boss, this guy is too young. He clearly is just boasting. Let us look elsewhere. We can't waste any more time. If we don't find a solution soon, there could be serious trouble at the construction site." But finding a skilled individual capable of exorcising demons and subduing evil spirits is no easy task. The middle-aged man, named Wang Chong, sighed deeply. He was the chairman of a large construction group in Jinling. Recently, strange occurrences had plagued the construction site under his company's name. Workers often reported hearing the cries of children in the dead of night, yet upon investigation, nothing would be found. Once they returned to their dormitories, the cries would resume. Just last night, a worker claimed to have seen a weasel grinning at him, asking, "Young man, do I look like a human or a celestial being?" Having never encountered such bizarre phenomena, the worker had fled back to the dormitory, only to fall gravely ill upon arrival, with doctors unable to diagnose any ailment. He remained bedridden in the hospital. Wang Chong was thoroughly exasperated by this ordeal, going so far as to personally venture to the Jiangning general goods trading market in search of someone capable. He had indeed found several individuals who appeared formidable, yet they turned out to be nothing but pretentious frauds. Reflecting on this, Wang Chong rubbed his temples, weariness etched across his face. The project cost over 2 billion, from which he stood to earn 1 billion. If this issue remained unresolved, it would lead to significant losses. "Boss, I've heard there's a skilled individual in the southern part of the city." "Skilled? That old man is merely a swindler. I know better than you. What then shall we do? I'm the one supporting you all. You come to me seeking solutions?" A cacophony of ineptitude, with Lin Feng's keen hearing. He had naturally overheard the conversation inside the Hummer. This stirred something within him, prompting him to call out loudly, "All-powerful and all-capable, especially adept at exorcising demons and subduing evil spirits. Those facing such issues at home need not hesitate to approach." After his proclamation, Lin Feng began to pack up his stall, feigning readiness to depart. At that moment, a middle-aged man leapt from the Hummer, shouting, "Young brother, wait." He had taken the bait. A slight smirk graced Lin Feng's lips as he halted, scrutinizing the middle-aged man. With a square jaw and pronounced brows, he exuded an extraordinary presence, evoking a sense of authority without the need for anger. Such a figure could either belong to the underworld or hold a position of power. In either case, he was no ordinary person. Most intriguingly, Lin Feng noticed a dark aura emanating from the man's forehead, commonly referred to as a darkened hall in folklore. This aura was invisible to the average person, discernible only to those with spiritual insight. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Chong," the man stated. "I have limited time. Let us get straight to the point," Lin Feng replied, adopting an air of a sage. Wang Chong scrutinized Lin Feng deeply before recounting the troubles at the construction site. "Where is your site located?" "About 50 kilometers from the eastern outskirts, at the base of Taihu Mountain," Wang Chong responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng began to piece together the situation. Although it was indeed a time of diminished spiritual energy, the world still harbored some remnants of it, giving rise to spirits and demons. What the workers encountered was likely the so-called yellow weasel seeking to seal their lips. This did not imply that the weasel was destined for immortality. Rather, it had simply lived long enough to gain intelligence, engaging in nefarious antics to satiate its primal urges. Truth be told, such minor spirits would likely tremble in fear at the sight of Lin Feng. Nonetheless, he feigned ignorance, inquiring, "I see many skilled individuals at this market. Why did you choose to seek me out?" "Enough of that. The individuals here are nothing but self-promoting charlatans, all worthless frauds." Wang Chong's expression grew icy. He continued, "I understand your intentions. If you can resolve this matter for me, I am willing to offer you 20,000 yuan. How does that sound?" "Boss Wang, this issue is far more complicated than you imagine. I must be frank, if it is not resolved swiftly, not only your sight, but your very safety may be in jeopardy. Have you been sleeping restlessly these past few nights?" Lin Feng regarded Wang Chong with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong felt a chill run down his spine. He was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The construction site had been halted for several days, incurring losses of hundreds of thousands daily. If this matter remained unresolved, he would face catastrophic losses. Moreover, he had recently felt as though a pair of eyes were fixated upon him during the night. The lights may have been on, yet all was shrouded in darkness. This sensation filled him with trepidation. To be candid, he had initially held little regard for Lin Feng, approaching with a mindset of desperation. However, in this moment, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, he felt a jolt of astonishment. Could it be that this seemingly stoic young man was indeed a person of extraordinary capability? Young man, what do you imply? What I imply is that it will cost more, Lin Feng replied. Wang Chong cast a glance at Lin Feng, and rather than feeling anger, he found himself oddly elated. The demand for more money suggested that this individual might indeed possess genuine skills. After all, one would not make such a claim under normal circumstances. Then how much do you require? 100,000 yuan. I assure you I will resolve your issue, Lin Feng stated nonchalantly. Chapter 6. A true expert. Wang Chong squinted at the mention of 100,000 yuan. While it was not a significant sum for him, it represented a considerable fortune for an average person, likely more than an entire family could earn in a year. The highest fee he had encountered from the Taoists and monks he consulted had barely reached 15,000. Are you certain you can resolve this matter? If so, money is no object. However, should you dare deceive me, I must inform you that extinguishing someone like you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Wang Chong said calmly. Rest assured, I will not deceive you. Of course, even if I did, you would be powerless against me, Lin Feng replied, fully aware that Wang Chong was no ordinary man. Yet, to Lin Feng, he was of little consequence. Ah, such boldness. Wang Chong chuckled, having not encountered a young person who so boldly disregarded him in quite some time. In that case, let us proceed to the construction site. Wang Chong turned toward a Hummer parked nearby. No need to go to the construction site. Lin Feng shook his head and spent the last few coins in his pocket purchasing the cheapest writing materials at a nearby market. He then scribbled a few characters on the paper and handed it to Wang Chong. Wang Chong stared at the incomprehensible symbols in his hand, his expression shifting from confusion to dismay. You cannot be serious. Are you telling me that this piece of paper will resolve everything? Indeed, you guessed correctly. When you return, hang this paper at the construction site entrance. Ensure it is protected from rain and theft. Do not let it be damaged. After hanging it for a while, all will be well, Lin Feng replied indifferently. This was no ordinary piece of paper. The symbols inscribed with his spiritual energy would compel the weasel to flee, provided it was not foolish enough to venture onto the site. Wang Chong scrutinized Lin Feng, then glanced at the paper, his expression darkening. Did you not just claim this would be a complicated matter? And now, you present me with this scrawled nonsense and demand 100,000? I seriously doubt your integrity. Yet, seeing Lin Feng's earnest demeanor, he pondered that perhaps there was truth in his words. Very well, I shall trust you this once. If you dare to deceive me, I assure you that your entire family will pay the price, Wang Chong said coldly. The atmosphere seemed to drop to freezing in an instant. Repeat what you just said, Lin Feng said, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze on Wang Chong. Faced with Lin Feng's penetrating stare, Wang Chong felt a chill run down his spine, as if death loomed ever closer. Did you not understand my words? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Young man, please remain calm, Wang Chong stammered, anxiety creeping into his voice. He could not fathom why he felt such fear, but his instincts warned him to yield, or the consequences would be dire. Such instincts had saved him countless times before. There are things that can be said, and things that must remain unsaid. Do you understand? Lin Feng's expression was frigid as he continued. Now, pay up. The full sum of 100,000, no debts incurred. Wang Chong exhaled a heavy breath. He gestured toward the nearby Hummer, and two large men in black swiftly approached carrying a case. Upon opening it, it revealed a trove of 100 yuan bills, roughly 5 to 600,000. Wang Chong extracted 100,000 and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback that Wang Chong had carried so much cash. After receiving the money, he pondered for a moment before suggesting, perhaps one talisman may not suffice. Shall I draw you two more? No need. Wang Chong's lips twitched. Did he truly believe he was a fool? For such a trivial item, he already felt somewhat foolish for paying 100,000. There was no way he would purchase more, if he wished to buy more later. The price will not be the same, Lin Feng remarked, casting a glance at Wang Chong as he turned to leave. He felt quite satisfied with this transaction. With this 100,000, he could at least address his immediate concerns. As he watched Lin Feng depart, Wang Chong's gaze flickered. This young man exuded an aura of danger. A mere statement had instilled fear in him. It was known that, given his status, few dared to offend him in all of Jinling City. Contemplating this, Wang Chong instructed one of his subordinates, Xiao Long. Follow him secretly and ascertain where he lives and who resides with him. I am curious to uncover the identity of this individual. Yes, boss. The man named Xiao Long nodded, promptly following Lin Feng with caution. After leaving the Jiangning market, Lin Feng made his way to a nearby shopping street. He had promised to buy his sister some new undergarments in the morning, as well as 2 mobile phones. In today's society, mobile phones were essential, otherwise, contacting his sister would be exceedingly inconvenient. He also intended to teach her cultivation. But the Nine Heavens divine transformation technique could only be practiced by those with innate spiritual bodies, and he did not yet know any other breathing methods. So he would have to postpone that matter for now. As for the stealthy Xiao Long trailing behind him, Lin Feng was well aware, but chose to disregard it. Welcome to Victoria's Secret. Upon entering the lingerie store, a charming saleswoman greeted him with a bright smile. I would like one of your latest styles in a size 32C. Lin Feng said. With his keen eye, he could easily determine his sister's current size. As for the styles of lingerie, he was not particularly knowledgeable. So he requested one of each. Sir, your wife is truly fortunate. The saleswoman beamed at such a significant customer. Lin Feng recognized the misunderstanding, but chose not to clarify. After spending over 20,000 yuan on dozens of lingerie items, he next visited a mobile phone store, purchasing 2 of the latest Huawei P70 models. He then went to a supermarket and bought a large quantity of snacks, meat, eggs, and vegetables. Adding it all up, the total expenses amounted to over 40,000 yuan. A decade had passed, and inflation had taken a significant toll, burdening the ordinary populace. Lin Feng sighed. Although he was now quite affluent, he had once been just a child from a humble family. At that moment, he noticed that Xiao Long was still following him. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly as he strode into a secluded corner, soaring into the sky and vanishing beyond the horizon. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Long hastily rubbed his eyes, believing he was hallucinating. It was only when he realized that Lin Feng had truly disappeared that he felt his legs weaken, causing him to plop onto the ground, hurriedly retrieving his phone to call Wang Chong. What is going on? Boss, I've lost track of him. Lost track? Did you grow up eating shit? Honestly, I followed him the whole time. After he took the money, he first bought a plethora of women's lingerie, then acquired 2 Huawei phones along with a bunch of fruits, vegetables, and snacks. And then what? And then he flew away. Flew away? Did a helicopter come to pick him up? No, he flew away by himself. At a large construction site, Wang Chong hung up the phone, his expression a tumultuous sea of emotions. Flew away? How is that even possible? How could anyone fly? This is utterly absurd. At that moment, a construction manager wearing a red hat approached, eyeing the white paper hanging at the entrance with skepticism. Boss, can this paper really ward off evil? It looks no different from something my first grader could draw. Whether it works or not, it has to. Wang Chong retorted coldly, feeling an unnamed fury boiling within him. He resolved to return home to relieve his frustrations with a few young celebrities, lest he explode from pent-up anger. However, just as he turned, a dull thud echoed behind him, akin to thunder striking down. Startled, Wang Chong looked back to see the seemingly ordinary white paper glowing with a purple light. Beneath the paper lay the charred remains of a small animal. Astonishingly, it was a weasel. The construction manager stood frozen, mouth agape, at a loss for words. He had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle, lightning striking down from the paper to slay an old weasel. Impressive. Incredible, Wang Chong exclaimed, realizing he had indeed encountered someone extraordinary. Meanwhile, in a cave approximately 8 or 9 kilometers from the construction site, an elderly man with graying hair spat a mouthful of blood. What happened to Huang Huang? Who dares to touch my Huang Huang? The old man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face contorted in rage. As he hurried toward the construction site. Chapter 7. The celestial being descends in a mere minute. Lin Feng covered the distance of several dozen kilometers. To avoid complications, he landed about 300 to 400 meters from home, casually carrying bags filled with various items toward his residence. Yet, after only a few steps, he was startled by the roar of engines emanating from his home. Is that the sound of excavators? Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly. From the earlier conversation with his sister and Li Xiaoka, it was evident that the demolition was not as straightforward as he had imagined. This suggested that someone might be attempting a forced demolition. Moreover, his sister and Li Xiaoka were still inside, just 2 young girls. At that moment, Lin Feng's demeanor turned icy, a murderous intent surging within him that darkened the skies around him. Very well, I haven't sought you out, yet you dare to come knocking. Do you truly not understand the meaning of death? The dragon's reverse scale, if touched, guarantees death. For Lin Feng, his sister Xiaoyao was that very scale. Simultaneously, before a dilapidated bungalow, 2 yellow excavators stood idle. A dozen burly men loitered beside the machines, leering at the 2 innocent girls standing in their path, spouting a torrent of vulgarities. Young and beautiful, slender waists, brimming with collagen. These 2 girls are quite the catch. Haha, you can't have them for less than 3 or 4,000. 3 or 4,000. Are you dreaming? If they're virgins, it's at least 10,000 to start. I heard one essay college student. Ah, the college life is grand. Hearing the lewd remarks from the ruffians, Lin Yun Yao and Li Xiaoka felt their faces flush with anger, yet they were powerless to retaliate. They didn't even dare to respond, fearing they would provoke their tormentors further. 2 little girls, hurry up and move aside. Otherwise, if the house collapses and crushes your delicate bodies, your brother will be heartbroken. Jeered the leader, a middle-aged man whose eyes roved over Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke, his desires laid bare like a ravenous wolf. This is illegal. The demolition price hasn't been negotiated yet. You're engaging in a forced demolition. Li Xiaoke exclaimed, spreading her arms protectively around Lin Yunyao. Her voice gritted with determination. Oh, you're calling the police? I'm so scared. The middle-aged man feigned fear, dramatically clutching his chest. He then turned to his subordinates, mockingly stating, Did you hear that? She said she has called the police. Ha ha, calling the police? That is so terrifying. The men laughed derisively, their mockery evident. You. Li Xiaoke's face turned crimson, wanting to say something, yet unsure of what to utter at that moment. How could a young girl like her contend with such thugs? At that moment, Lin Yunyao exhaled sharply, her face pale as she said, Xiaoke, this has nothing to do with you. You should leave quickly. I can't leave. What will happen to you if I go? Li Xiaoke shook her head anxiously. Xiaoke, your presence here won't help. It will only drag you into this mess. Lin Yunyao said with a bitter smile. Li Xiaoke clenched her teeth, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over her. These thugs were evidently prepared, and their connections were surely well established. She could hardly believe that one day she would encounter a forced demolition, an event she had only seen in the news. I don't have time to waste with you two. Get out of my way. The middle-aged man glanced at his watch, his patience evidently wearing thin, his tone icy. This is my home, and I won't let you touch it. Lin Yunyao declared defiantly, though her trembling body betrayed her inner fear. Is that so? I've seen plenty of reckless fools like you. But do you think I care? The leader scoffed, then waved his hand. Get a few of you to move these two girls aside. If they resist, beat them. Yes, Brother Ji. Two of his lackeys stepped forward, grinning wickedly as they approached Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke, rubbing their hands together with a lewd anticipation. After all, during the process of moving them, a little groping wouldn't be out of the ordinary, would it? Seeing this, Li Xiaoke took a fearful step back, while Lin Yunyao's face turned ashen, a chill coursing through her entire body. She longed for a heroic savior to emerge and rescue her from her current predicament. For reasons unknown, the image of Lin Feng suddenly appeared in her mind. If her brother were here, would he step forward to save her? Unlikely. Given the sheer number of adversaries confronting her, even her brother would probably cower in fear on the sidelines. Moreover, he was hardly a paragon of virtue. If he were, how could he have abandoned his home for a decade for the sake of a woman? As the lecherous men drew ever closer, Lin Yunyao picked up a brick from the ground, gripping it tightly. Even if it meant her demise, she would defend her meager dignity. Just then, a chilling voice rang out. Take one more step forward, and you shall die. The tone was so frigid that it sent shivers down everyone's spine. Who had arrived? The crowd turned in trepidation to find a young man with flowing hair, a scruffy beard, and a melancholic expression. Brother. Lin Yunyao's gaze turned vacant. She had just been pondering whether her brother would care for her, and to her astonishment, he had indeed appeared, striding towards her without hesitation. What the hell? Li Xiaoke covered her mouth in disbelief, gazing at Lin Feng as if he were a deity descending from the heavens. Meanwhile, the 7 or 8 ruffians, after a brief moment of confusion, quickly regained their composure, their faces flushing with rage, not fear. How could they, a group so numerous, have been nearly intimidated by a single youth? And one with long hair at that? An artist, perhaps? What lunacy! Get lost. What do you think you can do? I'm leaving. What can you do about it, you fool? Two of the lackeys spat angrily, approaching Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke, eager to make their move. They had almost been cowed by Lin Feng's words, which naturally left them feeling quite disgruntled. Seeing this, the group of thugs, led by Chicken Brother, wore mocking grins. Lin Feng approached the two lackeys with an impassive expression. What are you staring at? Look at your pitiful selves, and you still think you can be heroes? Scram and don't obstruct my business. But the next moment, crack, both lackeys found themselves effortlessly lifted by Lin Feng's hands, their necks in his grip. No matter how they struggled, it was futile, akin to two little chicks in his grasp. Witnessing this, all present felt their pupils constrict. These were two hefty men, each weighing around 180 pounds, and yet one hand had lifted one of them? What immense strength did this require? Lin Yunyao's expression was complex. Where had her brother been for the past decade? How had he suddenly become so formidable? Chapter 8. Don't cry, I'll take you home. Bang. Lin Feng casually tossed the two lackeys, sending them flying over 10 meters, where they crashed to the ground, blood oozing from their mouths and noses, motionless and uncertain whether they were alive or dead. Subsequently, Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the group of thugs led by Chicken Brother, his eyes as frigid as the ice of the underworld, inducing panic in anyone who dared to meet his gaze. Chicken Brother narrowed his eyes. He sensed a hint of danger from Lin Feng, but felt no fear. What could one man do against so many? His confidence surged. With a mere command, this insolent youth would be swiftly dispatched. However, before that, he needed to ascertain Lin Feng's background. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Sankotang? Sankotang. Lin Feng searched his memory for information about this organization, but found nothing. This was unsurprising, as he had been oblivious to such matters a decade ago. Yet, behind him, Li Xiaoke's complexion turned pale upon hearing those words, her voice trembling. You belong to the Sankotang? Huh. Little girl, you possess some knowledge. Chicken Brother sneered coldly. Lin Yunyao felt a twinge of anxiety and turned to Li Xiaoke, asking, is the Sankotang very powerful? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. Li Xiaoke exhaled a deep breath, her tone tense. I first learned about the Sankotang from a dorm mate. It said that our student council president, Tan Ziming, is the son of one of the Tang's leaders, and he is quite formidable. Hardly anyone dares to provoke him. Even the higher-ups bow to him and greet him as young Master Tan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunyao instinctively covered her mouth. A Tang leader's son possesses such power? How terrifying must the Sankotang be? No wonder even the police hesitate to intervene. She felt a surge of fear, suddenly realizing that her stubborn resistance was a mere joke. Most importantly, she did not wish for her brother to be harmed. Her brother had come to her rescue twice. Despite the icy chill within her heart, it had begun to thaw. Lin Feng, let it be, Lin Yunyao said anxiously. Lin Feng turned, surprised to see his sister speaking to him. This was the first time she had initiated a conversation. Although she hadn't called him brother, her tone was markedly more amiable, and her previous words clearly expressed concern for him. Reflecting on this, he almost felt grateful to Chicken Brother and his gang. Indeed, even the most useless individual possesses some value. Let it be? After you've beaten my subordinates so severely, you think I can just let it go? Unless you pay me 100 or 80,000. Today's matter is far from over. Chicken Brother sneered at Lin Yunyao's words. Indeed, it was far from over. The consequence of bullying his sister would only lead to one outcome. Lin Feng calmly replied. Then without a moment's hesitation, he crouched low, using the force to propel himself forward, charging towards Chicken Brother and his crew like an arrow released from a bow. In truth, with his strength, a mere flick of his hand would suffice to easily eradicate this group. Yet, he did not wish to frighten his sister and her friend. Humph, the ignorant are fearless. Chicken Brother scoffed, waving his hand. The lackeys behind him unsheathed their steel knives, grinning wickedly as they charged forward. 8 burly men armed with knives. The odds were 8-1, a clear victory. But the next moment, bang, boom, crack. The 8 knife-wielding brutes were utterly no match for Lin Feng. His expression remained impassive as he dispatched them, one punch for each. In the blink of an eye, within mere seconds, those fierce-looking men were laid low. Bones likely broken in multiple places, blood spewing from their mouths. Their faces a gruesome mess, leaving onlookers aghast. Remarkably powerful. Li Xiaoke watched in shock, utterly astounded. Surely, this could not be a film. Her bright, captivating eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. She couldn't help but feel that this scruffy, melancholic uncle had suddenly transformed into an extraordinarily handsome man. Could he truly be Xiao Yao's brother? Lin Yunyao was equally astonished. After the events of last night, she had already sensed her brother's prowess, but she never anticipated that he would be formidable to such an extent. To take on 8 opponents with such ease and grace. Could someone like him genuinely have returned to compete with her for the demolition compensation? No, that was impossible. Ji Ge was completely stunned, a chill running down his spine, struggling to accept the scene before him. It was indeed an exaggerated display, and such combat prowess was rarely seen even within the hall. Your turn. Lin Feng calmly directed his gaze towards Ji Ge. Ji Ge trembled, retreating several steps, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. Faced with such a terrifying presence, he felt no inclination to resist whatsoever. Don't come any closer. With a swift motion, Lin Feng delivered a slap that sent Ji Ge flying several meters away, knocking out an indeterminate number of his teeth. Yet Ji Ge dared not utter a word, instead laboriously rising to his feet, repeatedly bowing in submission, stammering, Brother, I was wrong. I realize my mistake. Had I known you were this formidable, I would never have dared to demolish your home. Lin Feng remained expressionless, his foot pressing down firmly on Ji Ge's face. At that moment, Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke cried out in terror, Lin Feng, be careful. Uncle, watch out. Lin Feng glanced up to see the operator of the excavator maneuvering the bucket towards him. Witnessing this, a flicker of exhilaration passed through Ji Ge's eyes. Had he not been pinned down, he would have leapt for joy. Aren't you impressive? Let's see whether you or the excavator is truly superior. However, in the next instant, Lin Feng, with an unperturbed demeanor, extended a hand. That slender, jade-like hand met the excavator's bucket in a collision. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted. Astonishingly, the bucket, capable of crushing concrete, came to a standstill mid-air. No matter how fiercely the excavator's engine roared or how much smoke it emitted, the bucket remained immobile, firmly halted by Lin Feng's hand. Witnessing this, both the excavator operator and Ji Gu swallowed hard. Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke covered their mouths, their bright eyes wide with disbelief. Is this really happening? Can a human accomplish such a feat? Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the operator in the cab, calmly inquiring, is it fun? Wah, I don't want to play anymore. This isn't fun at all. I want to go home. The operator, shaken and bewildered, began to cry, wanting to escape but finding his legs trembling uncontrollably, rendering him unable to move. Stop crying. I will escort you home. Lin Feng picked up a small stone from the ground and gently flicked it towards the operator. Bang! The glass of the cab shattered instantly. The operator, horrified, checked his body and was relieved to find himself unharmed, exhaling a sigh of relief. Phew, that scared me to death. Little did he know that his lifeline had been shattered by Lin Feng's stone, and death was merely a matter of time. Due to the severed lifeline, he would ultimately perish in a state of excruciating agony. The reason for Lin Feng's restraint was that he did not wish to kill in front of his sister just yet. Bang! Lin Feng kicked Ji Gu, sending him flying another few meters, coldly commanding, take your people and get lost. Yes, yes, yes. Ji Gu, utterly taken aback by Lin Feng's leniency, scrambled to his feet, wiping the blood from his mouth. A group of individuals hurriedly clambered onto the excavators, fleeing in haste. Lin Feng observed this scene with a frigid demeanor. Their fates were sealed. They would perish within a short span of time. Additionally, he had left a mark on Ji Gu, ensuring he could track him wherever he went. A family must remain intact. Not only did he seek Ji Ji's life, but also those who orchestrated this scheme and the so-called Sen Ko Tang must face their end. With this thought, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, shifting his gaze towards his sister, forcing a smile as he asked, Xiao Yao, are you all right? Lin Yunyao regarded her brother with a complex expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoke stepped forward. Her eyes filled with admiration as she gazed at Lin Feng. Uncle, I never imagined you could be this impressive. Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover, she exclaimed, unable to resist playfully pinching Lin Feng's arm. Upon feeling that pinch, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned back to Xiao Yao, exclaiming, Xiao Yao. He's so solid, so impressive, absolutely extraordinary. Lin Feng looked at Li Xiaoke, his mouth twitching in response. Had anyone else dared to touch him in such a manner, he would have long since retaliated. Could it be that you are indeed Xiao Yao's brother? Li Xiaoke inquired, her curiosity piqued. Without a doubt, I am Xiao Yao's biological brother, Lin Feng declared, casting a glance at his sister, who surprisingly did not refute his claim, filling his heart with joy. This was the first time in 10 years he felt a sense of happiness. Humph, I knew it. If you weren't Xiao Yao's brother, how could you possibly contend with these ruffians? Xiao Yao even tricked me into believing you came here too. Well, you know, Li Xiaoke grumbled in discontent. Xiaoke, don't speak nonsense. Lin Yunyao quickly interjected. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoke playfully stuck out her tongue, falling silent. Though her sparkling eyes continued to flit between Lin Feng and Lin Yunyao, lost in thought. Seizing the moment while the two were conversing, Lin Feng picked up the items he had purchased that afternoon and stated, Xiao Yao, I bought you a plethora of things today. See if you like them. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yunyao reached out to accept the items. Let me see what you bought. Li Xiaoke eagerly opened the bag, rummaging through its contents. Wow, so much lingerie. All from Victoria's Secret. What a luxury. This must have cost quite a fortune. Xiao Yao, your brother is incredibly generous. And so many snacks, chicken feet, potato chips, spicy strips, chestnuts, pork floss, seaweed, and cream puffs. These are all my favorites. No way, Xiao Yao, you have to share some with me. You know I can't resist delicious food. Li Xiaoke exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Lin Yunyao watched this scene unfold, feeling an unexpected surge of pride. In the past, she had envied Li Xiaoke for her endless supply of snacks and beautiful clothes, but now the tables had turned. Li Xiaoke was envious of her. Xiaoke, if you like them, feel free to indulge, Lin Yunyao said, a rare smile gracing her delicate features, revealing her two small canine teeth. Seeing his sister smile, Lin Feng couldn't help but grin foolishly beside her. Xiao Yao, your brother is truly wonderful. I envy you so much. I wish I had a brother too. Li Xiaoke spoke with a look of envy. Lin Yunxiao glanced at Lin Feng, but remained silent. As the saying goes, the heart of man is made of flesh. She realized that her brother seemed to be just as kind as she remembered, far from the villain she had imagined. Perhaps an unfortunate event had indeed occurred back then. Thus, she resolved to have a heartfelt conversation with her brother later. By the way, Xiao Yao, I bought you a phone, Lin Feng said, hastily pulling a smartphone from his pocket and handing it to Lin Yunxiao. Wow, it's a Huawei P70. The latest model. This must be worth nearly 10,000. I never imagined your brother was a hidden wealthy individual. Li Xiaoke exclaimed, overwhelmed with admiration, unsure of what to say. The phone she used was merely worth 3,000. This one could buy her 3 of hers. Where did you acquire so much money? Lin Yunxiao asked, frowning as she glanced at the phone. After all, her brother's attire did not suggest affluence, so how could he suddenly procure such funds to buy these items? If it was stolen or obtained through nefarious means, she would never accept it. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before replying. This afternoon, I went to the city and encountered a kind-hearted person who, seeing my plight, gifted me 100,000. Upon hearing this, both Li Xiaoke and Lin Yunxiao were momentarily taken aback. A kind-hearted person giving away 100,000? Did such benevolence truly exist? Yet, seeing Lin Feng's earnest expression, they found themselves believing him. Where is this kind-hearted person? I want to have a chance encounter as well. Li Xiaoke said excitedly. Better not. If you go, they won't give you anything, Lin Feng replied. Why not? Do I look like a rich heiress? Not in need of money? Not because of that, but because you wouldn't know how to charm them. With Li Xiaoke's playful banter, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Especially for Lin Feng and Lin Yunxiao, their relationship had visibly softened after the earlier events. Although his sister still hadn't called him brother, Lin Feng believed that day would not be far off. At that moment, an unexplainable sensation washed over Lin Feng, prompting him to gaze toward the east. A flicker of concealed malice crossing his deep-set eyes. Uncle, what's wrong? Li Xiaoke noticed something amiss and inquired curiously. Nothing. I just remembered I have a few matters to attend to. You both go ahead and prepare dinner. I'll return shortly. Let us have a proper gathering tonight. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Make sure to come back early. You might not know this, but my culinary skills are quite impressive. Li Xiaoke boasted with a hint of pride. Lin Yunxiao remained silent, yet her expressive eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, clearly wishing for his prompt return. Rest assured, I shall return in no more than half an hour, Lin Feng assured her with a gentle smile. As he watched his sister and Li Xiaoke enter the house, his smile gradually cooled, as if it only blossomed in the presence of his sister. Has the bait been taken? With that, Lin Feng found a secluded corner and soared into the sky, swiftly heading eastward. Chapter 10, To Annihilation. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Jinling City, there stood a magnificent villa. Nestled amidst lush mountains on 3 sides and flanked by tranquil waters in front, this locale was a veritable treasure of geomantic fortune. At this moment, within the villa's grand hall, a middle-aged man was engrossed in a card game. Not good, brother who? It's serious. Just then, a flustered Ji Gu burst into the room. Panic-stricken and breathless. Yet brother who seemed oblivious, finishing his hand before exhaling a long sigh and rising from the sofa. Big G, what's the matter? Why so flustered? Brother who asked leisurely as he settled back onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette with a nonchalant air. Ji Gu cast a glance at the beautiful woman on the sofa, swallowing hard, jealousy swirling within him. However, he knew this was not the time to indulge his gaze, so he hurriedly relayed the recent events. One person took down your entire group, and with one hand, blocked a bulldozer? Indeed. I was nearly paralyzed with fear. Do you take me for a fool? Do you know what a bulldozer is capable of? It could crush anything, flesh or concrete alike. Can a human body withstand a bulldozer? Brother who replied coldly, incredulous at such absurdity. I'm telling the truth. It's real. Ji Gu insisted nervously, but brother whose disbelief only heightened his anxiety. If brother who thought he was lying, the consequences would surely be dire. Just then, the villa's main door was kicked open with a resounding bang. Lin Feng entered calmly, his demeanor unperturbed. It's him. Brother who? Just as we said, Ji Gu exclaimed, his mood shifting to one of elation upon seeing Lin Feng, as his presence confirmed their words and offered a chance for revenge. I didn't expect someone to have the audacity to come here. Brother who observed Lin Feng from his seat, casually holding his cigarette and regarding him with a detached interest. With a wave of his hand, a contingent of 50 or so black-clad bodyguards surged forth from all directions, encircling Lin Feng. Go, fetch a bulldozer. I want to witness this spectacle of a person blocking a bulldozer with their bare hands. Brother who commanded, his tone dismissive. Yes, brother who. A disdainful bodyguard glanced at Lin Feng before making his way to operate the bulldozer. However, as he took a step, Lin Feng struck out with a swift motion, sending the man flying through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground, lifeless and beyond recovery. This sudden turn of events rendered the room silent. Everyone's eyes widening in disbelief at Lin Feng's audacity to kill while surrounded. Quite impressive. What path do you tread, boy? Brother who rose, his expression cold. He could not believe that someone so callous would be merely an ordinary demolition worker. Moreover, a person capable of such a fatal blow must have undergone rigorous training. Are you from the Sankotong? Lin Feng inquired. Indeed, I am Zheng Tianhu of the 3rd Hall of Sankotong. Brother who replied icily. Where is your Sankotong headquarters? Lin Feng pressed further. This time, brother who did not respond, but instead scrutinized Lin Feng deeply. What was the meaning behind this young man's boldness? Did he truly believe he could take on him and his 50-strong entourage alone? Do you harbor a grudge against Sen Kotong? I am the one asking you. Where's your headquarters? Lin Feng reiterated calmly. Go to hell with your arrogance. Seize this brat. I want him to learn the consequences of showing off in front of me. Zheng Tianhu sneered. At his command, dozens of bodyguards rushed forward, their expressions fierce, regarding Lin Feng as if he were a mere jester. Lin Feng remained indifferent, forming the supreme sword technique with his hands, and a 3-foot-long sword materialized in the air before him. Without his sister and Li Xiaoka present, he felt emboldened and unrestrained. Is this some kind of magic? Brother who was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, his eyes widened in horror. With a gentle flick of his sword, Lin Feng unleashed an invisible wave of sword energy, instantly dispatching the scores of bodyguards that had besieged him. Blood pooled upon the ground, transforming what was once a resplendent villa into a veritable hellscape. The figures of Brother Hu, the flamboyant woman, and Brother Ji crumpled to the ground, terror-stricken, emitting cries of horror. How could one man slay over 50 individuals with but a single stroke? Who are you? Brother Hu stammered, gazing at Lin Feng with the wide-eyed fear of one confronting a demon. I shall inquire once more, where is the headquarters of the San Kuotang? Lin Feng asked, his expression devoid of emotion. I do not know, Brother Hu replied, his voice trembling, before collapsing to his knees, pleading for mercy. He had never witnessed such a scene of horror. He questioned whether the young man before him was even human, perhaps a celestial being. For only a deity could annihilate so many in a heartbeat. Ignoring Brother Hu's supplications, Lin Feng stepped forward and placed his hand upon the man's forehead. Soul search technique. This secret art forcibly delved into one's memories, though it carried grave repercussions, leaving the subject a fool thereafter. Soon, Brother Hu's eyes glazed over, foam escaping his lips as he fell unconscious. Lin Feng then coldly probed the minds of Brother Ji and the scantily clad woman, only to discover that none of them possessed knowledge of the San Kuotang's headquarters. The organization was shrouded in mystery, with orders relayed in layers. The lower echelons merely executed tasks, oblivious to the greater picture. Si-Tu Hao, Lin Feng murmured to himself. This Si-Tu Hao was a superior to Zheng Tianhu. Perhaps locating him would unravel the San Kuotang. However, to Lin Feng, this was a trivial matter, easily dealt with when the time was right. His immediate priority was to return home and share a meal with his sister, for nothing held greater importance than that. Upon exiting the villa, Lin Feng casually waved his right hand towards the structure, unleashing a terrifying force from his palm. Boom! The entire villa collapsed, reduced to a mound of rubble, with all the bodies and bones entombed beneath the debris. Chapter 11. Lin Feng, I am afraid. The demolition area was engulfed in darkness, save for a small dwelling that sparkled with bright lights. Through the window, 2 graceful silhouettes were busily engaged in their tasks. Witnessing this scene, the malevolent aura surrounding Lin Feng dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of tenderness in his gaze. He quickened his pace, entering the house to find his sister and Li Xiaoka covered in flour as they prepared dinner. How did you return so quickly? No peeking, no peeking, Li Xiaoka exclaimed, flustered, as she hastily shielded a pot of dark dish from Lin Feng's view. In contrast, Lin Yunyao was composed, presenting a steaming platter of braised carp, garnished with scallions, its aroma wafting enticingly. Do you need any assistance? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Go away, go away. Just don't be a hindrance, Li Xiaoka retorted, pushing him towards the door. Help me carry the fish outside. The meal will be ready once I finish the stir-fry. Lin Yunyao extended the dish of braised fish to Lin Feng. As he accepted it, he mischievously glanced at the dish behind Li Xiaoka and asked, should we take that black sesame paste out as well? That's braised pork ribs, not some black sesame paste. I need to reheat it. Just take the fish outside first. Li Xiaoka exclaimed in exasperation. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Feng said nothing further and exited the kitchen with the fish. Before long, dinner was served. 3 dishes and a soup, braised carp, braised pork ribs, stir-fried greens, and seaweed egg soup. These commonplace home-cooked dishes were ones Lin Feng had not tasted in a decade. Li Xiaoka, did you add your secret sauce to these ribs? Lin Feng teased as he picked up a piece. Uffed. Lin Yunyao couldn't contain her laughter, but quickly felt remorseful for her outburst and glanced apologetically at Li Xiaoka. Li Xiaoka's face turned crimson, indignantly protesting, don't talk too much while eating. Just because my braised ribs don't look appealing doesn't mean they're not delicious. Is that so? Lin Feng placed the rib in his mouth, savoring it carefully, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, quite delectable. Really? Li Xiaoka asked, her voice tinged with skepticism. Yes. The flavor is quite good, Lin Feng affirmed. Li Xiaoka's expression remained doubtful, suspecting Lin Feng was merely trying to trick her into tasting it herself. Although she claimed the ribs were tasty, she secretly believed They must be terrible. They're genuinely good, I assure you, Lin Feng insisted, continuing to eat several more pieces. Seeing this, Li Xiaoke and Lin Yunyao exchanged glances before simultaneously reaching for a rib. However, upon taking a bite, they could not help but spit it out. Tui, you're lying. This is awful, Li Xiaoke exclaimed, furious at Lin Feng for deceiving her. Lin Yunyao rolled her eyes, looking equally displeased. Is that so? I find them rather enjoyable, far superior to what I have had before, Lin Feng chuckled. What did you eat before? Li Xiaoke inquired with curiosity. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and replied, anything edible, I've consumed it all. At this, Lin Yunyao's heart trembled, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, she remained silent, choosing instead to focus on her meal. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Li Xiaoke fell silent as well. Later that evening, around 8, Li Xiaoke bid farewell with a radiant smile, driving away in her pink car. In the dilapidated dwelling, only the two siblings remained. Lin Feng took the initiative to wash the dishes, only to find his sister watching him intently. He recalled the previous night's events and sighed inwardly, yet maintained a smile as he said, do not worry, I will finish washing the dishes and leave. I shall not stay overnight without your permission. This is also your home. There is no need for you to leave. Lin Yunyao shook her head and added, Lin Feng, I believe we need to have a serious conversation. What do you wish to know? 10 years ago, you said you were going to find a girlfriend and then vanished without a trace. What have you been doing all this time? Have you been with that woman named Chen Yinhua? Lin Yunyao questioned. Lin Feng pondered before responding. I truly went to cultivate immortality. It was a necessity. Lin Yunyao's face fell. Disappointment etched across her features. Lin Feng, are you still concealing the truth from me? Do you intend to deceive me? I thought you had some unavoidable circumstances. Lin Feng, with a decisive gesture, extended his right hand, from which a flicker of blazing flame erupted. This was spiritual fire. Ignited by the essence of qi, reaching temperatures of several thousand degrees at its core, capable of incinerating 99% of earthly materials with ease. Xiao Yao, he began earnestly. I understand that the concept of cultivating immortality may be difficult for you to accept, but it is undeniably real. I shall teach you in due time. 10 years ago, I was taken away by a powerful immortal cultivator who compelled me to pursue this path. A decade later, he passed away, and only then was I able to return. To be honest, I feel deeply remorseful towards you, and to our parents as well. Therefore, no matter how much you resent me, I will not take offense, for I know you carry your own grievances. Brother, please stop. Lin Yunyao suddenly covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Though the notion of immortality was indeed astonishing, she ultimately chose to believe. Perhaps, for her, the reality of cultivation was inconsequential. She simply sought a reason to forgive her brother, nothing more. Her earlier irrational behavior stemmed from years of hardship and unspoken sorrow, and upon her brother's return, she could not help but vent her frustrations. As the fire within her heart subsided, she realized that her brother remained unchanged, still the same as ever. What did you just call me? Lin Feng's voice trembled. Brother, I called you brother. I misunderstood you. I was headstrong and unreasonable. Brother. Lin Yunyao could no longer contain herself, throwing herself into Lin Feng's embrace, weeping profusely. In that moment, all her grievances, indignations, and sorrows flowed forth, saturating Lin Feng's chest with her tears. He gently patted her back, his own eyes glistening with unshed tears. They remained in this embrace until deep into the night, when her sobs gradually subsided. After a cathartic outburst, she nestled against her brother, sleeping soundly and peacefully for the first time since their parents' passing 8 years prior. Rest now, my dear sister. From this day forth, no one shall dare to bully you again. I shall not let anyone who dares to harm you go unpunished. Lin Feng tenderly laid her on the bed, his gaze filled with affection. The night wore on. Alone, he stepped outside, gazing at the stars. His expression one of wistful melancholy. The mention of his sister had conjured up memories of a woman who haunted his thoughts. Her beaming smile, the endearing girl who had bounced around him in joyous abandon. He had hoped to find closure, yet at that moment, he realized he had not. Overwhelmed by emotions, he retrieved his newly acquired phone and logged into his long-abandoned QQ account. Upon entering, a deluge of messages flooded in from former classmates and friends, including Chen Yinhua. Most were inquiries from a decade ago, wondering where he had vanished to after graduation, questioning if he had found success and forgotten about them. A few had even sought loans, only to be blocked when he failed to respond. Chen Yinhua had sent numerous messages. Where are you? Will you still come to marry me? Lin Feng, if you don't respond, my father will marry me off to someone else. Lin Feng, please reply, I'm scared. The most recent message dated back 3 years. Lin Feng, I truly regret ever meeting you. Reading these messages filled Lin Feng with profound sorrow. He typed several responses, yet ultimately sent nothing. What significance would it hold after so many years? All it would do is disrupt the peace she had finally found in her life. Calming his emotions, Lin Feng clandestinely accessed Chun Inua's QQ space. There, he stumbled upon several photographs, including ones of her and a little girl, presumably her daughter. In the pictures, Chun Inua appeared aged, her life seemingly less than ideal, no longer the vibrant, carefree girl he once knew. Inua, he whispered, gripping his phone tightly. Overwhelmed with sadness. He loved her deeply, but what could he do? A decade had passed. How many decades does one encounter in a lifetime? In this lifetime, meeting you was a stroke of fortune, even if it was tinged with sorrow. Inua, I hope you find happiness in the days to come. Under the moonlight, Lin Feng's silhouette appeared desolate and forlorn. Though the possibility of them was extinguished, he resolved to arrange his sister's education before seeking out Chun Inua in Yinchuan City. Providing her with a fortune that would last a lifetime was the only thing he could do for her. Meanwhile, before the ruins of the destroyed villa, a middle-aged man appeared. With a long face and a hawk-like nose, he exuded an intimidating aura. What remarkable skill! Was this done with explosives? Who dares to harm my kin? The man's expression was icy as he surveyed the scene. He retrieved his phone and quickly dialed a number. Sir Situ, Zhang Tianhu is dead. His villa has been obliterated by explosives. It seems there are no survivors. On the other end, silence lingered for a while. Ada, I recall that Zhang Tianhu had hidden surveillance on the banyan tree to the right of the villa. Check for any clues. Ada immediately scanned the surroundings and discovered the banyan tree, locating a pinhole camera. He activated the recording, revealing a long-haired young man with a melancholic visage. The youth waved his hand, and the entire villa collapsed, before stepping out of the camera's view. It was indeed an explosion. Ada squinted. He could not believe that the young man merely waved his hand to cause the villa's destruction. He assumed the youth had pressed an explosive trigger hidden within his grasp. What's the situation? A long-haired youth did this. He planted explosives around Zhang Tianhu's villa and detonated the entire structure. Excellent. Identify him immediately. I want to know who dares to touch my people. Yes, Sir Situ. Chapter 12, Old Classmates. A night swiftly passed. Lin Feng glanced at his still sleeping sister before quietly rising to the bathroom. Staring into the mirror, he saw a weary, despondent reflection. After some contemplation, he conjured a blade with his fingers and shaved off his stubble, then gave his long hair a modest trim. Once he finished, he appeared rejuvenated. His demeanor significantly improved. If he had once resembled a melancholic uncle, he now embodied the essence of a mature man. In truth, Lin Feng was merely 32 years old. Yet, due to his cultivation, his appearance had scarcely changed over the past decade, even acquiring an air of refined melancholy. With a captivating blend of charm and melancholy, he walked down the street, undoubtedly a heartthrob for the young ladies, garnering an impressive number of glances. In his prime, he too was the campus heartthrob of Jinling University, rivaling only those readers engrossed in this very narrative. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he realized that, a decade later, he had only grown more handsome. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached from behind. It was Lin Yunyao, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she made her way over. Upon spotting her brother, her expression transformed into one of disbelief and astonishment. Brother, what is this? She exclaimed. Haven't you shaved or cut your hair in ages, so I decided to do a bit of grooming myself. Lin Feng replied with a smile. Hastily, Lin Yunyao approached, tilting her head playfully as she examined her brother. His face, like a sculpted jade, was strikingly defined. His pair of melancholic eyes shimmered with profound and mysterious colors, captivating anyone who dared to gaze into them. Previously, with unkempt stubble and disheveled hair, he resembled a vagabond. Yet, after this transformation, he was unexpectedly handsome. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked, feeling a tinge of nervousness at his sister's reaction. Brother, you're so handsome. Those big stars on TV don't even compare. Lin Yunyao beamed. Lin Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes at her compliment. With such a beautiful sister, how could he not be appealing? He affectionately ruffled her hair. Stop teasing me. Hurry out. I need to use the restroom. I'm about to burst. Lin Yunyao urged, pushing her brother toward the door, her bright, clear eyes sparkling with an uncontainable laughter. After the siblings finished their breakfast, Li Xiaoku arrived in her pink little car. They had arranged the night before that Lin Yunyao would report to school today, so Li Xiaoku came to pick her up early. Wow, Xiaoyao. You've hidden a treasure at home. How selfish. Li Xiaoku exclaimed upon seeing Lin Feng, her eyes nearly transforming into heart shapes. So handsome. I'm drooling. How could Xiao Yao's home have such a striking man? I didn't even recognize him. Seeing Li Xiaoku's enthusiastic reaction, Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk. Are you calling me an old man? Li Xiaoku exclaimed, astonished. Lin Yunyao chimed in with a playful grin. Didn't he expect my brother to look this handsome after shaving and cutting his hair, right? Truly an old man. Li Xiaoku gazed at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes, ready to pounce like a hungry tiger. However, Lin Feng swiftly raised his hand to gently press against her forehead. "Uncle, you're so handsome. I want to have your babies," she joked. After some playful banter, Lin Feng and Lin Yuanyao hopped into Li Xiaoku's car, heading toward Jinling University. Throughout the journey, Li Xiaoku chattered away about the important details for their school day, like a little sparrow, occasionally mixing in her humorous remarks about wanting to have Lin Feng's children. Lin Feng merely smiled, not taking her words to heart, well aware that her vibrant personality was just part of her charm. Approximately 40 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Jinling University. As one of the top 5 prestigious universities in the Great Xia Kingdom, the campus was bustling with life. "Uncle, I'll take Xiao Yao to find the counselor for her registration. You can wander around for a bit, and I'll call you once we finish the enrollment procedures. So we can go for a meal," Li Xiaoku said, parking the car. "Please take care of my sister," Lin Feng nodded, giving her head a gentle rub. "Make sure you keep the money I gave you safe, and remember to call if you need anything." "Okay." Lin Yuanyao nodded obediently, feeling a sense of security with her brother around. At that moment, Li Xiaoku interjected. "Oh, come on, saying please sounds so insincere," Lin Feng retorted. "Then what do you suggest?" "Promise to have my babies." As he watched the two girls walk away, Lin Feng shook his head in exasperation. Li Xiaoku's quirky personality was truly something else. He couldn't fathom how his gentle and serene sister managed to become friends with her. They seemed to operate on entirely different wavelengths. Subsequently, Lin Feng strolled around the campus of Jinling University. A decade ago, he had excelled academically to gain admission to this university, spending 4 formative years here. Now, returning to campus, memories of youthful exuberance flooded his mind, evoking a sense of nostalgia and the relentless passage of time. Just then, a voice filled with surprise called out from behind him, "Lin Feng, is that you?" He halted, turning to see a familiar face. Yun Jingchu, his university classmate. Their relationship had been merely average, having had a falling out over a basketball game in the past. However, that was all behind them now, after 10 years apart. Encountering an old classmate stirred a sense of nostalgia in Lin Feng, prompting a smile as he waved. "Old classmate, long time no see. I can hardly believe it's really you. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else." Yun Jingchu approached with a beaming smile. Years had treated Yun Jingchu well. He was clad in expensive attire, a designer white t-shirt paired with black Armani casual pants, and adorned with a luxurious Rolex watch worth hundreds of thousands, exuding the presence of a successful individual. "Where have you been all these years? No one could get in touch with you. You missed several class reunions, and we thought you had struck it rich and abandoned your old classmates," Yun Jingchu remarked, appraising Lin Feng with an amused smile. Lin Feng noticed the hint of playful mockery in Yun Jingchu's gaze, but chose to brush it off, responding with a smile. "To be honest, the past decade hasn't been particularly kind to me. I can see that, otherwise you wouldn't have been out of touch with us." Yun Jingchu, adopting a big brother demeanor, lightly patted Lin Feng's shoulder. "If you need any assistance, don't hesitate to ask. I run a publicly listed company and can arrange a cleaning job for you. You could earn around 5,000 a month, enough to make ends meet." "Thank you, but I don't think I'll need it for now," Lin Feng replied courteously. He understood that Yun Jingchu was showing off, but he merely smiled in response. After 10 years, everyone had changed, establishing their own families and careers. Meeting again, the competition of who had fared better was somewhat understandable. "Just so you know, things aren't like they were 10 years ago. The economic climate is tough. Even cleaning positions in my company have countless applicants. I'm only offering this out of consideration for our old friendship," Yun Jingchu said, draping an arm over Lin Feng's shoulder with a warm demeanor. As Lin Feng was about to respond, a gentle voice floated over from a short distance away. "Yun Jingchu, who are you talking to?" Lin Feng turned his gaze and beheld a captivating figure. The woman donned a shoulder-bearing, cream-colored long dress, her long, slender legs accentuating her graceful silhouette. She possessed a voluptuous figure, exuding an air of elegance and maturity that drew the attention of several male classmates as she walked by. Undoubtedly, she was yet another elite from the business world. Chapter 13, A Pitiful Woman. "Haha, Schwanger, come quickly and see who I've encountered." Upon spotting the woman, Yun Jingchu's handsome features broke into a radiant smile as he waved her over. The woman approached with curiosity, and when she laid eyes on Lin Feng, she gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Lin Feng, it's you. Zhao Schwanger, it has been a decade. I hope you've been well." Lin Feng replied, a smile gracing his lips. This woman, Zhao Schwanger, was also one of his classmates. Back in the day, she was the class representative and a key member of the student council, known for her exquisite beauty, making her the dream girl of countless male students. However, there was a secret that no one knew. Zhao Schwanger had once harbored feelings for him and had pursued him, but at that time, he was involved with Chun Inua and had naturally turned her down. Reflecting on those youthful days stirred a myriad of emotions within Lin Feng. Wow, Where have you been all these years? I couldn't reach you and thought something terrible had happened. Zhao Shuang'er exclaimed, playfully punching Lin Feng's chest with her delicate fist. Her exquisite face adorned with a bright smile and two charming dimples that were quite captivating. Just a little mishap. Lin Feng maintained his ever-present smile. Zhao Shuang'er was about to inquire further when Yun Jingchu interjected, shaking her head teasingly. Shuang'er, there's no need to pry. Given how our brother Feng is now, what kind of mishap could he possibly have encountered? Just the other day, I was suggesting a job opportunity for him, but unfortunately, he declined. Zhao Shuang'er's expression faltered momentarily, and she began to scrutinize Lin Feng closely. Observing his melancholic visage and the worn attire he wore, she immediately grasped the situation. Her eyes, reminiscent of flowing water, reflected a mix of complexity. Once, Lin Feng was the celebrated figure at Jinling University, the epitome of charm, garnering the affection of many teachers and countless female admirers, including herself. He was her idol. Back then, even exchanging a few words with him would make her blush. Now, time had passed, and her former idol had fallen to such a state. Although Lin Feng appeared more handsome and charismatic than ever, Zhao Shuang'er felt no particular sentiment. She was no longer that infatuated girl. After years of navigating the business world, she prioritized connections, wealth, and what could benefit her. However, as old classmates, Zhao Shuang'er did not express disdain, though her enthusiasm had undeniably diminished. Lin Feng, if you're unemployed, you might consider accepting Jingchu's assistance. You know how difficult it is to find a job these days. There's no need to suffer in silence for the sake of pride. I will consider it. Lin Feng replied, sensing the change in Zhao Shuang'er and sighing inwardly. Some things, some people, once gone, truly remain in the past. It is exceedingly difficult to return to former times or recapture past feelings. By the way, what brings you both to school today? Lin Feng diverted the conversation. Isn't the school holding a selection for outstanding alumni? Our homeroom teacher contacted Shuang'er and me to represent our class, Yun Jingchu replied with a smile, a glint of pride evident in her eyes. This was indeed a matter worth celebrating. As one of the top 5 universities in the nation, Jinling University has nurtured countless exceptional talents across various fields. To stand out among such brilliance as an outstanding alumnus is no small feat from this. It was clear that both Yun Jingchu and Zhao Shuang'er were faring quite well, whether as industry leaders or with assets exceeding $1 billion. Lin Feng, the homeroom teacher is waiting for us, so I must take my leave. Perhaps we can chat another time. Zhao Shuang'er waved her hand, preparing to depart. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's dismal state, her desire for further conversation had evaporated. Yes, the homeroom teacher is indeed waiting for us. I almost forgot. Ha. Yun Jingchu chuckled. As the two gradually moved away, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. If old classmates radiated warmth, he would not mind extending an opportunity. However, if they presented themselves with an air of superiority, he would not seek their favor. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was his sister, Lin Yunyao, calling. Brother, my enrollment procedures are all set. Let us go eat. Hearing his sister's gentle voice made Lin Feng smile. All right, I'll be waiting for you at the school gate. Soon, the three gathered at the entrance of the school. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoka dashed over, each linking their arms with his. Go away. Why are you trying to join the fun? Lin Feng gently pushed Li Xiaoka away, feeling somewhat exasperated. At the campus entrance, with two beautiful girls on either side, it truly stirred envy among onlookers. In just that brief moment, Lin Feng had already attracted countless envious gazes. Uncle, why are you so biased? Why can little Yao hold your arm, but I cannot? Li Xiaoka pouted, her expression one of grievance. Because little Yao is my sister. Lin Feng answered earnestly. Then I'm your wife, and I should bear your children. Lin Feng was taken aback. Can we please change the subject? He had no desire to engage with the vivacious Li Xiaoka and turned his attention to his sister, inquiring, the enrollment procedures, did everything go smoothly? Yes. The counselor was quite nice. Seeing my situation, she even offered to help me apply for financial aid. Lin Yunyao replied sweetly. That's good. But you need not apply for financial aid. Your brother can earn money, so let that assistance go to those who truly need it. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. Lin Yunyao nodded with a smile. Oh dear uncle, you're so kind. You have no idea how many people are vying for that financial aid. At that moment, Li Xiaoka took the opportunity to once again link her arm with Lin Feng's. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, realizing he was quite helpless against Li Xiaoka's antics, and decided to let her be. As the three laughed and chatted, they remained blissfully unaware of a woman across the street, appearing to be in her 30s, dressed in a white dress. Though her complexion seemed somewhat pallid, her features were exceptionally delicate and beautiful. She held the hand of a little girl, who gazed curiously at the scene before them. Mommy, what's wrong? The little girl asked gently. The young girl, approximately 5 or 6 years of age, donned a tattered princess dress, her hair fashioned into 2 whimsical pigtails. Her skin was as delicate and pink as freshly fallen snow, and her features were exquisitely sculpted, resembling a finely crafted doll. Her large eyes, framed by long, curled lashes, exuded an innocence that captivated the heart. However, as she spoke, her expression appeared rather vacant, and her words emerged in a muddled murmur. Her name was Lin Lianlian, a name that echoed the sentiment of unforgotten affection. It's all right. Mama is just pondering what to prepare for little Lianlian's dinner. Chun Inua forced a smile, one hand clutching a shopping bag while the other lifted the little girl into her arms, turning to walk away into the distance. At that moment, silent tears streamed from her eyes. She rested her chin gently upon her daughter's shoulder, as tears cascaded down her cheeks in heavy droplets. Over the years, despite her parents' admonitions, she had traversed countless miles, bringing her daughter from Yunchuan to Jinling, in relentless pursuit of the man whose image was indelibly etched in her mind. Everyone claimed Lin Feng had vanished, perhaps met with misfortune. Yet, as long as no body was found, she would not relent. To her astonishment, she had finally caught a glimpse of him. Yet her heart, once filled with hope, shattered in that very instant. Lin Feng, it turned out you had not disappeared. You were truly alive. It appeared that you had always favored girls of 18. At this moment, Chun Inua felt utterly disheartened, her resolve crumbling. Wishing only to flee the city and return to her homeland, Lin Feng, as if sensing a disturbance, furrowed his brow. He lifted his gaze and, in the distance, beheld a gaunt woman, a mere shadow of her former self, cradling a small girl as she vanished around the corner. Brother, what's the matter? Lin Yunyao noticed her brother's gaze and inquired. It's nothing. That woman holding the child is rather peculiar. I heard her weeping, and though her voice was faint, the despair and sorrow within it were palpable. Lin Feng shook his head. She is probably just another unfortunate woman, Lin Yunyao replied. At that moment, Li Xiaoka, with a tinge of compassion, remarked, that woman is quite striking. I've noticed her several times. She truly is to be pitied. Her daughter suffers from a rare condition known as Kabuki syndrome. This ailment stunts growth, comes with inherent intellectual deficiencies, and seems not to allow one to live beyond 20. Currently, there are no effective treatments available. How utterly tragic. Lin Yunyao gasped, covering her mouth. Lin Feng, however, chose to remain composed. There are far too many pitiable souls in this world. Who could possibly tend to them all? He dismissed the thought and stated, it's getting late. Let us proceed to dinner. Chapter 14. Reunion with an old friend before long. The trio arrived at a restaurant near Jinling University named Chuanxianggu, renowned for its Sichuan and Hunan cuisine. Not only was the food delectable, but the ambience was also sophisticated, marking it as one of the more esteemed establishments in the vicinity of Jinling University. I heard from a friend that this place is rather expensive, averaging over 1,000 per person, Li Xiaoka whispered. Although her family's circumstances were adequate, she seldom frequented such establishments. For her, a place with an average cost of 200 was already quite commendable. So expensive, why don't we choose another place? After all, dining is about the food, no matter where we go, Lin Yunyao exclaimed in surprise. Nonsense, let us stay here. Today marks your first day at university. Lunch should certainly be a bit more lavish. Besides, 1,000 is quite reasonable, Lin Feng replied with a smile. In truth, during his own university years, he had visited Chuanxianggu a few times with school officials and had fond memories of the cuisine. As the trio entered the restaurant, a beautiful waitress approached to guide them to their seats in the main dining area and presented the menu. Order whatever you desire. There's no need to hold back, Lin Feng said, handing the menu to his sister and Li Xiaoka. Money was truly not a concern for him. He could easily earn a substantial sum whenever he wished. Observing the two girls as they perused the menu, Lin Feng casually surveyed the surroundings. Compared to the aged wooden structure he remembered, Chuanxianggu had clearly undergone renovations, adorned with redwood carvings that exuded understated luxury. Just then, a commotion at the entrance caught his attention. A group of school officials entered the restaurant, and among them, Lin Feng recognized two familiar figures, Yun Jingqiu and Zhao Shuanger. The group was engaged in light-hearted banter, exuding an air of relaxation. Lin Feng maintained a serene demeanor, recalling the earlier scene, and chose not to greet them. To his surprise, Yun Jingqiu's eyes lit up as he strode towards him. Lin Feng, what a coincidence. We just parted ways, and now we meet again, Yun Jingqiu exclaimed with a broad smile. Upon noticing Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoka, a flicker of jealousy crossed his gaze. Years ago, Lin Feng had been a prominent figure at the university, regarded as a heartthrob by countless girls. Now, a decade later, seeing Lin Feng in such a diminished state, yet still managing to attract such beautiful companions, stirred feelings of discontent within him. Indeed, quite a coincidence, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Observing the shift in Lin Feng's demeanor, Yun Jingqiu remained unfazed. The current Lin Feng and he belonged to entirely different realms. They were not even comparable. As the chairman of a publicly listed company, why should he concern himself with the opinions of a mere commoner? Director Yin, may I ask who this is? One of the school officials approached Lin Feng. Following the official was Zhao Shuanger, who regarded Lin Feng with an expression devoid of warmth, as though he were a stranger, entirely lacking the enthusiasm from their previous encounter. Vice Principal Wang, this is my old classmate, Lin Feng. Yun Jingchu introduced with a smile. Old classmate. Could he also be an alumnus of Jinling University? Vice Principal Wang inquired, surprise evident on his face. Indeed. This is Lin Feng, once a celebrated figure at our school. Known as the campus heartthrob, Yun Jingchu replied with a hint of mockery in his tone. Is that so? Vice Principal Wang extended a warm invitation. Since he is also an alumnus, why not join us for a meal? Since Principal Wang has extended an invitation, Lin Feng, you should accompany us to the private room for dinner. It will save you a meal, and I believe the expenses at Chuanxianggu are not insignificant. Yun Jingchu's smile curled at the corners of his mouth. His intentions were clear. Having Lin Feng present would serve to satisfy his vanity, as he would shine as an outstanding alumnus and benefactor at the gathering. Wasn't he Lin Feng once quite impressive? And now? Just a mere waste. He thought smugly. I'd rather not. I have 3 companions here, and it's rather inconvenient. Lin Feng politely declined, shaking his head. No worries. They can join as well. The private room I booked is spacious enough, Yun Jingchu replied, casting a glance at Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoko with a smile. The 2 girls, with their clear, innocent gazes, were undoubtedly still untouched by the world, and their beauty was undeniable. The crux of the matter lies in the profound connection between these 2 young women and Lin Feng. Such a singular reason is sufficient to stir his heart. If only he could indulge in a duality. A flicker of lasciviousness crossed Yun Jingchu's gaze, subtle yet discernible. Though he masked his intentions adeptly, Lin Feng remained observant. His expression turned icy as he retorted, I mentioned it is inconvenient. Did you not hear me? Yun Jingchu's eyes narrowed, seemingly taken aback that Lin Feng would dare speak to him in such a manner. In his view, considering Lin Feng's current dismal situation, his invitation to dine was a favor. How dare he respond with such insolence? Yet, he refrained from displaying overt anger, instead donning an apologetic facade. Lin Feng, I understand that times are tough for you. Seeing me in such a favorable light may evoke feelings of inequity, but as an old classmate, I genuinely wish to reconnect. Surely, you aren't still harboring resentment from the past? Although there were some conflicts between them, those are long behind. There's no need to dwell on them. Look at that. Truly, the chairman of a publicly listed company possesses a distinguished demeanor, remarked several leaders around them, while Zhao Shuanger was equally impressed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Having completely discerned Yun Jingchu's true character, a quintessential schemer who hides daggers behind a smile, he had no desire to engage with such a person, and thus coldly uttered one word, scram. Lin Feng, you. Yun Jingchu's smile stiffened, his heart brimming with indignation. Indeed, poverty has its reasons. With such an arrogant disposition, it was a wonder Lin Feng managed to survive it all. A fellow classmate interjected, there's no need for such vulgarity. Wang Tiangao frowned, disapproving of Lin Feng's lack of decorum, while Zhao Shuanger stepped forward, her brow furrowing. Lin Feng, we are all old classmates. Jingchu invited you with good intentions. Wishing to catch up, I truly cannot fathom your reasoning. Shuanger, is my intent not clear enough? Lin Feng gazed at Zhao Shuanger, disappointment evident in his eyes. Once, she was among his closest friends, unwaveringly supportive. Yet now, everything had changed. Frankly, you are exceedingly self-righteous, Zhao Shuanger replied coldly. Deep down, she could likely perceive Yun Jingchu's ulterior motives, but chose to defend him nonetheless. After all, Yun Jingchu was the chairman of a publicly traded company, while Lin Feng was merely an unemployed drifter. There was no comparison to be made. She felt no guilt in her stance. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at Lin Feng for his current lack of power and influence, not at anyone else. Enough. Since Lin Feng is unwilling, we need not concern ourselves with him. Ultimately, we inhabit different worlds. Zhao Shuanger remarked to Yun Jingchu, who wore a sullen expression, feeling deeply resentful. He had envisioned Lin Feng recognizing his wealth and status, and thus ingratiating himself, not being publicly dismissed in front of so many people. Did he, Yun Jingchu, not have any pride? At that moment, a silver-haired elder briskly entered the Chuanxiang pavilion. The elderly gentleman donned gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of authority and decisiveness. This was none other than Lin Feng's former homeroom teacher, Xianxiao. Upon seeing Xianxiao, Yun Jingchu's heart stirred, and he immediately waved with a smile, Teacher Ouyang. Over here. Xianxiao approached quickly, his expression one of surprise upon spotting Lin Feng. Old classmate, long time no see. Lin Feng stood to greet his former mentor with the utmost respect. In those days, this elder had taken him under his wing, treating him as a prized disciple, always considering him first when good fortune arose. Thanks to Ouyang Xiu's guidance, he had thrived at the prestigious Jinling University. It could be said that this elder was among the most respected figures in Lin Feng's life. He had intended to find an opportunity to visit him personally, but never expected to encounter him here. Xiaofeng, where have you been all these years? Ouyang Xiu scrutinized Lin Feng, his expression tinged with complexity. How had this once promising student fallen to such a state? Why had he forsaken a remarkable girl like Yinao? It's a long story, Lin Feng sighed. Never mind. Now that you're back, focus on living well. If you face any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Ouyang Xiu did not pry further, but, as in the past, offered a comforting pat on Lin Feng's shoulder, conveying understanding. Indeed, Lin Feng felt a sudden pang in his nose. Once a teacher, always a father figure. After the passing of his parents, this elder had become his sole remaining elder. Lin Feng could disregard the opinions of others, but he cared deeply about this limited circle of individuals. And these two are? Ouyang Xiu inquired, turning his attention to Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoku. This is my sister and her classmate, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Xiaoyao, this is my former homeroom teacher, my greatest mentor. Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoku promptly stood, behaving quite respectfully. Hello, teacher Ouyang. Hello. Ouyang Xiu nodded, a warm smile spreading across his face. Witnessing this exchange, Yun Jingchu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, perceiving bias from the homeroom teacher. He had always received special treatment for Lin Feng. Now that Lin Feng was in such a state, Ouyang's demeanor remained amiable. Why was that? What made Yun Jingchu inferior to Lin Feng? At present, he was the chairman of a listed company, a distinguished youth of Jinling, and an exemplary alumnus of his school. He boasted assets nearing $1 billion, with numerous luxury cars and villas to his name. What did Lin Feng possess? Aside from a handsome visage, what distinguished him from Yun Jingchu? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Yun Jingchu exhaled sharply. Teacher Ouyang, I thought it a rare opportunity for old classmates to reunite. Hence I invited Lin Feng to dine, but he seems quite unwilling. Is that so? Ouyang Xiu furrowed his brow and turned to Lin Feng. Xiaofeng, 10 years have passed. Take this opportunity to have a good chat. I have some things to discuss with you. All right. Lin Feng nodded this time, not declining the invitation. Soon, the group ascended to a lavish private room on the top floor of the Chuanxiang Pavilion, aptly named the Emperor's Suite. This room was indeed the most opulent in the establishment, spanning nearly 100 square meters, equipped with various amenities and attended by 5 service staff. It could be said that even without ordering anything, merely reserving this suite would cost several thousand yuan. Some guests have yet to arrive. Let us converse while we wait. Yun Jingchu assumed the role of host, cheerfully inviting several school leaders to sit. The leaders gathered around Yun Jingchu, exchanging flattering remarks. From their words, Lin Feng gleaned some insights. Jinling University is in the process of constructing an independent college on the outskirts of the city, with an estimated cost exceeding 2 billion. However, they are currently facing a shortfall of over 30 million, hence the hope that Yun Jingchu might provide some sponsorship. What does sponsor a bit mean? Is this not an affront to my capabilities? As a member of Jinling University, I, Yun Jingchu, am certainly able to afford such a trifling sum of over 30 million. Yun Jingchu proclaimed with great generosity. Mr. Yun is so magnanimous. Haha, I knew that once we mentioned this to Mr. Yun, it would not be an issue. Several school leaders, led by Wang Tiangao, chimed in with laughter. Zhao Shuanger, observing Yun Jingchu, couldn't help but notice the brilliance in his eyes. 30 million is no small amount. The ability to produce such a sum in one go showcases Yun Jingchu's formidable strength. Previously, she had been hesitant about his persistent pursuits, preferring to observe him further. Yet, witnessing this scene, she felt inclined to consider a relationship with Yun Jingchu. Oh, please, do not put me on a pedestal. I merely did what I felt was right. Yun Jingchu feigned modesty. As he spoke, he inconspicuously glanced at Lin Feng. Upon noticing Lin Feng's gaze directed at him, a wave of satisfaction surged within him. Ha! Lin Feng, by now, you should comprehend the disparity between us. 30 million, I can produce at will. And you? You might not even be able to muster 30,000. Several school leaders noticed Yun Jingchu's glance and briefly exchanged glances with Lin Feng before promptly returning their focus elsewhere. He was merely an inconsequential figure, hardly worthy of their time. It was only because Yun Jingchu had invited him. Otherwise, someone as ordinary as Lin Feng would never qualify to dine with them. Humph, what a show-off. Witnessing her brother being belittled, Lin Yunyao felt indignant and murmured. It's not entirely showing off. The ability to casually produce over 30 million in cash is indeed impressive. Moreover, I've heard of this Yun Jingchu. He is one of the top 10 outstanding youths in Jinling City. The recently emerging Tianjin group seems to be his brainchild. At that moment, Li Xiaoku whispered. And what of it? He is not as handsome as my brother, Lin Yunyao retorted. Oh dear, Zhao Shuang'er rolled her eyes at this comment. While that may hold some truth, in today's world, looks are of little consequence. Wealth is the true ruler. Xiaoka, if you had to choose between him and my brother, who would you pick? Lin Yunyao inquired. Li Xiaoka pondered briefly before replying. Logically, I should choose Yun Jingchu, but as your good friend, I must stand by your brother. Hee. Lin Yunyao immediately broke into a smile. Meanwhile, Lin Feng overheard the entire exchange between the two girls, feeling somewhat bemused. Li Xiaoka truly was a lively spirit. At that moment, sitting beside them, Ouyang Xiu remarked, Xiao Feng, don't be upset. Indeed, Yun Jingchu is doing remarkably well. Many influential figures in the city have taken notice of him, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, his future is boundless. There is no reason for me to feel anger. He has his glorious path, and I have my own solitary bridge. Lin Feng shrugged. There is something I wonder whether I should say. Please, do go ahead, teacher. Sometimes, one must learn to let go. Only through relinquishing can one gain. If you could secure Yun Jingchu's assistance, you could easily transform your current predicament. I am aware of your capabilities. You merely lack a suitable platform. You should know the story of enduring hardship better than I. Lin Feng regarded Ouyang Xiu's earnest expression, remaining silent for a moment before smiling and replying. Teacher, if I were to take that path, would I still be Lin Feng? Moreover, I am not necessarily inferior to Yun Jingchu at present. Sigh. Ouyang Xiu sighed, then shifted the topic. What has transpired between you and In-Ah? Weren't you well off back then? How could you part ways so easily? Perhaps it is a matter of fate. Lin Feng's expression darkened with pain. In his life, apart from the regret towards his parents and sister, the greatest sorrow was towards Chun Inua. Back then, she loved him so fiercely. Unconcerned about his lack of wealth or status, she had vowed that as long as he proposed to her parents in Yunchuan, she would marry him without hesitation. Even after so long, Lin Feng vividly remembered their farewell. That evening, at Jinling train station, amidst the flickering neon lights, Chun Inua adjusted his collar while softly saying, Lin Feng, I'm heading home now. Remember to come early. I will have a big surprise for you. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. A full decade. Ultimately, she did not wait for him. In fact, Inua came looking for me not long ago, asking if I had seen you. Ouyang Xiu continued. Lin Feng's heart quivered, prompting him to ask, and then? She seems to be doing quite poorly. After years apart, she has changed completely. No longer resembling the lively girl she once was. I inquired about her troubles, but she was reluctant to share. She left a phone number, saying that if I saw you, I should give it to you and urge you to contact her. As Ouyang Xiu spoke, he retrieved a pen and paper, jotting down a phone number and handing it to Lin Feng. Chapter 16. To untie the knots, one must tie them. Lin Feng gazed at the number on the paper, feeling an indescribable mix of emotions. After a moment's hesitation, he took the paper and stepped outside the compartment. Lin Feng, where are you going? The event is about to commence. Yun Jingchu, having kept a watchful eye on Lin Feng, called out loudly. If Lin Feng left, whom would he be showing off to tonight? Yet, Lin Feng seemingly ignored him, walking out of the compartment. Damn! Yun Jingchu clenched his fists, consumed by anger. Wishing he could summon a group of people to trample Lin Feng underfoot. A parasite of society, a mere ant. Just what gives him the audacity to act so arrogantly? How dare he continuously disregard me? Mr. Yun, he is just an inconsequential figure. There is no need to concern yourself with him. A school leader interjected, sensing the tension. Jingchu, you and Lin Feng inhabit entirely different worlds. He is not worth your attention, Zhao Shuang'er added softly. Haha, you misunderstand. I am merely afraid of not being a gracious host. Lin Feng may be in a poor mindset, but I value relationships. He is my old classmate, and I cannot afford to lose face for him. Yun Jingchu's smile returned, yet a hint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Lin Feng had repeatedly embarrassed him, and he had decisively crossed a line. Without a moment's hesitation, he took out his phone and sent a message. After exiting the compartment, Lin Feng found a secluded corner and dialed the number from the note. It had come to this, and he had to confront it. He had made his decision. If Chun Inua was indeed struggling, he would strive to win her back. To love someone is to embrace all their flaws. Moreover, after all, it was Lin Feng who had betrayed her. The call was swiftly connected. Hello? Chun Inua's hoarse voice emanated from the other end. A sound that bore little resemblance to that of a 30-year-old woman, but rather resembled that of a weathered matron. It's me. Lin Feng's voice trembled. Inua. It's Lin Feng. I've returned. A prolonged silence ensued on the other end, followed by an abrupt disconnection. Undeterred, Lin Feng attempted to call again. Yet this time the connection was not even established. Inua. Lin Feng clenched his fists, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, in a dim, narrow basement, Chun Inua clutched an antiquated phone, sitting vacantly on the bed as tears streamed silently down her cheeks. Had this been before, upon receiving Lin Feng's call, She would have unleashed a torrent of invectives, demanding to know where he had been all these years and why he had chosen to vanish. However, after witnessing Lin Feng embracing two young girls during the day, her heart had irrevocably shattered. It was not that she had lost faith in Lin Feng. Rather, what reason did she have now to believe in him? Chen Yinhua approached the mirror, gazing at her reflection. Her face, slightly pallid, exuded an air of despondency and melancholy. She pondered the suffering she had endured over the past decade and felt foolish for allowing herself to be reduced to such a state. Once a radiant beauty, often referred to as the campus flower, why had she subjected herself to this torment? Life, strewn with trivialities, felt akin to a heap of refuse. All for the sake of a so-called, yet laughable love? Mom. At that moment, a little girl in a pink dress suddenly awoke from her slumber. With large, expressive eyes, long eyelashes, and delicate features akin to a porcelain doll, she appeared somewhat dazed and expressionless. Mommy's here, Chen Yinhua hurriedly comforted her. Once the little girl's emotions settled, she retrieved her phone and dialed. Upon the call connecting, her voice came out raspy. Mom, I was wrong. I want to come home tomorrow. Yinhua, you've finally come to your senses. Don't blame your father. He has watched you suffer, feeling the pain in his heart. If he hadn't frozen your card, you would never have given up. A woman's voice reassured from the other end. Yinhua, do you remember the Jiang family? Yes. She replied. In a few days, your brother will be visiting Jinling City. If you're in need, you can seek help from the Jiang family and then return with your brother, all right? Chen Yinhua fell into silence for a moment. The Jiang family was a prestigious lineage in Jinling City. The fiancé her mother had introduced her to was also a scion of the Jiang family. Thus she understood her mother's insinuation. In the past, she would never have agreed, but now, it mattered little. All right, she responded. After hanging up, her weary visage transformed into one of cold resolve. She vowed that from this day forth, she would never allow anyone to bully herself or her daughter ever again. Absolutely not. On the other side, Lin Feng returned silently to the private room. Are you all right, brother? Lin Yunyao noticed something amiss and asked with concern. I'm fine. Lin Feng shook his head. In truth, Chen Yinua's reaction had been anticipated. After 7 years of acquaintance, he understood her character all too well. Chen Yinhua was someone who took love seriously. Now that she was married and had a daughter, no matter how difficult her circumstances became, she would not engage with him again. Yet, what puzzled him was why Chen Yinhua would leave her phone number with the teacher. What did she say? At that moment, Ouyang Xiao inquired from the side. She merely said hello and then hung up. Lin Feng chuckled bitterly. That's impossible. When she left her number, it was specifically for you to call her. Ouyang Xiao frowned. Perhaps something occurred that I am unaware of. Lin Feng shook his head and sighed. Alas, it has come to this. There is no use in saying more. Some matters and people, once past, are truly gone. Persisting in them only harms both parties. Ouyang Xiao nodded. As their teacher, his capacity to assist was limited, and he understood that matters of the heart could not be influenced by outsiders. Only the one who tied the knot could untie it. As time elapsed, several individuals entered the private room, all school leaders, and some responsible for the new campus construction. Each greeted Yun Jingchu with fervent enthusiasm, eager to curry favor. Seeing is believing. Indeed, Director Yun is a paragon of talent. Haha, Director Yun. I must trouble you this time. Director Yun, I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Please do grace me with your presence. They all flattered him profusely. Yun Jingchu stood tall, reveling in the admiration of the crowd, especially since these individuals were leaders from his alma mater, which intensified his sense of accomplishment. Just then, Wang Tianggao cast a glance at Lin Feng and remarked coolly, Director Yun possesses great magnanimity, unlike certain individuals who are petty and unworthy, yet carry themselves with undue arrogance. At this, the crowd turned their gaze towards Lin Feng, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Those who had arrived later were oblivious to Wang's motives, yet once explained, they comprehended. Enough. Another individual whose ambitions exceed their capabilities. They had seen many such characters. Thus, they merely cast a fleeting glance before returning their attention elsewhere. Today was an occasion for them to forge connections with Yun Jingchu, and they had no desire to waste time on a presumptuous insect. On what grounds do you speak of my brother so? Lin Yunyao could not tolerate such disparagement and immediately retorted. Xiao Yao, do not speak out of turn. Li Xiaoka hastily restrained Lin Yunyao. Wang Tianggao was the vice president of Jinling University, while they were merely students of the institution. Xiao Yao's words were tantamount to throwing herself into the fire. You are a student of our university? Wang Tianggao directed a grim look at Lin Yunyao. Before she could respond, Li Xiaoka interjected, attempting to placate. Principal Wang, Xiao Yao is still young and doesn't understand. Please don't take her words to heart. Humph. Young people should act their age. Do not think that fervor grants you immunity. Otherwise, the price to pay will be beyond your capacity to endure. Wang Tiangao scoffed. Lin Yunyao's complexion turned pale upon hearing this. She had not anticipated that he would be so unreasonable as to threaten her academic standing. Observing this scene, Yun Jingchu crossed his arms, watching with amusement. He understood that Wang Tiangao's actions were intended to curry favor with him, yet he felt a secret satisfaction nonetheless. Beside him, Zhao Shuanger shook her head slightly, finding the situation rather amusing. Little did she expect that Lin Feng's ignorance would be compounded by the foolishness of his sister. It is indeed true that not all family members are cut from the same cloth. What right does a mere commoner, devoid of power and influence, have to question a figure of authority within the school? Chapter 17. A Rift in Relations. Principal Wang, your words are rather severe. Tonight's gathering is meant for merriment, and there is no need for such an uproar. At this moment, Ouyang Xiao, sensing the escalating tension, hastily interjected in an attempt to mediate. Ouyang, this matter does not concern you. Stay out of it, Wang Tiangao retorted, showing no regard for Ouyang Xiao's authority. Although Ouyang was a long-serving teacher at the school, he was merely the vice principal, and his status paled in comparison to that of Wang Tiangao. Some individuals require a firm reprimand to recognize their own limitations. Yun Dong's kind words were merely an act of courtesy. I, Wang Tiangao, do not owe him any such consideration. I hold the utmost disdain for those who lack capability yet revel in posturing. They are nothing but worthless. Wang Tiangao cast a scornful glance at Lin Feng, openly criticizing him. In truth, he had taken an immediate dislike to Lin Feng since their encounter in the lobby. He was merely seeking an excuse to unleash his frustrations. Do you think you look impressive like this? Lin Feng raised his eyelids, his deep-set eyes calmly surveying Wang Tiangao. For reasons unknown, Wang Tiangao felt a sudden tightening in his chest, as though he were being scrutinized by a malevolent entity. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. As the esteemed vice principal of a prestigious university, should he truly fear a mere insignificant character? Was I not speaking the truth? Wang Tiangao sneered. Whether you are correct or not is a matter for debate. However, you just raised your voice at my sister. I vowed that upon my return, I would not allow anyone to bully her again. Lin Feng stood up, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon Wang Tiangao. Now, I am offering you an opportunity for redemption. Apologize to my sister, and I may consider sparing you. Apologize to this little girl? Do you truly believe that is possible? Wang Tiangao's face was a mask of derision. So this is your choice, then? Lin Feng's countenance revealed no trace of color. In that moment, the atmosphere in the room grew unbearably tense. Some individuals felt a chill run down their spines, sensing the rising apprehension. What was Lin Feng intending? Did he dare to confront Principal Wang? Meanwhile, Yun Jingchu's lips curled into a slight smile. He recognized that it was now his turn to intervene. A mere word from him could effortlessly defuse the current crisis. This would not only allow him to shine in front of the crowd, but also earn Lin Feng's gratitude. With this thought in mind, Yun Jingchu cleared his throat twice, rose from his seat, approached Lin Feng, and patted him on the shoulder, smiling as he said, all right. Today, I am hosting. Let us all refrain from escalating matters further. With that, he turned to Wang Tiangao and added, Principal Wang, grant me the courtesy of letting this matter rest. Lin Feng is an old classmate of mine, and his sister is like my own. Since Yun Dong had spoken, Wang Tiangao felt compelled to offer some measure of deference. As for Lin Feng and Lin Yunyao, in his eyes, they were merely insignificant figures, playthings to be toyed with at his leisure. The onlookers observed this exchange, nodding in silent agreement. They genuinely felt that Yun Jingchu's demeanor was extraordinary. Though Lin Feng had previously dismissed him, he continued to treat him with sincerity. Such young individuals are indeed a rarity in today's society. It is no wonder he was recognized as one of the top 10 outstanding youths in Jinling City, achieving such success for a reason. Lin Feng, you should thank Jingxu. If it weren't for him, you would be in quite the predicament, Zhao Shuanger called out from a distance. No need. Just old classmates. Yun Jingxu replied with a slight smile. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Lin Feng, clearly waiting for his expression of gratitude. However, at that moment, bang. Lin Feng delivered a resounding slap that sent Yun Jingchu hurtling backward, then coldly turned his gaze to Wang Tiangao, declaring, you have 10 seconds to decide. If you do not apologize to my sister, I assure you that you will not survive the night. Should you think I jest, feel free to wager your life on it. This sudden turn of events rendered the entire room silent. Everyone stood with their mouths agape, utterly dumbfounded. Ouyang Xiao was momentarily lost in thought. Zhao Shuanger was completely stunned. On the floor, Yun Jingchu cradled his swollen face, his expression one of disbelief. How dare he strike me? He actually dared to lay hands on me. Yun Jingchu clenched his fists tightly, his voice icy. Lin Feng, what do you mean by this? I defended you, and you repay me with violence? Lin Feng ignored him entirely, continuing to coldly fixate on Wang Tiangao as he began the countdown. 3, 2. I'm sorry. Wang Tiangao finally blurted, his voice tinged with anxiety. Beads of cold sweat had begun to form on his forehead. Lin Feng's gaze was so penetrating, reminiscent of the ruthless assassins depicted on television, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. This fear coursed through his body, causing goosebumps to rise as he felt that failure to apologize could truly lead to his demise. Enough, enough. This Lin Feng is merely a lowly individual in society. While I am the vice principal of Jinling University, there is no need to stoop to his level. Wang Tiangao consoled himself internally. Yet, witnessing Wang Tiangao's genuine apology, the crowd displayed a mixture of reactions. Upon further reflection, this was indeed to be expected. Those unencumbered by shoes fear no one. Lin Feng, as a person of such stature, must have a distorted mentality. It was not fear, but rather the realization that engaging with such a person head-on was entirely unnecessary. With their status, they could devise 1,000 ways to ensure Lin Feng faced dire consequences. What use is it for you to apologize to me? Lin Feng coldly remarked. I am truly sorry, young lady. I was indeed abrupt earlier. Wang Tiangao directed a forced smile toward Lin Yunyao. Apologizing to a student was a bitter pill for him to swallow, akin to consuming a mouthful of rancid phlegm, yet feeling utterly powerless to refuse. It's all right, Lin Yunyao replied, her heart filled with conflicting emotions. While Wang Tiangao had indeed apologized, what would happen next? She could almost foresee her impending fate. Expulsion was virtually guaranteed. Yet, she did not blame her brother. Regardless of the circumstances, he was only standing up for her. If she were to criticize her brother's actions, how much would that hurt him? Since you have apologized, let the matter rest. I do not wish for this incident to jeopardize my sister's academic standing, do you understand? Lin Feng stated coldly. Of course. Wang Tiangao hastily nodded, reassuring himself that as an educated individual, it was unnecessary to engage in conflict with such a person. I hope you can uphold your end of the bargain. Otherwise, I guarantee you will meet a most untimely end. Lin Feng suddenly seized a cup from the table and, before the astonished eyes of the onlookers, crushed it into a fine powder. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd's pupils dilated in disbelief. What immense strength. Old classmate, it seems dinner is off the table tonight. I shall invite you again when time permits. Lin Feng then turned to Ouyang Xiao, a remorseful expression adorning his face. Alas, Ouyang Xiao remained silent, exhaling a long, sorrowful sigh. How fragile the world has become. Why can't Xiao Feng comprehend this truth? This left him not only helpless, but also deeply pained. Xiao Yao, let's depart, Lin Feng instructed his sister. Lin Yunyao nodded obediently, trailing closely behind her brother. Li Shaoke hesitated briefly, but ultimately decided to follow suit. Just then, a voice rang out, stop right there. Yun Jingchu, his demeanor icy, obstructed the path of the trio. After being struck by Lin Feng in front of so many witnesses, he could not simply let it slide. Since Lin Feng was so ungrateful, he would have to be taught a lesson. Lin Feng, you dare strike me and think you can simply walk away? Do you truly believe that is possible? Yun Jingchu inquired coldly. What? Do you think one slap is insufficient? Are you eager for more? Lin Feng retorted. At these words, Yun Jingchu's lip twitched in frustration. What the hell? Was that truly his intention? Get lost. Out of respect for our past as classmates, I don't wish to humiliate you further. You would do well to recognize your limitations, Lin Feng declared. Recognize my limitations? I genuinely wonder what audacity fuels your words. Yun Jingchu scoffed in anger. He clapped his hands, and instantly, 7 or 8 black-clad bodyguards surged into the room. These towering figures, clad in dark attire, exuded an intimidating aura of muscle and strength, hinting at formidable combat prowess. The sight sent a shiver through the crowd. I had a hunch that with someone of Director Yun's stature, there would be no lack of bodyguards. It seems they were merely concealed in the shadows. One observer remarked. Did you see that leading man? I recognized him from television. His name is Zhao Hu. Not only is he a retired Special Forces soldier, but he also ranked among the top 100 in the Jiangnan Province 8 City Combat Championship. Wow, that's impressive. The 8 City Combat Championship is highly prestigious, featuring many martial arts experts. For Zhao Hu to place in the top 100, he could likely take on 10 opponents single-handedly. Another added. Director Yun must have considerable wealth to afford bodyguards of such caliber. They probably cost at least 6 or 700,000 a year. Upon hearing the murmurs, Zhao Hu's expression turned disdainful. A bunch of unworldly scholars. What does it mean to take on 10 opponents? With mere ordinary folk like you, I could easily take on 50 or 60. Of course, he only mused this internally, for in this society, brute strength was of little use. Wealth was the true power. Despite his prowess, he still had to work for the affluent to make ends meet. Director Yun, what seems to be the issue? Zhao Hu inquired loudly, his piercing gaze sweeping over the crowd, his eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity. Those who met his gaze felt as though they were being scrutinized by a predatory beast, sending chills down their spines. Even Li Xiaoku and Lin Yunyao felt trepidation, retreating behind Lin Feng. Chapter 18. 2 million for bodyguards isn't so impressive. With Zhao Hu's arrival, Yun Jingchu's demeanor noticeably shifted. He crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with mockery as he scrutinized Lin Feng, seemingly eager to witness a flicker of panic on Lin Feng's face. To his surprise, however, Lin Feng exhibited no sign of trepidation, appearing utterly unfazed by Zhao Hu and his entourage. Could he be so daft as to be rendered speechless? What a waste of space. Yun Jingchu's face was a mask of disdain. Jingchu, remember, we were once classmates. Tread lightly, Zhao Shuang interjected from the side. While she preferred to distance herself from Lin Feng, the memory of their past camaraderie compelled her to prevent matters from escalating. After all, 8 bodyguards working in unison could indeed be lethal. Contemplating this, Zhao Shuang gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with pity. Lin Feng, do you still believe this is a decade ago? In the presence of Yun Jingchu, you are not but an ant. If he were truly provoked, a mere 1 or 2 million could easily extinguish your life. Do you understand? Shuang you see, it's not that I seek trouble. In truth, I have been suppressing my anger, striving to avoid confrontation. But look at how he has treated me. Yun Jingchu's icy gaze fell on Lin Feng as he continued. He had the audacity to strike me without hesitation. Do you think I, Yun Jingchu, am not a prominent figure in Jinling City? If I were to let this slide, how could I possibly continue to navigate my social circles? Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu's fury ignited. What? Director Yun, this brat struck you? Indeed, you were not present, but this individual was utterly brazen. Yun Jingchu confirmed with a nod. Damn, kid. You have some audacity to strike our director Yun. Are you courting death? Zhao Hu glared at Lin Feng, his massive fists clenched and cracking ominously, sending shivers through the crowd. This was terrifying. Who could withstand such a blow? Xiao Feng, you must apologize to Jingchu at once. Ouyang Xiao, fearing for the worst, rose to urge Lin Feng to apologize. However, before he could finish, Yun Jingchu interrupted him. Ouyang, it's not that I refuse to give you face. This matter cannot simply be resolved with an apology today. What do you propose? Ouyang Xiao furrowed his brow. It's quite simple. Lin Feng must kneel and apologize. And then I want him to endure 10 slaps. After that, we can consider the matter settled. Yun Jingchu addressed Lin Feng with a tone dripping with contempt. Just then, a loud thud echoed through the room. Lin Feng delivered a swift kick that sent Yun Jingchu hurtling backward, crashing heavily onto the dining table, shattering dishes and spilling blood from his mouth. Yun Jingchu groaned in agony, struggling to rise but failing repeatedly. How dare an ant repeatedly provoke me? Lin Feng advanced towards Yun Jingchu, delivering another kick. Thud. Yun Jingchu's body slid across the floor, blood pooling beneath him in a pitiful sight. Hiss. The onlookers collectively gasped in shock. No one had anticipated that Lin Feng would dare to strike again, and with such force, leaving Yun Jingchu in this state. In that moment, the 8 bodyguards sprang into action. 7 of them encircled Lin Feng, preventing any chance of escape, while Zhao Hu rushed forward to assist Yun Jingchu. Director Yun, are you alright? Zhao Hu inquired anxiously. Yun Jingchu shoved Zhao Hu aside, wiping the blood from his mouth, and fixed an icy glare on Lin Feng. His expression twisted with fury. Lin Feng, you are truly courting death. Do you think the tiger will remain silent and allow you to treat me like a mere house pet? Attack. Beat him mercilessly. With those words, the confrontation escalated. The 7 bodyguards surrounding Lin Feng launched their attack without a moment's hesitation. It was evident that these 7 were seasoned fighters. Their stances unwavering and their punches delivered with remarkable speed, converging on Lin Feng from 4 different directions, effectively blocking all avenues of retreat. Yet, in the face of such a meticulously coordinated assault, Lin Feng remained eerily still, rooted to the spot. It was only at the very instant the 7 fists were about to connect that he suddenly unleashed a powerful kick with his right foot. Bang! 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 The 7 burly bodyguards were instantly propelled backwards, soaring 7 or 8 meters away before crashing heavily against the walls of the private room, leaving a visible crack in the structure. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers fell into a state of shock, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Impossible. Yun Jingchu clenched his fists, his face twisted in a grotesque snarl, stained with blood. In his memory, Lin Feng had always been a frail scholar, incapable of fighting. How could he possess such formidable strength now? Uncle is so handsome. Li Xiaoku waved her tiny fists, her eyes sparkling with admiration. This must be a scene from a television drama, right? To defeat 7 strong men in a mere second. Such a spectacle could only exist in fiction. Lin Yunyao's eyes sparkled with excitement. although she understood that her brother was a cultivator and this wasn't particularly surprising. Seeing him exhibit such martial prowess still stirred her heart. This is my brother, an unparalleled hero. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. It turns out he possesses true skill. However, that's all there is to it. I won't even need 10 moves to deal with you. At that moment, Zhao Hu unexpectedly interjected. As soon as he spoke, Yin Jingchu regained his composure, exhaling a long, heavy sigh, his confidence returning with a smile. So what if Lin Feng could take on 7 opponents? Zhao Hu, standing beside him, was a top contender in the Jiangnan Province Fighting League, capable of taking on 50 with ease. Defeating Lin Feng would be a trivial matter. Others in the room shook their heads slightly, their expressions returning to normal. To be honest, Lin Feng had truly astonished them. No one had anticipated that his seemingly frail body could unleash such terrifying power. Yet, alas, there are always stronger opponents. With Zhao Hu present, it was not Lin Feng's moment to shine. Lin Feng, have you been training in martial arts for the past decade? That move of yours indeed showed some skill, but if you think you can intimidate me with it, you are sorely mistaken. Yin Jingchu said coldly. Without waiting for Lin Feng's response, he confidently proclaimed, Zhao Hu, I pay you 2 million a year. Now you can finally demonstrate your worth. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. They had assumed that 50 to 60,000 would suffice to hire Zhao Hu, but to learn it was 2 million was shocking. This only underscored Zhao Hu's formidable prowess. Without the requisite skill, who could command such a substantial fee? Rest assured, Mr. Yin, I will show you just how worthwhile your 2 million investment is. Zhao Hu sneered, striding towards Lin Feng. His arrogance was palpable as he hurled a punch directly at Lin Feng's chest. In his mind, there was no way Lin Feng could evade this blow. Years of training had honed his speed to an extraordinary level, one that ordinary people could hardly perceive. Yet, to his astonishment, Lin Feng effortlessly dodged his punch and retaliated with a casual kick. Bang! The 200-plus-pound Zhao Hu was sent flying, crashing against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. A pitiful sight indeed. Is this what a 2 million bodyguard looks like? Not impressive at all. Lin Feng glanced at Yin Jingchu and said indifferently. In that moment, the entire room fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at Zhao Hu, sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, their minds in turmoil, unable to settle their thoughts. One kick, just one kick, and he had knocked out a top contender from the Jiangnan Province fighting competition? Had they not witnessed it themselves? Who would dare believe? Lin Feng, how could he be so strong? Chapter 19. The depths are profound, and you cannot comprehend them. No, it's impossible. Yin Jingchu roared in fury. His handsome features contorted into a mask of rage. This was clearly his domain. He was meant to trample Lin Feng's face into the ground. But now what was this? At this moment, Yin Jingchu could sense the peculiar gazes of those around him. Even Zhao Shuanger looked at him in confusion, as though to say, you're pathetic. You can't even handle Lin Feng? Zhao Shuanger was the very object of his affections. Having lost face before the woman he adored, Yin Jingchu's composure began to unravel. His bloodshot eyes locked onto Lin Feng, his voice sharp and hoarse. Lin Feng, there's no way you could have defeated Zhao Hu. You must have resorted to some despicable trick. I am the chairman of a publicly listed company, with assets worth billions, while you are merely a worthless individual. Lin Feng, back in school, you always had the upper hand. Do you still think you can dominate me now? 30 years of East and West. What do you have to compare with me? What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Even if you can fight, what does it matter? In this world, being capable is of no use. Yin Jingchu continued to spew his resentment, seemingly trying to reclaim the dignity he had just lost through his words. Lin Feng regarded Yin Jingchu's twisted visage in silence, suddenly feeling a sense of ennui. It was pointless. The myriad forms of existence, the relentless passage of time. The unforgettable pasts ultimately fade into mere fleeting moments, leaving no ripples in their wake. Perhaps, the path of the Dao is the only true eternity? Enough. There is no point in conversing with a fool like you. Lin Feng shook his head and said dismissively, then turned to leave with his sister and Li Xiaoka. The onlookers watched the trio depart, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions. Especially Zhao Shuanger, whose eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her heart tumultuous. She could not fathom why Lin Feng, despite his apparent downfall, exuded such confidence. After a decade of navigating the business world, she was rational enough to know what actions were wise and which were not. Yet, seeing Lin Feng in this moment stirred feelings within her that she thought were long buried, reminiscent of the basketball match from a decade ago. When she and Chun Yinhua cheered for Lin Feng, her heart racing uncontrollably. Alas, that was all in the past. As Yin Jingchu had stated, in today's society, strength alone holds no value. No matter how strong, can one contend with firearms? Wealth and power are the true currencies, and Lin Feng possessed neither. With that thought, Zhao Shuanger gradually regained her composure, feeling that her earlier emotions had been unwarranted. But just then, Yun Jingqiu, filled with resentment, bellowed defiantly, "Lin Feng, mark my words, this matter is far from over. I shall not let you escape unscathed. You will soon comprehend the vast chasm that lies between us." With a sudden halt, Lin Feng paused in his tracks. He was a man who despised leaving loose ends, always aiming to eradicate future troubles. Just as he had previously annihilated everyone in that villa without sparing a single soul, Yun Jingqiu's words ignited a flicker of murderous intent within him. Turning to face Yun Jingqiu, Lin Feng spoke slowly. "Do you truly wish to proceed down this path?" Yun Jingqiu felt a jolt of fear and instinctively took a small step back. Wang Tianggao and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, mentally berating Yun Jingqiu for his foolishness. Why provoke someone you cannot contend with? Better to keep a low profile and allow them to depart. Plotting revenge in the shadows instead. Since you are reluctant to let this go, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Summon your most formidable ally. Bring as many as you wish. I shall await their arrival. Remember, this chance is singular, Lin Feng stated calmly. Yun Jingqiu's spirits soared at this, nearly erupting into laughter at Lin Feng's audacity. Did he truly believe himself a god of war, invincible in this realm? Is this truly the case? He inquired, feigning composure. Indeed it is. However, you must understand that nothing comes without a cost. Should you summon aid, and they fail to subdue me, you shall pay the corresponding price. Lin Feng replied earnestly. What price? Yun Jingqiu instinctively asked. Logically, that price should be your life. But given our shared history, I shall extend a discount. I will settle for the severance of your limbs, Lin Feng remarked, casting a glance at Yun Jingqiu while offering a semblance of advice. In all seriousness, I sincerely hope you choose to relent now. I have afforded you ample opportunities. One must know when to concede. This world is fraught with peril that you cannot navigate. Yun Jingqiu felt a twinge of fear at the prospect of losing his limbs. But his anger surged as Lin Feng's words echoed in his mind. How dare he suggest that the depths of this world elude him? You, an unemployed drifter at society's nadir, presume to speak thus? In terms of vision, experience, credentials, and social circles, I, Yun Jingqiu, far surpass you. How could a frog at the bottom of a well comprehend the expanse beyond it? Lin Feng, I shall now demonstrate the enormity of the gap between us. With a cold chuckle, Yun Jingqiu retrieved his phone and dialed a number. It connected swiftly, and a profound voice resonated from the other end. Who is this? Wang Dong. It is I, Yun Jingqiu from Tianjin Group. We dined together not long ago, he replied with a smile, displaying unwavering respect despite the recipient not having saved his number. This moment left the onlookers in solemn awe. Yun Jingqiu, with his stature, was undeniably a prominent figure in Jinling City. The person on the other end of the line must possess an unfathomable status to warrant such deference. Wang Dong, murmured the crowd, their minds racing to identify any notable figures in Jinling with that surname. Suddenly, a realization struck them, and their expressions shifted to one of grim anticipation. If their speculation bore fruit, Lin Feng would find himself in dire straits. Chapter 20. The mysterious Wang Dong. After a brief silence, the voice on the line responded, Ah. So you are Director Yun, the investor in the Jinling University branch construction project. What can I do for you? Please, you need not call me Director Yun. Simply refer to me as Xiao Yun. I am rather excited to discuss a pressing matter, Yun Jingqiu exclaimed, eagerly recounting the predicament he faced, hoping for assistance. Naturally, he subtly hinted at a potential reward for the favor. Of course. Is it the Chuanxiang Pavilion? I happen to be nearby and will arrive in approximately 20 minutes. Came the immediate response before the call ended. Yun Jingqiu, still clutching his phone, was engulfed in overwhelming elation, struggling to regain his composure. Wang Dong himself was coming. The sheer thrill of this thought sent tremors through his body. He had anticipated perhaps a few subordinates, but never the man himself. I, Yun Jingqiu, am indeed the chosen one, blessed with such fortuitous luck to have Wang Dong nearby. He thought, his earlier despondency evaporating as he stood tall, radiating confidence and disdain toward Lin Feng. At that moment, Wang Tianggao, with a grave expression, inquired, Is the Wang Dong you mentioned the one from Qinglong Construction Group? Indeed. It is he, Yun Jingqiu replied nonchalantly. The crowd's pupils contracted as their gazes shifted to Yun Jingqiu, astonishment etched upon their faces. They had never imagined that Yun Jingqiu's connections could extend so far, reaching even the titans of Jinling. Even Zhao Shuanger struggled to maintain her composure. The Qinglong Construction Group, valued at over 100 billion, stood as the premier enterprise in the construction industry within Jinling. The chairman, Wang Chong, was rumored to lead one of the three major gangs in Jinling, the Qinglong Gang. While it was true that we now lived in a society governed by law, those who were acquainted with such matters understood that these gangs still existed, albeit in the shadows. They wielded considerable influence over various aspects of society, with some major gangs even forming alliances with notable families to regulate social order. Though Yun Jingchu's Tianjin group had gone public, it paled in comparison to such industry giants. Zhao Shuang'er could hardly fathom how Yun Jingchu had managed to forge a connection with someone of Wang Chang's caliber. Actually, my association with Wang Dong is thanks to our alma mater. You are all aware of who the contractor for the Jinling branch construction project is, yes? Yun Jingchu cast a glance at Lin Feng, deliberately slowing his speech. Of course, I am in charge of the bidding process, and the winning bid was awarded to Tianhong Engineering Construction Company, Limited. One of the school officials promptly replied, very well. However, the true controlling shareholder of Tianhong Company is none other than Mr. Wang from the Qinglong Group. Yun Jingchu could not help but chuckle, continuing, previously, when you reached out to me regarding investment in the campus construction, I made a special trip to the site for a brief observation. To my surprise, I spotted Mr. Wang there. At first, I thought I had mistaken him for someone else. After all, someone of his stature hardly frequents construction sites. I even took out my phone to search for images, and indeed, it was him. Consequently, I seized the opportunity to approach him and managed to obtain his mobile number. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, mixed with a tinge of envy. Such is the journey of a person. The notion of opportunity is indeed unpredictable. Some individuals not only encounter it, but also grasp it with timely precision, while others may go a lifetime without such encounters, and even if they do, they allow it to slip through their fingers. The achievements of Director Yun today are undoubtedly well-deserved. Respect and admiration were evident in Wang Tiangao's tone, which had noticeably shifted to one of deference. Although he had previously treated Yun Jingchu with kindness, it had merely been casual camaraderie. However, witnessing Yun Jingchu's connection with Mr. Wang from Qinglong Group transformed the significance entirely. Director Yun is truly a dragon among men. Director Yun, do remember to look after us old fogies in the future. Others chimed in, laughing. To put it charitably, they were making acquaintances. To speak frankly, they were practically flattering him. Zhao Shuang'er gazed at Yun Jingchu with admiration, her eyes brimming with tenderness, as if she wished to drown him in her affection. Rest assured, I shall not forget the wellspring of my success. All of you are my esteemed mentors. Even if I forget others, I will never forget you. Yun Jingchu responded with remarkable grace. The crowd's smiles grew even brighter. Indeed, Yun Jingchu is an exceptional individual, capable, humble, and composed, traits essential for achieving great things. Yet, observing this scene, Li Xiaoke could not suppress her worry. She had certainly heard of Qinglong Construction Group, a formidable enterprise. It is well known that companies in the engineering sector possess a degree of hard power. Uncle, perhaps we should leave. This Qinglong Group is truly not to be trifled with, she whispered. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before replying. You and Xiaoyao should leave first. I will return on my own later. He feared that the situation might become excessively violent, potentially frightening the two young girls, and their presence here seemed unnecessary. Uncle, please do not act impulsively. I beg you. Li Xiaoke's face reflected a hint of desperation. She then turned to Lin Yunao, hoping she would persuade her brother. To her surprise, Lin Yunao simply took her hand and led her towards the exit. Xiaoyao, what are you doing? It's all right. I trust my brother. Lin Yunao replied as she pulled Li Xiaoke away from the private room. Yet, at that moment, a flicker of concern crossed her clear eyes. Although her brother claimed to be a cultivator, how could she not worry as a sister? Nevertheless, she understood that staying behind would be futile. It was better to leave with Xiaoke quickly to avoid any unforeseen incidents that might endanger her brother. As she watched the two girls depart, Yun Jingchu merely sneered, making no effort to stop them. As long as Lin Feng remained, he was indifferent to the comings and goings of others. With each passing moment, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Everyone wore grave expressions, silent as they awaited Mr. Wang's arrival. A few individuals, such as Zhao Shuang'er and Wang Tiangao, occasionally glanced at Lin Feng, their eyes filled with pity, akin to observing a pitiful creature. Lin Feng, however, chose to disregard their gazes. He recognized that no words could rival the weight of reality. Soon, he would simply need to fell this so-called Mr. Wang with a single punch and effortlessly incapacitate Yun Jingchu to silence this crowd. Thus, approximately 20 minutes later, a sudden commotion arose outside the private room. Upon closer inspection, the footsteps were synchronized, crisp yet heavy, reminiscent of a well-drilled military unit. Heavens, how many people have arrived? The crowd tensed, hastily rising to their feet. Chapter 21, A Remarkable Individual. At last, I have found you. As the crowd eagerly awaited, the door to the private room was pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged man with a square face clad in black strode in confidently. Behind him stood a dense line of bodyguards, all dressed in suits and wearing sunglasses. These bodyguards emanated an aura of bloodlust, as if they had just emerged from the battlefield, causing an immediate sense of dread in those who laid eyes on them. Upon seeing their visitor, everyone swallowed hard, their palms trembling slightly. It was indeed Mr. Wang himself who had arrived. The crowd's minds were flooded with tales of the legendary figure before them. Wang Chong, one of the titans of Jinling City. At 17, he had ventured from a small county to Jinling City, and at 20, he found himself financially supported by a wealthy woman, living off her bounty for a decade. By 30, leveraging his connections through this benefactor, he established the Qinglong Construction Group, soaring to great heights. Under his leadership, within just a few years, Qinglong Construction Group had become the leading enterprise in the engineering sector of Jinling City. Wang Chong himself was at the zenith of his power. A mere stomp of his foot could send tremors through Jinling City. Mr. Wang, you have arrived. Yun Jingchu was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, bowing deeply with a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, embodying the very image of a sycophant. Yet, no one dared to mock him, for if the roles were reversed, they would likely be even more obsequious than Yun Jingchu. In the presence of a titan of Jinling City, who could maintain their composure, only Lin Feng displayed a peculiar expression. How could it be him? Not long ago, he had sold a talisman to a business owner at the Jiangning market, and this owner was none other than the square-faced man standing before him. What a coincidence! Lin Feng chuckled, not giving it much thought. After all, he and Wang Chong had merely a transactional relationship, without any significant ties. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Wang Chong interrupted Yun Jingchu, who was eager to flatter him. His mood was decidedly irritable, a desire to unleash violence simmering beneath the surface. Previously, he had acquired a talisman from a powerful figure, successfully subduing the troublesome Huang Daxian. He had expected that to be the end of his troubles. However, on the very night after the weasel's demise, even more bizarre occurrences unfolded. Buildings under construction inexplicably collapsed, resulting in the deaths of 8 workers. Subsequently, the bodies of these 8 workers vanished without a trace. Was there a body snatcher at play? Wang Chong's expression darkened as he ordered the review of surveillance footage. But the scene that unfolded next sent chills down his spine, leaving him utterly horrified. In the surveillance footage, the 8 deceased workers astonishingly rose to their feet, gradually moving into the vast mountains under the cover of night. Wang Chong, who considered himself seasoned by numerous adventures and tribulations, found himself trembling in fear at this bizarre occurrence. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to return to the Jiangning commodity trading market the following morning, seeking the mysterious figure he had encountered the day before to acquire a talisman to ward off evil spirits. However, much to his dismay, he waited all morning without a trace of the person. Just as his frustration mounted, he received a phone call from Yun Jingchu. With a mindset of deriving amusement from confrontation, he personally led a group to Chuanshang Pavilion, hoping to alleviate his pin-up anxiety. Under normal circumstances, he would have ignored someone of Yun Jingchu's stature entirely. What did it matter if he was one of Jinling's top 10 outstanding youths or an esteemed alumnus of Jinling University? To Wang Chong, they were mere trifles, devoid of any substantial merit. Who has caused you trouble? Point them out to me. Wang Chong inquired coldly, rather than feeling insulted. Yun Jingchu's heart brimmed with delight at Wang Chong's evident displeasure. It appeared that the tycoon was in a foul mood today, and Yun Jingchu relished the thought of Lin Feng's impending misfortune. He had nearly visualized the scene of Lin Feng lamenting in distress. The others present also perceived Wang Chong's foul temper and cast sympathetic glances at Lin Feng, silently mourning his fate. It's him, Yun Jingchu declared ominously, extending his right hand to point at Lin Feng. The crowd quickly shifted aside, allowing Wang Chong a clearer view of Lin Feng. Upon spotting Lin Feng amidst the throng, Wang Chong was momentarily stunned, his mind blank, nearly fainting from the shock. Then, a wave of elation surged within him. Truly, he had searched high and low, only to find what he sought without effort. At that moment, Wang Chong's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The sensation was akin to a son, bullied outside, finally encountering his father, filled with an indescribable sense of grievance. Here he was, a prominent figure in Jinling, having endured a decade of living off others, finally attaining some success, only to be confronted by supernatural phenomena and the specter of the undead. Who could bear such a burden? Enough looking. He speaks of me. You may proceed. Lin Feng interjected. His tone was nonchalant, his handsome visage betraying no emotion, seemingly dismissive of Wang Chong. How dare you speak so brazenly? Do you know who stands beside me? You're nothing but a worthless wretch, utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. Yun Jingchu couldn't help but scoff. Who? Lin Feng asked, his voice indifferent. It is slap. Before Yun Jingchu could finish, Wang Chong retaliated with a swift slap that sent Yun Jingchu sprawling, stars dancing before his eyes as he landed on the ground. The abruptness of the scene left Zhao Shuang'er bewildered, Ouyang Xiu stunned, and Wang Tiangao and others gaping in shock. What on earth was happening? Even Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the unfolding drama. But as he pondered, he surmised the cause. It must be the talisman he had used. Mr. Wang, surely you've mistaken your target, Yun Jingqiu exclaimed, sitting on the ground with a hand over his mouth, instinctively uttering those words. Bang! Wang Chong kicked Yun Jingqiu in the stomach, eliciting cries of anguish. I meant to strike you, you despicable creature. Who do you think you are to trouble the adept? The adept? Yun Jingqiu gasped, suppressing the pain, glancing at Lin Feng with bewilderment. But soon, realization dawned, and he stammered in terror. Mr. Wang, you must be deceived. He is Lin Feng, my college classmate, a mere pauper, now a jobless drifter. How could he be a master? You must understand this. Are you implying that I am blind? Wang Chong's face darkened ominously. No, that is not what I mean. I meant he is not a master. He must have deceived you somehow. Silence. Wang Chong coldly interrupted Yun Jingqiu. He had witnessed with his own eyes how the talisman had vanquished a malevolent spirit. How could that be a mere illusion? Wang Chong was no longer inclined to waste words on Yun Jingqiu. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, he strode forward, grasping Lin Feng's hand, his eyes brimming with tears as he exclaimed, Father, no, Master, at last, I have found you. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, feeling uncomfortable under Wang Chong's gaze. Such behavior was hardly befitting a figure of his stature. Realizing this, Lin Feng subtly withdrew his hand, taking a few steps back. Master, I was wrong before. I misjudged you. Your abilities are indeed formidable. Wang Chong insisted, following closely, visibly agitated. Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, their expressions laden with disbelief. After all, it was rumored that Wang Chong had lived off the kindness of wealthy women for a decade, and such an experience could warp one's disposition, potentially leading to a distaste for women. Moreover, Lin Feng's striking looks, his chiseled features, and brooding aura could all too easily lend themselves to speculation. The audience collectively swallowed hard, suddenly grasping the underlying implications. No wonder someone of Wang Chong's caliber would exhibit such deference towards a penniless young man. He approached Lin Feng, grasping his hand, eyes glistening with unshed tears, and spoke of his impressive abilities. This was utterly outrageous. Was it true? Had he truly shifted from relying on women to depending on men in his pursuit of success? This is absurd, Yun Jingqiu thought to himself, clenching his fists in frustration, aware that he could not compare to Lin Feng's allure. Noticing the peculiar glances from those around him, Lin Feng tightened his brow further. When he saw Wang Chong attempting to draw nearer, he coldly warned, If you dare approach me another step, I shall end you. Wang Chong halted, perplexed by the adept's frosty demeanor. Had he not shown sufficient enthusiasm? Master, are you still upset about yesterday? I didn't mean to look down on you. I initially thought you were incapable, but after returning home and reassessing, I realized your true prowess. Wang Chong's expression turned contrite. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't suppress their sweat-drenched brows. This was beyond explosive. Lin Feng, I never imagined you to be this sort of person, Zhao Shuang'er interjected coldly, turning on her heel to leave. Lin Feng, for his part, chose not to offer any explanations. The relationship between him and Zhao Shuang'er has already reached a point of irreparability, and they are unlikely to intersect in the future. Alas, Xiaofeng, there are certain matters that I, as your teacher, do not wish to elaborate on. Just ensure you navigate this wisely. Life, after all, is a balance of gains and losses, with its principles remaining unaltered. Ouyang Xiu patted Lin Feng's shoulder, letting out a sigh. Teacher, it's not as you perceive. Lin Feng replied, feeling quite at a loss. He could not comprehend why everyone seemed to think in that direction. This group of old lecherous turtles. My thoughts are of no consequence. What truly matters is that you are still young, the road ahead is long, and you must contemplate your future plans. Relying on this is, ultimately, not a sustainable strategy. Ouyang Xiu, with a complex expression, responded briefly before departing the private room. Witnessing this scene, the other school leaders in the room seized the opportunity to leave as well. After all, matters concerning Wang Chong's privacy are best kept at a distance to avoid the potential fallout should the news leak. Chapter 22, Resurrection and Return. In the blink of an eye, the majority of the attendees in the private room had departed. Observing the guests he had invited leaving, Yun Jingqiu clenched his fists. How frustrating. Why must I endure this defeat? I possess both wealth and influence, and I have connections. Yet what does Lin Feng have? He is merely a pretty boy who knows only how to rely on his looks. The thought filled Yun Jingqiu with humiliation, his gaze towards Lin Feng brimming with malice. Is it truly the case that being handsome grants one the license to act with impunity? Noticing the venomous glare, Lin Feng pushed past Wang Chong and strode directly toward Yun Jingqiu. What do you intend to do? Yun Jingqiu asked nervously. despite being engulfed in rage. He recognized that the current situation was beyond his control. I believe I made myself clear earlier, didn't I? My apologies, but you have lost. Lin Feng spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Yun Jingchu's expression changed abruptly, and he stammered, Lin Feng, you cannot do this. We are old classmates, after all, for the sake of our past friendship. Could you spare me this once? I was merely caught up in the heat of the moment. I hold no significant malice towards you. Please, crack. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng stomped down, breaking Yun Jingchu's right arm. Hiss. Yun Jingchu gasped in pain, sweat pouring down his forehead. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lin Feng followed up with 3 more swift kicks, each kick more forceful than the last, and faster too. Crack, crack, crack. The remaining 3 limbs of Yun Jingchu were left bloodied and broken, his bones shattered. The immense agony contorted Yun Jingchu's face into a grotesque mask, his eyes glazing over. Mouth agape as he gasped for air, on the brink of fainting. However, Lin Feng's eyes reflected no compassion. Rather, they were cold and indifferent. An opportunity had already been granted, but regrettably, Yun Jingchu had failed to cherish it. What did it matter that they were old classmates? A classmate who sought to trample over him was nothing more than an enemy, especially considering that Yun Jingchu had just cast a predatory glance at his sister. Truly, he was asking for trouble. With an expression of disdain, Lin Feng delivered a fierce kick to Yun Jingchu's abdomen. Bang! Yun Jingchu's body slid across the wooden floor, flying a dozen meters before crashing into the wall, spewing a mouthful of blood as he fell unconscious. Witnessing this, Wang Chong's eyes flickered, casting a deep glance at the composed Lin Feng. Indeed, one must not judge a book by its cover. This seemingly melancholic and fragile youth was far more ruthless than he had anticipated. Not only had he shattered limbs, but he had also sent a man flying with a single blow. It was almost certain that Yun Jingchu would spend the rest of his life confined to a wheelchair. However, Wang Chong remained unfazed. Having witnessed much bloodshed in his life, he was not easily perturbed. Who would have thought that this adept not only mastered profound techniques, but also possessed remarkable physical prowess? I, Wang, am truly impressed. Wang Chong approached with a grin, showering Lin Feng with compliments. Lin Feng shot a cold glance at Wang Chong and walked toward the exit. Wang Chong's earlier display had drawn him into a whirlpool of emotions. The fact that he managed to refrain from killing Wang Chong was already a considerable concession. Adept, wait. Wang Chong hastily called out, signaling to a group of thugs at the entrance. The thugs immediately understood and blocked Lin Feng's path. Lin Feng turned to face Wang Chong, stating flatly, Wang Chong, do you know what happens to those who anger me? Wang Chong forced a smile, stepping closer to Lin Feng and apologizing, Adept. Please do not misunderstand. I truly find myself in a significant predicament and wish to request your assistance. Money is no object if you can help. Lin Feng pondered for a moment. He had little interest in money. He still had several thousand on hand, more than enough for himself and his sister. However, he had previously vowed to provide Chun Inua with an inexhaustible sum to atone for his inner guilt. With this in mind, Lin Feng responded, the talisman I provided you last time should suffice for dealing with the spirit issues. What further matters do you seek? Well, let me explain. Wang Chong promptly recounted the events of the previous night. After finishing, his face had noticeably paled, and he forced a bitter smile. Adept, I do not fear your mockery. I, Wang Chong, have traversed the south and north, endured hardships, and even faced venomous snakes. Yet, this matter of resurrection and return truly exceeds my comprehension. I could not sleep a wink last night, and rushed to Jiangning's market to find you at the crack of dawn, only to encounter you here. Resurrection and return? Lin Feng mused to himself. There are indeed various possibilities. It could be the mischief of spirits, the affliction of parasitic insects, or the influence of the environment. Additionally, in the realm of esoteric practices, there exists a technique for controlling corpses, allowing them to rise and walk. Thus, without witnessing it firsthand, Lin Feng could not ascertain what was occurring. Can you help, Adept? Wang Chong inquired cautiously. Please refrain from calling me Adept repeatedly. It sounds rather awkward. Simply call me Lin Feng. Lin Feng frowned. Using names feels too formal. I should be older than you by over a decade. May I call you Brother Lin instead? Wang Chong sought to bridge the gap between them. In his eyes, Lin Feng was an enigmatic figure. Such talent was certainly worth cultivating. While others believed him to be formidable, only he understood that in the presence of those from noble families, he was nothing significant. The world is vast, and the waters deep. It is far from the simplicity it appears. Suit yourself. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. All right, then I shall call you Brother Lin. I wonder if Brother Lin has any brilliant ideas? Wang Chong's enthusiasm was evident as he spoke, moving closer to grasp Lin Feng's hand. What exactly do you intend to do? Lin Feng questioned. Lin Feng's gaze pierced through the air with a lethal intensity. My sincerest apologies, my apologies. It's a habit I've developed from my profession, Wang Chong remarked, awkwardly scratching his head. Lin Feng cast a cold glance at Wang Chong before responding. I cannot render a judgment on this matter just yet. I must first inspect the site. Very well. Let us depart at once, Wang Chong exclaimed, his heart lifting with excitement. But first, we must discuss the remuneration. Do not accuse me of raising the price arbitrarily. I cannot assist you unless you are prepared to part with at least 1 million. Lin Feng stated matter-of-factly. 1 million, you say? If Lin, my dear brother, can resolve this issue, I shall offer you 5 million. Wang Chong declared with an air of superiority, extending 5 fingers. Lin Feng was taken aback by Wang Chong's audacity. The reward had remarkably quintupled. Truth be told, this display elevated Wang Chong in Lin Feng's estimation. It seemed that Wang Chong's ascent from obscurity to his current stature was no mere coincidence. Very well, I shall help you settle this matter, Lin Feng affirmed. Then I shall place my trust in you, Lin. Wang Chong sighed in relief. Chapter 23, 500 billion. I shall not assist you. A convoy of 8 elongated Hummers formed a dark procession, making its way towards Taihu Mountain in the eastern outskirts of Jinling City. Due to the congestion in the urban area, the journey of over 50 kilometers took the convoy more than an hour to complete. By now, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and the sun was gradually descending towards the western hills, bathing the sky in hues of crimson. On the gravel path, the setting sun cast elongated shadows of the convoy, creating a sense of solitude alongside a few ancient poplar trees lining the mountain roads. Lin, we have arrived at the site. You may disembark, Wang Chong said in a hushed tone as the vehicle came to a halt. It was evident that upon arriving at the construction site, his demeanor shifted to one of tension, shedding the joviality he had previously displayed. Very well, Lin Feng nodded, opening the car door and stepping out. A cursory glance revealed a cluster of 2-story buildings with blue roofs and white walls, typical makeshift structures found on construction sites. There were approximately 500 such modular units, which, if accommodating for occupants each, could house over 2,000 individuals. This scale was indeed considerable for a construction site. In addition, materials were neatly stacked not far away, while several workers donned in yellow hats were listlessly engaged in their tasks. At that moment, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to 2 willows in the vicinity. How does it look, Lin? Wang Chong inquired cautiously. The scale of the site is substantial. However, the feng shui of this location appears rather unfavorable. Lin Feng shook his head. Impossible. A master of feng shui has examined this site. It is undoubtedly a prime location. If the feng shui were poor, Jinling University would not have chosen to build here. Wang Chong promptly refuted Lin Feng's assertion. Lin Feng regarded Wang Chong intently and then pointed towards the 2 trees by the stream, asking, Do you know what kind of trees those are? Those are willows. Of course, Wang Chong replied, as if it were obvious. Since you recognize them as willows, do you not find it peculiar? Willows are associated with negative energy and thrive near water. To find 2 willows with trunks nearly a meter in diameter growing beside a mountain stream is hardly normal. Is it? Lin Feng scoffed. Wang Chong's expression faltered upon hearing this. After some contemplation, he too sensed something amiss. Typically, a willow's trunk would measure only 30 to 40 centimeters in diameter, yet these trees were astonishingly robust. This clearly defied the natural order of growth. It is said that energy disperses in the wind, halts by water, and is constrained by mountains. Look, the twin willows at the mountain's forefront are thriving on negative energy. Both thick and tall. Moreover, gaze upwards. This mountain rises hundreds of meters yet is cleaved in 2, as if pillars reaching for the heavens, allowing scant sunlight to penetrate. When night falls, the fog and dampness create an environment that is both eerie and humid, establishing a quintessential mountain concealment of negative energy. That said, the feng shui here is indeed quite favorable, though only for spirits and specters. For humans, however, it serves as an excellent burial ground. Interred here, one might very well rise as a zombie in a decade or so, Lin Feng remarked with indifference. Gulp. Wang Chong felt cold sweat bead on his forehead at these few chilling words. Could it be true that the feng shui here was indeed problematic? But why had the feng shui master not detected it earlier? Lin, what do you suggest we do now? Wang Chong asked, his anxiety palpable. I offer you 2 choices. First, you can fell those 2 willows and level the 2 mountains to disperse the negative energy, which would resolve the issue, Lin Feng proposed. That is out of the question. While felling the willows could be easily arranged, demolishing Taihu Mountain, a National 5A level forest park, is utterly impossible. Lin, please. Let us hear the second option, Wang Chong said, furrowing his brow. The second option is for you to relocate the project. I can assist you in selecting a more auspicious site, ensuring favorable weather and safety, Lin Feng suggested. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong forced a bitter smile. Lin, you see, the project is nearing completion. Relocating now would incur losses of over 1 billion. Is there truly no other way? Desiring both wealth and life, It seemed all good fortune had come to rest upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng scoffed at this notion. Wang Chong, hearing this, could only chuckle nervously, momentarily at a loss for words. Though he was wealthy, losing 10 billion at once would be a painful blow. I cannot assist you in altering this site. Any force changes could potentially affect residents within a 50-mile radius. The repercussions are far too significant. Not even for 500 million would I undertake such a task. I might assist you in resolving the issue of the undead, but for all else, you must find your own way, Lin Feng stated coolly. Wang Chong was about to respond when a group of individuals wearing red safety helmets approached from a distance. Typically, red helmets signify project management personnel. Yellow helmets denote ordinary workers. White helmets indicate supervisory staff, and blue helmets are for safety officers or specialized workers. The approaching individuals, all adorned with red helmets, were evidently the project's management team. Boss. A middle-aged man at the front of the group approached Wang Chong respectfully. Wang Chong nodded and then turned to Lin Feng. Smiling as he introduced, Lin, this is Zhang Bin, the project manager and one of my most capable subordinates. Lin, my dear brother? Zhang Bin gazed at Lin Feng in surprise. He was aware of his boss's temperament. Anyone referred to as brother by him undoubtedly possessed extraordinary qualities. Recalling recent peculiar occurrences, Zhang Bin quickly connected the dots and smiled, saying, this must be the esteemed one who bestows talismans. I am Zhang Bin, if you do not mind. You may call me Binzi. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, replying, I cannot be deemed esteemed. I am merely slightly more capable than you. Haha. Those who speak with wisdom possess a certain philosophical quality. Zhang Bin chuckled in response. Lin Feng chose not to reply further. Zhang Bin, capable of managing such a grand project, undoubtedly possesses remarkable skills, yet his connection to this matter is minimal. I shall venture to inspect the vicinity of this mountain. Lin Feng turned to Wang Chong. I shall accompany you. Wang Chong hastily interjected. No need. Following closely behind me would only be inconvenient. I shall return before dusk, at which time, fate will assist you in resolving your issues. Lin Feng shook his head and swiftly made his way outside. He concealed nothing. With a few leaps, he vanished into the vast expanse of the mountains. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlooker's pupils constricted. What astounding speed. Chapter 24, The Little Lolita in the Cave. Boss. This individual is extraordinary. His speed is astonishing. He must be a martial artist. Where did you find him? Zhang Bin remarked, his tone laced with vigilance. Binzi, are you suggesting he is a martial artist? Wang Chong furrowed his brow. Indeed, he is undoubtedly a martial artist. A mere ordinary person, no matter how physically fit, could not achieve such velocity. Only those who have cultivated inner strength can reach such heights. Zhang Bin nodded affirmatively. At this moment, Xiao Long from the crowd could no longer contain himself. Boss, I was telling the truth on the phone. Lin Feng can truly fly. I witnessed him vanish in an instant. Shut up. I'm utterly fed up with this nonsense. Can you please stop? Wang Chong retorted sharply. Xiao Long, you must have been seeing things. Even a martial artist cannot fly. Do you comprehend the concept of flying? Please refrain from such absurdities in the future. Zhang Bin added with a weighty tone. Ever since returning yesterday, Xiao Long had been incessantly telling people about encountering a flying person. But how could anyone believe such a claim? If they did, it would be akin to being utterly deranged. Seeing that no one was willing to believe him, Xiao Long could only pout, beginning to doubt himself. Did I truly see things incorrectly? Who exactly is Lin Feng? He can craft talismans, understand feng shui, and now he is revealed to be a martial artist. Wang Chong muttered to himself. He knew a bit about martial artists. For 5 millennia, the Grand Xia has preserved some unknown legacies through the river of time. Martial artists are among them. The path of martial arts involves the gathering of 3 flowers atop the head, unifying the vital essence, and cultivating inner strength, enabling feats such as cleaving stone and slicing iron. However, Wang Chong had only heard of these things before. He was uncertain of the true prowess of a martial artist. He merely knew that some powerful noble families harbored martial artists in secrecy. Boss, this is an opportunity. Our Qinglong gang has reached a bottleneck. To advance further, we must seek the protection of a martial artist. Moreover, recent days have been tumultuous. I suspect matters are not as simple as they appear. It is likely that someone intends to strike against us. Zhang Bin lowered his voice. Wang Chong nodded in understanding. He was well aware of the rationale. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having departed the project site, made his way directly to the summit of Taihu Mountain. Standing atop the several hundred-meter-high peak, he gazed down, taking in the sprawling landscape of Taihu Mountain. Ancient trees flourished, and waterways intersected, winding like dragons and serpents. This Taihu Mountain connects to the Zijin Mountain of Jinling City, positioned at the tail of a dragon vein, nourished by the Earth Dragon's energy. How could it form a concealed yin configuration? Lin Feng crossed his arms, resting his chin on his right hand, deep in thought. At that moment, A particular area captured his attention. This plot lay at the edge of the concealed Yin formation, a place where sunlight scarcely penetrated, thick with lingering Yin energy, and was quite conspicuous. Water is said to harbor dragon pearls, while mountains possess yin-yang stones. Could this place also contain an extreme Yin stone? Lin Feng mused aloud. What is a yin-yang stone? As the adage goes, the face of the mountain basks in sunlight, while the reverse wall dwells in shadow. When the positive energy of sunlight reaches a certain threshold, a stone known as extreme yang forms. Conversely, when Yin energy accumulates sufficiently, it coalesces into a stone termed extreme Yin. Such yin-yang stones are rare treasures in the realm of cultivation. They are primarily used for body tempering. After being tempered by an extreme Yin stone, one's physique gains resistance to the cold, while tempering with an extreme yang stone bestows resistance to heat. In the past, the old master sought the yin-yang extreme stones to temper him, assisting him in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Yet he searched hundreds of mountains without success. Who would have thought he would stumble upon one here? With a powerful leap, Lin Feng descended over 100 meters down the sheer cliff. Arriving at the entrance of a pitch-black cave, the cave was devoid of light, unfathomably deep. Additionally, a chilling wind blew from within, sending shivers down one's spine. It could be said that if an ordinary person stood here, their legs would surely tremble, and they would turn and flee without hesitation. Yet Lin Feng remained undaunted, striding boldly into the darkness. Given the circumstances, it was highly probable that an extreme Yin stone lay within. With such a stone, he might finally temper his body and step into the long-elusive nascent soul stage. As Lin Feng ventured deeper into the cave, the Yin energy intensified. The temperature plummeted, nearly reaching -10 degrees. The surface of the mountain had formed a thin layer of frost, exuding a chilling aura. Furthermore, scattered across the ground were the bones of unknown creatures. Some were ancient, while others bore traces of blood, evidently fresh. Could some creature inhabit this place? Lin Feng pondered, quickening his pace. Though the cave was enveloped in darkness, to him, it was no different from daylight. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the innermost depths of the cave. An expansive space of around 70 to 80 square meters unfolded before him. The area was vast. At the center of the space lay a massive stone. The stone was a deep shade of blue-black, with a groove approximately 6 or 7 centimeters in diameter at its apex. Lin Feng approached, frowning slightly. Based on the residual aura, this groove should have been the birthplace of the extreme Yin stone, which was now conspicuously absent, evidently having been claimed by someone else. Subsequently, Lin Feng searched the cave for any remarkable features, but found nothing of note. At that moment, a faint sound of thumping echoed in the dark space. The sound was very soft, yet in the quiet environment, it resonated distinctly. A hidden chamber. Lin Feng's heart stirred. Following the sound, he discovered it emanated from within a wall. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a sword strike. Bang! The wall collapsed with a resounding crash, revealing a hidden chamber. Inside the chamber was a luminous pearl radiating a faint glow, along with a wooden bed upon which sat a girl approximately 17 or 18 years old. The girl wore a white dress paired with black stockings, her head adorned with 2 rabbit ears. Her skin was as white as snow, her features delicate and exquisite, possessing a certain allure amidst her daintiness. Moreover, her bosom was ample. Indeed, it was remarkable. Truly, a sight to behold, as if mountains and rivers converged. A scene of breathtaking beauty. However, this beautiful young lady, at this moment, wore a face of sheer terror, her tears cascading like rain. She curled up into a ball, gazing at Lin Feng with palpable fear. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. What was the situation? In such a desolate place, where darkness prevailed over light, how could a beauty appear? Moreover, her attire was both alluring and playful, clearly not that of a reclusive old monster. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng stepped into the dim chamber, intending to investigate. Please, don't come any closer. The girl clutched her ample bosom, trembling in fear. Lin Feng, somewhat speechless, halted his advance and inquired, Who are you? How did you end up here? Weren't you the one who brought me here? She asked, her voice tinged with desperation. Absolutely not. Lin Feng replied. The girl paused at his words, cautiously glancing at Lin Feng, only to suddenly realize he was quite handsome. Her fear began to dissipate. Chapter 25. The Young Lady of the Jiang Family. My name is Jiang Xining, a freshman at Jinling University. Last night, I went to an internet cafe to play games, and then, skip the fluff and get to the point. Lin Feng interjected, his brow knitted in annoyance. Jiang Xining pouted, her eyes brimming with tears again. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. What kind of predicament was this? He had come seeking opportunities. Yet here he was, entangled in trouble. However, gazing at the innocent demeanor of this young girl, who seemed to be of a similar age to Xiao Yao, he felt a twinge of compassion. All right, Continue, Lin Feng said. Oh, Jiang Xining nodded obediently and continued. Then, I suddenly fainted, and when I woke up, I found myself here. Big brother, are you sent by my father to rescue me? Not at all. I merely happened to pass by, Lin Feng retorted, a hint of irritation in his tone. Then, big brother, could you save me? I can offer you money. How much can you give me? 1,000. 1,000? That hardly incentivizes me. I meant 13 million. That's my allowance for a month. Lin Feng was taken aback. 9 out of 10 Lolas are rich. And the last one is extraordinarily wealthy? It seemed this girl's background was quite extraordinary. Being kidnapped here must have some significance. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. 13 million was ample motivation for him. Moreover, he suspected this incident might be connected to Wang Chang's affairs. All right, follow me. I will take you out, Lin Feng declared. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xining exhaled in relief, patting her ample chest, and climbed off the bed to approach Lin Feng. However, after taking just 2 steps, her eyes widened in horror as she pointed behind him. Big brother, look behind you. Actually, Lin Feng had already sensed it. He turned to see 8 grotesque figures, exuding a foul stench, glaring at him with blood-red eyes. Zombies? Lin Feng frowned, then shook his head. They could hardly be classified as zombies. They were merely animated corpses. There was a fundamental distinction between zombies and ghouls. Zombies are characterized by their incorruptibility, imperviousness to blades and spears, and immense strength. In contrast, ghouls are merely walking corpses. The disparity between the two is vast. It appeared these were the 8 workers Wang Chong had mentioned. Lin Feng mused. Big brother, those 8 people are so ugly. They must be the bad guys who kidnapped me, Jiang Xining exclaimed, hiding behind Lin Feng in fright. What's your logic? Just because they're ugly, they must be villains? Isn't that the case? Of course not. Our bodies and appearances are gifts from our parents. They are innate. Looks have no bearing on character. And besides, these 8 are not even human. If they're not human, then what are they? They are ghouls. What are ghouls? Are they just called ghouls because they're ugly? Lin Feng abandoned the conversation, realizing it was futile. Just then, the 8 ghouls charged forward, snarling and baring their fangs. Ah! Jiang Xining screamed, covering her eyes with her hands. But soon, everything fell silent. Cautiously, she removed her hands and was astonished to find the 8 ghouls had vanished, leaving a multitude of shattered pieces strewn across the dim floor. Where did the ghouls go? Jiang Xining asked, perplexed. Shattered? What do you mean shattered? Is this a generational gap? Lin Feng shook his head and continued walking towards the exit. Jiang Xining glanced around, shivering in fear, and hurriedly followed him. Not long after they left, an elderly man with graying hair entered the cave. Upon observing the scene in the dim chamber, his aged face darkened ominously. He had merely stepped out to attend to a matter, and upon returning, he found his lair had been raided. The 8 ghouls he had left behind were now reduced to fragments. Could it be that a practitioner of the mysterious realm had intervened? It was likely that the Jiang family had sent someone to rescue the young girl. He anticipated they would locate this place. The Jiang family certainly had some capabilities. However, he darkly mused. Nonetheless, this matter is far from over. Before sunset, Lin Feng escorted Jiang Xining back to the project site at the foot of the mountain. Throughout the journey, Jiang Xining chattered incessantly, her words often surprising and her imagination extraordinary. Lin Feng felt a headache coming on. He found her personality somewhat reminiscent of Li Xiaoko. They would likely get along splendidly together. Wang Chong and the others had been anxiously waiting at the entrance of the project department. Upon seeing Lin Feng return, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and hurried forward to greet him. Brother Lin, you finally returned. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Jiang Xining, and a glimmer of astonishment crossed his eyes. He found this young girl to be remarkably broad-minded and accommodating. Brother Lin, who is this esteemed young lady? Before Lin Feng could respond, Jiang Xining introduced herself. Hello, I am Jiang Xining. I look forward to your guidance. You are the little princess of the Jiang family, Jiang Xining? Wang Chong exclaimed in shock. You know me? Jiang Xining asked curiously. Upon receiving confirmation, Wang Chong's eyes lit up with excitement. Not just know you. You went missing last night, and your family has been frantic in their search for you. Wang Chong then turned to Lin Feng and asked, Brother Lin, how did you come to be with Miss Jiang? She was kidnapped, and I happened to rescue her. Lin Feng replied, I see. Brother Lin, you are in for quite a stroke of luck. Wang Chong exclaimed, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder. Lin Feng fell silent. From Wang Chong's reaction, it was evident that this young girl's background was far more remarkable than he had anticipated. The Jiang family? Just how formidable were they? Lin Feng pondered without reaching a conclusion, ultimately deciding to let it go. Lin, please wait a moment. Wang Chong, brimming with excitement, withdrew his phone and retreated to a corner to make a call, evidently notifying the Jiang family. After a brief exchange, he hung up and approached, saying, Miss Jiang, I've already informed your family. They will soon send someone to escort you. Thank you so much, Jiang Xining replied with a smile. At this moment, Lin Feng casually remarked, since you are now safe, it is time for you to fulfill your earlier promise. I hope you won't renege on your word, as I am a man who values currency over acquaintances. Big brother, I currently do not have my phone to transfer the funds. When my family arrives, I can ask them to handle it for you. Would that be acceptable? Jiang Xining said timidly. That works, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. The night descended, shrouded in thick clouds, rendering the mountains obscured by shadows. Only the flickering lights within the project site added a semblance of warmth to the desolate mountains. Around 7 in the evening, a black SUV belonging to the Jiang family arrived at the project site. 3 individuals disembarked, a middle-aged man clad in traditional Tang attire, accompanied by 2 bodyguards in dark clothing. To Wang Chang's alarm, it was Yang Tianbao. Upon seeing the newcomers, Wang Chang's pupils constricted, and his demeanor turned noticeably grave. While Jiang Xining hurriedly approached, linking her arm with the middle-aged man and cheerfully exclaiming, Uncle Yang, why are you the one here to fetch me? My dear, your disappearance last night has left your family greatly worried, Yang Tianbao sighed. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Xining lowered her head. However, she quickly raised it again and turned to Lin Feng, saying, Uncle Yang, this big brother is the one who saved me. I promised him 13 million as a reward. Please help me transfer the funds to him. Yang Tianbao's gaze shifted towards Lin Feng. The sudden reappearance of the young lady after her late-night disappearance, coupled with the demand for a hefty reward, left him with much to ponder. Young man, may I ask your name? Where did you rescue my family's young lady? That is not for you to inquire about. Simply transfer the money to me, and we shall be even, Lin Feng replied calmly. Though Yang Tianbao exuded an air of composure and moved with the grace of a seasoned fighter, Lin Feng perceived him as somewhat inadequate, failing to pique his interest significantly. Your actions in saving my family's young lady warrant a reward, yet it is prudent to clarify the circumstances, Yang Tianbao replied coldly. Lin Feng frowned at his words. Was he implying suspicion regarding Jiang Xining's kidnapping? Sensing the tension, Wang Chong interjected hastily. Brother Yang, this is a dear friend of mine. I just called to inform you about the situation. I did not ask you. Why are you interjecting? Yang Tianbao's expression remained indifferent. Wang Chong's face soured at the lack of respect. Observing this interaction, Jiang Xining quickly interjected. Uncle Yang, you must have misunderstood. This big brother truly is the one who saved me. Miss, the world is not as simple as you perceive. I will handle this matter. You need only observe. Uncle, you cannot repay kindness with enmity. Jiang Xining exclaimed, a hint of anger in her voice. Yang Tianbao remained silent, signaling his bodyguards to restrain the young lady while casting a cold stare at Lin Feng. If you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I will have no choice but to take you back to the Jiang residence for questioning. I have no time to entertain your inquiries. Lin Feng's brows furrowed slightly, and he continued, I can offer you 2 options. First, hand over the money, and we shall owe each other nothing. Second, I can eliminate your young lady right now, which would mean I have not saved anyone at all. Choose between wealth or life. As these words left his lips, the atmosphere grew tense, and an eerie silence enveloped the gathering, all present wearing expressions of shock and disbelief. What audacious words! To eliminate the young lady would mean he had not rescued her at all? After a long pause, Yang Tianbao let out a laugh, shaking his head dismissively. Young man, I shall grant you a chance to rephrase your statement. Are you truly not jesting with me? Enough with the bravado. I am giving you 10 seconds to decide. After that, there will be no mercy. 10, 9. As Lin Feng nonchalantly commenced the countdown, Yang Tianbao's expression turned icy. This was a youth oblivious to the gravity of his situation. It seemed a lesson was in order. He prepared to strike. However, at that moment, faint footsteps echoed from the depths of darkness at the construction site's entrance. Suddenly, an elderly weasel with a white beard emerged before them. Its elongated body measuring nearly a meter, and its beady black eyes gleamed with a cunning intelligence. With a sly grin, the weasel inquired, do I resemble a human or a celestial being? This unexpected scene left everyone, except for Lin Feng, utterly astonished. What was happening? Was this a tale from the northeast about the celestial weasel? How could it be possible? Wang Chong felt a chill run down his spine. Hadn't one already been dispatched? Why was there now another? Uncle Yang, what is the meaning of this? Jiang Xining asked, retreating behind Yang Tianbao, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and curiosity. If she were alone, she would undoubtedly be terrified. Yet, with so many people present, including Uncle Yang, her trepidation diminished, replaced by curiosity. It's merely a creature. There's no need for concern, Yang Tianbao reassured her, though his sharp gaze remained fixed on the weasel, contemplating its intentions. Oh, Jiang Xining nodded, her large eyes sneakily observing the weasel with great intrigue. Noticing her gaze, the weasel turned its attention to her. its green eyes shimmering with an otherworldly glint as it smiled mischievously. Little girl, do I look more like a human or a celestial being? I don't know. Jiang Xining replied, instinctively taking a step back in fear. At that moment, Yang Tianbao snorted disdainfully and launched a punch at the elderly weasel. Enough of this charade. With a mocking cackle, the weasel effortlessly sidestepped Yang Tianbao's attack. Having heard tales of animals gaining intelligence with age, Yang Tianbao now faced an unexpected encounter. Yet, he knew that a beast would always remain a beast. Should it dare to provoke him, it would pay with its life. Yang Tianbao's expression hardened, a murderous intent brewing within him. He lunged forward, the air around him crackling with the force of his powerful strikes. With a swift motion, he unleashed another punch. Although the weasel evaded it, the ground beneath it shattered under the impact, sending debris flying everywhere. Wang Chong, Zhang Bin, and others were taken aback. How formidable! With a single punch, he effortlessly shattered concrete blocks. If this were to be inflicted upon a human body, one could only imagine the devastating consequences to their internal organs. Boss, this Yang Tianbao is undoubtedly a martial artist. Zhang Bin whispered to Wang Chong. Wang Chong nodded gravely. Could someone who is referred to as Uncle Bai, the young lady of the Jiang family, be an ordinary person? Yet, he never anticipated that he would be a martial artist. Wang Chong couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng, who was not far away. He suspected that Lin Feng might also be a martial artist. He wondered who among the two was more formidable. Judging by Lin Feng's calm demeanor, he likely wouldn't be inferior to Yang Tianbao, though he probably wasn't too much stronger either. Wang Chong mused. Meanwhile, the battle between Yang Tianbao and the old yellow weasel had escalated into a fierce confrontation. Bang! Boom! Yang Tianbao exuded an astonishing aura, swinging his fists with grandiose movements that conveyed a sense of invincibility. In contrast, the old yellow weasel maintained a much lower profile, merely sidestepping Yang Tianbao's attacks while occasionally emitting a series of sinister cackles. Lin, who do you think will win? Wang Chong approached Lin Feng and inquired softly. All along, that old yellow weasel has merely been toying with him. Who do you think will win? Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Jiang Xining interjected, impossible. My uncle Yang is incredibly powerful. He is a Yellow Realm martial artist, and his Thunder Fist is unrivaled in Jinling City. How could an ordinary creature possibly contend with my uncle Yang? Just look at how this creature is utterly defenseless. I wager it will be defeated shortly. Yellow Realm martial artist? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The old man had always taught him the ways of cultivation, so he wasn't well versed in the realm of martial arts. Indeed, the martial arts realm is divided into 4 stages: heaven, earth, xian, and huang. Only those who cultivate internal energy can be considered to have entered the martial arts realm. My uncle Yang is currently a mid-level Yellow Realm martial artist. He practices the Thunder Fist, known for its ferocity, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones with ease. Jiang Xining declared proudly. Is the Yellow Realm the highest level? Lin Feng asked curiously. Jiang Xining's expression turned slightly awkward as she replied. The Yellow Realm is merely the entry level. Then comes the Xian Realm, the Earth Realm, and finally the Heaven Realm. That doesn't sound very impressive. Lin Feng shook his head. You know nothing. You have no idea how significant the title of Yellow Realm martial artist is. Let me put it this way. You must have heard of the martial arts competition in Jiangnan province, right? If my uncle Yang were to participate, he would undoubtedly sweep the competition and secure first place. Jiang Xining boasted with pride. Gasp! Wang Chong and Zhang Bin inhaled sharply at her words. The Jiangnan province martial arts competition held considerable prestige. To dominate it would indeed be an extraordinary feat. Lin Feng replied coolly. Your uncle Yang is certainly stronger than the average person, but when compared to such cunning creatures, he still falls significantly short. It appears you truly do not understand. Jiang Xining shook her head, no longer wishing to engage in further debate. She turned her gaze back to the battlefield. At that moment, Uncle Yang appeared as a divine warrior, driving the yellow weasel into a desperate retreat. How could such a scenario possibly lead to defeat? However, just then, the old yellow weasel suddenly halted. Following that, a pair of round, glistening eyes emitted 2 beams of emerald light. The green glow was hauntingly enchanting, captivating all who beheld it. Under the influence of this green light, Yang Tianbao's advancing form faltered, as if he had become entranced, standing there in a daze. Chapter 27. I see you as a fool. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The old yellow weasel grinned malevolently, extending its sharp claws to seize Yang Tianbao's heart. This is bad. Upon witnessing this scene, the 2 black bodyguards who had accompanied Yang Tianbao turned pale and rushed forward to assist. It was evident that these 2 bodyguards possessed formidable strength. Their movements steady and their punches powerful. Even if they weren't martial artists, they were not far from it. However, in the face of their aggressive onslaught, the old yellow weasel merely waved its claws lightly. Thud, thud. The 2 bodyguards were immediately disemboweled, letting out a wretched cry as they collapsed to the ground. Blood spilling everywhere. After struggling a few moments, they fell lifeless. In that brief interlude, Yang Tianbao's expression cleared, and upon seeing the old yellow weasel so close, his countenance changed abruptly as he hastily retreated. But it was too late. The old yellow weasel swiftly swung its claws. Swoosh! Yang Tianbao let out a scream as his entire left arm was severed. In an instant, a torrent of blood gushed from the wound. The pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Gasp! The agony of his severed arm caused Yang Tianbao to inhale sharply. As he staggered backward to create distance, he used his right hand to press against his shoulder, attempting to stem the flow of blood. Only then did he turn to gaze in horror at the old yellow weasel, which was grinning eerily at him from a distance. His heart was in turmoil. Enchanting. This creature's eyes possessed a beguiling ability. It was precisely because he had gazed into its eyes that his spirit had faltered. What an impressive demon. Wang Chong, Zhang Bin, and the others were filled with dread. In mere moments, the tide of battle had turned. The Jiang family suffered 2 deaths and 1 injury. The creature's claws were alarmingly sharp, slicing through flesh as if it were mere dough, effortlessly severing the arm of the Yellow Realm martial artist, Yang Tianbao. Uncle Yang, are you all right? Jiang Xining rushed over to support Yang Tianbao, her delicate face now as pale as snow, tears streaming down her cheeks. In her heart, Uncle Yang was an invincible being. She could never have imagined that he would be so grievously harmed by an old yellow weasel. Yang Tianbao was about to speak. But just then, the old yellow weasel charged again, its limbs scurrying across the ground, and the green light in its eyes transformed into a sinister red glow. Miss, get back. Yang Tianbao's pupils constricted as he forcefully pushed Jiang Xining aside. Gathering his internal energy into his right hand, he prepared to launch an attack against the old yellow weasel. Cackle, cackle, cackle. The old yellow weasel grinned malevolently, effortlessly dodging the punch, and then swiped its claws again. 3 beams of dazzling white light flashed through the darkness. Yang Tianbao let out a scream. His entire right arm was severed from the root. The impact of the collision sent him hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, completely devoid of the earlier vigor he had displayed. Gasp! Witnessing this scene, everyone drew in a sharp breath, shivering with fear. This was a Yellow Realm martial artist. How could he sustain such grievous injuries? Lin, what should we do now? Wang Chong asked nervously. What to do? Naturally, we continue to watch the spectacle, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, showing no inclination to assist. Had Yang Tianbao chosen to hand over the money from the outset, perhaps out of consideration for the cash, the man might have been inclined to lend a hand in rescuing someone. Alas, some opportunities, once missed, are irrevocably lost. As for the 13 million bill, once these 2 perish, he could still seek recompense from the Jiang family, so there was no urgency. Uncle Yang, Jiang Xining exclaimed, hastening over to staunch Yang Tianbao's bleeding while fearfully inquiring, are you all right? Miss, this beast is formidable. I fear we are destined to fall here tonight, Yang Tianbao replied, his face etched with despair and guilt. He loathed himself, loathed his own arrogance. Had he not been so overconfident, he could have easily detained the old weasel and allowed his 2 subordinates to escort the young lady to safety. But now, it was far too late to lament. Wang Chong, if you can ensure my lady's safe passage, the Jiang family will undoubtedly reward you. Yang Tianbao beseeched, his gaze pleadingly fixed on Wang Chong. Wang Chong's expression shifted, and he hesitated to respond. Under normal circumstances, forging an alliance with a prestigious family like the Jiangs would be an endeavor he would pursue with great fervor. However, at present, merely suppressing his own fear and not fleeing was commendable enough. The thought of confronting the old weasel filled him with trepidation. Yang Tianbao seemed to sense Wang Chong's apprehension, and his eyes dimmed with despair. He struggled to shield Jiang Xining with his body, resolutely focusing on the old weasel. Even in death, he would protect the young lady. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the old weasel shifted its gaze away from him, directing its emerald eyes toward Lin Feng, grinning unnaturally. Young man, do I resemble a human or a celestial being? Preposterous. Wang Chong and Zhang Bin, standing beside Lin Feng, felt a shiver run down their spines and instinctively took several steps back. Lin Feng frowned. He had no intention of intervening, yet he was taken aback by the creature's audacity to provoke him. Young man, I ask you again, do I resemble a human or a celestial being? The old weasel inched closer, standing barely a meter away from Lin Feng, its piercing green eyes fixed upon him, a bizarre smile plastered on its face. I see you as a fool, Lin Feng retorted coldly. Hee, young man, your courage is commendable. The old weasel cackled, its green eyes beginning to swirl ominously. 2 streams of eerie green light pierced Lin Feng's gaze. Lin Feng distinctly sensed a feeble, yet pathetic mental force attempting to infiltrate his mind and seize control over his thoughts. Foolish insect, overestimating your own capabilities. Lin Feng scoffed, directly employing a soul-searching technique against the old weasel. To his disappointment, despite scouring the weasel's consciousness, he found no useful information. Casting a glance at the weasel, which was now rolling its eyes, Lin Feng exerted a slight pressure. Crack! The weasel's neck snapped with a grim finality, meeting its untimely demise right then and there. In that instant, the atmosphere fell eerily silent. Everyone wore expressions of shock, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. How could it be? Such a formidable creature had its neck so effortlessly twisted by Lin Feng, akin to extinguishing a mere chick. Lin Feng surveyed the stunned crowd before shifting his attention to Wang Chong, stating, Wang Chong, the corpses of those 8 workers were under the control of this old weasel, which allowed them to move. Now that I have destroyed the bodies and eliminated the weasel, your project may proceed. However, the feng shui of this location is unfavorable, and future troubles are inevitable, so do exercise caution. Thank you, Brother Lin. Wang Chong responded, coming to his senses, his tone brimming with respect. He had witnessed Lin Feng's prowess firsthand. The old weasel, which even Yellow Realm martial artists could not contend with, had fallen to Lin Feng in a single strike. Could it be that he had ascended to the Xian realm? A chill ran down Wang Chong's spine at the thought. He resolved to spare no effort in cultivating a favorable relationship with Lin Feng. A person of such extraordinary strength, coupled with knowledge of feng shui, was a rare gem. Do not mention it. It was merely a routine transaction, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Brother Lin is truly a man of character. I shall transfer the funds immediately. Wang Chong chuckled awkwardly, quickly retrieving his phone to execute the transaction. Ding. Your XXXX bank card has received 500,000,000 yuan. Gazing at the notification on his phone, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. One must admit, Wang Chong was quite reliable when it came to financial matters, unlike certain individuals. Lin Feng turned his icy gaze toward the distant Yang Tianbao and Jiang Xining, stating coldly, As for your 13 million, I trust you are prepared to settle that? Before Yang Tianbao could respond, Jiang Xining, visibly agitated, interjected, If you were capable of defeating that creature, why did you not act sooner? Had you intervened earlier, Uncle Yang and the 2 bodyguards would not have suffered. Why should I be obligated to save you? Am I indebted to you in any way? Lin Feng scoffed. He stepped forward, his demeanor cold and unyielding. In my eyes, whether a young lady or not, you are all but ants. No one can evade the debts owed to Lin Feng. Refusal to pay, and you shall face certain death. Why are you threatening me? Jiang Xining, as a young lady of the Jiang family, had never encountered such a scenario. Her expression was one of panic, her eyes shimmering with tears as she fumbled for words. Young brother, a mere 13 million is insignificant to the Jiang family. However, in my current predicament, I fear I cannot manage it. Perhaps you could accompany me back to the Jiang residence, and I would gladly offer you double the amount. What do you say? Yang Tianbao weakly proposed. Though the martial artist possessed formidable strength, his arms had been severed, and he had lost a significant amount of blood, teetering on the brink of collapse. Were it not for his indomitable will, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness by now. Lin Feng cast a cold gaze at Yang Tianbao, still unwilling to relent. Young brother, if you desire money, you must trust me now. If you agree to escort me and the young lady back home, the Jiang family will surely reward you with double the compensation. Yang Tianbao explained. The young lady had been inexplicably abducted to this place, and now a terrifying entity was intent on exterminating them. There must be a connection. It was entirely possible that unknown powerful figures lurked in the shadows. Initially, he had harbored suspicions about Lin Feng, but after witnessing Lin Feng's actions, he dismissed those doubts. Moreover, given his current condition, he could not possibly ensure the young lady's safe passage, so he had no choice but to seek Lin Feng's assistance. Do you wish for me to escort you back home? Lin Feng discerned Yang Tianbao's intentions. Precisely. That is my request. 26 million. All I require is for you to ensure that the young lady and I return safely to the Jiang family. Yang Tianbao nodded affirmatively. Lin Feng did not respond, but instead turned to Wang Chong beside him and inquired, Is the Jiang family quite wealthy? Wang Chong instinctively nodded, replying, The Jiang family is one of the top families in the entire Jinling city. They are undoubtedly exceedingly wealthy, with assets exceeding 100 billion. At this, Lin Feng chuckled, directing his gaze back to Yang Tianbao. I will agree to escort you home, but the price for my services shall increase 1,000-fold. I demand cash, not any form of securities or assets. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew suddenly tense. Wang Chong and Zhang Bin gasped in disbelief. Yang Tianbao and Jiang Xining also narrowed their eyes, shocked by Lin Feng's audacity. 1,000-fold increase. That would mean 26 billion, and he wanted cash only. Such a staggering sum of liquidity would be no simple matter for the Jiang family to procure. Young brother, do you not think you are asking for too much? Yang Tianbao's expression darkened. The phrase asking for too much was far too harsh. He was the one in need of assistance, and thus he could set conditions. If you agree, we have a deal. If not, so be it. Is that not a perfectly reasonable arrangement? Moreover, with the Jiang family's trillion-dollar assets, requesting a few hundred billion is hardly excessive. Lin Feng replied calmly. Hardly excessive? Do you grasp the implications of demanding 26 billion in cash? Your request is utterly outrageous. Such a demand would surely provoke ridicule. Yang Tianbao's face contorted with displeasure. If you find it excessive, then so be it. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Let it be. I am merely seeking peace of mind. Did you truly take my words to heart? Yang Tianbao's chest heaved with anger, and blood began to seep anew from his wounds. 26 billion was an astronomical figure. It was utterly implausible. To amass such a colossal sum of cash on short notice would require the liquidation of a vast amount of assets, the actual worth of which would need to be at least 40 billion. Once given, the Jiang family would suffer irreparable damage. Even if he were to agree, the Jiang family would undoubtedly renege on the payment. Frankly speaking, even if he and the young lady were to perish here, the Jiang family would not part with such an exorbitant sum to save them. This fool was truly delusional, utterly lacking in perspective. With this in mind, Yang Tianbao turned to Jiang Xining and said, Miss, use my phone to notify the family, instructing them to send a helicopter immediately. And don't forget to bring my money. Without it, I swear I will resort to violence. Lin Feng interjected coolly. Money, 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 that is all you think about. Jiang Xining expressed her profound disappointment in Lin Feng. Initially, she had admired him for saving her, finding him handsome and kind-hearted. However, after witnessing his recent behavior, she realized he was a cold-hearted and selfish individual. 2 lives, right before your eyes, and you could save them, but chose not to. Is your heart made of iron? Jiang Xining's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Huh, Lin Feng chuckled softly, offering no reply. Seeing this, Jiang Xining ceased her chatter and made a call. After speaking a few words, she hung up, her face alight with excitement. Uncle Yang, in no more than half an hour, family members will arrive. Your arm will surely be reattached in time. Good, then we shall wait for half an hour. Yang Tianbao breathed a sigh of relief. He then turned his gaze to Lin Feng, his eyes filled with derision. Young brother, do you regret your decision now? You had a chance to earn an extra 10 million, yet you squandered it. Greed can lead to one's downfall. One must learn to be content. Lin Feng was about to respond when he suddenly sensed something, his gaze shifting towards the infinite darkness ahead. Chapter 29, 2 Great Masters. Upon witnessing this scene, Yang Tianbao furrowed his brow and followed Lin Feng's gaze. In the impenetrable darkness, a vague black silhouette was slowly approaching. Step by step, though the shadow's pace appeared slow, it crossed the nearly 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye. As it drew near, they could finally discern the figure's visage. What greeted their eyes was a face resembling a parched riverbed, old and ghastly. The sagging skin on his face appeared grotesque in the dim light, exuding an aura of dread. His hair was as white as snow, and his emaciated frame seemed more akin to that of a corpse, as though he had just clawed his way out of a coffin. Upon seeing this man, Yang Tianbao, Wang Chong, Jiang Xining, and Zhang Bin felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts gripped by an icy terror. This did not seem like a living being. Surely it cannot be a ghost? Who are you? Yang Tianbao managed to suppress his shock and was the first to speak. The old man disregarded Yang Tianbao, his murky eyes fixed steadily on Lin Feng as he remarked, Indeed, heroes emerge among the young. At such a tender age, you have already reached the mid to late stages of the profound realm, a rare achievement. Mid to late stages of the profound realm? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Do not deny it. The 2 yellow-furred creatures I raised have perished at your hands. Only someone at the mid to late stages of the profound realm could accomplish such a feat. Moreover, that talisman was also crafted by you, was it not? Your talisman-making skills are rather impressive. May I inquire which sect of the Dao you hail from? The old man regarded Lin Feng with a calm demeanor, as if he had unraveled all mysteries. This old man was truly extraordinary. Lin Feng smirked slightly, momentarily at a loss for words. A disciple of the Dao? He is actually a disciple of the Dao. How could this be possible? Yang Tianbao was equally astounded, while Wang Chong and Zhang Bin exchanged glances, their hearts tumultuous. Though they had speculated before, the confirmation left them in disbelief. A master of the profound realm. Lin Feng was indeed a master of the profound realm, and moreover, a disciple of the Dao. This truly is a remarkable spectacle, akin to a young cow sprouting wings and soaring into the heavens. Observing that Lin Feng remained silent, the elder spoke again in a measured tone. In light of your esteemed sect behind you, I can choose to overlook the matter of you having slain 2 of my pets. However, I implore you to refrain from meddling in matters that do not concern you from this point forth. Do you comprehend? Indeed, I fully comprehend. Lin Feng nodded. taking a few steps back. He had never intended to intervene. Now, with the elder's words, he was merely going with the flow. After all, he wished to avoid being coerced into rescuing someone later, a situation too absurd to contemplate. Excellent, the elder remarked, satisfied. He had been covertly observing for a considerable time. Truth be told, Lin Feng was an enigma to him. The unknown signifies a lack of control, thus the elder was reluctant to provoke Lin Feng. His primary focus remained on the Jiang family. The disturbances from this project were merely a minor irritation, warranting a slight reprimand, not requiring further engagement. With that thought, the elder's sinister gaze shifted toward Yang Tianbao and Jiang Xining. Yang Tianbao felt a sudden jolt in his heart, striving to maintain his composure, and respectfully inquired, "May I ask your esteemed identity? Yi Tianxin, have you heard of this name?" The elder replied coolly, "You are the blood-soaked butcher, Yi Tianxin?" Yang Tianbao gasped in shock. "Ha ha ha, to think this young one possesses some knowledge." Yi Tianxin cackled. "Indeed, I am the infamous blood-soaked butcher of the martial world." Upon hearing this, Yang Tianbao's heart raced. He could hardly fathom the astonishing identity of the elder before him. "Uncle Yang, is the blood-soaked butcher truly formidable?" Jiang Xining asked nervously. The blood-soaked butcher was one of the most notorious figures in the martial arts community of Jiangnan province 20 years ago. He practiced an extremely malevolent technique known as the blood-sucking art, which enhances one's internal energy through murder and blood. During his brief year in the martial world, thousands perished at his hands, including many masters at the Huang realm. Eventually, the Jiangnan Martial Alliance formed a task force led by a master at the Earth realm to eliminate him, but he managed to escape. Since then, he has seemingly vanished from the face of the earth. Though Yang Tianbao endeavored to suppress his fear, his voice trembled. He was merely a Huang realm martial artist, while the blood-soaked butcher had achieved notoriety 2 decades prior. Naturally, he felt trepidation in the presence of such a notorious elder. Hearing Yang Tianbao's words, Jiang Xining, Wang Chong, Zhang Bin, and others felt a chill run down their spines. It was now the 21st century. How could such a character, akin to those found in television dramas, still exist in reality, let alone one with 1,000 kills? This was undeniably terrifying. Only Lin Feng observed with keen interest. The title of blood-soaked butcher was indeed imposing. Yet, martial prowess ultimately pales in comparison to the path of cultivation. Honored elder, if my Jiang family has wronged you in any way, please feel free to voice it. I can extend an apology on behalf of the Jiang family. What say you? Yang Tianbao asked anxiously. No, your Jiang family has not offended me. The blood-soaked butcher's smile was chilling. Then why do you act thus, esteemed elder? Yang Tianbao's confusion was evident. Though your Jiang family has not offended me, you have wronged others. The blood-soaked butcher chuckled ominously. Yang Tianbao's heart sank. So, the blood-soaked butcher had been summoned by someone else. But who could it be? In the entire Jiangnan province's martial arts community, who possessed the power to summon such an ancient monster? Could it be the Qin family? Yang Tianbao's expression shifted. In contemporary Jinling City, only the Qin family dared to oppose the Jiang family at every turn. With this thought, Yang Tianbao forced a smile and asked, "Could it be that a member of the Qin family summoned you here?" Ha ha ha, what does a dying man need to know such things for? The blood-soaked butcher sneered. Though he appeared aged, his speed was astonishing, as he reached out a massive hand toward Yang Tianbao's head. At this moment, Yang Tianbao was grievously injured and could not evade, merely watching helplessly as the attack approached. "Stop this at once." A commanding voice suddenly reverberated in the ears of those present. From the shadows, an elderly man in gray dashed forward. The elder was vigorous and powerful, akin to a tiger or leopard, moving with astounding speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon them, launching a punch at the blood-soaked butcher. Seeing this, the blood-soaked butcher leaped backward, easily evading the punch by more than 10 meters. "Uncle Master." Upon seeing the newcomer, Yang Tianbao's expression brightened. Jiang Xining also exclaimed in excitement. "Great uncle, what brings you here?" "I was visiting an old friend and happened to pass nearby. Upon receiving your father's call, I rushed over immediately." The gray-clad elder stabilized his stance, a gentle smile gracing his aged face as he asked, "Xining, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine. Great uncle, your timing is impeccable. We were just bullied." Jiang Xining replied, her eyes reddened. Seeing this, the gray-clad elder's expression hardened, his gaze filled with murderous intent as it turned toward the blood-soaked butcher. "You, blood-soaked butcher, I let you escape once before, but I never anticipated you would dare to show your face and target my granddaughter. Who gave you the audacity?" "Xianxiaaudiobooks. You need not speak so brazenly. Do you think I fear you?" The blood-soaked butcher's demeanor remained calm, though inwardly he was exceedingly vexed. What horrendous luck! He had not expected Xianxiaaudiobooks to arrive at such a moment. "Humph, after so many years apart, I shall see if your skills have improved." Xianxiaaudiobooks retorted coldly. unhesitatingly launching an attack. His legs were powerful, and his fists were fierce. Each strike was imbued with absolute strength. Seeking death, the blood-soaked butcher scoffed, unafraid, and engaged in combat. He clearly understood that, given the circumstances, exchanging pleasantries was utterly pointless. Bang! Boom! The two formidable beings clashed instantly. They exchanged blows. And in the blink of an eye, they had traded dozens of strikes. Each punch landed with a resounding thud, causing those watching to feel their hearts race. Indeed, the blood-soaked butcher was fearsome. Even Uncle Master could not subdue him immediately. It must be noted that Uncle Master was an Earth Realm powerhouse. Yang Tianbao's expression grew grave. And so what? Great Uncle is invincible. It is only a matter of time before he subdues him, Jiang Xining declared, shaking her small fists while directing an indignant glare toward Lin Feng, who stood some distance away. Her silver teeth ground together in frustration, clearly still agitated by the earlier events. Noticing Jiang Xining's gaze, Wang Chong and the others felt a twinge of fear. This was the young lady of the Jiang family. Once they returned to Jinling City, she would undoubtedly be a paragon of beauty and wealth. A little devil in the eyes of countless wealthy youths. Who could possibly not be afraid? Brother Lin, this Jiang Qianhe is a core figure of the Jiang family. Even the current head of the Jiang family addresses him as second uncle. Perhaps you should consider offering them an apology, Wang Chong suggested in a hushed tone. Although Lin Feng was a formidable figure of the Xian realm and seemingly a descendant of the Taoist sect, it was evident that distant waters could not quench immediate thirst. If the Jiang family pursued the matter, hardship was inevitable. Lin Feng remained silent, his deep-set eyes calmly focused on the battlefield. One could not deny that Jiang Qianhe possessed considerable skill, managing to suppress the blood-handed man-eater in combat. However, the disparity between the two was negligible. It was unlikely that Jiang Qianhe could defeat the blood-handed man-eater in the short term. In Lin Feng's perspective, their struggle resembled a mere child's play, failing to stir any tumult within his heart. As the two continued their fierce exchange, a sudden roar of engines echoed from the distant sky, startling the onlookers into looking up. They beheld a helicopter swiftly approaching from afar. How wonderful! It's reinforcements from the family, Jiang Xining exclaimed, waving her small hands in delight. Indeed, miss, it appears the family head holds you in high regard. I didn't expect them to arrive so promptly. Yang Tianbao replied with a sigh of relief and a smile. Naturally, my father cares for me, Jiang Xining replied, her head bobbing with pride. However, upon witnessing this scene, the blood-handed man-eater's expression darkened ominously. Cursed fate. How could the situation deteriorate so drastically? He understood that he could no longer afford to hesitate. If another expert from the Jiang family appeared on that helicopter, escape would become increasingly difficult. With this thought, the blood-handed man-eater concentrated all his internal energy into his palm and struck fiercely at Jiang Qianhe. Sensing the force behind the blow, Jiang Qianhe's pupils constricted as he opted for caution, retreating to evade the attack. Seizing this opportunity, the blood-handed man-eater swiftly withdrew, disappearing into the vastness of the night after a few leaps. What just happened? Did he actually flee? The remaining individuals in the arena were momentarily bewildered. Lin Feng observed the direction of the blood-handed man-eater's escape and flicked his thumb and middle finger together. A barely visible speck of light shot forth. This was a minor tracking spell. Given that the old weasel was the blood-handed man-eater's pet, he surely wouldn't let the opportunity to seize the extreme stone slip away. Furthermore, there was also the matter of the Jiang family's 13 million. He desired both the money and the stone. Second grandfather, pursue him. We cannot allow him to escape, Jiang Xining urged, snapping back to reality. My dear Xining, it is not that second grandfather does not wish to pursue, but this Yi Tianxin is not much weaker than I am. Even if we caught up, we would be unable to subdue him. Moreover, he is a wanted criminal of the Martial Alliance. Once we return, we can leave it to them to deal with him. Jiang Qianhe replied, shaking his head. Very well. Jiang Xining acquiesced, nodding obediently. Approximately a minute later, the helicopter gently descended before the group. Its massive rotor blades churned, kicking up a cloud of dust and whipping the clothing of those present, causing their hair to flutter wildly. Subsequently, 6 individuals disembarked from the helicopter, drawing the attention of the onlookers. At the forefront was a striking couple, a tall man clad in white, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet. With handsome features and an air of nobility about him, and a woman in a black gown, her oval face framed by willow-like eyebrows. Her delicate features seemingly plucked from a painting, yet her icy gaze conveyed an unmistakable aura of aloofness. Upon seeing this woman in black, Lin Feng's body trembled involuntarily, as though struck by lightning, rendering him momentarily speechless. Inua, why is she here? A tempest of confusion swirled within him as he locked eyes with Chun Inua, who also recognized him at once. She paused for a moment, then swiftly regained her composure, a faint smirk gracing her lips. "Brother, what brings you here?" Jiang Xining joyfully dashed forward and leaped into the embrace of the man in white, her curiosity evident. "You little rascal, with such a significant event unfolding, could I possibly remain absent?" The man in white gently ruffled Jiang Xining's hair, his tone tender. Witnessing this interaction, Wang Chang's heart tightened, and he clenched his fists, cold sweat forming in his palms. "Who is this man in white?" Lin Feng quietly inquired, having noticed Wang Chang's reaction. He felt compelled to pay attention to the man's identity solely because Chun Yinua was nestled beside him. "It has been 10 years since we last met. The beauty remains unchanged, yet another man stands at her side." Lin Feng grappled with a myriad of complex emotions, difficult to articulate. In truth, he longed to step forward and greet her, to inquire about her life over the past decade, to ask who the man beside her was, and to express his apologies. "I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry." Yet, upon reflection, he questioned what right he had to utter such words now. Emotions, unrestrained, would throw oneself into the fray. Yet reason held him firmly in place, compelling him to silently observe. That man is Jiang Junlin, the legitimate heir of the Jiang family, destined to take the reins of the family. Wang Chong murmured. Though he was the leader of the Qinglong gang and the chairman of the Qinglong construction group, when faced with someone like Jiang Junlin, he could only bow in submission. In fact, even the affluent woman he had once served could not contend with Jiang Junlin. "Jiang Junlin," Lin Feng repeated, then inquired, "And the woman in the black dress, is she his wife?" "Perhaps his fiancée," Wang Chong replied. "Fiancée? Indeed. To my knowledge, Jiang Junlin is yet to be married." Lin Feng's heart stirred at this revelation, for he knew that Yinua had indeed been married before and had even given birth to a daughter. How had she transitioned to being Jiang Junlin's fiancée? Had Yinua divorced? His gaze flickered with intrigue. Regardless of the circumstances, he had wronged Yinua in the past. If given the chance to make amends, he would stop at nothing to do so. Chapter 31. I have never forgotten you. As the two conversed, Jiang Junlin had already learned of the recent events from Yang Tianbao. He instructed a few subordinates to take Yang Tianbao back via helicopter for medical attention, ensuring his injury was not exacerbated. Then, he turned his attention to Lin Feng with keen interest. His demeanor was composed, exuding an air of sophistication. Every gesture and movement emanated a sense of nobility, as if he were an emperor surveying his subjects. It seemed as though nothing in this world could provoke a ripple within his heart. Undoubtedly, he was a true second-generation elite, not the kind of debauched youth who sought to flaunt wealth through ostentation, drinking, and gambling. To encapsulate him in a single term, he was profoundly unassuming. Such individuals are often difficult to discern by outward appearances alone. Even Lin Feng had to concede that Jiang Junlin indeed appeared exceptionally distinguished, the kind of person who instantly captures attention amidst a crowd. This young man had been neglected by my Jiang family before. This card contains 20 million. A token of my apology from Jiang. Contrary to expectations, no reprimands or inquiries were forthcoming. Jiang Junlin's demeanor exuded humility as he produced a golden bank card and extended it to Lin Feng. The smile adorning his face was as refreshing as a spring breeze, naturally evoking a sense of goodwill. He then turned to Wang Chong, smiling as he remarked, "And you? I have heard of your Qinglong construction group. Quite impressive. Perhaps we could collaborate with the Jiang family in the future." "Ah, young Master Jiang, you flatter me," Wang Chong stammered, somewhat taken aback. Having anticipated reproach instead of an apology, he never expected that not only would there be no blame, but a desire for collaboration as well. This was no ordinary partnership. It was evidently an act of patronage. Wang Chong felt a surge of excitement. "Brother, what are you doing?" He clearly turned a blind eye when you were in peril. "Why is he compensating you?" Not far away, Jiang Xining expressed her confusion. "Xining, had it not been for this young man, would you all still be alive? Moreover, he is under no obligation to save you." Jiang Junlin spoke earnestly. "What have I always taught you? One must learn to be grateful and not presume upon others' kindness. No one is benevolent without reason. What Junlin says is quite reasonable." Jiang Qianhe nodded in approval. Jiang Xining pouted, casting a glance at Lin Feng, letting out a soft huff but refraining from further comment. "Brother, please accept the money." Jiang Junlin continued, smiling at Lin Feng. Lin Feng gazed at the proffered bank card, rendered speechless. This man was the fiancé of Yinua. If he accepted it, what would that signify? With that thought, he diverted his gaze to the distance. Where Chun Yinua stood, his eyes filled with tenderness, as if he had 1,000 words to convey yet was at a loss for how to begin. Chun Yinua was also looking at him, but her expression was starkly different. Her eyes were filled with indifference, and a mocking smile adorned her lips, as if she were observing a foe. This scene was swiftly noted by those present. Wang Chong felt a jolt of anxiety. The thought of Lin Feng's earlier question echoed in his mind, causing his heart to race. "Damn, Lin, You aren't developing feelings for young Master Zhang's fiancé, are you? Please, don't make a mess of things. Wang Chang's apprehension grew, yet he dared not interject. What a lecher! Jiang Xining muttered, her expression one of clear discontent. Truly despicable. How could he stare so lecherously at my future sister-in-law? Brother, allow me to introduce. This is my fiancé, Chen Yinhua. Jiang Junlin, still unperturbed, introduced her with a smile. His words carried a deeper meaning, subtly warning Lin Feng that this woman was his betrothed. He should not entertain any unwarranted thoughts. Is that so? Your fiancée is quite beautiful. I find her rather appealing. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. At these words, Wang Chong nearly fell to his knees in shock. Oh my, please, Lin, just be a decent person. Aiming for the unattainable is one thing, but one must also assess the situation. This is the scion of the Jiang family, destined to command a prestigious lineage in the future. If you desire a woman, I can help you find 10 or 8 models to choose from at random. Ahem. Young Master Jiang, please forgive my brother. He has a penchant for jesting. Wang Chong forced a smile, hastily attempting to lighten the mood. There's no need for such concern. An appreciation for beauty is universal. His words merely affirm how stunning my fiancée is. Jiang Junlin waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Indeed, young Master Jiang possesses great composure. Wang Chong wiped the sweat from his brow. Lin Feng's deep-set eyes remained calmly fixed on Jiang Junlin. This man was truly extraordinary. His thoughts were meticulous, his emotions well concealed. An ordinary person would undoubtedly be easily manipulated by someone as inscrutable as Jiang Junlin. At least on the surface, Jiang Junlin appeared impeccable, cultured, refined, with an air of elegance that left no room for criticism. Yet Lin Feng understood that no one is without flaws. Often, those who seem most perfect are, in fact, the most flawed. Young Master Jiang, there is something you may not know. Your fiancée is my ex-girlfriend, Lin Feng said, a rare smile gracing his face. Ex-girlfriend? Jiang Junlin's expression faltered momentarily. Wang Chong, Jiang Xiling, and others gaped in astonishment. Even Jiang Qianhe furrowed her brow. Lin Feng turned to Chen Yinhua, exhaling a deep breath, and smiled. Yinhua, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has been 10 years, quite a long while. Chen Yinhua approached with a cool demeanor. How intriguing. It seems this man is indeed the father of that little girl. Jiang Junlin mused, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Feng observed Chen Yinhua's icy expression, his heart aching. Yinhua, can we talk privately? After a moment of internal struggle, he stepped forward, attempting to pull Chen Yinhua aside for a private explanation. Lin Feng, are you out of your mind? Chen Yinhua evaded his grasp, her pretty face as frigid as ice. Her voice sharp. If you have a problem, stay away from me. Don't disgust me. Brother, I care not for your prior relationship with my fiancée. But from this moment forth, you two are strangers. If you dare to lay hands on her, do not blame me for being impolite. Jiang Junlin interjected coldly. Unable to remain composed in the face of such a spectacle, Lin Feng disregarded Jiang Junlin's words. He gazed at Chen Yinhua, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Finally sighing, Yinhua, the truth is, 10 years ago, I had an accident. Enough of that. I have no interest in your affairs and do not wish to know. Chen Yinhua interrupted coldly. Lin Feng clenched his fists, momentarily at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? That his absence was due to being forcibly taken to cultivate immortality? That he still harbored feelings for her and wished to rekindle their past? In truth, when I came to your house back then, I encountered an accident along the way. I have never forgotten you, regardless of the outcome. Lin Feng chose to offer an explanation, at the very least to avoid harboring regrets within. Let the past remain in the past. I am doing well now. Please do not disturb me. Chen Yinhua's expression remained unchanged, her tone indifferent. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng fell silent for a moment before replying, I am sorry. Sorry. Chen Yinhua regarded Lin Feng, whose expression bore a hint of pain, her face etched with scorn and derision. This is the man for whom I waited 10 years. Enduring a decade of hardship? How laughable it is to reflect on this now. Chapter 32. In the future, I will love her well. Junlin, let us return. Chen Yinhua uttered a few words before turning to stride towards the nearby black SUV. Sister-in-law, wait for me. Jiang Xining hurriedly followed her. Jiang Qianhe cast a cold glance at Lin Feng, remaining silent as he too approached the vehicle. Although Yang Tianbao had mentioned Lin Feng as a potential heir of the Daoist sect, it was essential to recognize that there are numerous factions within the Daoist community. And not every heir warrants the attention of the Jiang family, especially this Lin Feng, who audaciously harbored intentions towards the soon-to-be bride of the Jiang family. The fact that he had not struck Lin Feng dead was already a considerable concession. Lin Feng, you have witnessed Yinhua's demeanor. Once everyone had boarded the vehicle, Jiang Junlin turned to Lin Feng with a smile. What is past is past. Your failure to cherish her was your own misstep. Henceforth, I shall ensure she is well loved. I believe I possess the ability to grant her happiness. Such a statement exuded elegance. So much so that it incited within Lin Feng an immediate desire to eliminate Jiang Junlin. But what would follow? He had already caused Chen Yinhua pain. Would he inflict further harm upon her now? Lin Feng, there is one thing you undoubtedly remain oblivious to. Chen Yinhua is the legitimate daughter of the Yunchuan family. Do you comprehend the significance of the Yunchuan family? Jiang Junlin suddenly lowered his voice, speaking with evident intrigue. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He was not well versed in Yinua's family background. During their time together, whenever he inquired, Yinhua would deftly deflect, saying, "You will understand when you come to propose to my family." Now, from Jiang Junlin's words, it was evident that Yinua's lineage might be quite formidable. So, you married her for her status? Lin Feng's expression darkened. Yes, Jiang Junlin replied with a slight smile. If Yinhua suffers even a modicum of grievance, I assure you, you shall meet your demise, and your Jiang family will follow you into the grave. Lin Feng responded coldly. Jiang Junlin laughed upon hearing this. A man exhibiting such impotent rage at this moment was somewhat understandable. Moreover, would one grow irate at an ant prancing before them, flaunting its might? Thus, he found it amusing rather than infuriating. Lin Feng, October 1st marks the day of my and Yinua's grand wedding. You must come to toast to our union. Consider it a tribute to the youth you once lost. Jiang Junlin said with a light chuckle, casually tossing a 20 million yuan bank card onto the ground before turning to enter the black SUV. Soon, the vehicle sped away like a wild stallion, its headlights piercing the vast darkness, vanishing from sight. Lin Feng stood silently in place, watching the SUV disappear into the distance. As he gazed, he felt his deep-set eyes moisten ever so slightly. 10 years had passed. Back then, on the mountain, tormented by the old man, he had never shed a tear. Yet now, for reasons unknown, his nose tingled with sorrow. Deep within, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Alas, it was all too late. Even if he were now immensely powerful, invincible in the world, some things, once lost, could never be reclaimed. When one turns back to pursue what was lost, they realize that everything has irrevocably changed. Sigh. Wang Chong observed this and shook his head slightly. What is the point of this? He approached, offering consolation. Lin, she's just a woman. It's hardly worth this distress. If you merely ask, I can arrange dozens of women for you, each as stunning as a model, allowing you to change partners daily. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, then reopened them, his moist gaze now clear. What, exactly, was the Jiang family's origin? It was indeed formidable. Wang Chong's expression turned serious as he spoke. In Jinling City, there are tales of 3 families and 4 sections. The 3 great families control 90% of the city's economy, and the Jiang family is undeniably one of them. This ancient clan has endured for several centuries, reportedly existing since the Ming dynasty. The Jiang family is teeming with experts and possesses profound, unfathomable roots. Therefore, Lin, my dear brother, I recognize your prowess. But it is unnecessary to confront the Jiang family over a woman. There is simply no need for such folly. Wang Chong's tone was remarkably gentle, his words implying that Lin Feng stood no chance against the Jiang family. He should not engage in such reckless endeavors. All right, I understand. Lin Feng nodded. Wang Chong felt relieved, believing Lin Feng had taken his words to heart. He picked up the discarded bank card and extended it towards Lin Feng. Take this card. After all, it holds 20 million. Why let it go to waste? Consider it a gift. Lin Feng shook his head. Wang Chong was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Feng vanished into the enveloping darkness in a few swift strides. Lin Feng's character was indeed peculiar. Moments ago, he had been fixated on money, yet now he rejected a fortune of 20 million. Wang Chong shook his head in confusion. Boss, do you think someone like him would lack money? Zhang Bin interjected. That's a fair point. What do you think he lacks? Clearly, it's women. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong's eyes lit up, realizing the truth. He patted Zhang Bin on the shoulder, praising him. Bin, you truly are my astute strategist. Instruct the others to bring forth a selection of eligible young women. I wish to choose a few to present to Lin. Meanwhile, on a rugged mountain road, a black SUV moved steadily forward. The atmosphere inside the vehicle remained relatively calm. Jiang Junlin occupied the front passenger seat, his fingers gently tapping against the window frame, producing a faint clicking sound. If you wish to express your anger, feel free. There is no need to suppress it. Chen Yinhua spoke coldly. Yinhua, you misunderstand me. How could I bear to be angry with you? Jiang Junlin replied with a gentle smile. Then why adopt such a demeanor? Who are you trying to impress? Indeed, you are correct. Little Lian is Lin Feng's daughter. How do you feel about that? If it bothers you, I can move out of the Jiang family tonight. Chen Yinhua retorted icily. What? The little girl is Lin Feng's daughter? Jiang Xining and Jiang Qianhe's expressions shifted slightly. The driver in the front seat nearly covered his ears to avoid overhearing what he shouldn't. Yet, Jiang Junlin appeared unfazed, gazing at Chun Yinhua with profound affection, his eyes brimming with tenderness as if he wished to drown the woman before him in his love. Yinhua, please refrain from uttering such words. My love is for you as a person. Your past is of no concern to me. I care not whose child little Lianlian is. All I know is that she is your daughter. Upon hearing this, Chen Yinhua turned her head to gaze out the window, her cool visage betraying a swirl of complex emotions. Even if her heart were as hardened as stone, facing Jiang Junlin at this moment, she could not muster her anger. Moreover, Jiang Junlin truly treated her well. In every regard, he was impeccable and beyond reproach. Jiang Junlin was refined and handsome, bearing no resentment towards her past, and he was kind to little Lianlian. Yet, she found herself utterly disinterested in the man before her. Or rather, since Lin Feng's departure, she has found it exceedingly difficult to muster any interest in the male population. Nevertheless, the past has come and gone. One must learn to embrace a more open-minded perspective. I am not one to gossip, but Lin Feng is far from ordinary. His martial prowess is indeed formidable. His return now may very well be driven by ulterior motives. Jiang Junlin remarked with sincerity. Chapter 33. Little Lianlian is mine. No one can take her away. What do you mean? Chen Yinhua inquired, furrowing her brow. Haha. I am merely speculating. Continuing down this path might portray me as somewhat petty, so perhaps it is best left unsaid, Jiang Junlin replied, shaking his head with a smile. He possessed an innate understanding of the delicate balance of conversation, knowing precisely which words to utter and which to withhold. He was adept at recognizing when to draw back, lest further discussion yield counterproductive results. A gentle nudge was all that was required. The rest was for Chun Yinhua to ponder independently. As anticipated, Chun Yinhua's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing his words. Indeed, Lin Feng had vanished for a decade. Why had he suddenly reemerged? What could have been the purpose of his earlier phone call? Had he discovered her true identity and intended to exploit her to infiltrate the Qin family? The mere thought plunged Chun Yinhua into a profound anguish. When Lin Feng had inexplicably disappeared years ago, she had assumed something terrible had befallen him, willingly waiting for a decade. During those 10 years, she defied her parents' wishes, gave birth to little Lianlian, and endured untold hardships. Yet, she had never anticipated that the outcome would be thus. Lin Feng had not only escaped peril, but had also mastered the art of martial combat. Furthermore, she had witnessed him embracing two 18-year-old girls, a clear indication that he had thrived during their years apart. Why, Lin Feng, why must you treat me this way? Chun Yinhua clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh, drawing blood without her awareness. Observing Chun Yinhua's expression, Jiang Junlin realized he had achieved his goal. Now, all that remained was to allow time to work its magic. The rift between Chun Yinhua and Lin Feng would only deepen, ultimately reaching an irreparable state. However, there was still a minor complication to address. Yinhua, if Lin Feng has ulterior motives, it is imperative that he remains unaware of little Lianlian's identity. Otherwise, he will surely use her to coerce you. Regardless, little Lianlian carries the bloodline of your Qin family, Jiang Junlin advised kindly. Upon hearing this, Chun Yinhua coldly responded. Little Lianlian is mine. No one can take her away. Haha, I merely wish to offer a word of caution. Should that Lin Feng dare entertain any ill thoughts toward little Lianlian, I, Jiang Junlin, will be the first to ensure he faces the consequences. Moreover, I have found a miraculous doctor who may hold the key to curing little Lianlian's kabuki syndrome, Jiang Junlin said with a smile. Chun Yinhua felt an undeniable surge of gratitude at his words. Compared to the shameless Lin Feng, Jiang Junlin's actions were truly commendable. If only she had encountered Jiang Junlin during her youthful infatuations, how splendid that would have been. Alas, life holds no what-ifs. Her heart had been shattered, leaving her incapable of loving another man. Thank you, she murmured softly. Let us not stand on ceremony. After all, we are to be wed soon. Jiang Junlin turned to reach for Chun Yinhua's hand, but she instinctively recoiled, eliciting a flicker of dissatisfaction in his eyes. At this stage, why maintain such reservations? Yet, he concealed his feelings, awkwardly withdrawing his hand. Please grant me a little time, Chun Yinhua stated calmly. That is only right. I was too hasty. You are a wonderful woman, yet you have encountered a scoundrel. Jiang Junlin spoke gently. Chun Yinhua remained silent, her gaze drifting toward the vast night sky, lost in her thoughts. At that moment, Jiang Junlin seemed to recall something and addressed Jiang Qianhe, second uncle. Yang Shu mentioned that it's possible the Qin family orchestrated the abduction of Ning Ning. What do you think? There is a likelihood. Old Master Qin is on the verge of breaking through to the heavenly realm. The Qin family is currently quite swollen with ambition. It would not be surprising for them to attempt some underhanded tactics at this juncture. Jiang Qian nodded in agreement. Then we must send a warning to the Qin family. Otherwise, they may truly believe the Jiang family is easy prey. Junlin, what do you propose? An eye for an eye. We could let the San Kotong act first as a test. After all, our Jiang family has covertly supported San Kotong for many years. It is time they reciprocate. In the lush woods of the Taihu mountain range, the Bloodhand Butcher, having escaped, leaned against an ancient tree and dialed a phone number. How did the operation go? A deep voice resonated from the other end. It failed. Just as the situation turned critical, that old coot Jiang Qianhe arrived. Sensing the danger, I decided to withdraw. Yi Tianxin, I do not wish to hear about the process. I only care about the outcome. Do you understand? Don't be so harsh. I don't comprehend why you are so intent on capturing a little girl. That is none of your concern. As for the extreme yang stone, you will receive it only upon the completion of your task. Until then, do not even think about it. The voice on the other end coldly concluded before abruptly hanging up. The Bloodhand Butcher gripped his phone, his expression darkening to an extreme. He was a seasoned devil who had roamed the martial arts world for over 20 years. To be so contemptuously rebuked by another, regardless of their esteemed background, was intolerable. Yet, the thought of the extreme yang stone compelled him to regain his composure. The world knew of his formidable blood-sucking technique, which allowed him to enhance his martial prowess through the consumption of blood. However, this method bore significant drawbacks. It corroded his bloodline and drained his life force. At just over 50, he appeared to be well over 100 due to the toll this practice had taken on him. Fortunately, he had received guidance from a master who revealed that by refining his body with the dual energies of yin and yang, he could eliminate these drawbacks. He had already acquired the extreme yin stone. Only the extreme yang stone remained. With both, he might seize the opportunity to break through to the mid or even late stages of the earth realm. Just then, a tall figure emerged from the darkness. The Bloodhand Butcher's heart raced, but upon recognizing Lin Feng, he relaxed and smirked ominously. You little brat, you truly have the audacity to pursue me all the way here. Did you think that just because you are a disciple of the Dao, I would be intimidated? Lin Feng glanced at the Bloodhand Butcher and asked, who were you just speaking with? Where's the extreme yang stone? So, you overheard everything, did you? The Bloodhand Butcher narrowed his eyes. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. Upon hearing this, the Bloodhand Butcher's expression turned frigid, his murderous intent unmistakable. You little brat, I had intended to spare your life. But since you have heard things you should not have, today I can only eliminate you. With that, he declared. The blood-handed butcher propelled himself off the ground with a single foot, moving with lightning speed. His right hand transformed into a claw, aiming to viciously grasp Lin Feng's neck. Such force, if it were to make contact, could potentially sever Lin Feng's head from his body. However, at that moment, Lin Feng simply waved his hand. Before the butcher could react, he felt as though something had struck his abdomen with tremendous force. Bang! The blood-handed butcher was sent flying, crashing heavily against a tree, blood gushing from his mouth, a pitiful sight indeed. If Jiang Qianhe and the others were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be horrified. The blood-handed butcher, a formidable being at the initial stage of the earth realm, was defeated in a single blow. Who on earth are you? Struggling to rise. The blood-handed butcher wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face filled with dread as he stared at Lin Feng. Internal energy released externally. It's truly externalized internal energy. This is a skill only possessed by masters of the celestial realm. In that instant, the blood-handed butcher felt a chill run down his spine. No matter how confident or arrogant he might be, he dared not act recklessly in the presence of a celestial master. The extreme stone, it is with you, isn't it? Lin Feng asked calmly. Senior, you jest. I have no idea what you mean, the butcher replied. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, he was hurled away once more. This time flying even farther and sustaining greater injuries, breaking trees along his path. Chapter 34. The two experts of the Qin family. Senior. The blood-handed butcher struggled to rise. His eyes filled with fear. Pitiful, weak, and utterly helpless. In the presence of this young man, he felt like nothing more than a chick. No, even less than a chick. Lin Feng approached the blood-handed butcher, choosing not to waste words, extending his right hand, intending to use the soul-searching technique. This sight terrified the butcher. He thought Lin Feng was going to kill him, to crush his skull. Thud! The blood-handed butcher immediately knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head. Trembling as he pleaded, Senior, I was wrong. I realize my mistakes. Please spare my life. If you let me go, I will be your loyal dog. Willing to do anything for you. He was cunning. Aware of his inability to resist, he quickly knelt in supplication. This was his only chance at survival. Lin Feng's gaze was profound and inscrutable. This old fellow, indeed, was capable of bending and yielding, decisive in his actions. Produce the extreme yin stone, Lin Feng stated indifferently. Although the butcher hesitated at the command, he dared not waste time, hurriedly retrieving a small stone from his bosom. The stone, about 4 to 5 centimeters in diameter, was entirely black, resembling a small piece of coal, yet it felt exceedingly cold to the touch. Moreover, a faint aura of Yin energy emanated from it. Is this the extreme Yin stone? The chilling energy penetrates deeply. Quite remarkable, Lin Feng murmured. Senior, I have provided the extreme Yin stone. Now please spare me. The blood-handed butcher chuckled nervously. I have a few more questions for you. Answer truthfully. If I find any of your responses unsatisfactory, I will not grant you a second chance, Lin Feng instructed. Yes, yes. Senior, ask away. I would never dare to conceal anything. The blood-handed butcher wiped the sweat from his forehead, speaking anxiously. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although the blood-handed butcher was not a virtuous individual, oftentimes such villains understood the importance of pragmatism better than others. As long as one possessed sufficient power, dealing with such individuals could be rather straightforward. Why did you target that construction site? Lin Feng inquired. Because the noise from the construction was too bothersome, it irritated me, so I engaged in a bit of sabotage. I had no other ill intentions. The blood-handed butcher replied in a panic. Lin Feng was speechless. The old demon was indeed an old demon. Just because someone else's construction was noisy, he resorted to harming 8 workers? Thankfully, his temperament had softened considerably, had it been during his youthful, idealistic days. He might have dealt out a few slaps in retribution. And who instigated you to kidnap the Jiang family's young princess? Lin Feng continued his questioning. It was the Qin family. That old scoundrel Qin Tianzhu ordered me to do it. The blood-handed butcher immediately betrayed his employer. The extreme Yang stone. Is it in the hands of the Qin family? Yes. It's with that old man Qin Tianzhu. I was working for him solely for the extreme Yang stone. He confessed. What do you want the Yin and Yang extreme stones for? The blood-handed butcher recounted the after-effects of his cultivation method without hesitation. Eager to save his own life, behaving as innocently as a little rabbit. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Surprised to discover that this seemingly decrepit old man was actually only in his 50s? Quite a tragic tale. Senior, I have said all I needed to. May I be allowed to leave? The blood-handed butcher smiled broadly, his face resembling a chrysanthemum. Bring that Qin Tianzhu to me. Once I acquire the extreme Yang stone, you may leave, Lin Feng instructed. Without hesitation, the blood-handed butcher pulled out his phone and dialed Qin Tianzhu. After all, as long as he remained alive, the fate of others was of little concern to him. Moreover, Qin Tianzhu's earlier attitude had displeased him. He was quite happy to drag him down as well. The call was quickly answered. The blood-handed butcher spoke in a sinister tone. I have captured the person. I'm currently at Taihu Mountain. You can come for the transaction. Weren't you just saying you had failed? I went for a surprise attack and succeeded. Do you want this girl or not? Stop with the unnecessary chatter. Fine. I'm on my way. Don't forget to bring the extreme Yang stone. After a brief exchange, the call ended. The blood-handed butcher turned to Lin Feng with a sycophantic grin. Senior, I have lured him here for you. Well done. Once I obtain the extreme Yang stone, I will let you go, Lin Feng responded, nodding in approval. Time passed swiftly, and half an hour later, the moon hung high in the sky. The forest enveloped in silence. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps approached from a distance. Lin Feng and the blood-handed butcher turned their gaze to see a middle-aged man in gray attire rushing toward them. This man exuded a calm aura, his eyes sharp. Unmistakably a formidable presence at the initial stage of the Earth realm. As Qin Tianzhu approached, he glanced around and paused in surprise upon seeing Lin Feng, but quickly averted his gaze, dismissing the young man as insignificant. Where is she? Did you bring the extreme Yang stone? Of course I brought it. Qin Tianzhu produced a small stone. The stone, about 4 to 5 centimeters in diameter, was blood red, resembling magma, exuding a searing heat. The blood-handed butcher's eyes glimmered with greed. This was precisely what he had long coveted. The union of Yin and Yang, astoundingly profound. However, upon glancing at Lin Feng beside him, he immediately regained his composure and laughed heartily. Ha! Qin Tianzhu, you foolish simpleton, how could you trust me so blindly? Yet, to his surprise, Qin Tianzhu maintained his expression and chuckled lightly. Yi Tianxin, can I not comprehend your character? You merely wish to deceive me into coming over to seize the extreme Yang stone, which I anticipated entirely. The blood-handed butcher furrowed his brow and inquired. If you have deduced this, why still come here? Because I've come to a realization. Relying on someone like you to accomplish anything is nothing short of a waste of time. I have come tonight for the extreme Yin stone you possess. If you know what is good for you, hand it over obediently, lest you suffer. You are indeed quite cunning. The blood-handed butcher scoffed. Likewise, Qin Tianzhu retorted disdainfully, then clapped his hands. From the depths of the forest emerged an elderly man clad in gray robes. Yi Tianxin, it has been a while. The gray-robed elder greeted with a smile as he stepped forward. Qin Kuan. The blood-handed butcher's pupils constricted in shock. Subsequently, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness Lin Feng was by his side tonight. Senior, this man is named Qin Kuan, a master from the previous generation of the Qin family. His current strength is likely at the mid-stage of the Earth realm. The blood-handed butcher spoke respectfully to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, indicating his understanding. Witnessing this scene, both Qin Kuan and Qin Tianzhu narrowed their eyes. What was the situation? The formidable blood-handed butcher was actually showing deference to a mere youth? The two scrutinized Lin Feng closely, yet could discern nothing particularly remarkable about him. Yi Tianxin, you truly are regressing, bowing so low to a junior. Qin Tianzhu remarked with evident disdain. Junior? The blood-handed butcher chuckled at this, but refrained from providing an explanation. Chapter 35. There are always greater beings beyond the heavens. Lin Feng, unwilling to squander any more time, stepped forward decisively and stated, since you are here, hand over the extreme yang stone. Do not harbor thoughts of resistance. It would be futile. Are you out of your mind? Even the blood-handed butcher wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner. Qin Tianzhu sneered, shaking his head. Lin Feng's figure suddenly vanished from his spot, moving with astonishing speed. In the next moment, he appeared less than a meter away from Qin Tianzhu, extending his right hand to grasp at him. Qin Tianzhu's pupils constricted. His instinct as a martial artist urged him to counterattack immediately. Yet it proved utterly useless. Lin Feng effortlessly seized his neck, then swiftly reached into his clothing, retrieving the extreme yang stone. Only after securing it did Lin Feng casually toss Qin Tianzhu aside. Bang! The early-stage Earth realm Qin Tianzhu was hurled over 10 meters away, crashing violently into a tree and spewing a mouthful of blood. The sequence of events unfolded so rapidly that only after Qin Tianzhu collided with the trunk did the blood-handed butcher and Qin Kuan manage to react. The blood-handed butcher wore a smug expression, while Qin Kuan's face shifted dramatically. With a leap, he covered several meters, rushing to Qin Tianzhu's side to assist him. Zhuzi, are you all right? I'm fine. Qin Tianzhu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a dark, brooding glance at Lin Feng. At this juncture, he could no longer deny that this youth was extraordinary. Yet, he was not overly intimidated. In his eyes, Lin Feng had merely caught him off guard with his agility. Once he took things seriously, it would not be so easy for Lin Feng to repel him. Who exactly are you to dare assist the blood-handed butcher in seizing my Qin family's possessions? Do you have any idea the trouble you have invited upon yourself? Qin Tianzhu asked coldly. Lin Feng pocketed the extreme yang stone, replying nonchalantly, is the Qin family truly that formidable? My Qin family ranks among the 3 great families of Jinling City, with countless masters within our ranks. What do you think? Qin Tianzhu retorted with a disdainful huff. How does your family compare to the Jiang family? Are you here on their behalf? Certainly not. Qin Tianzhu exhaled in relief upon hearing this. He then discreetly signaled to Qin Kuan, who understood the cue immediately. The 2 prominent masters of the Qin family took their positions on either side, coldly observing Lin Feng to prevent him from escaping with the stone, using his remarkable agility. For your own good, hand over the extreme yang stone now. I am prepared. And your agility will be of no use here. Qin Tianzhu declared icily. You little brat, you possess some talent. Too bad there are greater beings beyond the heavens. My Qin family is not one you can provoke. Qin Kuan also sneered coldly. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Lin Feng, already irked by the matters concerning Chun in awe, found himself further incensed by the lack of insight displayed by the 2 from the Qin family. He raised his hand and casually waved it. Bang! Bang! Instantly, Qin Tianzhu and Qin Kuan were sent flying several dozen meters away, crashing heavily to the ground and creating a sizable crater. Witnessing this spectacle, the blood-handed butcher could not help but swallow hard. Although he had experienced that very gesture himself, witnessing it a second time was still quite terrifying. This was utterly absurd. With a mere wave of his hand, he could send 2 Earth Realm powerhouses flying. A Heavenly Realm master was indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, Qin Tianzhu and Qin Kuan struggled to help each other up, bloodied and horrified as they gazed at Lin Feng. They had initially thought him to be an inconsequential figure, only to discover he was a hidden powerhouse. Internal energy unleashed. You are a Heavenly Realm expert. Do you still want the extreme yang stone? Lin Feng's response was entirely off topic. Qin Tianzhu's heart tightened, and he hastily replied, and no, I no longer want it. It is a gift for the senior. He and the blood-handed butcher shared the same sentiment. Upon realizing Lin Feng's status as a Heavenly Realm master, they instantly abandoned their resistance, appearing most obedient. In the martial world, there exists an unwritten rule. Beneath the Heavenly Realm, all are but ants. For the divide between the Heavenly and Earth realms is a chasm. Once one reaches the Heavenly Realm, not only can one unleash internal energy externally, but they can also draw upon the power of heaven and earth to combat foes. To his knowledge, only one individual in all of Jinling City had ever broken into the heavenly realm, the leader of the martial alliance. Now, a second had emerged, and this person was remarkably young. Reflecting on this, Qin Tianju couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. What on earth was happening? Haha, Qin Tianju. Even you have come to this. The blood-handed butcher mocked gleefully from the side. He had just been bested by Lin Feng as well, and now, witnessing Qin Tianju's misfortune brought him a strange sense of comfort. Qin Tianju cast a cold glance at Yi Tianxing. The blood-handed butcher must have known Lin Feng's strength, thus intentionally luring him into this trap. Damn it, the Qin family, will never let you off. Qin Tianju's expression was exceedingly grim. Bloodhand Butcher noticed the change in Qin Tianju's countenance and felt a pang of apprehension, falling silent. Are you certain you do not require it? I am quite democratic in nature and dislike coercing others. Any grievances can be voiced, Lin Feng inquired once more. No, absolutely not. Qin Tianju replied obediently, though internally he was seething with contempt. How utterly hypocritical. In that case, I shall take my leave. Lin Feng remarked indifferently, turning to depart. He was not a maniac. After all, he could not bring himself to steal from others and then take their lives. Senior, wait for me. Bloodhand Butcher felt a rush of anxiety and hurriedly followed. After the two had exited, Qin Tianju could no longer contain himself and struck the nearby tree trunk with a fierce punch. Damn it! How could such a young celestial realm powerhouse suddenly appear? Calm yourself, Zhuzi. Qin Kuan frowned. Third uncle, how can I remain calm? I rushed over in the dead of night, only to be beaten and have the extreme yang stone taken from me. Why must I suffer such misfortune? Qin Tianju ground his teeth in frustration. At this point, your anger serves no purpose. Moreover, this individual, being so young yet already a celestial realm expert, likely possesses a backing far beyond our imagination. Our defeat at his hands does not bring us shame. Qin Kuan shook his head. Upon reflection, Qin Tianju recognized the validity of this reasoning, allowing his emotions to settle. In truth, had we known he was a celestial realm martial artist, we should have proactively offered the extreme yang stone. Perhaps we could have forged a connection. Qin Kuan sighed again. He gazed in the direction Lin Feng had departed and remarked, currently, the Jiang family has allied with the Yunchuan family, one of the most formidable forces in Yunchuan, boasting several celestial realm experts within their ranks. If we do not devise a strategy soon, once the Jiang family marries off their direct heiress, it will spell the doom of our Qin family. Hearing this, Qin Tianju's expression grew serious. The Jiang and Qin families had always been at odds. Their recent abduction of Jiang Xining was merely a bargaining chip against the Jiang family. Yet Bloodhand Butcher had proven utterly useless. According to investigations, Chun Inua had a daughter born out of wedlock who suffered from a rare disease known as Kabuki syndrome. The Jiang family had found a miraculous doctor who might be able to cure this ailment, which was why Chun Inua had consented to marry into the Jiang family. If we take advantage of this, we might alter the situation. Qin Kuan spoke slowly. Third uncle, are you suggesting? Indeed, the miraculous doctor, akin to Hua Tuo, owes our Qin family a favor. We could seek his aid. If we can draw the Chun family into our fold, the Jiang family will be of little concern. If all else fails, we may have to discreetly eliminate Chun Inua. She must not marry into the Jiang family. Chapter 36, A Perfect Lackey Needed. In the vast, silent night, Lin Feng walked while observing the yin-yang extreme stone in his hand. When placed together, these two stones exhibited an extraordinary mystique. The interplay of yin and yang energies intertwined, forming a faint taiji diagram within his palm. In the image, the yin and yang fish swirled gently, emanating an elusive and marvelous aura. Yang signifies life, while yin signifies death. The cycle of life and death is unending. Truly, it is the primordial essence of the universe. By integrating the yin and yang energies into my body, I can not only refine my physique, but also incorporate them into my golden elixir, aiding me in breaking through barriers and stepping into the Yuan-Ying realm. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. However, his expression soon returned to calm. Had this been earlier, he would have felt elated. Yet now, with thoughts of Chun Inua occupying his mind, happiness was elusive. Enough, you have followed me long enough. We have arrived at a safe zone, you may depart. Lin Feng turned to address Bloodhand Butcher. At that moment, Bloodhand Butcher, lost in thought, suddenly realized he had followed for over 20 miles. Senior, He looked at Lin Feng, hesitating. Do not attempt any tricks. Should you follow me again, I shall not be courteous, Lin Feng remarked coolly before continuing on his way. Bloodhand Butcher bit his lip, contemplating, but ultimately decided to follow. Senior. Suddenly, Lin Feng whirled around, gripping Bloodhand Butcher's throat and lifting him off the ground, coldly stating, Do you not comprehend what I have said? Senior. I wish to propose a transaction, Bloodhand Butcher stammered, his face reddening as he struggled to speak. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at his words, casually tossing him back onto the ground. A transaction? What could you possibly offer me? Bloodhand Butcher scrambled to his feet. Taking a deep breath, and nervously declared, Senior, in my current state, without the Yin Yang Extreme Stone, I doubt I will survive beyond 3 months. Therefore, if you are willing to grant me the Yin Yang Extreme Stone, my life shall belong to you. I will do whatever you ask. Regrettably, your life holds little value in my eyes, Lin Feng scoffed. I am aware my life may seem worthless to you, but in the mundane world, I am an elite. Within the martial realm of Jiangnan City, I am well acquainted with all major factions. For the past 20 years, even the Martial Alliance has been unable to capture me. This alone attests to my worth. Bloodhand Butcher boasted, his heart steady. Lin Feng fell into contemplation. He currently lacked subordinates, making his operations inconvenient. Yet, Bloodhand Butcher, as a mid-tier martial artist and a veteran in the martial realm, could indeed serve as his lackey. Observing the expression on Lin Feng's face, Bloodhand Butcher felt a surge of elation and immediately embellished his words. Senior, accept me. From now on, any inconvenient tasks can be entrusted to me. Very well. You may follow me from now on, Lin Feng stated nonchalantly. Bloodhand Butcher's heart soared at this response. He mused that although this young man was formidable, he remained somewhat naive in matters of human interaction. With the example of the Qin family before him, he still dared to trust his words. Little did he know, when I, Bloodhand Butcher, speak, it is no different from flatulence. How amusingly foolish. Then what of the Yin Yang Extreme Stone? Bloodhand Butcher suppressed his delight and cautiously inquired. The Yin Yang Extreme Stone is out of the question. However, I can assist you in recovering, Lin Feng replied, having spent 10 years atop the mountain. His alchemical skills were unparalleled. The after effects of mere martial arts techniques posed no challenge to him. Upon hearing this, Bloodhand Butcher's pupils constricted, and he trembled. Oh, really? Indeed. Accompany me back, and I shall write you a prescription. Follow it, and your condition will improve within half a day, Lin Feng affirmed, nodding. Bang, bang, bang. Bloodhand Butcher dropped to his knees, fervently bowing 3 times, exclaiming, as long as Senior can aid my recovery, you shall be my second parents. Even if you command me to eat excrement, I shall comply. Fear not, I shall not make you eat excrement, Lin Feng replied coolly. The Bloodhand Butcher is acutely aware of his own nature, yet he remains indifferent. Under the aegis of absolute power, all schemes and machinations are rendered futile. He possesses a myriad of methods to compel the Bloodhand Butcher to serve him unwaveringly. Just then, Lin Feng's phone erupted with the distinctive ringtone designated for his sister. Xiaoyao. Upon answering, her panicked voice echoed in his ears. Brother, please don't come. There are so many of them. Just ignore me. A jolt of alarm surged through Lin Feng's heart. Before he could utter a word, a chilling male voice resonated from the other end. So you are Lin Feng? You heard your sister's voice, didn't you? I have no interest in who you are or what your intentions are in abducting my sister. Lin Feng interrupted, his tone devoid of any emotion, eerily calm. Let me make this abundantly clear. I am not someone you can provoke. Right now, at this very moment. Return my sister unharmed, and I shall consider this matter as though it never transpired. Otherwise, I guarantee that within 10 minutes, I will arrive at your location and shatter every bone in your body, then twist your neck until you breathe your last. Moreover, everyone associated with you will suffer the same fate, buried without a trace. Silence lingered on the line for a moment, followed by a fit of maniacal laughter. Ha ha, Lin Feng, you truly are audacious. I had intended to disclose the location to you, but now, I have changed my mind. I am eager to see how you plan to reach me within 10 minutes. Hubris comes at a cost, if you do not arrive in time. Prepare to collect your sister's corpse. Best of luck. With that, the call was abruptly terminated, leaving Lin Feng's expression as dark as storm clouds. His fists clenched so tightly they creaked ominously. A dragon has its reverse scale. Touch it and death is inevitable. And his sister, Xiaoyao, is now that reverse scale. However, he quickly regained his composure, for he had inscribed a trace of his spiritual energy upon her. Should she be in mortal peril, the mark would ignite. At that moment, even a celestial-level warrior would find themselves facing certain doom. Presently, the absence of any disturbance in the energy mark indicated that his sister was, at the very least, safe. Elder, what is amiss? The Bloodhand Butcher inquired cautiously. My sister has been abducted, Lin Feng replied, his expression stony. What? Who dares to kidnap the elder's sister? I, the Bloodhand Butcher, shall be the first to object. The Bloodhand Butcher's countenance turned frigid, exuding an aura of lethal intent. As if prepared to tear the heavens asunder, Lin Feng remained silent, closing his eyes to sense the location of his spiritual energy mark. Discovering that his sister was not far from his home, it appeared that her captors had not ventured far after the abduction. in the outskirts of Linjia village. There is a bungalow. Await me there, Lin Feng instructed. Elder, what about you? Do you need me to accompany you to rescue her? The bloodhand butcher asked. Lin Feng did not respond. Instead, he leapt into the air, vanishing into the vast night sky. This scene left his companion in awe. Flying? The bloodhand butcher knelt, his heart in turmoil, struggling to regain composure. He knew that even celestial-level warriors could not achieve flight. Could it be that this individual had transcended even that realm? A chill ran through the bloodhand butcher's veins. Initially, he had intended to distance himself after curing his hidden ailments, but witnessing this spectacle, he suddenly found the idea of being a subordinate rather appealing. With such a formidable ally, what was the Jiangnan Martial Arts Alliance worth? Chapter 37. Brother, you are truly kind to me. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated factory on the outskirts of Jinling, Ade, a warrior at the early Yellow Realm, set down his phone, his eyes brimming with mockery. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man in a gray robe, exuding a robust aura, also a Yellow Realm warrior, yet at the later stage. Besides these two formidable Yellow Realm warriors, the spacious factory was filled with 3 to 4 dozen burly men clad in black, standing at attention. In the shadows, a silent array of black machine guns loomed, their dark muzzles emanating a chilling presence. In preparation for dealing with Lin Feng, the second hall of the San Kuotang had mobilized their elite forces. Such was the operational style of the San Kuotang, cautious, meticulous, and exceedingly prudent. They would never afford their adversary even the slightest chance of escape. Ade, what did he say? Inquired the gray-robed middle-aged man, his tone measured. This brat is quite brazen. Audacious enough to threaten me, insisting that I return his sister, or he would arrive here within 10 minutes to annihilate us all. Ade scoffed. The gray-robed man paused, then could not help but laugh. This Lin Feng possesses some courage. No wonder he dared to annihilate Zhang Tianhu and his men. For someone with such a disposition to have survived this long is nothing short of miraculous. Just a worthless fool, relying on explosives to deal with Zhang Tianhu. Thinking himself formidable? Little does he know, Zhang Tianhu was merely a pawn in our second hall. Ade's face contorted with disdain. If you ask me, Lord Situ is too cautious. How could he send you to assist me? This trivial matter is one I can handle alone. That is indeed the case. After a brief exchange, the two Yellow Realm warriors shifted their gazes toward a corner of the factory. There, Lin Yunyao huddled on the ground, clutching her knees. Her face pale and her body trembling. She was merely a frail university student, unaccustomed to such scenes. I can forego the demolition compensation. Could you please let me go? Lin Yunyao mustered her courage to ask, anxiety lacing her voice. To her, these individuals seemed like officials from the demolition office. And her abduction was merely a tactic to coerce her into compliance for a pittance in exchange for her family's land. Compensation? Oh, little sister, how naive you are. Ade approached Lin Yunyao, looking down upon her with a predatory gleam in his eyes. I must admit, university life appears delightful. This little sister is indeed a vision of beauty, akin to a flower poised to bloom. Faced with a girl radiating such youthful vitality, 99% of men would harbor impure thoughts, and I am no exception. Aren't you here for the demolition? Lin Yunyao questioned, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Naturally not. Your brother has slain over 50 of our men. We are here for vengeance. Ada coldly declared, impossible. How could my brother possibly kill so many people? This must be a misunderstanding. Lin Yunyao was incredulous. After all, her mind was still quite innocent. In her eyes, taking a life was a crime. One that warranted severe punishment, let alone the outrageous notion of murdering 50 or 60 individuals. Little girl, didn't your brother inform you of this matter? Ada retorted sarcastically. Your brother is quite ruthless. Just moments ago on the phone, he said he was coming to eliminate everyone here. At these words, Lin Yunyao's heart quivered. On one hand, she could not believe her brother was so cruel, valuing human life as mere fodder. On the other hand, she feared for his safety. After all, there were so many people here, armed with numerous automatic rifles. Even if her brother were a cultivator, he might not stand a chance. Can you please let us go? Lin Yunyao bit her lip, her voice trembling. How naive you are to utter such foolishness. Ada scoffed. He then began to scrutinize Lin Yunyao's curvaceous figure with a lecherous gaze. I might consider sparing your brother, but you must make a sacrifice in return. What do you intend to do? She stammered. Naturally, I desire something pleasurable. And no, that cannot be. Lin Yunyao gasped, clutching her chest in terror. Ada's expression turned icy as he sneered. That is not for you to decide. By the looks of it, you are still quite innocent, aren't you? Your brother claimed he could arrive in 10 minutes. That is ample time for me to indulge myself 10 times over. And no, it cannot be. Lin Yunyao was in a panic, scrambling to her feet and attempting to flee. Ada leisurely followed, his eyes greedily fixed on her shapely backside, reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. Observing this scene, The throngs of men in black quickly turned their backs, too intimidated to look. The man in the gray robe merely shook his head, aware of Ada's lecherous nature, and chose not to intervene. After all, she was just an ordinary girl. A little amusement wouldn't hurt. However, at that moment, the door of the abandoned factory was violently kicked open from the outside. Lin Feng strode in with a dark expression. This spectacle instantly captured the attention of everyone present. The man in the gray robe glanced at Lin Feng and subtly waved his hand. In an instant, dozens of bodyguards rushed forward, surrounding Lin Feng. The ominous black muzzles of their guns were aimed directly at him. The sound of bullets being chambered echoing throughout the vast factory. That was quite swift. You didn't even take 10 minutes. Ada halted his pursuit of Lin Yunyao, shifting his mocking gaze toward Lin Feng. What a coincidence. I was just about to engage in a delightful escapade with your sister. Now that you're here, you can observe and learn from my exquisite techniques. Lin Feng cast a cold glance at Ada, immediately recognizing him as the one he had just spoken with. Choosing not to waste words on someone about to meet their demise, Lin Feng turned his attention to his sister, softly saying, I'm sorry, brother is late. You shouldn't have come. There are so many of them, and they have many guns. Foolish girl, even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. I would come, let alone these few scoundrels. Did you forget what I do for a living? He sighed. I underestimated the situation, thinking as long as your life was not in danger, everything would be fine. I never expected you would be kidnapped. Woo, brother, you are so good to me. Don't cry, I'll take you home soon. At this moment, the crowd could no longer contain themselves. Particularly, Ada and the man in the gray robe were filled with goosebumps. Who are you trying to disgust with this display? And you dare call them scoundrels? This is utterly intolerable. Lin Feng, you are truly ignorant and repulsive. To dare kill Zheng Tianhu and offend our San Kuotang, today shall be your end. Ada furiously waved his hand, and dozens of burly bodyguards charged at Lin Feng, wielding clubs and wearing malicious grins, looking incredibly fearsome. Any ordinary person would have been terrified by this sight. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed, standing his ground. As the group approached, he casually struck out a few slaps. Bang! 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 In an instant, the advancing bodyguards were sent sprawling to the ground, bleeding and wailing. Witnessing this, Ada and the man in the gray robe exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of astonishment. No wonder this young man was so arrogant. His strength was indeed formidable. Yet, that was the extent of it. Faced with 2 seasoned fighters of the Huang realm and dozens of machine guns lurking in the shadows, even a master of the Xian realm would only meet a bitter end. Chapter 38. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Wow. Lin Yunyao covered her mouth. Although she knew her brother was a cultivator, as an ordinary person, she was unaware of the true significance of those 3 words. Witnessing this scene, her heart swirled with disbelief and shock. A single airborne kick had dispatched dozens of men. Her brother was truly astonishing. If numbers meant anything, Zheng Tianhu would not have fallen, Lin Feng remarked, directing his gaze at Ada and the man in the gray robe. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Ada chuckled coldly. I am quite curious how you know Zheng Tianhu was eliminated by me. There's something called a pinhole camera. Are you aware? Ada replied calmly. Lin Feng frowned upon hearing this. He had eradicated everyone in the villa and destroyed the entire structure, believing he left no trace. To his dismay, it had been recorded by hidden cameras. It seemed he must exercise more caution in the future. He didn't mind, but it could implicate those around him. After all, his 9 heavens immortal transformation technique could only be practiced by those with innate spiritual bodies. Since you witnessed my actions, you dare seek revenge? Lin Feng inquired. Why would we not dare? You think a mere bit of explosives could intimidate our San Kuotang? You are sorely mistaken. Ada sneered. Explosives? Lin Feng's expression shifted slightly. Then it dawned on him, and a smirk crept onto his lips. What a bunch of fools. They actually believed he had used explosives to demolish that villa? Well, everything that needed to be said has been said. Despite your bravado, I only need 1 punch to eliminate you. Ada snorted coldly, and with a powerful push from 1 foot, his entire body propelled forward, showcasing the fierce prowess of a Huang realm martial artist. His punch generating a whirlwind and an imposing aura. As they witnessed this scene, the onlookers were left astonished, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. That punch was extraordinarily powerful. It was even more intimidating than the earlier spinning kick. Of course, Lord Ada is a martial artist of the early Yellow Realm. He has already cultivated his internal energy. With that punch, he could easily fell a bull. Now let us see how this young lad continues to act arrogantly. Even the middle-aged man in a gray robe nodded subtly, recognizing that Ada's strength had indeed grown, now teetering on the brink of advancing to the mid-Yellow Realm. Such prowess within the martial arts community of Jinling City already places him among the 2nd tier. Die, you insignificant insect. Ada charged forward with fervor. delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Lin Feng's chest. Bang! Lin Feng extended his right hand and effortlessly grasped Ada's fist. Then, with a slight exertion, crack. Ada's arm was shattered into countless fragments, his entire limb collapsing limply. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from him, his body trembling uncontrollably. Hiss! Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively gasped in shock. How could this be possible? Lord Ada is a martial artist of the early Yellow Realm, a being capable of delivering a lethal punch to a bull. How could he possibly be knocked out by an unknown junior? Do you recall what I said to you over the phone? Lin Feng observed Ada calmly, speaking in a detached manner. Ada's heart sank. At that moment, he could no longer deny that this young man before him was someone he could not contend with. He was in the early Yellow Realm, while Lin Feng was likely already in the mid, if not late, stages. As for progressing further, he dared not even entertain the thought. Achio, save me. This fellow is not ordinary. Ada immediately called out to the gray-robed middle-aged man nearby. In truth, even without Ada's plea, the man was already prepared to intervene. He could not stand idly by while Ada was being dealt with. If my assumptions are correct, you must have already reached the mid-Yellow Realm, right? To achieve such a level at such a young age is indeed impressive, perhaps even comparable to our young home master. However, you are too headstrong. You fail to understand that rigidity leads to breakage. Those who can flourish are called geniuses. Those who cannot are merely worthless. You have encountered me, Achio. This is your destined calamity. Achio spoke coldly. No sooner had the words left his lips than an aura characteristic of a late Yellow Realm martial artist surged forth from his body. Buzz. The crowd felt an overwhelming pressure, their breaths quickening. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. Lord Achio is truly formidable. Even a ferocious tiger would have no choice but to submit before him, right? The members of the Sanko Hall were beside themselves with excitement. In the midst of their adoration, Achio leaped across 7 to 8 meters, arriving before Lin Feng in an instant and delivering a ferocious palm strike. Unmatched thunder palm. Faced with this fierce blow, Lin Feng remained unperturbed, even finding it somewhat amusing. The skill may be lacking, but the name of the technique is impressively grand. Lin Feng waved his hand lightly. Bang! Achio, who had come swiftly, was sent flying even faster, crashing into a steel pillar of the factory. Blood spurting from his mouth. He lay motionless on the ground, his body limp, like a puddle of mud, devoid of any sign of life. This scene stunned everyone present. How could this be possible? Lord Achio is a superlative powerhouse of the late Yellow Realm. Yet he was instantly defeated by Lin Feng with a single move. You are a master of the Xian realm. Ada gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief, his voice trembling. I am not a master of the Xian realm. Lin Feng replied while playfully twisting Ada's body. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sounds rang out, making it seem to an unknowing observer that Lin Feng was merely giving Ada a massage. The speed of his actions was astonishing, so rapid that Ada barely realized that he had had more than a dozen bones shattered in an instant. By the time he comprehended what was happening, an overwhelming wave of pain surged throughout his body, contorting his face and causing his entire frame to convulse. Hiss. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and save me. Ada's eyes turned crimson as he bellowed at the hidden gunman. The gunman instantly reacted, realizing that since Lin Feng and Ada were so close together, they could not aim properly. So they redirected their weapons towards Lin Yunyao. Lin Feng, you stop this at once. Otherwise, my men will turn your sister into a sieve. Ada managed to rasp out, feeling dizzy. His strong willpower the only thing keeping him from losing consciousness from the pain. You can let them try to fire. Lin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He showed no intention of stopping. Fire. Open fire, I command you. Ada, in a desperate bid, shouted in fury. Without hesitation, the group of gunmen pulled their triggers towards Lin Yunyao. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets surged toward her like fiery serpents, and Lin Yunyao, pale-faced, believed her doom was certain. Yet in the next moment, a translucent shield materialized around her, deflecting all the incoming bullets. Bang! Bang! The gunmen, utterly caught off guard, found themselves met with their own bullets, resulting in explosive consequences. What is happening? Lin Yunyao, witnessing this spectacle, suddenly fell into a state of shock. Then, as if struck by a realization, her astonished gaze shifted to Lin Feng. It must be my brother. He is protecting me. Brother, he is truly formidable. Lin Yunyao looked at him with admiration. Chapter 39. The Second Hall Master, Sidu Hao. No, this is impossible. Ada screamed, unable to fathom the situation. How could the bullets rebound? This is too bizarre. There is nothing impossible. I told you that you should not provoke me. But not only did you ignore my warning, you even wish me good luck? You truly are a little cow soaring to the heavens, utterly beyond belief. Lin Feng cast Ada's body onto the ground, speaking in a nonchalant tone. In a brief span, He had shattered every bone in Ada's body, leaving only the cervical vertebrae and skull intact. This was the advantage of a martial artist's robust constitution. Had he been an ordinary person, he likely would have already succumbed to the pain. At that moment, suddenly, a ringtone echoed from Ada's body. "Son, your father is calling. Son, your father is calling." Ada squirmed, attempting to answer the call, but with both arms shattered. He could barely move. "Allow me to assist you." Lin Feng retrieved the phone from Ada's pocket. The caller ID read Lord Situ. Upon answering, a voice inquired, "How is it? Have you taken care of the matter?" A refined and elegant voice emerged from the phone. "You must be Situ Hao, right? The people you sent are utterly incompetent. Each one more foolish than the last," Lin Feng remarked coolly. Upon hearing this, there was a moment of silence from the other end. Suddenly, a frantic voice cried out, "Lord Situ, help me, save me. This man is a martial artist of the Xian realm, and neither a Qiu nor I can match him in combat. A Qiu has already been killed." Ada shouted with all his might. After his outburst, he collapsed, gasping for breath on the ground. Upon hearing Ada's words, the person on the line responded with an unsettling calmness. "Release Ada and come over to bow to me. I might consider sparing your life." The confident man is indeed amusing. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. He then swiftly turned around and stomped down, crushing Ada's skull beneath his foot. Laughing lightly as he remarked, "Did you hear that sound just now? It was the sound of Ada's skull fracturing. Would you like me to send you a picture? Xian realm does not equate to invincibility. You shall regret this." "Is that so? Rest assured, I will find you soon and eliminate you. No one in the 9 heavens or 10 lands will be able to save you." The line went dead. Lin Feng, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh and crushed his phone in his hand. At that moment, Lin Yunyao rushed over and threw herself into Lin Feng's embrace, her voice quivering. "Brother, you scare me to death. With you here, nothing will happen." Lin Feng gently patted his sister's back, reassuring her. "What was that protective shield you used earlier?" she inquired. "It is a minor technique I previously placed on you. It activates autonomously whenever you face life-threatening danger. So that's how it is. That's truly remarkable. Hehe. I will teach you in the future." "Really?" "Of course. I will find the most suitable breathing technique for you to cultivate. And then you will be just as formidable as I am. Brother, you are so good to me." Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa in Jinling City, Situ Hao could no longer contain his frustration and forcefully smashed his phone to the ground. "Damn it, damn it, damn it." His face contorted with rage, his entire body trembling. How dare anyone humiliate him like this? As the second leader of the San Kotong, he had never been subjected to such indignity. Moreover, a Qiu, a Da, and Zheng Tianhu were all his trusted subordinates. Now, they had all perished at the hands of someone named Lin Feng. This had crossed his absolute bottom line. "If I do not avenge this grudge, I, Situ Hao, vow to be no man." Did they truly believe that being in the Xian realm made one invincible? What a narrow-minded perspective. "Lin Feng, I will ensure your body is torn asunder, and you will beg me for mercy." Situ Hao spoke coldly. Just then, a man in black hurriedly entered, respectfully stating, "Lord Situ, young Master Jiang wishes to see you. Quickly, invite him in." "Yes." Watching the bodyguard leave, Situ Hao exhaled a deep breath, gradually calming his emotions. How peculiar. Why would Jiang Junlin come to see him at this hour? Although the Jiang family had been covertly supporting the San Kotong was not a vassal of the Jiang family. It was an independent superpower among the 3 great families. Before long, Jiang Junlin, dressed in white, sauntered in. He immediately noticed the shattered phone on the floor and chuckled. "Leader Situ, who are you angry with at this late hour?" "It's just that my subordinates are incompetent, which vexes me." Naturally, Situ Hao could not divulge the shameful details of being oppressed, so he hastily invented an excuse. "You, young Master Jiang, have come to see me so late. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Situ Hao asked with a smile, while gesturing for Jiang Junlin to take a seat. "I assume Leader Situ is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. The old man of the Qin family has not shown himself for over half a year, and their secrets are tightly guarded. I would like to ask for your assistance in probing the Qin family situation," Jiang Junlin stated directly. Situ Hao was taken aback, but maintained a smiling facade. "Young Master Jiang, I dare not take the lead on such matters. You would need to consult my elder brother. The 3 leaders of San Kotong seem to be at odds, yet you must understand my Jiang family's intentions in coming to you, Leader Situ," Jiang Junlin said with a knowing look. Situ Hao regarded Jiang Junlin with a penetrating gaze, remained silent for a moment, and finally replied, "Very well. I can investigate the Qin family for you. Leader Situ is indeed a clever man. The day the Qin family falls will be the day you fully control San Kotong." Jiang Junlin rose to his feet. Pausing for a moment, he added, "By the way, I have a personal matter I wish to ask for your help with. Young Master Jiang, please do not hesitate. There is a young man in Jinling City named Lin Feng, whose martial realm is approximately in the Xian realm. I would like to ask the leader to teach him a lesson. Do you have a grudge against this Lin Feng? Situ Hao inquired, intrigued. Not exactly a major grudge, but he is my fiancé's ex-boyfriend, and that irks me. Ah, I see. I will keep a close eye on this person. Thank you, Leader Situ. Jiang Junlin smiled and departed. Situ Hao resumed his seat on the sofa, his gaze flickering. In Jinling City, who was unaware that the Jiang family was about to marry into the Yun Chuanchen family, since Lin Feng was the ex-boyfriend of Jiang Junlin's fiancée. It indicated that the girl suffering from Kabuki syndrome could very well be Lin Feng's daughter. If that were the case, Lin Feng must not be allowed to perish just yet. This person might serve as a trump card against the Jiang family. As for what Jiang Junlin had just said, he certainly would not take it at face value. If he were truly so naive, he would have met his demise long ago. After pondering for a while, Situ Hao coldly instructed the bodyguard outside, "Go, summon Yun Sanshui to see me." Chapter 40, Breakthrough to Yuaning. Around 10 o'clock at night, Lin Feng and his sister returned home. The bloodhand butcher, who had been waiting for some time, let out a sigh of relief as he rushed out from the shadows, respectfully saying, "Senior, you have finally returned." Lin Feng replied absent-mindedly. "Brother, who is this old gentleman?" Lin Yunyao asked curiously. The bloodhand butcher shifted his gaze to Lin Yunyao, his face breaking into a smile reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. "I presume this young lady is the esteemed sister of our senior? Truly, she is as beautiful as a flower, possessing innate grace and extraordinary charm, pure and adorable." He showered her with a series of flattering remarks, causing Lin Yunyao's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. All right. Have you exhausted your repertoire of compliments?" Lin Feng said, exasperated. This old fiend truly embodied shamelessness to the fullest. "Senior is merely jesting. My words are heartfelt," the bloodhand butcher replied, grinning as if to say, "I am not embarrassed. The embarrassment lies with you." "Old gentleman, who are you? Do you know my brother?" Lin Yunyao asked kindly. "I am known as Bloodhand. This is Yi Tianxin." Lin Feng interrupted the words of the blood-handed butcher, causing a momentary flicker of pride to cross the latter's face. "Yi Tianxin? That's a rather pleasing name. Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Grandfather Tianxin. You should call him Uncle Tianxin instead, as he is only around 50 years old, though his illness makes him appear older." "Ah, how pitiful!" exclaimed Lin Yunyao, her face etched with concern as she gazed at the blood-handed butcher, encouragingly adding, "Uncle Tianxin, do not lose heart. Your illness is surely curable." The blood-handed butcher glanced at Lin Yunyao, but remained silent. Ever since his entire family was slain over 20 years ago, no one had shown him such concern. Hearing these words of kindness now left him feeling somewhat disoriented and unaccustomed. After a moment's thought, Lin Yunyao pulled a red origami crane from her pocket and handed it to the blood-handed butcher. "What is this?" he inquired. "This is a red origami crane I folded, symbolizing good fortune. I hope Uncle Tianxin's future will be ever brighter." "Ah, thank you so much," he replied, forcing a smile that failed to reach his eyes. "All right, little Yao, go wash up and rest in your room. You have to officially report to school tomorrow. I need to have a few words with your Uncle Tianxin." Lin Feng wished to limit his sister's interactions with such an old fiend. "Okay," Lin Yunyao replied cheerfully, skipping into the house. The blood-handed butcher watched her leave, a complex expression dancing across his features. "What's the matter? You, old fiend, are you actually moved?" Lin Feng said lightly. The elder jokes. "In comparison, I find the blood-handed butcher more in line with my temperament." The blood-handed butcher chuckled awkwardly. Lin Feng ceased speaking, entering the room to fetch paper and pen, subsequently inscribing a lengthy list of medicinal herbs. "Follow this prescription to gather the herbs and return to me once you have procured them." "Thank you, elder," the blood-handed butcher exclaimed, his emotions surging as he gazed at the prescription. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you familiar with the Sanko Hall? It was their members who kidnapped your sister." The blood-handed butcher immediately deduced the situation. Lin Feng nodded nonchalantly. After a moment's contemplation, the blood-handed butcher replied, "The Sanko Hall comprises 3 branches, each managed by a mid-stage Earth Realm Hall leader. Additionally, the hall boasts 7 or 8 experts in the Mystic Realm and a dozen in the Yellow Realm. Such strength rivals only the 3 prominent families of Jinling City, the Jiang, Qin, and Li clans. With your power, annihilating a mere Sanko Hall is indeed trivial. However, I suggest you refrain from doing so unless absolutely necessary." "Oh, why is that?" Lin Feng inquired, his expression revealing surprise. "The 3 hall leaders of Sanko Hall are reportedly connected to forces from the mountain." The blood-handed butcher lowered his voice. "Forces from the mountain?" "Indeed. Major secular powers are, to varying extents, linked to the sects on the mountain. These sects, having withstood the test of time, represent the pinnacle of the martial world in the Great Xia Kingdom. Generally, they do not descend from the mountain, yet they require certain provisions. leading some secular powers to voluntarily supply them with wealth and resources in exchange for protection. After relaying this, the blood-handed butcher curiously asked, "With your formidable strength, you must be affiliated with a certain power from the mountain, correct? Do not inquire about what should remain unasked." Lin Feng replied coolly. The blood-handed butcher felt a tightening in his chest and quickly lowered his head. "Enough. Go procure the herbs." "Yes, elder." The blood-handed butcher departed. Lin Feng remained in place, lost in thought. It seemed this world was far more fascinating than he had previously imagined. The existence of hidden sects on the mountain was reminiscent of tales from urban martial arts novels. He wondered if there were cultivators like himself among them. Once he resolved matters here, perhaps he could seek out these sects for some exploration. For now, it was imperative to absorb the Yin-Yang Extreme Stone and attempt to break through to the Yuan-Ying stage. As for his sister's safety, he merely needed to concoct some talismans for her protection. Lin Feng found an open space and sat cross-legged. The moment he produced the Yin-Yang Extreme Stone, the words of the old man echoed in his mind. In the path of cultivation, one must absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, generating 9 spirals in the dantian, which constitutes the qi refining stage. Once the 9 return to 1, forming the Dao platform, it signifies the foundation establishment stage. Beyond the foundation establishment, one cultivates the golden core, thus entering the golden core stage. When the golden core shatters, birthing the spiritual infant, one attains the Yuan-Ying stage. I am now at the peak of the golden core stage, just a catalyst away from gathering the spiritual infant. This Yin-Yang Extreme Stone is undoubtedly the finest catalyst. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. He gently tossed the Yin-Yang Extreme Stone upwards, and 2 peculiar stones hovered above his head. Visible to the naked eye, wisps of black and white. The Yin-Yang energies began to merge into his dantian. As the Yin-Yang energies entered his body, Lin Feng's aura deepened immeasurably. A soft moonlight descended from the heavens, illuminating him and enveloping his form in a gentle white glow, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. "Brother, you look so ethereal." At that moment, Lin Yunyao emerged from her bath, her clear eyes filled with admiration upon witnessing the scene. A night passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes from his meditation. An inexplicable Dao rhythm surged from within him, spreading outward. The surrounding flowers and trees began to sway gently, as if greeting him. As expected, he had successfully broken through to the Yuan-Ying stage. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He then turned his gaze inward to his dantian, where a diminutive Yuan-Ying sat cross-legged atop the lofty foundation establishment platform. The Yuan-Ying's form was not yet fully developed. He was merely at the early stage of gathering the infant, with further stages of forming the infant and transforming the infant ahead. The path of cultivation indeed promised arduous challenges. Chapter 41, Miniature Bomb. Just then, Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He noticed that a faint yin-yang energy was swirling around the surface of his Yuan-Ying. Extending his right hand, he attempted to channel it. With a hum, the yin-yang energy immediately materialized in his palm, forming a slightly transparent Taiji yin-yang diagram. He had assumed that the yin-yang energy within the extreme stone would dissipate after aiding his breakthrough to the Yuan-Ying stage. Yet it not only remained, but had also merged with his Yuan-Ying. He pondered what utility this might hold. Regardless, it must be a positive development. Lin Feng murmured to himself. In the primordial beginnings of heaven and earth, the yin-yang energies were born, representing the essence of creation, though the quantity is somewhat limited. Subsequently, Lin Feng picked up a pen and notebook nearby, beginning to craft talisman paper. Thus, approximately 20 minutes passed, and the notebook was filled with symbols. Each page bore symbols that appeared rather ordinary, akin to a child's doodles. However, should a practitioner of the mystical arts be present, they would undoubtedly discern the subtle flow of spiritual energy coursing above the symbols inscribed on the page. With this tome of runes in my possession, I find it hard to believe that anyone could harm Xiaoyao. Lin Feng wiped the perspiration from his brow and exhaled a heavy sigh. Clearly, the effort it took to sketch so many attack runes had taken its toll on him. At that moment, Lin Yunyao emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and remarked, "Brother, you spent the entire night outside." "Indeed, I was immersed in my cultivation," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunyao immediately recalled the dazzling spectacle of her brother glowing the previous night and exclaimed in admiration, "Brother, you are incredible. You can even emit light. Does this mean we won't need to turn on the lights at night anymore? What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Feng affectionately ruffled his sister's hair before retrieving a notebook. Lin Yunyao took the notebook, flipped through its pages, and with a bewildered expression, inquired, "What is this?" "This is an attack talisman. I've prepared it for your protection. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards you, simply tear off a talisman, throw it at them, and utter the word break." Lin Yunyao's curiosity was piqued. She attempted to tear off a talisman from the notebook and hurled it towards a nearby concrete block, shouting, "Break!" Boom. A concrete slab over a meter in diameter erupted into countless particles of dust, not fragments, but mere dust. Isn't that a bit excessive? Lin Yunyao was astounded. Brother, this defies all logic. It's practically a miniature bomb. You mention logic while I'm engaged in cultivation, Lin Feng retorted. That is true. Lin Yunyao nodded in agreement. After finishing their breakfast, Lin Feng and Lin Yunyao arrived at Jinling University, each carrying a suitcase. From this day forth, Lin Yunyao would reside in the campus dormitory, embarking on 4 splendid years of university life. You can leave me here, brother. You won't be allowed into the girls' dormitory anyway, and Xiaoka will come to help me settle in after class, she said cheerfully at the base of the girls' dormitory. Wearing a cream-colored long dress, her flawless and unadorned visage radiated a playful charm that caught the attention of many male students on campus. Take care of yourself. And if anything happens, don't hesitate to tell your brother. Never keep things bottled up. Lin Feng advised with utmost care. I know. I'm not a child anymore. Lin Yunyao pouted in response. At that moment, a voice called out, Are you the new student reporting in? The siblings turned to see a tall, handsome young man dressed in loose sportswear approaching them with a smile. Qin Feng was exhilarated. As the young master of the Qin family, he certainly did not intend to toil away at Jinling University like those less fortunate. He was here to relish the delights of university life. Thus, for the past month, he had been loitering around the girls' dormitory with a few sycophants, seeking to indulge in some delightful encounters. Fortune favored the bold. With his striking appearance and ample financial resources, he had indeed encountered several beautiful young women. However, he soon discovered that these college girls were merely superficial, their charm quickly dissipating in private. They feigned innocence in public, but in the bedroom, they were far more daring than he anticipated. This left him feeling cheated. Today, wandering aimlessly near the girls' dormitory, he laid eyes on Lin Yunyao. What a gem she was. Her physique was perfectly proportioned, neither overly voluptuous nor disappointingly flat. Everything about her was just right. Her innocent and charming demeanor stirred something deep within him, igniting an uncontrollable desire. Most significantly, he could tell at a glance that Lin Yunyao was still untouched. I must possess her. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng approached her with his trademark lewd grin. And you are? Lin Yunyao inquired curiously. Lin Feng glanced at Qin Feng, but chose to remain silent. After all, it was quite common for upperclassmen to greet new students arriving with their luggage. I'm Qin Feng, a sophomore from the School of Management, your direct senior, he declared, straightening his collar and puffing out his chest. Oh, hello, senior. I'm Lin Yunyao, she replied with a nod, acknowledging his greeting. What a lovely name. I adore names that include Yao. It has a delightful ring to it. Since it's your first day, you must be unfamiliar with the campus. Let me show you around. Qin Feng offered enthusiastically. Lin Yunyao detected his ulterior motives and politely declined, saying, No, thank you. I need to report to my advisor shortly. At this, Qin Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. Reporting to your advisor? Isn't that just an opportunity for you to show off? Well, that is splendid. I'm well acquainted with the advisors in our department. No one dares to disrespect me, Qin Feng. I'll take you there. I guarantee they'll treat you with extra courtesy. I really don't think that's necessary. Lin Yunyao firmly refused. Though this senior seemed quite charming, and his attire suggested he hailed from a well-off family, she was solely focused on her studies. Moreover, if she were to seek companionship, it would be someone akin to her brother. Qin Feng's expression darkened in an instant. He had not anticipated that despite his enthusiastic overtures, she would still reject him. In the entirety of Jinling University, how many dared to rebuff him repeatedly? Junior, you might not be aware of my status. I am. Enough with the nonsense. Did you not hear my sister? Get lost. Lin Feng impatiently pushed Qin Feng aside, stumbling backward. Qin Feng found himself seated on the ground, momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. How dare he push me? Meanwhile, students passing by had taken notice of the scene, gathering around in shock. Isn't that Qin Feng? My goodness, who is that guy? How dare he push Qin Feng? Is he courting death? It was well known that Qin Feng had a formidable background, with even the student council president, Tan Ziming, treating him with caution. Such a figure attended school merely for leisure. It was likely that he was trying to flirt with a girl when he provoked her brother. How ungrateful could one be? With Qin Feng's charm and wealth, who wouldn't he be thrilled to have his attention? Chapter 42. I've lost her. Upon hearing the surrounding murmurs, Lin Feng finally grasped the nature of the individual before him. So, he was merely a debauched scion seeking to indulge in the pleasures of life. Lin Yunyao's expression also turned frosty. She had not expected that on her first day at university, she would attract the attention of such a lecher. She was no longer the timid girl she once was. The events of the previous night had matured her significantly. Do you dare to push me? At that moment, Qin Feng abruptly sprang to his feet, his expression frigid as he glared at Lin Feng. Not only will I push you, but I shall strike you as well. Lin Feng gently kicked him, sending Qin Feng sprawling to the ground once more. There was no other choice. After all, this was his alma mater, and he feared that if he exerted too much force, he might inadvertently deal a fatal blow to Qin Feng, which would certainly ruin the fun. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, utterly astonished by Lin Feng's audacity. A mere shove was one thing, but to dare to kick? It was hardly surprising, considering he was oblivious to Qin Feng's background. Indeed, I surmised that if he were to learn of Qin Feng's lineage, he would likely become paralyzed with fear on the spot. Youthful exuberance, indeed. Ouch! Qin Feng clutched his abdomen, a flicker of trepidation in his eyes. After all, he had come without his henchmen, and having been drained by a woman, he was utterly powerless. However, upon overhearing the conversations around him, he regained his confidence. Yes, this fool is nothing but a hot-headed youth, sending his sister to university without a clue about the danger he faces. Once I reveal my true identity, he will surely beg for mercy. You think you know? Smack! Lin Feng delivered a resounding slap, causing Qin Feng's left cheek to swell rapidly. You dare to strike me again? Qin Feng bellowed in a frenzy. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at such a request, one he had never encountered in his life. Smack! Without hesitation, a second slap left Qin Feng's right cheek equally inflamed, creating a more balanced appearance. Get lost, Lin Feng said impatiently. He found it difficult to muster any interest in this second-generation scion, who only sought to display his bravado against women. Qin Feng shielded his face with both hands, seething with rage as he glared at Lin Feng. No one had ever struck him so brazenly before, especially not in front of a crowd. You'll regret this. This isn't over. He spat venomously before retreating in disgrace. Lin Feng shook his head in disbelief and turned to his sister. Xiaoyao, do not be polite with people like him in the future. If he dares to trouble you again, unleash the talisman I gave you upon him. Do not fear. I will stand by you if anything happens. I understand. Lin Yunxiao nodded obediently, her heart racing with excitement. She thought her brother's fierce defense was incredibly charming. Go on now. If anything arises, call me. Lin Feng ruffled his sister's hair. Goodbye, brother. Lin Yunxiao blew him a kiss and hurried towards her dormitory with her suitcase in tow. Witnessing this, Lin Feng could only shake his head helplessly. Ever since his return, his sister had been increasingly liberated. Ultimately, she had suppressed herself far too much over the years. This was truly her authentic self. The incident with Qin Feng was merely a minor episode, one he did not take to heart. After pausing for a moment, Lin Feng resumed his stroll around the campus. Lover's Slope, the sports field, the experimental building, the small grove. As he beheld the familiar yet foreign scenes, a wave of nostalgia washed over him, stirring a profound sense of loss. Subsequently, he ventured to the small street of eateries behind the school. Many of the establishments he remembered had vanished, clearly having succumbed to bankruptcy, while a few still operated, though their business was markedly diminished. In this digital age, brick-and-mortar stores were becoming increasingly untenable. In the past, this place had been so vibrant, with no one glued to their phones, just groups of friends joyfully exploring the streets, indulging in fried snacks, winning plush toys, and belting out karaoke tunes until their throats were hoarse. Was it the times that had changed, or had people transformed? Lin Feng felt a deep sense of melancholy, unable to recapture the sensations of yesteryears. Finally, he arrived at a wonton shop on the corner. This was where he and Chun Yinhua had often come together. Chun Yinhua claimed to adore wontons, but Lin Feng knew it was merely because they were affordable. She was acutely aware of her financial constraints and never asked for much. Reflecting on this, Lin Feng felt a lump in his throat. Such a wonderful woman. And he had let her slip away. Young man, is that you? At that moment, the owner of the wonton shop emerged, her face alight with surprise. The owner was a middle-aged woman who, when she first opened the shop, had been affectionately dubbed Wonton Shisher due to her exquisite beauty. Yet, over a decade had passed, and the signs of aging were evident. Her demeanor had noticeably aged, with streaks of gray peppering her hair, her visage no longer what it once was. I can't believe you still remember me. Lin Feng smiled. How could I forget? You were always so kind to me back then. The wonton shop owner beamed as she ushered Lin Feng inside. Once seated, he cheerfully ordered, I'll have a large bowl of wontons, with extra chili oil, please. Certainly. The owner responded with an affirming gesture. Soon, a steaming bowl of wontons, glistening with chili oil, was placed before him. Lin Feng savored each bite, relishing the spicy and savory flavors that were undeniably delectable. It was so good that it brought a tingling sensation to his nose. Young man, how is she? The owner inquired as she took a seat beside him, smiling warmly. Lin Feng paused, his spoon halting midair, before shaking his head sorrowfully. I lost her. Is that so? What a pity, the owner lamented, shaking her head in regret. Do you know why I remember you so distinctly? It was because of that young lady. She was truly beautiful, and her eyes sparkled, especially when she looked at you. Those eyes shone brightly, like stars in the sky. That gaze is reserved only for someone dearly beloved. I thought you two would end up together. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng felt an even deeper ache in his heart. He clenched his fists tightly, then slowly relaxed them, despondently replying, "Alas, it is too late for regrets now." Has she married? Not yet. Then, there is still hope. The owner placed a reassuring hand on Lin Feng's shoulder, continuing, in the search for her. You may find her in a moment of reflection. Sometimes, all it takes is a glance back to see her. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback by her words. Chapter 43, Reclaiming Chun Inua. After leaving the wonton shop, a glimmer of hope ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. He resolved to give himself a chance to win Chun Inua back. Even if he were to fail, he would not harbor regrets in his heart. The path of cultivation is about following one's true nature and pursuing one's heart. Only then can one attain enlightenment. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng took out his phone and attempted to dial Chun Inua's number. However, the call was immediately terminated. Without hesitation, he dialed again. Once, twice, again and again. By the time he attempted the ninth call, the familiar message echoed in his ears. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Lin Feng sighed deeply. The fervent flame of hope he had kindled was extinguished just like that. At that moment, he noticed his phone ringing. Could it be that Inua was returning his call? A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Feng, only to be dashed when he saw the caller ID, Wang Chong. Damn, what does he want by calling me? Lin Feng answered the call, irritation seeping into his voice. What do you want, Wang? Hey, little brother Lin, are you free right now? I have some delightful gifts for you, Wang Chong replied enigmatically. What kind of gifts? Come over and you'll see. They are absolutely wonderful, Wang Chong said with a mysterious tone. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng, feeling rather idle, nodded in acquiescence. The Jinling Grand Hotel is one of the few 7-star hotels in the realm of Daxia, embodying understated luxury and refinement. The price of even the most modest room soars to 2,000 or 3,000, while the presidential suites can command several tens of thousands. Following the address provided by Wang Chong, Lin Feng arrived at the hotel. A glance at the parking lot revealed an array of luxurious vehicles. Hongqi, BYD, Chang'an, Cherry, and Geely were in abundance. The entrance of the hotel bustled with a crowd, each individual exuding an air of confidence and sophistication, unmistakably affluent. Upon mentioning Wang Chong's name, Lin Feng was escorted by a beautiful attendant to a presidential suite numbered 903. Inside, he found Wang Chong and Zhang Bin engrossed in a game of poker. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Wang Chong immediately rose, a broad smile on his face. Little brother Lin, you've finally arrived. Lin Feng nodded, settling onto a sofa and casting a casual glance around the room before inquiring, you mentioned gifts over the phone. What do you mean? Oh, don't be in such a hurry. It's still early. Let us play some poker to pass the time first, Wang Chong suggested jovially. Poker? Yes. We'll play 3-player do di zhu. You know how to play, right? Lin Feng scrutinized Wang Chong intently. Could there be some hidden significance? He found it hard to believe that a chairman of a major corporation would engage in such triviality. Fine. I'll join you for a while. After some contemplation, Lin Feng agreed. Haha, little brother Lin, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Wang Chong chuckled. Thus, the three of them played countless rounds of do di zhu in the suite. As dusk approached, Lin Feng exhaled a deep sigh, discarding his cards with a disgruntled expression. What is going on? Speak up already. I've wasted too much time here. He had initially thought that Wang Chong had some significant message to convey through the game, only to realize it had merely been a simple game of poker. I can't believe I spent an entire afternoon playing cards with two fools. Lin Feng found it hard to fathom. What a fool I've been. Little brother Lin, don't be angry. Let me make a call first, Wang Chong said, pulling out his phone. After a brief conversation, he hung up and exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Bin. The latter understood and retrieved a room card from his black bag, handing it to Lin Feng. What does this mean? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Little brother Lin. This is the room card for the presidential suite 1103 upstairs. The gifts I mentioned are inside. You'll see for yourself. Wang Chong replied with a broad smile. Lin Feng's expression softened at Wang Chong's words. Taking the room card, he inquired, can you tell me what it is? Ah, little brother Lin. You'll have to see for yourself. I can only say you will absolutely adore it. Wang Chong laughed heartily, with his curiosity piqued. Lin Feng wondered what could be so enchanting. Magical artifacts, divine powers, breathing techniques? It couldn't be, since Wang Chong was unaware of his status as a cultivator. Could it possibly be a room filled with money? That seemed unlikely as well. Little brother Lin, stop guessing. The night is wearing on. You should hurry up. We have matters to attend to and cannot keep you any longer. Wang Chong urged with a smile. All right. Lin Feng, intrigued, ascended the stairs with the room card in hand. Upon locating the opulent suite, he opened the door and was immediately greeted by an intoxicating aroma. To his astonishment, 4 stunning women came into view, adorned in black stockings, white stockings, sheer tights, and fishnet stockings, long and straight, voluptuous and alluring. This scene was undoubtedly a breathtaking spectacle for any man, igniting primal desires. Yet, Lin Feng stood frozen, bewildered. What on earth was happening? Had he inadvertently entered the wrong room? Furrowing his brow, he checked the room number again, verifying the card in his hand. No mistake there. Could these 4 enchanting women be the gifts Wang Chong had alluded to? The thought nearly made him choke. What the hell? I spent an entire afternoon playing cards, only to end up with this. Lin Feng's patience was wearing thin. Suppressing his rising anger, he turned on his heel, intending to confront Wang Chong for clarification. Inside the room, the 4 alluring women were taken aback as they saw him abruptly leave. Did this man have a screw loose? Didn't he see the 4 captivating beauties before him, eagerly awaiting his company? Ladies, Mr. Wang promised us each $1 million if we let him walk away. That money will vanish, one of the women exclaimed. At her words, the other 3 women grew anxious. Hastily, they donned thin garments and chased after Lin Feng, blocking his path at the door. Handsome, you can't leave. Right. If you walk away, what will become of us? Are you really a man? With 4 stunning women like us, how can you bear to leave? Come on, obediently return to our room with us. The 4 women chimed in unison. Faced with the chorus of enticing voices, Lin Feng's expression darkened. He exhaled sharply, his tone low and firm. Who sent you? Go find whoever you came for. Nonsense. We are here tonight to serve you. Yes, tonight, we belong to you. Handsome, you can't be serious. Seeing 4 beauties of our caliber doesn't stir any excitement? We were handpicked by Mr. Wang from over 100 models. One of the women scrutinized Lin Feng with a look of disbelief. Lin Feng was just about to respond when, unexpectedly, 3 figures appeared in the corridor not far away. To his astonishment, one of them was Yi Nuo, who was staring at him with a look of shock. In that instant, Lin Feng felt as if darkness had enveloped him, wishing he could leap from the 11th floor window. Chapter 44. As long as you speak, I will take you away immediately. Chen Yi Nuo was in surprisingly high spirits that day. Her elder brother, Chen Xianxiu, had traveled a great distance from Yunchuan to visit her. She had accompanied Jiang Junlin to the hotel to check him in, and they were just about to head out for dinner when they stumbled upon this scene. What a spectacle! 1 against 4. At 18, clad in black stockings, white stockings, flesh-colored stockings, and fishnet tights, all arrayed with colorful intimate apparel. With an expressionless face, Chen Yi Nuo gazed at Lin Feng, her heart aching slightly. She felt utterly ridiculous. After returning from Taihu Mountain the previous night, she had tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Thoughts of Lin Feng filled her mind, pondering whether his return was indeed motivated by ulterior motives or if she had misjudged him. Was it possible that he had returned solely out of a guilty conscience, seeking to atone for abandoning her years ago? Throughout the day, Lin Feng had called her numerous times. Although she did not answer, a flicker of pleasure ignited within her. After all, women are inherently emotional beings. Lin Feng was the biological father of Xiao Lianlian. If he truly could turn over a new leaf, even if they never ended up together, she could not deny Xiao Lianlian the paternal love she deserved. But now, she realized she had been mistaken. How utterly laughable. How could she even consider trusting such a scoundrel? Isn't that brother Lin? I didn't expect to see you again tonight after parting ways just last night. Jiang Junlin exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he hurried over to greet him. Lin Feng cast a calm glance at Jiang Junlin, remaining silent. His mind was consumed with a single thought. He must strangle Wang Chong when he returned. If it weren't for that foolish Wang Chong, the situation would not have devolved to this point. Now he truly felt like he had stepped into a mess of his own making. Lin brother, living extravagantly, aren't we? I just gave you 20 million last night, and here you are with 4 young models tonight. That must have cost quite a bit, Jiang Junlin remarked, surveying the 4 alluring models with a teasing tone. Before Lin Feng could respond, the models, displeased, chimed in to defend him, scoffing. Who are you? What we do with our master has nothing to do with you. How ridiculous. When did it become your turn to prattle on here? What do you think you are? We are the women you can never have. Under normal circumstances, had anyone dared to mock him in such a manner, Jiang Junlin would have been furious and sought to retaliate. Yet, at this moment, he found the scene utterly amusing. Master? Oh, so we're engaging in role play now. Lin brother, my dear fellow, I must say, I'm impressed. However, I still believe such activities are best suited for the privacy of a room. Doing this in a hotel corridor seems a tad indecorous. Of course, I'm merely making a suggestion. You can indulge as you please, be it in the bedroom, kitchen, living room sofa, balcony, or even a small grove. Jiang Junlin gave a thumbs up, smiling broadly. Lin Feng, disinterested in engaging in trivial banter with a fool, pushed Jiang Junlin aside and approached Chun Yinua. Taking a deep breath, he said, "If I told you this is all a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Chun Yinua remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng, her demeanor eerily calm. Lin Feng's expression was complex. He secretly wished Yinua would unleash her fury upon him, berating him as a scoundrel, for that would imply there was still a chance for redemption. But now, Yinua was frighteningly composed, as if observing a stranger. Perhaps the greatest sorrow is the death of the heart. Regardless of whether you believe me or not, I must assert that it is indeed a misunderstanding. I was summoned by Wang Chong from the Qinglong Construction Group, who promised me something valuable. I had no inkling that the valuable thing he referred to was 4 women. Had I known, I would never have come, Lin Feng stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Chun Yinua scoffed derisively, replying coolly, "And what significance does this hold for me? What do you wish to accomplish, and how is it relevant to me?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment before forcefully pushing Chun Yinua against the wall. With one hand propped against the wall, he gazed deeply into her eyes. His expression filled with heartfelt sincerity. He realized that reasoning with a woman in such a moment was futile. Extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. And perhaps a wall push could resolve many issues. "Do you see my eyes? They are filled with sincerity. Yinua, trust me, I have never deceived you. For the past decade, I have endured torment, yearning to return and see you. Do you remember the poems we read together in college? Tagore once said that silence is a virtue, but remaining silent in front of the one you love is a form of cowardice. Yinua, can we start anew? As long as you speak, I will take you away right now." Lin Feng gazed at Chun Yinua with deep affection, his words imbued with tenderness and profound influence. The 4 young models were so moved they nearly shed tears, realizing that such genuine love truly exists in the world. Chun Yinua stared blankly at Lin Feng, her mind a blank slate. She felt as if she had been transported back to their college days. During their frequent quarrels, Lin Feng would always assertively pin her against the wall, and they would inevitably reconcile. It felt as if nothing had changed. After all these years, could emotions simply be forgotten? Deep down, she recognized that she still loved Lin Feng. Yet, having been bitten by a snake once, she feared the rope that might ensnare her for a decade. She dreaded the thought of Lin Feng betraying her once more, which would plunge her into an abyss from which there would be no escape. Indeed, when a man must be assertive, he should be assertive. Reasoning with a woman is futile. The past has not deceived me. Lin Feng observed Chun Yinua's reaction, his heart lifting, and he leaned in gently, ready to kiss her. Chun Yinua's body stiffened. She stood frozen in place, momentarily forgetting to evade. However, just then, Jiang Junlin stormed over, his voice filled with fury. "Lin Feng, do you take me for a fool? Kissing my fiancée right in front of me? Are you seeking death?" That furious roar instantly jolted Chun Yinua back to reality. She hurriedly pushed Lin Feng away, her heart in turmoil, her expression complex. Lin Feng's countenance soured. Just as he was on the brink of success, Jiang Junlin's interruption was unbearable. Yet, judging by the earlier scene, it was evident that Yinua still cared for him, which was a promising sign. "What of your fiancé? As long as one is unmarried, everyone possesses the equal right to pursue their desires. I advise you not to be too reckless. If you provoke me, I shall annihilate the Jiang family." Lin Feng spoke with an air of indifference. Chapter 45, It is my duty. Jiang Junlin, upon hearing this, erupted with fury, his anger manifesting as a mocking smile. At this moment, even with his typically composed demeanor, he could no longer contain himself. To publicly corner his fiancée was one thing, but to audaciously threaten the entire Jiang family? "Lin Feng, initially, I regarded you merely as a fool, but now you have successfully enraged me. I will make you aware of the dire consequences of provoking Jiang Junlin." Jiang Junlin stated coldly, a powerful aura of peak Xinjing subtly emanating from him. If not for the presence of others, he would have struck Lin Feng down without hesitation. "Stop holding back. Come and strike me. I implore you, come and hit me. Let it be known, I am determined to pursue Yinua. What can you possibly do about it?" Lin Feng wore an infuriating grin. Regardless of the circumstances, on the surface, Jiang Junlin remained Yinua's fiancé. If he were to take the initiative and eliminate Jiang Junlin, it would undoubtedly turn Yinua against him. However, should Jiang Junlin provoke him, and Lin Feng respond with necessary self-defense, retaliating against Jiang Junlin would be entirely justified. How despicable. This Lin Feng is truly insufferable. Jiang Junlin could bear it no longer, raising his hand to strike Lin Feng dead. Yet, at that moment, Chun Xianxiu, who had remained silent until now, intervened. "Wait a moment. Xianxiu, you can see how intolerable this is for me." Jiang Junlin's face flushed with rage, nearly losing his composure. "This matter must be clarified. Who is this person?" Chun Xianxiu inquired calmly. Clad in white, his handsome features shone like stars. His sharply defined visage imparted a sense of rigorous sharpness. This man is Lin Feng, Inua's ex-boyfriend. Jiang Junlin struggled to rein in his emotions, revealing Lin Feng's identity. After all, such matters could easily be uncovered by Chen Qianxiu, rendering concealment unnecessary. Ex-boyfriend? Chen Qianxiu frowned slightly. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his expression turned icy as he regarded Lin Feng with disdain. I have no desire to dwell on the past, but from this day forward, I implore you to keep your distance from Inua. You are unworthy of her. What business is it of yours? You live by the sea, yet you meddle so broadly? Lin Feng scoffed. He instantly recognized that this man was a peak Earth Realm warrior. But what of it? In his eyes, he remained a mere insect. I am Inua's brother. As her elder brother, do I not possess the right to voice this? Chen Qianxiu replied coldly. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He instinctively glanced at Inua beside him, only to find her wearing a teasing expression, which sent a pang of unease through him. So he is the brother-in-law. What an honor. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Do not be mistaken. I am not your brother-in-law, and as I have stated, you are unworthy of my sister. If you truly care for her, I advise you to distance yourself. Chen Qianxiu retorted with a cold snort. What makes me unworthy? Lin Feng inquired. Ask yourself. How much suffering has my sister endured for you? Do you know the hardships she has faced? She defied our parents for you, living in a damp, dark basement with her daughter. Where were you during that time? Chen Qianxiu continued, his tone laced with contempt. Lin Feng, things do not operate in this manner. It is only because of my sister that you are still standing here. Otherwise, you would have already become a corpse. Brother, please stop. At that moment, Chen Inua interjected, interrupting Chen Qianxiu. Sister, stay away from such a man. Entangling yourself with someone like him will only bring you harm. He will drain your blood time and again, casting you into an abyss from which you cannot rise. Chen Qianxiu cautioned. Chen Inua shook her head, offering no reply. As she turned to walk toward the elevator. Sister, wait for me. Chen Qianxiu hurriedly followed her. Lin Feng, cherish the days ahead. Jiang Junlin cast a cold glance at Lin Feng before also departing. As he watched the three leave, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. What did my brother-in-law's words mean? What did he mean by facing parental opposition and living in a basement with a daughter? Was it not due to an unfortunate prior marriage? Could that little girl be my daughter? Lin Feng's heart raced with surprise. Yet, he quickly shook his head. I have been missing for 10 years. And that little girl, judging by the photo, appears to be only 5 or 6 years old. She cannot possibly be my daughter. Never mind. Let everything unfold in due course. Haste is unwarranted. At least, from the recent events, it seems Inua does not harbor strong aversion toward me anymore. Lin Feng sighed. Subsequently, he turned his gaze toward the 4 alluring models before him, saying curtly, hurry and put your clothes back on. The payment I promised you shall not be lessened. I have no interest in you. You are a good person. The 4 attractive models exchanged complex glances with Lin Feng. Lin Feng was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head and replying, I am no good person. I may have taken more lives than you have had lovers. The 4 models were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, teasing, handsome, you certainly have a knack for humor. Meanwhile, in the 903 presidential suite downstairs, Wang Chong and Zhang Bin had just concluded their affairs and were lounging on the sofa, leisurely smoking cigars, exuding an air of satisfaction. Binzi, your keen eye is commendable. Knowing that Lin Laudi enjoys women, I was able to cater to his tastes. Wang Chong exhaled a puff of smoke, smiling broadly. I just wonder if Lin Laudi's petite frame can handle it. Only 4. For a warrior of Lin Ji's caliber, handling them is a breeze. Zhang Bin remarked with a smile. Ha ha, that is true. Just 4 little karamais are nothing. I wonder how Lin Laudi will thank me when he comes down. Wang Chong took another puff of his cigar, speaking leisurely. I believe Lin Ge might even want to become sworn brothers with you. Zhang Bin speculated. Wang Chong's eyes lit up at this. To become sworn brothers with a Xianjing warrior would undoubtedly bring him numerous benefits. At that moment, the door to the room creaked open, and Lin Feng entered with a calm expression. Haha, Lin Laudi, you're back so soon. Did you not enjoy yourself for a bit longer? Wang Chong quickly rose, greeting him with fervent enthusiasm. Come here, I have something to discuss with you. Lin Feng smiled slightly, beckoning Wang Chong with a gesture. Wang Chong's heart leaped with joy. Lin Laudi's expression is quite suggestive. This must have been a delightful experience. Lin Laudi, there is no need to thank me. It was merely a few women. It was nothing. Wang Chong waved his hand, smiling broadly as he approached. Chapter 46. I can save your daughter. Wang Chong secretly rejoiced in his heart, contemplating how Lin, his younger brother, would express his gratitude to him later. However, he did not expect that as he approached, Lin Feng would abruptly extend his hand, seizing his collar and lifting him off the ground. Lin, what is the meaning of this? Wang Chong's expression was one of panic, though confusion predominated. Not far away, Zhang Bin stood up abruptly, his face awash with uncertainty. This scene was clearly beyond both men's expectations. I truly wish I could strangle you right now. Who told you to arrange for women for me? Lin Feng said coldly. Wang Chang's heart sank at his words, and he instinctively inquired, is it possible that you, Lin, do not like women? Of course I do, Lin Feng retorted, momentarily at a loss for words. In a fit of anger, he tossed Wang Chong onto the sofa and continued icily. However, I only have eyes for one woman. That woman is Chun Inua, whom you met last night. And I was just surrounded by the 4 models you arranged, only for Chun Inua to witness it. So tell me, should I kill you now, or later? At this revelation, Wang Chong and Zhang Bin exchanged glances, both understanding where the problem lay. Last night, Lin Feng had displayed considerable enthusiasm upon meeting Jiang Junlin's fiancée, leading them to mistakenly believe he was fond of beautiful women, thus attempting to curry favor. Little did they know, their flattery had landed them in hot water. Suddenly, Zhang Bin seized the ashtray from the table and struck it against his forehead. Bang! Instantly, blood streamed down his face. Brother Lin, this matter has nothing to do with the boss. It was my ill-conceived idea. We only intended to bring you a moment of pleasure, but we ended up harming you. Zhang Bin exhaled heavily and added, Brother Lin, I want to elaborate further. If you wish to take revenge, direct it at me. If I utter a single word, I cease to be Zhang Bin. Binzi you. Wang Chang's expression shifted, and he hurriedly pulled out a tissue to tend to Zhang Bin's wound. Their bond was one of life and death. Now, witnessing his good brother risking everything for him, he felt a mix of gratitude and sorrow. Lin Feng remained composed, acknowledging Zhang Bin's tenacity. All right, let us consider this matter settled. Just refrain from such foolishness in the future. Lin Feng waved his hand. After all, they were merely trying to please him. There was no need for him to be overly petty. Moreover, he held a certain admiration for Zhang Bin's character. Thank you, Brother Lin. I assure you this will not happen again. Zhang Bin breathed a sigh of relief. He was human, not a deity, and had acted purely on impulse. If Lin Feng truly sought his life, he would certainly feel fear. Brother Lin, this was our oversight. My apologies, Wang Chong said, forcing a bitter smile, his earlier good mood evaporating. Lin Feng nodded, choosing not to say more, preparing to turn away. But at that moment, Zhang Bin suddenly spoke up, Brother Lin. If you hold a genuine affection for Chun Inua, I happen to have some information regarding her. I wonder if you would find it of interest. What is it? Lin Feng inquired. Zhang Bin collected himself and slowly divulged. Currently, in the upper echelons of Jinling City, it is rumored that Chun Inua's background is extraordinarily profound, being the legitimate daughter of a super family from Yinchuan. Although the Jiang family is formidable, marrying into such a prestigious lineage is no easy feat. I've heard that Chun Inua accepted Jiang Junlin's proposal because the Jiang family enlisted the aid of a miraculous doctor capable of curing her daughter's ailment. Lin Feng's heart stirred at this revelation, prompting him to ask, what illness afflicts Inua's daughter? I'm not entirely certain, only that it is a terminal illness. The entire Western medical community has been rendered powerless against it. However, the old doctor brought in by the Jiang family is quite extraordinary, specializing in traditional Chinese medicine, and thus has a significant chance of curing her daughter's condition. I see. A glimmer of determination crossed Lin Feng's eyes. Truly, when faced with insurmountable obstacles, one often discovers unexpected pathways. After 10 years of rigorous study, his medical expertise had reached an unparalleled level. The yin-yang 13 needles passed down from his mentor were more than sufficient to address 99 of the world's complex ailments. Excellent. The information you provided is immensely beneficial to me. Consider me indebted to you, Lin Feng declared, stepping forward to place his hand on Zhang Bin's injured forehead. A subtle surge of spiritual energy enveloped the area, and astonishingly, the wound on his forehead began to heal gradually. Witnessing this, both Wang Chong and Zhang Bin's pupils constricted, their hearts tumultuous with shock. What sorcery was this? Thank you immensely, Brother Lin. Zhang Bin gingerly touched the now-scarred wound on his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. Brother Lin, could you enlighten me on your current realm of cultivation? I have heard that those at the heavenly realm are at the pinnacle of existence. Is it true that a heavenly realm warrior possesses such miraculous healing abilities? Wang Chong inquired anxiously from the side. I am not a heavenly realm warrior. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, before seating himself on the sofa and dialing Chun Inua's number. Meanwhile, in a high-end Western restaurant, Chun Inua, and Jiang Junlin were seated around a table, partaking in dinner. Perhaps due to the earlier events, the trio remained silent, enveloped in a relatively quiet atmosphere. At that moment, Chun Inua noticed her phone ringing. It was a call from Lin Feng. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to decline the call. Inua, who was that calling? Jiang Junlin inquired, his tone tinged with sensitivity. No one, Chun Inua responded curtly. Jiang Junlin nodded in acknowledgement, appearing nonchalant. Yet internally, he seethed with discontent. It was undoubtedly that Lin Feng calling. This insufferable clown truly had the audacity to overstep his bounds. Buzz. Just then, Chen Yinhua received a text message on her phone. It was from Lin Feng. After a moment's deliberation, she decided to open it. Yinhua, I am fully confident in my ability to cure your daughter's illness. If you are willing to trust me, I will be waiting for you at the same hotel tomorrow night. Upon reading those words, Chen Yinhua's heart trembled. At this moment, her daughter was her entire world. She could harbor hatred for Lin Feng, but she could not forsake any glimmer of hope for her daughter's recovery. Jiang Junlin, when will that miraculous doctor you mentioned, capable of curing my daughter, arrive? Chen Yinhua suddenly inquired. Jiang Junlin glanced at Chen Yinhua's phone before replying, at the latest. The day after tomorrow. Can this doctor guarantee a complete cure for my daughter's illness? Chen Yinhua pressed further. I cannot assure you of a 100% guarantee. However, the esteemed Dr. Yun is renowned in the realm of medicine, hailing from the sacred land of medicine, Yawang Valley. It was a considerable endeavor on my part to invite this extraordinary figure down from the mountains. If he cannot cure her, the prospects with any other physician are indeed bleak. Jiang Junlin emphasized the latter part of his statement, clearly aware of the implications. His words served as a subtle reminder to Chen Yinhua. Do not engage in any foolish acts that may cause me discomfort. Understood. Chen Yinhua nodded and resumed her meal of Western cuisine. Jiang Junlin's sister, Xianxiu, had joined a prominent sect on the mountain a decade ago. It was said that she had become a true disciple, a status that could indeed summon a master from the Apothecary Valley. Chapter 47. Are you striking my chest with tiny fists? Xianxiu Yinhua, please continue your meal. I shall step away for a moment. At that moment, Jiang Junlin chuckled, rising to make his way to the restroom. However, as soon as he entered, his expression turned icy. He took out his phone and dialed Citaheo. Speaking in a low, stern voice, Master C2, I instructed you last night to deal with Lin Feng. Have you sent someone? I have already spoken to Yun Sanshui. Yun Sanshui? Is he the mid-stage martial artist from your second hall? Indeed. Although Yun Sanshui is at the mid-stage, he possesses the strength to contend with late-stage experts. Lin Feng, on the other hand, is likely at the early stage, making him easily subdued. Excellent. Furthermore, I have changed my mind. I want Lin Feng to see no dawn. I desire his death at this very moment. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Junlin felt a wave of relief wash over him, a cold smirk escaping his lips. Lin Feng, I initially intended to let you linger a few more days, but you have brought this upon yourself. A worthless fool daring to challenge me. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having sent a message to Chen Yinhua, left the hotel and strolled leisurely towards home. However, he soon noticed that the streets, once bustling with activity, had fallen eerily silent. Frowning, he turned to glance behind him, where he spotted a middle-aged man clad in black approaching with deliberate steps. Despite the man's efforts to conceal his aura, Lin Feng could easily discern his formidable strength, a mid-stage martial artist. This man was none other than Yun Sanshui. In no time, Yun Sanshui stood merely a meter before Lin Feng, his expression cold, his piercing eyes fixed on Lin Feng with a curious glint. Have you been paralyzed with fear? You did not choose to flee upon my arrival? Why should I flee? Lin Feng inquired. Because you have offended many. Others have sent me to eliminate you. Yun Sanshui replied icily. So who sent you? Is it the Sanqua Hall or the Jiang family? Lin Feng pressed. At this, Yun Sanshui narrowed his eyes. This young man exhibited an impressive composure, remaining unfazed in the face of danger. Quite a remarkable feat. You ask too many questions. Such matters shall be for you to inquire of the King of Hell in the afterlife. Yun Sanshui sneered, extending his hand toward Lin Feng's throat. Lin Feng merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the strike. Your power is too feeble, and your speed too sluggish. Speak, who sent you? I might consider sparing your life. You certainly know how to boast. I shall return the sentiment. In my eyes, you are nothing but refuse. Do not overestimate your worth. Yun Sanshui retorted coldly. In that instant, his aura shifted dramatically. His muscles bulged slightly, as if a torrent of energy surged beneath the surface. Thunderclap fist. Yun Sanshui unleashed his ultimate martial technique. Lin Feng responded with a scoff, refusing to retreat. Boom. Yun Sanshui's fist struck Lin Feng's chest with a resounding impact. Yet, Lin Feng stood unmoved. As if the blow were inconsequential, not even stirring his clothing. Are you merely tapping my chest with tiny fists? Lin Feng inquired. Witnessing this, Yun Sanshui's expression shifted dramatically as he staggered back 2 steps, incredulous. Impossible. Even a late-stage martial artist would struggle to withstand my strike. You are merely an early-stage practitioner. How could you possibly endure my thunderclap fist? Who said I am at the early stage? Lin Feng replied, then exhaled a breath of spiritual energy towards Yun Sanshui. Bang. Xianxiaaudiobooks was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing into a camphor tree by the roadside, leaving a gash in its trunk. Lin Feng leapt towards Xianxiaaudiobooks, placing a hand atop his head. Soul search technique. Already gravely injured, Xianxiaaudiobooks spewed forth blood and foam as Lin Feng utilized the technique. His eyes widened in shock, staring blankly at Lin Feng, mouth agape, yet unable to utter a word before succumbing to death. So, Xianxiaaudiobooks is indeed the second hall master of the Sanquan Hall. No wonder I could not uncover his hiding place earlier. Lin Feng murmured to himself. Xianxiaaudiobooks, since you are intent on courting death, I shall oblige tonight. Lin Feng waved a hand over Xianxiaaudiobooks' corpse. Whoosh! Spiritual fire erupted, incinerating Xianxiaaudiobooks' body into a cloud of ashes. The evening breeze scattered the remains, leaving no trace behind. After completing this, Lin Feng soared into the night sky, speeding towards the southern part of the city. Meanwhile, within a luxurious villa in the south, Xianxiaaudiobooks reclined on a leather sofa, swirling a glass of red wine. A look of ease and satisfaction on his face. If all went according to plan, news of Lin Feng's demise would soon arrive. Initially, he had intended to spare Lin Feng's life, thinking it might prove useful in the future. However, a call from Jiang Junlin had compelled him to eliminate Lin Feng. Not wishing to offend Jiang Junlin, he had no choice but to act decisively. Lin Feng, you insignificant insect, opposing me was one thing, but to offend the Jiang family? Who else could possibly deserve to die but you? Xianxiaaudiobooks chuckled, taking a sip of his wine, shaking his head lightly. With time still on his side, he contemplated calling for a companion to alleviate his long, solitary night. However, at that moment, a series of muffled thuds echoed from outside the villa, reminiscent of something collapsing. Wang Fuguwei, what on earth are you doing? Xianxiaaudiobooks called out impatiently towards the commotion outside. He gave it little thought, knowing that nearly all of his second hall's elite were gathered outside, at least 10 martial artists among them. Wang Fuguwei, in particular, was a formidable late-stage expert. What could possibly go wrong? It was likely just Wang Fuguwei and his companions indulging in revelry. Just then, the noise outside ceased abruptly. Moments later, the villa door swung open, and Lin Feng, pristine and unblemished, strolled in leisurely. Chapter 48. A cup of wine transforms into a sword, slaying with wine. Lin Feng cast a cursory glance around the villa's living room. The exquisite carvings and antique paintings exuded luxury while maintaining an air of understated elegance. He had to admit, this fellow certainly knew how to indulge. Who are you? Xianxiaaudiobooks rose from the sofa, his hawk-like eyes fixed coldly on Lin Feng. Do you not recognize me? Lin Feng found himself somewhat astonished. Upon seeing Lin Feng's expression, Xianxiaaudiobooks contemplated for a moment, then furrowed his brow and inquired, You are Lin Feng? Indeed. Lin Feng nodded. He behaved as if he were in the comfort of his own home, retrieving a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the wine cabinet, uncorking it, and leisurely pouring himself a glass, subsequently reclining on the sofa and elegantly savoring a sip. Xianxiaaudiobooks observed coldly, making no attempt to intervene. The mere presence of Lin Feng suggested that Xianxiaaudiobooks had likely failed in his mission. However, how had Lin Feng managed to gain entry? His second stronghold was guarded by a formidable force of nearly 100 elite individuals, including the late-stage Xinjing master Wang Fuguwei. Logically speaking, it would have been impossible for Lin Feng to breach their defenses. Contemplating this, Xianxiaaudiobooks called out loudly, Fuguwei, Fuguwei, but the outside was met with an eerie silence, devoid of any response. This left Xianxiaaudiobooks' heart heavy with foreboding, realizing that the situation was dire. Stop shouting. I've already dealt with all your men outside. Lin Feng casually remarked, swirling the red wine in his glass. You alone? Xianxiaaudiobooks narrowed his eyes. He could not fathom how Lin Feng could have silently dispatched so many of his subordinates. Surely, he must have had assistance. Is one person not enough? Lin Feng retorted. How audacious. But your days of arrogance are numbered. You should never have come here to trouble me. Xianxiaaudiobooks declared icily. Despite knowing that all his subordinates had been annihilated, he felt no hint of fear. The strength of the Sankotong did not rely on sheer numbers, but on the terrifying might of its 3 leaders. The first leader had recently broken through to the late stage of the Earth realm. The second and third leaders, while in the mid-stage, were only a step away from the late stage. Thus, Xianxiaaudiobooks was indeed a peak mid-stage Earth realm powerhouse. Within the entire Jinling city, only a handful could rival him. Since you have so graciously delivered yourself to my doorstep, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate you. Prepare to die. With a powerful kick, Xianxiaaudiobooks propelled himself off the ground, the force shattering the marble tiles of the living room. He then launched a fierce punch aimed directly at Lin Feng's head. The wind from the punch howled, its power staggering. The speed was so tremendous that it generated a sonic boom. Yet, in the face of this terrifying strike, Lin Feng merely tossed the wine from his glass. The soft, Harmonious red wine instantly transformed into a crimson ice shard midair, striking Situ Hao's fist with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp, muffled sounds reverberated throughout the spacious living room. Time seemed to slow down 100-fold, beginning with the fist, then the wrist, and finally the arm. Situ Hao's entire right arm exploded, bones and flesh disintegrating into a shower of crimson mist that filled the air. Ah! Situ Hao screeched in agony, staggering backward until he collapsed onto the tiles. Clutching his blood-soaked wound and gazing at his vanished right arm, his eyes were filled with terror. How? How is this possible? A cup of wine transformed into a blade, slaying with a drink. To what extent have you controlled your inner strength? This is beyond the capabilities of an Earth Realm warrior. You are a Celestial Realm master. Situ Hao stared in disbelief at the young man seated on the sofa, who had remained utterly composed throughout. His mind was in turmoil. What have I gotten myself into? I am not a Celestial Realm warrior. Lin Feng stood up and approached Situ Hao slowly. To prevent future complications, he needed to delve into Situ Hao's memories to locate and eliminate the other two leaders as well. What do you intend to do? Situ Hao's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At this point, what do you think I can do? Naturally, it involves your demise, you wretch. Lin Feng replied coolly. Don't force my hand. Leave now, or if I die, you shan't live either. Situ Hao gritted his teeth, threatening him harshly. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Does Situ Hao still possess some hidden card at this juncture? Nevertheless, he did not halt his advance. For regardless of what card the opponent held, it would be of no use to him. You leave me no choice. Situ Hao sneered, producing a white stone from his pocket, inscribed with countless intricate runes that shimmered with a golden light, appearing remarkably mystical. Oh, Lin Feng halted, gazing in astonishment at the stone in Situ Hao's hand. It was indeed a spirit stone. What is a spirit stone? In layman's terms, it is a reservoir of spiritual energy. Each spirit stone is imbued with rich celestial energy, capable of aiding cultivators in breaking through major bottlenecks and cleansing their meridians. Unfortunately, since the end of the Age of Magic, spirit stones have become exceedingly rare, nearly non-existent. Even during his time on the mountain, the old man had possessed very few, almost all of which were used for his body refinement. Lin Feng had not anticipated that someone like Situ Hao would possess a spirit stone, and moreover, one inscribed with attack runes. Seeing your expression, you must recognize what I hold in my hand. Now leave, or we shall perish together. Situ Hao declared coldly. Where did you acquire that spirit stone? Lin Feng inquired. Spirit stone? Situ Hao let out a scoff. You presume to understand? I had overestimated you. What I hold is a spirit bomb, infused with the power of heaven and earth. Once it detonates, its actual might is equivalent to 500 kilograms of TNT, he proclaimed. At that point, even if you are a Celestial Realm expert, you will be severely injured, if not killed. Spirit bomb? Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. What a peculiar name. Yet it sparked a thought within him. Surely, there must be more than one of these spirit bombs. If he could ascertain who manufactured them, he might obtain a cache of spirit stones. With this in mind, Lin Feng hastened towards Situ Hao. Situ Hao was taken aback by Lin Feng's audacity to approach him. In a fit of desperation, he hurled the spirit bomb at Lin Feng. Die! Lin Feng extended his right hand, effortlessly catching the spirit stone. He then gently stroked its surface, causing the previously flickering runes to calm instantly. The principle of this spirit bomb was quite simple, akin to a hand grenade. However, instead of explosives, it contained spiritual energy, with the runes serving as catalysts for detonation. Fool! Situ Hao sneered as he witnessed Lin Feng catch the spirit bomb barehanded, scoffing at what he deemed an act of suicide. Even a formidable being of the Celestial Realm would undoubtedly meet their demise when subjected to such a close-range explosion. Yet, to his astonishment, after an interminable wait, the spirit bomb exhibited not the slightest sign of detonation. Chapter 49. You truly place me in a difficult position. Explode. I command you to explode. A sense of panic surged within Situ Hao. It cannot be that it has failed to detonate, Lin Feng remarked, diligently stowing the spirit stone away, intending to return later for a thorough examination to see if he could erase the runes on its surface. Utilizing spirit stones to create such a trivial device is utterly wasteful and incensed him somewhat. Impossible. How could the spirit bomb be defective? Situ Hao's face turned ashen. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He looked at Lin Feng with astonishment and said, It was you. You possess such extraordinary techniques. You must have sabotaged the runes on the spirit bomb's surface? You know far too much. Lin Feng, uninterested in idle chatter, approached Situ Hao and directly employed the soul search technique. In no time, Situ Hao's eyes glazed over, foam escaping his mouth as he lay convulsing on the ground. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng ended his life, reducing his body to ashes. From Situ Hao's memories, Lin Feng not only learned the whereabouts of the other two hall masters, but also uncovered the origins of the spirit stone. This spirit bomb is considered a rare commodity within the martial world, worth its weight in gold, and Situ Hao had fortuitously acquired it at a large auction. What a pity. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation. Given its scarcity, he was disinclined to search for it now. Subsequently, Lin Feng set off, determined to eliminate the other two hall masters of the Sanko Hall, thus eradicating any future threats. However, just then, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside. Moments later, a group of individuals burst in, led by a man and a woman. The man, approximately 50 years of age, possessed a physique neither stout nor slender, revealing himself to be a late-stage Earth Realm martial artist. The woman appeared somewhat younger, yet was still in her 40s, her voluptuous figure exuding the allure and charm of a mature woman. She was a mid-stage Earth Realm martial artist. As for the dozen or so individuals trailing behind them, they were merely minor figures from the Xian and Huang realms, posing no substantial threat. Could it be mere coincidence? Lin Feng's expression shifted in surprise. Just as he was preparing to seek out the two hall masters, they had delivered themselves to his doorstep. Who are you? Where are the others? The first hall master, Tan Tianhong, furrowed his brow. Not long ago, he had received a message from a mysterious individual, revealing that Situ Hao had colluded with the Jiang family to subvert the Sanko Hall's authority. Being fully aware of his younger brother's character, he had not harbored any doubts. Thus, after making preparations, he had arrived overnight, intent on striking first. To his shock, the usually bustling villa now contained only one person. The others were all dead. Lin Feng replied, indeed. Ha ha ha. The third hall master, Zhou Yunmei, could not suppress her laughter upon hearing this. Her alluring body swayed enticingly, causing a dizzying effect. Little handsome guy, do refrain from lying. The second hall is teeming with experts. And Situ Hao is a mid-stage Earth Realm martial artist. You claim they are all dead? The moment those words left her lips, the others erupted into laughter, viewing the young man before them as nothing short of a fool. Ha ha, Lin Feng chuckled lightly. The two parties continued their laughter for a while. You say the others are dead. Where are their bodies? And who are you? How did you come to be here? Tan Tianhong inquired indifferently, already regarding Lin Feng as a simpleton. After all, he perceived no martial aura emanating from Lin Feng, and such brainless claims could only belong to a fool, could they not? Yet, he was curious about the whereabouts of the second hall's members. Why had only a fool remained here? Their bodies have turned to ashes, their remains swept away by the wind, Lin Feng proclaimed. At this, the group could hardly contain their laughter once more. Even Tan Tianhong struggled to maintain his composure, a smirk tugging at his lips. How utterly amusing. Such nonsensical statements could be uttered, and the ashes were blown away? Did he believe this was a crematorium? However, at that moment, Lin Feng gestured toward one of the Huang realm martial artists who laughed the loudest, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. Buzz. The Xian realm martial artist had no time to react before he was reduced to a cloud of ashes. Then, a gust of wind swept through the window, scattering the ashes onto the faces of several martial artists nearby. In that instant, silence enveloped the room. Every smile froze on their faces, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief as they stared at Lin Feng. What is the matter? Why have you stopped laughing? Continue. I delight in your laughter, Lin Feng beamed. Yet his smile appeared devilish to the others present. No, it was even more terrifying than a devil. What manner of sorcery is this? With a mere wave of his hand, he incinerated a Huang realm expert? How fascinating. I see I have not deceived you, Lin Feng remarked, raising his hand once more. Buzz. This time, a peak Huang realm expert was transformed into ashes. The onlooker's pupils constricted, instinctively taking a few steps back, gazing at Lin Feng with apprehension. No wonder he, lacking the essence of a martial artist, dares to be so arrogant. He is clearly a master of unconventional arts. At that moment, Tan Tianhong exhaled a heavy breath and spoke solemnly. In this vast world, alongside traditional martial artists, there exist exceptional individuals. These exceptional beings practice unorthodox arts, such as sorcery, curses, and formations. In his view, Lin Feng's inexplicable ability to incinerate a martial artist likely stemmed from mastery in sorcery or curses. Such individuals employ unknown methods to achieve results that defy common sense, leaving a profound impact. However, these unorthodox paths hold no sway over truly formidable martial artists. The supreme martial artist possesses a reservoir of internal energy, robust vitality, impervious to ordinary vile methods. Upon hearing Tan Tianhong's words, the crowd suddenly grasped the situation. Their fears stemmed from the unknown. Once the principles were revealed, their trepidation dissipated. Everyone, circulate your inner energy and fortify your spirits. He shall have no opportunity to exploit, Tan Tianhong asserted, his demeanor regaining composure. Indeed, the hall master is wise. The The hall master is wise. The crowd responded, laughter echoing as they channeled their internal energies. An imperceptible martial aura emanating from their bodies, exuding an intimidating presence. Observing these dim-witted lackeys, Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation. Currently, he had only Bloodhand Butcher as an ally. Rather than annihilating the Sanko Hall, it would be more advantageous to recruit these individuals as subordinates, as they might prove useful in the future. After all, only Situ Hao had offended him. The others bore him no grudge. Now who exactly are you? Where is Situ Hao? Tan Tianhong inquired coldly. Little handsome, you should promptly confess without resorting to these fanciful tricks. Otherwise, I assure you, I shall show no mercy, Zhou Yunmei said with a flirtatious demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's body vanished in an instant. In the next moment, he reappeared before the two, effortlessly grasping their necks and lifting them off the ground. You wouldn't believe what I say, yet you excel at concocting your own narratives. This truly places me in a precarious position, Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 50, Subjugating the Sanqua Hall. At that moment, all present were astounded. Tang Tianhong and Zhou Yunmei, two formidable figures, felt a chill run down their spines, rendered momentarily at a loss. It must be noted that they were no ordinary individuals. One was a late-stage Earth Realm cultivator, and the other was mid-stage, both undisputed powerhouses within Jinling City. Yet now what was happening? In the blink of an eye, they found themselves effortlessly subdued by this youthful figure, utterly powerless to retaliate. What, then, was the extent of this youth's strength? Who are you? Tang Tianhong stuttered, his voice trembling. As the foremost leader of the Sanqua Hall, and a superlative cultivator of the late Earth Realm, he had never before experienced such fear. Who I am is of little importance. What truly matters is whether you wish to live, Lin Feng said casually, tossing the two onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, he resumed his position on the sofa, leisurely pouring himself a glass of red wine. Teleportation? Gulp. The onlookers swallowed hard, their scalps tingling. In the vast expanse of Jinling City, they were undoubtedly ruthless individuals, yet now they found themselves utterly bewildered. Senior, what did you mean by that remark? Tang Tianhong, ever the composed leader, quickly regained his composure and respectfully inquired. He now held unwavering belief in Lin Feng's proclamations. Sitaheo was dead. The elite forces of the Second Hall had been effortlessly annihilated by Lin Feng. Regardless of what would transpire next, all he could do now was submit. To survive, you must become my lackeys. To refuse, I shall send you to join Sitaheo, Lin Feng said, taking a sip of his wine, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing this, Tang Tianhong and the others fell into a profound silence. To become the lackeys of another? Such words carried an insufferable insult, as if they were being utterly disregarded. Senior, your demands are somewhat excessive, even if your strength is formidable. At that moment, a late-stage profound realm warrior could no longer contain himself and began to speak. Before he could finish, Lin Feng spat out the wine in his mouth, which shot through the warrior's chest with an imperceptible speed. Bang! The late-stage profound realm warrior's gaze dimmed instantly, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Is there anyone else with objections? I assure you, I am quite reasonable and dislike coercing others. Feel free to express your thoughts, and if they hold merit, I shall consider them, Lin Feng said, rising to examine the antique paintings in the living room. With his hands clasped behind him, he turned his back to the crowd, revealing no hint of defensiveness. Tang Tianhong and Zhou Yunmei exchanged glances, their eyes flickering. This was undoubtedly a prime opportunity for a surprise attack, yet they were still reeling from the shock, their hearts filled with trepidation. This golden orb, is it an antique as well? Lin Feng asked, having retrieved a small golden ball from an antique vase on the counter. Turning to inquire lightly, Tang Tianhong, perplexed by Lin Feng's intentions, forced a chuckle. Sitaheo was fond of collecting such items. It should be an antique, I presume. Such a fine piece, allow me to gift it to you. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled. For reasons unknown, a shiver ran down Tang Tianhong's spine upon meeting Lin Feng's gaze. An overwhelming dread surged within him. He means to kill me. He intends to take my life. Tang Tianhong was gripped by a powerful premonition, causing his legs to weaken, and he sank to his knees. At the moment he knelt, Lin Feng flicked the golden orb from his hand. Whoosh! The small golden orb sailed over Tang Tianhong's head, striking a yellow realm warrior behind him with a devastating blow. Bang! Blood mixed with white matter splattered across Zhou Yunmei's face. Ah! Zhou Yunmei screamed, her curvaceous form trembling violently as she frantically wiped the blood and brain matter from her face, her entire body covered in goosebumps. My apologies. I inadvertently underestimated the power of this little orb, Lin Feng said with a feigned look of regret. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left in a daze. Their minds blank. They were truly terrified. This individual disregarded all conventional norms. Life and death seemed to him mere playthings, manipulated at his whim. So, have you considered my previous remarks? Lin Feng reiterated. Senior, from now on, I shall be your lackey, Tang Tianhong declared without hesitation. A bead of cold sweat had already formed on his forehead. He was on the verge of wetting himself. Had he not knelt, it would have been him who faced the fatal blow. We too shall be your lackeys. We are all your lackeys. The others hastily echoed, trembling as they knelt in submission. Zhou Yunmei, wiping the filth from her face, sashayed toward Lin Feng, placing her hand on his shoulder and forcing a smile. Senior, you are so impressive. I admire you greatly. She sought to leverage her allure to gain Lin Feng's favor, hoping to avoid the humiliation of being a lackey. Bang! Lin Feng slapped Zhou Yunmei, sending her sprawling. Struggling to rise, she half knelt on the ground, staring at Lin Feng in sheer terror, utterly at a loss. She possessed immense confidence in her looks and figure, yet she never anticipated that a man could so completely disregard her allure. Lackeys must possess the mindset of lackeys. Do not even think of attempting to seduce your master. Do you understand? Lin Feng admonished coolly. Why, yes, understood. Zhou Yunmei bowed her head, too afraid to retort. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before stepping forward, lightly tapping each person on the chest, then stating, I have placed a small restriction on your life forces. So it would be wise not to engage in foolishness. Otherwise, with a mere thought, I could take your lives. Yes, senior. Yes, senior. Tang Tianhong and the others responded respectfully. Furthermore, I am in need of a substantial quantity of spirit bombs. Go and assist me in procuring them. Whoever gathers the most will be generously rewarded. Lin Feng instructed. Spirit bombs. Tang Tianhong, Zhou Yunmei, and the others were perplexed but dared not question further, hastily nodding their agreement. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded and, after issuing a few brief instructions and leaving a contact method, departed the villa. In truth, the subjugation of the Sanqua Hall was merely a matter of convenience for him, not something he overly concerned himself with. Once Lin Feng had left, Tang Tianhong, Zhou Yunmei, and the others finally managed to rise from the ground. A cloud of dark expressions loomed over the group. In the dead of night, one finds themselves inexplicably transformed into the lackey of another. Who could possibly endure such indignity? Brother, was what he just said truly sincere? Zhou Yunmei inquired. This individual is unfathomable, not only a master of the celestial realm, but also adept in obscure arts. We would do well to believe his words, for they may hold more truth than falsehood, Tan Tianhong replied solemnly. At that moment, an irate late-stage practitioner of the Xian realm interjected, Guild leader. Are we truly to accept this role as his subservient? It is a disgrace. Even when the Jiang, Li, and Qin families sought to bribe us, we did not acquiesce. Indeed, if this matter reaches the ears of the Longmen Hall or the Zhatian gang, how shall we retain our dignity? Another added, Guild leader, you must devise a strategy. We are martial arts experts. How can we stoop to be others' dogs? Zhou Yunmei pondered for a moment before suggesting, brother, perhaps we should report this incident to the Xianling sect? There is no immediate need for such a step. The Xianling sect is notoriously arrogant. Not much better than this young man. Moreover, we merely borrow their name to raise our status. Persuading them to send experts to assist us is nearly impossible. Tan Tianhong exhaled deeply, continuing, well then, given the circumstances, let us not dwell on anger. For now, focus on acquiring the spirit explosion pellets, if you can find them. Splendid. If not, it matters little. Tomorrow, I shall seek the famed healer, Sai Hua, to ascertain whether our life forces are indeed compromised. If it turns out that boy merely sought to intimidate us, the remedy will be far simpler. Meanwhile, Lin Feng ambled along, examining the spirit explosion pellets he had procured. He noted that the runes inscribed upon them were not overly intricate. Dismantling them would be as simple as disrupting the central layout. With this thought, he delicately traced his finger over the focal point of the spirit explosion stone. Buzz! The stone first emitted a faint glow before promptly dimming, rendering the runes inscribed upon its surface ineffective. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng could not help but smile. One intact spirit stone was now in his possession. Judging by its meager aura, it appeared to be a low-grade spirit stone. Yet even such stones are exceedingly precious in this era of dwindling magic. This stone may not serve me much purpose anymore. However, since Xiao Yao cannot yet cultivate, I can utilize this spirit stone to cleanse her meridians and enhance her physique. Lin Feng mused to himself. Approximately a minute later, Lin Feng arrived at his doorstep. It was now past 9 at night. The sky was a vast expanse of darkness, with a few stars twinkling beside the silver moon, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. At that moment, Lin Feng caught a whiff of a metallic scent. Following the trail, he discovered a pool of blood beneath the apricot tree in his vegetable garden. What is going on? There should be no one around here. Could it be the demolition crew again? Surely not. I have dealt with the San Ko Tang. Lin Feng muttered to himself. with a disinterested attitude. He shook his head and prepared to return indoors for a good night's rest, feeling quite fatigued from recent events. Just then, a series of muffled thuds echoed from a distance, akin to gunfire or a violent altercation. The sound seemed to emanate from approximately 2 kilometers away. Lin Feng recalled that location. It was near a grove by the waterway, where a population of rare ibises resided. These birds, not only beautiful but also a protected species, attracted numerous tourists each year for photography. Damn it, could they be hunting birds at night? Lin Feng's expression shifted, and he hastily sprinted towards the grove. Chapter 51, Settling Scores. Within the shadowy grove, a fierce battle unfolded among a group of martial artists. They exchanged blows with ferocity, each strike landing with resounding impact. While the nearby poplar trees succumbed to their force, snapping in half and scattering debris all around. Bloodhand Butcher, I advise you to surrender willingly. Perhaps you might yet save your life. Otherwise, this grove shall be your grave tonight. A stern elder clad in a Zhongshan suit declared coldly. The elder, with hair as white as snow yet possessing the youthful countenance of a child, exuded an immeasurable aura of martial prowess, clearly a mid-level master of the Earth Realm. He was none other than Yang Dingtian, the vice president of the Martial Arts Alliance of Jinling City. In addition to Yang Dingtian, there were 4 other members of the alliance present, the weakest among them being a late-stage practitioner of the Xian realm, while the strongest had already attained the early stages of the Earth realm. This formidable group was truly terrifying. It is worth noting that even the second branch of the Sanko Tang did not possess such overwhelming strength. Yang Dingtian, your words are deceptively pleasant. If I were to accompany you, would I truly survive? Do you take me for a fool? The Bloodhand Butcher replied with a grim tone, his body battered and bloodied, with a twisted right arm that was clearly broken. Earlier that day, he had sought out the herbs listed on the prescription Lin Feng had provided, only to discover that the Martial Arts Alliance had placed spies in various herbal shops. Upon learning of his presence, Yang Dingtian had promptly assembled 4 strong allies to ambush him. Utilizing his formidable skills, he fought while fleeing, ultimately reaching Lin Feng's residence, only to find it devoid of life. Despair filled his heart. Was he truly to perish here tonight? I won't shed a tear until I see the coffin. Bloodhand Butcher, years ago, you killed 1,000 innocents to practice your vampiric arts. Such foul sorcery deserves universal condemnation. Tonight marks the day you atone for the souls of the wronged. An early-stage Earth Realm warrior coldly proclaimed. Haha, what constitutes righteousness, and what constitutes wickedness? In your eyes, I am the embodiment of evil, yet in my perception, what are you? The Bloodhand Butcher could not help but laugh derisively. If you are the righteous, then why did you not intervene when my entire family of over 100 souls perished unjustly? Why did you not seek justice for the Yi family? Haha. In the end, you are nothing but a group of hypocrites, preying on the weak. The early-stage Earth Realm warrior's expression shifted slightly as he attempted to respond, but was interrupted by Yang Dingtian's wave of his hand. Enough. Engaging in further discourse with such a person is futile. It is getting late. Let us subdue him and return for rest. Yang Dingtian said calmly. Upon hearing this, the 4 martial arts masters nodded in agreement and began their assault on the Bloodhand Butcher. Witnessing this, the Bloodhand Butcher suppressed his smile, his body tensed. Yet his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He was merely at the early stages of the Earth Realm. Sustaining himself thus far had already been a tremendous challenge. Now, he had become a mere shell of his former self, frail and powerless, with even half an arm severed, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. At this critical juncture, an impatient voice pierced through the night air. Why are you all still awake at this hour? The crowd turned to see a young man in white, approaching with measured steps. It's the senior. The previously ashen face of Bloodhand Butcher lit up with joy. He had never expected that at such a dire moment, Lin Feng would descend like a celestial savior, rescuing him from the depths of despair. The overwhelming emotion nearly brought tears to his eyes. Who are you? Yang Dingtian scrutinized Lin Feng, furrowing his brow. He sensed no trace of martial energy emanating from the young man. However, observing the youth's calm demeanor and those profound eyes, he refrained from jumping to conclusions. After all, some martial artists possess the ability to conceal their energy using techniques such as the turtle breathing method. Lin Feng glanced at Yang Dingtian, but offered no reply. He approached Bloodhand Butcher, frowning as he spoke. What on earth happened? How did you end up like this? Are you really that incompetent? Bloodhand Butcher's face flushed with embarrassment. Had anyone else dared to insult him so, he might have fought back. Yet, before Lin Feng, he found himself unable to retort, and could only obediently recount the series of unfortunate events. Not far away, seeing Bloodhand Butcher behaving so submissively before this young man astonished the members of the Martial Alliance, leaving them incredulous. What was the origin of this seemingly ordinary youth in white? Hey, I don't care who you are. Tonight's affairs are beyond your concern. You'd best stand aside. Yang Dingtian declared in a deep voice. Do you know who this man is? Lin Feng turned his head, responding coolly. His name is Yi Tianxin, known as Bloodhand Butcher, a murderer responsible for the deaths of 1,000 over 20 years ago. He is an old fiend whom the Jiangnan Martial Alliance has pursued for 2 decades. Yang Dingtian, fearing Lin Feng was unaware of the gravity of the situation, recounted the heinous crimes committed by Bloodhand Butcher. Upon hearing this, Bloodhand Butcher's heart sank, anxiety gnawing at him as he glanced at Lin Feng. He was acutely aware of the weight of his past transgressions, with no justification to offer. To his astonishment, Lin Feng seemed unfazed, responding indifferently. You mentioned it was 20 years ago. What significance does it hold now? This man is now my subordinate. You have already inflicted such severe injuries upon him. Consider it a form of atonement for his past sins. I hereby declare that your grievances are henceforth resolved. At these words, the atmosphere fell into stunned silence, with everyone left gaping in disbelief. Bloodhand Butcher gazed at Lin Feng, his heart brimming with gratitude. Yang Dingtian exhaled sharply, coldly retorting, So, you insist on intervening? Are you not in your right mind? As the saying goes, one must regard the owner when striking a dog. You've harmed my subordinate. Am I not justified in stepping in? Lin Feng scoffed. Such arrogance. A late-stage Xian realm expert let out a disdainful snort and lunged at Lin Feng. His stance was firm, and his speed remarkable. Yet, as he approached Lin Feng, the latter effortlessly seized him by the throat and hurled him away. Bang! The late-stage Xian realm expert crashed into the ground, letting out a pained scream as he felt multiple bones snap beneath the impact. Witnessing this, the other Martial Alliance experts exchanged wary glances. This was utterly bizarre. Throughout this encounter, they had sensed not a flicker of martial energy from Lin Feng, who appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary individual. I shall uncover this man's true capabilities. A beginner-level Earth Realm warrior declared with a cold snort. Preparing to act. Come back. Yang Dingtian quickly called out. The beginner-level Earth Realm warrior halted, confusion etched on his face as he turned to Yang Dingtian. The latter offered no further explanation but cast a deep look at Lin Feng, saying, Young man, you indeed conceal your prowess well. However, forcibly shielding a villain like Bloodhand Butcher tonight will undoubtedly bring you considerable trouble. Take care. With that, Yang Dingtian turned and departed. The other Martial Alliance experts frowned, but, given their vice leader's orders, chose not to protest, hastily following suit. In the blink of an eye, the numerous martial experts vanished into the vast darkness. Bloodhand Butcher, feeling a wave of relief, stepped forward, a faint smile squeezing onto his aged visage as he expressed, Thank you, senior. Bang! Lin Feng unceremoniously sent him sprawling once more. As Bloodhand Butcher rose, clutching his face, a look of terror crossed his features. I took you under my wing to serve my purposes, not to create trouble for me. Do you understand? Lin Feng stated. His words, devoid of any emotion, rendered Bloodhand Butcher pale with fear, prompting him to kneel before Lin Feng. Senior, I had no choice. The Martial Alliance has bullied me for far too long. Even after 20 years, they still pursue me. Enough. I will assist you with the Martial Alliance's matters, but this is a one-time occurrence. Should you dare to bring further complications my way, you shall be the first to perish. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I understand. Bloodhand Butcher hastily nodded. He now harbors an innate fear of Lin Feng that penetrates to his very core. The youth before him exudes an aura of unpredictability, rendering his thoughts utterly inscrutable. Have the herbs been gathered? Lin Feng inquired once more. Yes. The Bloodhand Butcher cautiously produced a pouch from within his garments, containing an array of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. These were his lifeline. Despite having endured a brutal beating moments prior, he clutched them tightly to his chest. Unwilling to lose them, Lin Feng accepted the pouch, glanced at its contents briefly, and then tossed it back to him. You are to simmer these herbs for 2 hours, and then immerse your body in the resulting concoction for 5 hours. Your hidden ailments will be healed. However, from this day forth, refrain from recklessly employing that blood-sucking technique. I care not for your past, but now that you have become my subordinate, should you misbehave, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Yes, senior, the Bloodhand Butcher replied, excitement evident in his tone. Meanwhile, in a speeding automobile deputy alliance leader. Why did we leave just now? That kid, while formidable, is no match for our numbers. A martial artist at the early stage of the Earth Realm spoke solemnly. I suspect he is a master of the Celestial Realm. Yang Dingtian responded, his expression grave. The Celestial Realm? The pupils of several in the vehicle constricted in alarm. Surely not. Apart from our leader in Jinling City. How could there be another Celestial Realm master? Moreover, he is so young. Deputy Alliance Leader, could you be mistaken? Do you think I suddenly flew out of there for no reason? If not for the internal energy of a Celestial Realm expert, it would have been impossible. Yang Dingtian shook his head, then added gravely, Regardless, this individual is no ordinary person. We shall not concern ourselves further. Simply report the matter. Let the higher-ups make the decision. The following morning, Lin Feng awoke from a deep slumber, stepping outside to bask in the morning sun while stretching languidly. It had been ages since he had experienced such a restful night, leaving him feeling invigorated. At that moment, he noticed the bloodhand butcher seated beneath the apricot tree at the entrance, appearing remarkably rejuvenated after soaking in the medicinal liquid the night before. He had transformed from a 78-year-old man into a sprightly figure in his 50s. Furthermore, his martial prowess had surged, now standing at the pinnacle of the earth realm. A development that did not surprise Lin Feng. The bloodhand butcher's foundational strength had always been formidable, albeit hampered by the lingering effects of his previous techniques. The prescription Lin Feng had provided was essentially a simplified formula for concocting a qi unblocking pill, capable of enhancing one's physical capabilities. It was entirely natural for the bloodhand butcher to experience such breakthroughs. It would not be surprising if he were to directly ascend to the celestial realm. At the same time, the bloodhand butcher gradually opened his eyes, noticing Lin Feng's emergence. He felt a swell of pride within him. Achieving the pinnacle of the earth realm, he was but a step away from the celestial realm. This instilled in him a sense of invincibility. Even in the presence of Lin Feng, he felt a newfound strength to resist. Senior, the bloodhand butcher stood up, smiling in greeting. Not bad. You've suddenly advanced to the pinnacle of the earth realm. You must feel quite powerful now, Lin Feng remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips. The bloodhand butcher noticed the subtle smile, and an unsettling chill ran through him. He could not discern Lin Feng's true strength, yet Lin Feng seemed to effortlessly read his vulnerabilities. This realization swiftly extinguished his inflated ego. I dare not claim strength. I am still far inferior to you, senior, the bloodhand butcher admitted. Understanding this is sufficient. No matter how strong you believe yourself to be, in my eyes, you remain but an insect, Lin Feng replied coolly. However, senior, I am currently uncertain of my own limits. Might I request your assistance in honing my skills? The bloodhand butcher gazed at Lin Feng, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Lin Feng let out a cold chuckle, delivering a swift slap that sent the bloodhand butcher flying. As he wiped the blood from his lips and rose to his feet, astonishment etched across his face. It was too swift. He hadn't even seen how Lin Feng had struck. He had believed that with his recent advancement to the pinnacle of the earth realm, he could at least engage in a contest of strength with Lin Feng, yet the disparity was staggering. Was this the might of a celestial realm master? Do you still wish to test your strength? Lin Feng asked. Senior, I have learned my lesson. The bloodhand butcher's face was one of complete reverence, fully convinced. Yi Tianxin, you are indeed an astute individual. I have a penchant for dealing with clever people. Follow me faithfully, and I shall ensure you are well taken care of, including addressing the deep-seated grievances you harbor. Should I be pleased, I may even assist you in resolving them, Lin Feng said nonchalantly. He had overheard the conversation in the small grove from 20 years prior, where Yi Tianxin's entire family had been slaughtered, undoubtedly incurring the wrath of powerful foes. This enemy must possess considerable influence. Otherwise, the martial arts alliance would not still be pursuing Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin's expression was complex upon hearing Lin Feng's words. He indeed harbored a deep-seated vendetta. A blood vendetta. He dreamt of consuming the flesh of his enemies, gnawing on their bones, and drinking their blood. Yet he was acutely aware that attaining revenge was beyond his reach. Even if he were to ascend to the celestial realm, it would still be impossible. The background of his adversary was so vast that he felt no inclination to resist. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's offer, his heart stirred. He did not believe Lin Feng could exact revenge on his behalf, but he recognized that a young master at the celestial realm would undoubtedly have formidable forces backing him. If those forces were to intervene, the situation would drastically change. Senior, if you can assist me in avenging my family, my life shall belong to you. As Lin Feng had observed, Yi Tianxin was indeed clever. Upon realizing Lin Feng's willingness to help him seek vengeance, he promptly expressed his utmost sincerity. He understood that in Lin Feng's presence, any insincere words would be in vain, as Lin Feng could see through them effortlessly. Excellent. Lin Feng regarded Yi Tianxin, contemplating for a moment before saying, I need you to travel to Yunchuan and investigate the Chen family there. I require all pertinent information regarding the Chen family. Understood. Yi Tianxin did not inquire further, acknowledging Lin Feng's request before promptly departing. Watching Yi Tianxin leave, Lin Feng hesitated momentarily before retrieving his phone and dialing Chen in awe. Although he had sent her a message the previous day, she had not responded, so he wished to attempt once more. This time, remarkably, the call was answered. Inuo, you finally decided to pick up my call. Lin Feng expressed his delight. What did your message yesterday mean? Chen Inuo inquired. Initially, she had no intention of answering. But recalling Lin Feng's claim of being able to treat her daughter's illness, She could not resist pressing the answer button. Her daughter was her Achilles heel. For her, she was willing to set aside all prejudices. I can heal your daughter's ailment. I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Lin Feng spoke earnestly. If you trust me, let us arrange a meeting. I can come to see you right away. Absolutely not. I cannot meet with you alone. You dared to bully me in front of my brother last night. Who knows what you might do if we are alone together? Xianxiaaudiobooks retorted with a cold laugh. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose, unsure of what to say. The situation at that moment had been dire, had he not acted as he did. An enormous misunderstanding might have ensued. What do you mean? The matters between adults should not impede the child's medical condition, don't you agree? Lin Feng inquired. Xianxiaaudiobooks fell silent for a moment before responding. Tomorrow, you must come to the First People's Hospital. Not only will you be there, but other renowned doctors will also join. You can discuss together. Lin Feng, if you can cure Xiao Lianlian's illness, I might consider forgiving you. Absolutely. I assure you I will fulfill this task. Lin Feng replied, brimming with excitement. Stop with the banter. Let me remind you, Jiang Junlin has already set his sights on you. Be cautious. Xianxiaaudiobooks, are you showing concern for me? He asked. No, I fear you may not live to see tomorrow. Xianxiaaudiobooks retorted coldly before abruptly hanging up. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation, yet his heart swelled with joy. Xianxiaaudiobooks' attitude towards him had evidently shifted. She not only answered his call but also advised him to be careful, which was undoubtedly a positive sign, having been together for so many years. He understood Xianxiaaudiobooks' character well. She was the type of woman who responded better to gentleness than harshness, a classic case of a tough exterior concealing a tender heart. Jiang Junlin, just wait until I heal Xiao Lianlian, then it will be your demise. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Lin Feng's eyes. After delving into Situ Hao's memories last night, he naturally recognized that the assassination matter was also tied to Jiang Junlin. However, with time constraints, he had not yet settled the score. Now that Xianxiaaudiobooks had spoken in such a manner, he didn't mind waiting another day. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed his phone ringing. It was a call from an unfamiliar number with an IP originating from Jinling City. Given his limited acquaintances in Jinling, who could it be? After pondering briefly, he decided to answer the call. Is this Lin Feng? A melodious female voice inquired from the other end. Are you selling tea? Lin Feng responded. There was a brief pause before the voice turned irate. Selling tea? I am Lin Yun-ao's advisor. Your sister just blew up someone's Ferrari worth over 3 million at school, and now the individual has reported her to the police, demanding compensation. You need to come here immediately. All right, I'm on my way. Lin Feng replied, slightly exasperated. What on earth had Xiao Yao done at school? How could she have blown up someone else's car? That was quite reckless. Yet, he did not dwell on it, and quickly made his way to Jinling University. Regardless of whether she had blown up a sports car or the entire school, he would never blame his sister in the slightest. Chapter 54, Trouble Arises. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Jinling University, a crowd of onlookers gathered, chattering animatedly. What a shame for such a fine Ferrari to be destroyed. It reportedly cost over 3 million. Is this how brainless today as female college students are? If someone hits on you and you're not interested, just ignore them. Why resort to blowing up their car? Blowing it up? I thought it was set on fire. It's illegal to carry explosives in our country. That's a serious offense. As Lin Yun-ao listened to the discussions around her, anxiety began to creep in. She tightly grasped Li Xiaoka's hand, feeling utterly lost. Initially, she had intended to go out for a meal with Xiaoka, but unexpectedly, as they stepped out of the school gate, a brazen young man had approached them from a parked Ferrari, subjecting both her and Li Xiaoka to lewd advances. Stay away from us. Lin Yun-ao firmly rejected him. Just a bit of fun. Choose from the Red Bull, Sprite, or Wang Leji on my car roof. Cost is not an issue. The young man persisted, not only with crude remarks, but also by attempting to touch Li Xiaoka. In a fit of anger, she had hurled the talisman her brother had given her at the Ferrari, obliterating it into fragments. However, immediately after, regret washed over her as she realized her impulsiveness. But it was evidently too late. Xiao Yao, you've certainly made a grave mistake. No matter the circumstances, you cannot carry explosives. Li Xiaoka's expression was complex. She did not blame Lin Yun-ao, but the severity of the situation had her rattled. Moreover, with the police already involved, it was no longer merely a matter of reimbursement. It was a criminal offense. I don't even know why I acted so rashly, Lin Yun-ao said, tears brimming in her eyes. In truth, her nature was typically timid. However, perhaps due to her brother's influence over the past couple of days, she had become a bit bold. Furthermore, her brother had told her that anyone who provoked her deserved to be blown up. All right, what's done is done, don't cry. We will face this together. It will be fine. Li Xiaoka reassured Lin Yun-ao, then turned her gaze toward a woman beside them, seeking help. Lu Jia, what should we do now? The woman, around 40 years old, donned a black dress, was somewhat overweight, wore glasses, and had a face dotted with freckles, Her appearance could only be described as mediocre. Her name was Chen Lu, the advisor for both girls. What can be done? If this were a minor issue, I might be able to help you. But is this a trivial matter? Blowing up someone's car worth over 3 million is a violation of the law. Chen Lu scoffed. She then turned to Lin Yunao, her expression stern. Lin Yunao, you just enrolled yesterday and already have created such a mess. I don't want to admonish you, but I just called your brother. He should be here shortly. When he arrives, you'll have to deal with the consequences, whether it's compensation or jail time. Don't harbor any illusions. Lujia. Lin Yunao stammered, feeling lost. Don't call me Lujia. You are definitely facing expulsion. As for whether you'll be sentenced, we'll see what the police say when they arrive. Chen Lu's words were terrifying. Lin Yunao felt her heart plummet. She had not realized the situation had escalated to such a degree. Just then, the owner of the Ferrari approached. A young man in a white baseball jacket, appearing to be in his 20s with an ear piercing, approached with a mocking expression directed at Lin Yunao. I don't care whether you get expelled or not. You blew up my car, which I purchased for 374,000. You need to compensate me. I don't have that much money, Lin Yunao stammered. Although her brother had transferred her some money, it was only a bit over 100,000, far from sufficient. No money? And you dare to blow up my car? Are you tired of living? The young man sneered. Let me tell you, if you don't pay me today, there's no way I will sign a letter of understanding. You can just wait to go to jail. Why are you being so aggressive? We can gather the money and compensate you. Li Xiaoka stepped in front of Lin Yunao, raising her voice. Gather money? Get lost. The young man approached and delivered a resounding slap to Li Xiaoka. The force of the blow caused her cheek to swell instantaneously, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. How dare you strike me? Li Xiaoka glared at the young man, ready to retaliate, but was restrained by Chen Lu. Sister Lu, please don't stop me. I am going to confront him. My father has never laid a hand on me. What gives him the right to hit me? You are indeed at fault, and being struck by others is merely an added insult. What right do you have to retaliate? Chen Lu stated coldly. Li Xiaoka was taken aback, staring incredulously at Chen Lu, clearly astonished that her counselor would utter such words. Haha, the teacher maintains her composure. Unlike these two foolish college girls, devoid of any sense. The young man couldn't help but chuckle, then spat contemptuously onto the ground. Huh, do you really think you are beautiful? The women I've been with far surpass you too. You are simply asking for humiliation. Li Xiaoka clenched her delicate fists. Her teeth gritted as she glared at the young man. Lin Yunxiao shared her fury, wishing fervently to conjure a talisman to obliterate him. What are you two doing? Whose face are you trying to save? Chen Lu frowned and continued coldly. It was your mistake to begin with, and now you must appease others and seek their forgiveness. Understand? Sister Lu, how can you say that? You have truly disappointed me. Li Xiaoka exclaimed loudly, tears welling in her eyes. Ultimately, despite her strong personality, she was merely an 18-year-old girl. Being struck and then hearing her counselor side with the assailant filled her with a mixture of anger, fear, and helplessness. Are you blaming me for your own mistakes? Someone like you getting into Jinling University must surely be a product of cheating. Chen Lu scoffed. It's undoubtedly cheating. I suggest you investigate thoroughly. Jinling University is a prestigious institution in our great Xian nation, and we must not allow a few rotten apples to spoil the bunch. The young man remarked indifferently. At this, Lin Yunxiao and Li Xiaoka trembled with rage. Just then, a mocking voice interrupted the tension. What on earth is happening here? The crowd turned to see the notorious scion of the Qin family, Lin Feng, approaching. So it's young Master Qin. Chen Lu's demeanor shifted instantly, her face lighting up with a sycophantic smile. Sister Lu, you're too kind. Just call me A Feng. Lin Feng waved dismissively. Chen Lu nodded, her freckled face betraying a strange smile. Young Master Qin, what brings you here? The young man asked, grinning amiably. Oh, Xianxia, is that you? Back to our school to chase girls again? Lin Feng feigned surprise, playfully punching the young man lightly. Xianxia, unfazed, retrieved a cigarette and offered it to him, ingratiatingly saying, Young Master Qin, I'm merely relying on your reputation. Without your backing, how would I dare to pursue girls here? Don't say that. Your pursuits have nothing to do with me, Lin Feng replied, casually accepting the cigarette. Xianxia quickly produced a lighter, respectfully igniting it for him. As Lin Feng exhaled a puff of smoke, he inquired, What happened? Did you bully my junior sister? Look at how they're both crying. Xianxia promptly recounted the events that transpired. After listening, Lin Feng chuckled dismissively. Uffed, and I thought it was something serious. Is it really worth all this fuss over a mere sports car? That Ferrari is hardly worth mentioning to me. Xianxia, eager to flatter, chimed in. That car is indeed precious to me. Witnessing this exchange, Lin Yunxiao sensed something amiss. The day before, when she reported to school, Lin Feng had attempted to harass her but was chased away by her brother. Before leaving, he had ominously claimed that it wouldn't end there. With his sudden appearance, suspicions naturally arose. At that moment, Chun Lu smiled and said, "Young Master Qin, I know of your capabilities. Why not assist me with these two students? It's merely a matter of your word. This trivial matter is beneath me, yet I am not a do-gooder. Why should I help?" Qin Feng teased, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yunxiao. Seeing this, Chun Lu pulled Lin Yunxiao aside, sternly warning, "This young Master Qin has an impressive background. If you don't want this to escalate, you must seek his help. Otherwise, prepare for expulsion and a lawsuit." Lin Yunxiao bit her lip, reluctant. But upon seeing the bruised and battered Li Xiaoke, her resolve crumbled. She could endure her own suffering, but she didn't want to drag Xiaoke down with her. Xiaoke had done enough for her and had already endured violence. Guilt weighed heavily on her heart. "Qin Feng, can you help us?" Lin Yunxiao managed to utter through gritted teeth. "Help you? Is this how you plead for assistance?" Qin Feng smirked. "What do you want?" Lin Yunxiao asked weakly. "I want nothing. Let us wait for your impressive brother to arrive. I'm curious to see if he can still act so arrogantly as he did yesterday." Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yunxiao was nearly certain that today's events were orchestrated by Qin Feng. Not only had she been deceived, but she had also damaged someone else's car, thereby forfeiting her right to a fair discussion. Regret flooded her as she reflected on her impulsive actions. Why had she antagonized a wealthy heir? Had she been able to exercise restraint, perhaps this situation would not have arisen. "Come here." Qin Feng beckoned Lin Yunxiao with a teasing gesture. Panic-stricken, she shook her head, unwilling to approach. Who knew what he would do? "What are you doing?" "Young Master Qin is calling you. Didn't you hear?" Counselor Chen Lu threatened coldly. Lin Yunxiao glanced at her counselor, tears brimming in her clear eyes. Suddenly, everything became clear. No wonder Sister Lu had been so amiable before. Now, her demeanor was chilling. It turned out that the counselor was also connected to Qin Feng. "Young Master Qin has summoned you. Why don't you obediently comply? Do you wish to court death? Let me tell you, in Jinling City, young Master Qin has countless ways to ruin you." Xianxiao sneered. With that, he stepped forward, seizing Li Xiaoke by the hair and throwing her to the ground with a cruel smile. "Two filthy bitches, pretending to be innocent? You crack me up." Li Xiaoke sat on the ground, her face pale, tears streaming down her cheeks from the pain of her scalp being torn. Lin Yunxiao clutched the talisman book tightly, hesitating. Just then, the crowd was parted as someone pushed through from outside. Lin Feng rushed in, surveying the scene. Upon witnessing his sister, marked by tear-stained cheeks and enduring untold grievances, alongside the silently weeping Li Xiaoke seated on the ground, his countenance darkened instantaneously. Qin Feng noticed Lin Feng's arrival, the corners of his mouth curving into a subtle smirk, before discreetly signaling Chun Lu. Understanding his cue, Chun Lu approached with an air of arrogance, declaring, "You must be Lin Yunyao's brother, am I correct?" Lin Feng remained silent, brusquely pushing Chun Lu aside to reach his sister. "Brother." Lin Yunyao called out hoarsely upon seeing him. "I say nothing." Lin Feng interjected. "Regardless of the circumstances, those who have bullied you and Xiaoke today shall not escape retribution." He gently wiped away his sister's tears, then turned to assist Li Xiaoke, helping her to her feet. "Uncle." Li Xiaoke's voice trembled with emotion. In Lin Feng's memories, Li Xiaoke was a vivacious and cheerful young girl, yet now she appeared utterly devastated. Her cheeks swollen and blood from her mouth still fresh. "Do not cry. Tell me who hurt you," Lin Feng urged. Strangely, upon hearing his words, Li Xiaoke's nose tinged with a pang of sadness, and her sobs intensified. However, she covered her mouth with her hand, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Lin Feng, shaking her head in reluctance to speak. Qin Feng is backed by powerful connections. He is nearly as formidable as the student council president, Tan Ziming. She wished to shield Lin Feng from acting impulsively on her behalf. Observing Li Xiaoke's tear-streaked face, Lin Feng's expression grew increasingly serene, betraying not the slightest hint of turmoil. Yet, those familiar with him understood the ferocity of the wrath simmering within him. "Who struck her?" Lin Feng inquired, surveying the surroundings with calm intensity. "You're quite the brazen one, aren't you?" Zhang Qiu emerged, his demeanor rife with disdain. "Did you strike her?" Lin Feng asked directly. "And if I did, what can you do about it? Spare me your bravado. You can't intimidate me, understand?" Zhang Qiu sneered. Beside them, Qin Feng smirked with arms crossed, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Yet, in the next instant, his pupils constricted in shock. Lin Feng leaped forward, closing the distance of several meters in an instant, seizing Zhang Qiu by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Slap, slap, slap. In a mere second, Lin Feng delivered a barrage of slaps, transforming Zhang Qiu's face into a grotesque mask of bruises, blood spilling from his mouth. A collective gasp of horror escaped the spectators as they beheld Zhang Qiu, nearly unrecognizable, covered in blood. The brutality was staggering. They suspected his jaw had been shattered. In that moment, the atmosphere grew oppressively tense. It was the 21st century, and the laws of the Great Xian nation were well established. Who dared to inflict such violence in plain view of so many? A broken jaw, lost teeth, bloodied visage, it was undeniably a severe injury. After a brief moment of shock, the onlookers began to murmur in hushed tones. Who is this person? How could he be so fierce? Did you not hear? He is the brother of that female college student. He must have lost control upon seeing his sister being bullied. Sigh. If his sister is foolish, it seems he is even more so. What was he thinking, beating someone to a pulp? Truly, like father, like son. I hear the one he attacked comes from a wealthy family, a prominent figure in Jinling City. This brother and sister duo appear doomed. They likely have no hope of recovery in this lifetime. The murmurs jolted Lin Feng from his thoughts, and he felt a rush of exhilaration. Lin Feng truly was a fool. He had intended to deliver a mere lesson, yet Lin Feng had escalated matters to such a degree in front of everyone. Was he not courting disaster? As for the battered Xianxiao, Lin Feng could not have cared less. After all, it was not he who was being beaten. Moreover, Xianxiao was merely a lackey, of no significance. With this in mind, Lin Feng discreetly nudged Chen Lu, signaling her to make her move. Instantly, Chen Lu stepped forward. Raising her voice, Lin Feng, what are you doing? With a casual flick, Lin Feng tossed the nearly unconscious Xianxiao to the ground and turned to Chen Lu. Who are you? I am Chen Lu, Lin Yunyao's advisor. She introduced herself, her expression darkening. Did I call you here to assault someone? Have you no sense of decency? Lin Feng regarded her coolly, responding, I would inquire how you, as an advisor, could remain indifferent while witnessing your student being so brutally harmed? Chen Lu could not suppress a laugh, sneering, no wonder your sister is so dim-witted. She has such a foolish brother. Your sister was in the wrong first. Why should I intervene? If that is your stance, then you need not concern yourself further. Utter another word, and I assure you, you shall be the next one lying on the ground. Lin Feng warned coldly. What insolence! Lin Feng, you have stirred up a great calamity today. Do you know who you have assaulted? Chen Lu retorted icily. Oh, who have I struck? What is their background? Lin Feng asked earnestly this time. Chen Lu, misinterpreting his seriousness as fear, scoffed. The person you attacked is Zhang Qiu, the son of Zhang Ming. Are you aware of who Zhang Ming is? He is the president of the Qinglong Construction Group, a powerful figure with assets in the billions, someone you cannot afford to cross. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped collectively. The Qinglong Construction Group was a formidable entity, monopolizing the construction industry in Jinling City, frequently featured in news and online reports. To assault the son of such a prominent figure was to invite inevitable retribution. The president of Qinglong Construction Group? Lin Feng muttered, his expression darkening further. Indeed, the president of Qinglong Construction Group. Now do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you have invited? Chen Lu mocked. You dare to strike me? My father will not let you off. Zhang Qiu, regaining consciousness, spat through bloodied lips, glaring at Lin Feng with venomous eyes. Meanwhile, Lin Feng reveled in the unfolding chaos, his admiration for his own cunning growing ever more profound. He was orchestrating events from behind the scenes, confidently poised for victory. He relished the sensation of orchestrating everything from behind the scenes. Lin Feng, oh Lin Feng, a mere subordinate of mine could effortlessly crush you. What do you possess to contend with me? I eagerly anticipate witnessing how you will kneel before me, begging for assistance. Lin Feng's heart was filled with derisive laughter. All he had to do was wait for Lin Feng to descend into despair before he would make his move. At that point, not only would he bask in superiority, but he would also have the pleasure of humiliating Lin Feng, releasing a pent-up fury. Of course, it was merely an act of vindictiveness. He had no intention of genuinely aiding Lin Feng in resolving his crisis. He would rather see Lin Feng perish. Brother, Lin Yunyao tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve, her expression laced with concern. Lin Feng shook his head and retrieved his phone to call Wang Chong. The situation had escalated to a critical point, severe enough to ignite a fierce desire for vengeance. If Wang Chong could not provide him with satisfactory answers, then the existence of the Qinglong Construction Group was rendered unnecessary. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Qinglong Construction Group, in the chairman's office, Wang Chong sat leisurely in his chair, propping his feet up as he indulged in a novel by Baijia. Suddenly, he received Lin Feng's call. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, he sprang from his chair in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. What? Lin Feng's sister had been assaulted? By none other than the son of his own group's president, Zhang Ming? This Zhang Ming had been one of his early subordinates, whom he had promoted for his commendable business acumen, never anticipating he would embroil him in such considerable trouble. At that moment, Wang Chong felt a twinge of panic. After hanging up, he instructed his secretary in black stockings to prepare a vehicle to rush to Jinling University while simultaneously dialing Zhang Ming's number, his voice icy. Zhang Ming, get to Jinling University immediately. I will be waiting for you there. Zhang Ming, bewildered, pondered the unfolding events. What on earth was happening? The chairman's tone seemed off. Just then, he received a call from his son, Xianxiao, who reported that he had been viciously beaten at the entrance of Jinling University. This revelation sparked concern within Zhang Ming. Had the chairman foreseen his son's plight and was now rushing to his aid? How exceedingly gracious of him. A smile crept across Zhang Ming's face as he hastily made his way to the university, not contemplating further. He was well aware of his son's character. Although Xianxiao often engaged in unruly behavior, he was still his only son, deserving of his utmost affection. Chapter 57. The True Identity of Li Xiaoke. At the entrance of Jinling University, as Lin Feng hung up the phone, Chen Lu disdainfully remarked, "What? Are you trying to make a call for assistance? Look at your pathetic appearance. You might as well stop pretending." Lin Feng regarded Chen Lu with furrowed brows. Regardless of the circumstances, this woman was his sister's counselor. Even if his sister had wronged someone by damaging their vehicle, it was unreasonable for her to mock him so openly. Yet, Chen Lu's actions felt deliberately aimed at him. At that moment, Lin Feng's attention was drawn to Qin Feng, who was watching the scene unfold from the crowd, further tightening his frown. "What is the matter? Did my words strike a nerve, rendering you speechless?" Chen Lu remarked coolly. "Has my sister offended you, or have I crossed you in some way?" Lin Feng inquired. "Neither you nor your sister has wronged me," Chen Lu retorted with a smirk. "Then why have you been hurling insults at me since I approached?" Lin Feng pressed. "As Lin Yunyao's counselor, I cannot condone my student behaving wrongly while maintaining a posture of righteousness. Is that justification not sufficient?" Chen Lu replied coolly. "Indeed, that reasoning is quite substantial," Lin Feng conceded with a nod. His demeanor then shifted abruptly, and he delivered a resounding slap. Bang! Chen Lu was sent sprawling 2 meters away, landing on the ground, clutching her face in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Feng. "You dare to strike me? And what of it?" Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. "I will not back down." Bang! Chen Lu was once again flung away, this time even farther, collapsing on the ground. Blood trickling from her lips, struggling to rise. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were momentarily dazed. The audacity. This young man seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of fear. First, he assaulted the son of the president of Qinglong Construction Group, and now he had the audacity to strike his sister's counselor. Such impulsiveness was astounding. Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke stood together, feeling a mix of exhilaration and profound concern. If this continued, the situation would spiral out of control. "Don't be afraid, Xiaoyao. I will find a way, no matter what. I won't allow uncle to come to harm." Li Xiaoke wiped away the tears from her eyes, gritting her teeth as she dialed a number. In truth, her identity was not simple. She was a direct descendant of the Li family, one of the 3 prominent families in Jinling, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say she was an illegitimate daughter. Her mother, a child from a farming family, was both beautiful and simple-minded. 20 years ago, when her mother came to Jinling for work, she caught the attention of the second young master of the Li family, Li Ruhai. At that time, Li Ruhai was young and wealthy, handsome, and with a few flowery words, her naive mother fell into his trap. Soon after, they shared a bed and conceived a child, this child being Li Xiaoke. Her mother had hoped for a bright future, eagerly anticipating Li Ruhai's proposal to marry her, only to discover he was already married with a son. "Xiaohui, I am of the Li family, and you are merely a farmer's daughter. You are destined to never marry into my family. However, I can provide for you and ensure you live a life free of worries," Li Ruhai had advised. Upon hearing those words, Li Xiaoke's mother, Lu Xiaohui, stormed out in anger, vowing that even without Li Ruhai, she would thrive. Indeed, over the past 18 years, Lu Xiaohui and her daughter Li Xiaoke had persevered through hardships, and now they had accumulated some modest assets, managing to get by. Not long ago, Li Ruhai had sought out Lu Xiaohui again, hoping to rekindle their relationship, but the stubborn Lu Xiaohui refused to entertain him. Consequently, he turned his attention to his daughter Li Xiaoke, providing her with his contact information, inviting her to reach out if she ever needed assistance. In truth, Li Xiaoke harbored a deep resentment for this father. He was irresponsible, abandoning her mother, neglecting her throughout her life. Yet now, for Lin Feng's sake, she had no choice but to seek help from him. The call was quickly connected. "Xiaoke, you finally decided to call me," Li Ruhai exclaimed joyfully on the other end of the line. "I've been assaulted," Li Xiaoke replied quietly. "What? Who dares to strike the daughter of Li Ruhai?" Li Ruhai's voice resonated with fury. "Xiaoke, do not be afraid. Tell your father where you are right now." "I am at the entrance of Jinling University," she replied. "Very well. I shall head there immediately." Lin Yunyao, witnessing the abrupt end of Li Xiaoke's call, couldn't help but inquire softly, "Xiaoke, who were you speaking to? Do you remember when I mentioned my irresponsible father?" Xiaoke replied, "I just called him. With his presence, this matter will surely be resolved. Rest assured." Li Xiaoke clutched her phone tightly, a a smile breaking through her worries. Lin Yunyao felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She was well aware of Xiaoka's disdain for her father, yet, in this moment, she relinquished her grievances for the sake of her brother and herself. You truly need not go to such lengths. My brother can likely handle this on his own. Xiaoyao, you are my dearest friend. Li Xiaoka responded with a grin. Lin Yunyao grasped her hand, at a loss for words, her heart swelling with gratitude. She thought to herself how wonderful it would be if Xiaoka could become her sister-in-law. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, Li Xiaoka had summoned reinforcements. He was preparing to confront Chen Lu when a commotion erupted from the crowd's periphery. Suddenly, two middle-aged men strode in with purpose. Upon their arrival, the onlookers' pupils dilated in disbelief. My heavens, isn't that Wang Chong, the chairman of the Qinglong Construction Group? I often see him in the news. If he is the chairman, then the man beside him must be President Zhang Ming. The chairman himself has come. Zhang Ming must wield considerable influence. This is disastrous. That reckless brat is surely finished now. He acted with youthful arrogance and provoked someone he should never have. As the chaos unfolded, Zhang Qiu and Chen Lu also took note of their arrival. Chen Lu's eyes sparkled with hope, while Zhang Qiu rushed forward. Tears streaming down his face, stammering, "Dad, I was beaten terribly. All my teeth are gone." Zhang Ming's expression turned icy, his fists clenched, creaking under pressure. Although his son claimed to be gravely injured over the phone, he had dismissed it as exaggeration, believing his son sought to elicit his aid. Little did he know, the situation was indeed dire. His son was nearly unrecognizable. Who dares to harm the son of Zhang Ming? Are they seeking death? Zhang Ming's gaze swept the surroundings, his tone frigid. As the president of Qinglong Construction Group and one of its founding figures alongside Wang Chong, he had navigated the darker alleys of life. In his youth, he had not hesitated to shed blood. Now, a palpable aura of dominance emanated from him, instilling a profound sense of pressure among the crowd. President Zhang, it's him. This is the one. Not only did he destroy Zhang Qiu's car, but he also slapped him multiple times. Chen Lu exclaimed, rising from the ground and pointing an excited finger at Lin Feng. The mask of pretense had been torn away. The earlier slaps had fueled her resentment, and she now yearned for Zhang Ming to deliver a thorough beating to the arrogant Lin Feng to avenge her grievances. So, you are the one who struck my son? Zhang Ming's eyes narrowed dangerously, a grim smile curling at his lips. Lin Feng, however, paid no heed to Zhang Ming, instead directing his icy gaze towards Wang Chong. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Lin Feng, Wang Chong felt as though he had plunged into an ice-cold abyss, his entire being frozen in fear. He swallowed hard, eager to explain himself, but before he could, Zhang Ming interjected with a cold huff. When I speak to you, do you think I am addressing the chairman? What do you mean by that look in your eyes? Do you wish to strike my chairman? You guessed correctly, Lin Feng replied, lifting his eyelids before delivering a kick to Wang Chong. Wang Chong doubled over, clutching his stomach, his face contorting in pain, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out. He feared that if he did, Lin Feng would deliver another blow. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left agape, shock etched on their faces. Is this person insane? He dares to strike the chairman of Qinglong Construction Group? Moreover, the chairman has yet to utter a single word since his arrival. How utterly unjust. Fascinating. Be even more brazen, Lin Feng. The more audacious you are now, the worse it will be later. In the crowd, Qin Feng smirked inwardly. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming was also coming to terms with the unfolding events, his scalp prickling in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the chairman would be struck due to a careless remark of his own. He hurried forward to assist Wang Chong, but as soon as Wang Chong stood, he retaliated with a slap. Get the hell away from me. Chairman, you. Zhang Ming held his face, bewildered. The others in attendance were equally stunned, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. Zhang Ming sought trouble with Lin Feng, who retaliated against Wang Chong. Only for Wang Chong to return the favor to Zhang Ming? It was all too convoluted. Even Qin Feng, Chen Lu, and Zhang Qiu exchanged puzzled glances, trying to decipher the chaos. Yet, in the next moment, clarity dawned upon them. After Wang Chong slapped Zhang Ming, he immediately bent toward Lin Feng, his demeanor shifting to one of urgent concern. Young Master Lin, this matter has nothing to do with me. I am utterly wronged. Do not call me young Master Lin. We are not that familiar. Lin Feng retorted coldly. Wang Chong's expression darkened to the deepest shades of despair. He had finally established a modicum of rapport with Lin Feng, only for it to be obliterated by Zhang Ming's foolish son. Zhang Ming, you and your imbecilic son will kneel and apologize to young Master Lin. Wang Chong's gaze turned frigid as he addressed Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming's countenance shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had not anticipated that this young man's background was so formidable, causing even the chairman to tremble in fear. Chairman, who exactly is young Master Lin? Zhang Ming inquired cautiously, only to receive a stinging slap from Wang Chong. Is young Master Lin's identity something you can question? At these words, the surrounding crowd collectively shuddered in shock. I could tell at first glance that this young man was no ordinary individual. Now it is evident. Great minds think alike. This person swept through with unmatched prowess. Who would dare act so boldly without substantial strength? How laughable that some still linger, calling others fools. I suspect that the chairman's arrival was not to assist Zhang Qiu, but rather to support Lin Feng. As the murmurs spread, Chen Lu's complexion drained of color as she cast a fearful glance at Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng chose to disregard her gaze. With a slight furrow of his brow, he pondered which prominent Lin family resided in Jiangnan province. Upon reflection, he realized there indeed was one. In Jinghang city of Jiangnan province, there existed a distinguished Lin clan. Could this individual be from the Lin family of Jinghang? Qin Feng's eyes narrowed, but he felt no fear. Although the Lin family was formidable, his own Qin family was by no means weak. Furthermore, this was Jinling city, where the Lin family had no authority to run amok. At that moment, a loud thud echoed as Zhang Ming, accompanied by his son Zhang Qiu, knelt before Lin Feng. The father and son appeared pale and visibly anxious. Young Master Lin, my son inadvertently offended you. I implore you to show mercy and spare us this once. Young Master Lin, I acknowledge my mistake. I shall never dare to do so again. Lin Feng coldly regarded Zhang Qiu and inquired, why did you provoke my sister without cause? Were you instigated by someone? Upon catching sight of Qin Feng, doubt began to creep into his mind, though he remained uncertain and thus chose to inquire further. Zhang Qiu's eyes reflected a hint of panic. He could not afford to offend Lin Feng, but neither could he afford to provoke Qin Feng. And no, I merely thought your sister was beautiful and wanted to strike up a conversation. I had no ulterior motives. Zhang Qiu replied nervously. Chapter 59, Xiao Yao. Your brother is becoming increasingly formidable. Qin Feng continued with an impassive expression. I shall grant you another opportunity to explain. Who instigated you? Aye. Sweat poured from Zhang Qiu's forehead, mingling with the blood on his face, creating a ghastly sight. As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their father. Seeing his son in such a state of nervousness, Zhang Ming's heart sank. Bang! He struck Zhang Qiu across the face, exclaiming fiercely, you ungrateful wretch. Still concealing the truth. Quickly disclose to young Master Lin who instigated you. Driven by desperation, Zhang Qiu bellowed, it was Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao instructed me. He said this female college student disrespected him and ordered me to teach her a lesson today. Woo-woo, I swear I knew nothing. Had I known Lin Yunyao was your sister, I would never have dared to approach her. I am but a lowly scoundrel, young Master Lin. Please treat me as nothing and let me go. After uttering these words, he collapsed to the ground, weeping profusely. Having lived a life of comfort, he had never encountered such a predicament. Witnessing even his most relied-upon father kneeling before young Master Lin left him feeling utterly powerless and weak. Qin Xiao? Which Qin Xiao? Zhang Ming's expression darkened. Young Master Qin Feng from the Qin family. Zhang Qiu stammered. At this revelation, Zhang Ming's face turned ashen, and Wang Chong, standing nearby, felt a tightening in his chest. Qin Feng. Wasn't he the young master of the Qin family, one of the 3 illustrious families in Jinling City? This was indeed a top-tier scion of the city. Just then, Qin Feng sauntered forward, a look of mockery and disdain adorning his countenance. Indeed, it was I who instigated him. So what? I knew it was you. It appears I was too lenient with you yesterday, Lin Feng remarked calmly. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression darkened ominously. The mention of the previous day's events ignited his fury. The incident where he had been publicly pushed down by Lin Feng had been captured on camera and uploaded to the school forum, resulting in a loss of face for him. Lin Feng, I care not which grand family you hail from. Offending me, Qin Feng, in Jinling City can only lead to your demise. Yesterday, I let you bask in glory alone. Do you think I would repeat such a mistake? Qin Feng's voice dripped with ice as he spoke. He then waved his hand. Boom. From the crowd emerged over a dozen burly men, each towering at nearly 6 feet tall and weighing close to 200 pounds, exuding an oppressive presence akin to that of small mountains. Among them was one who had already reached the yellow realm in martial arts, his eyes glinting with a cold light, radiating an impressive aura. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers dared not utter a sound. Wang Chong, Zhang Qiu, and Zhang Ming all turned pale. Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoka clasped hands, their hearts racing with trepidation. Young Master Qin, you should have appeared sooner, letting this brat act for so long. At that moment, the counselor, Chen Lu, rose from the ground and approached Qin Feng, casting a sinister glance at Lin Feng. Counselor, so you are also aligned with Qin Feng. No wonder you have consistently favored Zhang Qiu. Li Xiaoka and Lin Yunyao exclaimed in anger. Indeed, who told you to offend young Master Qin? With his status, do you think you can escape unscathed? Chen Lu scoffed. Although her words were inappropriate for someone of her position, she cared not. With Qin Feng's protection, Even the principal would hesitate to dismiss her. A mere word from Lin Feng could elevate her to new heights in her career. Haha, Lin Feng, do you see? What do you have to contend against me? With just a few minor manipulations, I can make a fool of you. Lin Feng crossed his arms, mocking him repeatedly. The burly men behind him wore similar disdainful expressions. Their gazes akin to that of hunters eyeing a dead dog. Very well, you have successfully ignited my wrath. You shall not only face the consequences for your actions, but even your Qin family shall pay dearly for your foolishness. Lin Feng replied coldly. With you? Lin Feng sneered, then commanded, attack. Teach this brat what it means to respect the rules. Beat him mercilessly. If he dies, it will be on my head. Upon hearing this, the other burly men, except for the one at the Yellow Realm, immediately clenched their fists, their faces contorting into malicious grins as they surrounded Lin Feng. Brat, I particularly enjoy your delicate physique. One of them laughed. With just one hand, I can lift you. Allow me to go first. I want to pierce this brat's throat and send him off comfortably. The men clamored among themselves, as if eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. The onlookers could not bear to watch, some even covering their eyes, fearful of witnessing the gruesome scene. However, in the next moment, Lin Feng, devoid of emotion, took the initiative. He leaped into the midst of the burly men, unleashing a flurry of punches in the blink of an eye, swift, precise, and brutal. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the towering men fell to the ground, writhing in agony and howling in pain. Then, Lin Feng snatched a sticky cucumber from an old lady's basket. The bewildered old woman flushed with embarrassment. With the cucumber in hand, Lin Feng thrust it violently towards one of the burly men's mouth. Is this how you wish to pierce my throat? Pooh, pooh, ugh. The burly man was evidently ill at ease, his eyes wide with disbelief. Blood and various viscous substances smeared his lips, inducing a wave of nausea. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were left dumbstruck, their gasps and exclamations echoing throughout the scene. This was truly astonishing. In less than 2 seconds, so many robust men had been felled. And what was this peculiar sight? The giant knelt on the ground, while Lin Feng relentlessly prodded his throat with a cucumber. It just felt so bizarre, something seemed amiss. Xiao Yao, your brother is becoming increasingly formidable, Li Shaoke said in a daze. Of course my brother is impressive. He specializes in, computer repair. Lin Yao responded, realizing just in time the precariousness of her slip. That was close. She almost revealed too much. Although Xiao Ku was her closest friend, the matter of her brother's cultivation should not be carelessly disclosed. If it were to leak out, it would be disastrous. Li Shaoke cast a bemused glance at Xiao Yao. Repairing computers? Is that something to be so proud of? She then shifted her gaze to Lin Feng, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity, wondering what was going through his mind. Chapter 60. Lin Xiao, please don't come any closer. A bunch of useless fools. Lin Feng fumed at the scene before him, his fists clenched so tightly that they creaked ominously. He had come to reprimand Lin Feng, not to be humiliated. At this moment, he could even feel the strange gazes of the onlookers upon him. No need to be concerned. This Lin Feng was merely agile and possessed a bit of strength, nothing noteworthy in his eyes. At that moment, a mid-stage Huang realm martial artist beside Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly. He had been closely observing the battlefield. Indeed, Lin Feng's speed was remarkable, and his strikes were vicious, yet he had not exhibited even the faintest trace of martial aura. This indicated that Lin Feng was not a true martial artist. At best, he could be considered a fighter who had trained for a few years. Such fighters often delighted in participating in combat tournaments to showcase their prowess, but in the eyes of true martial artists, they were insignificant. Qin Lu, do you have confidence? Lin Feng's expression softened. After all, he had a mid-stage Huang realm martial artist at his side. There was no need to panic. Even if Qin Lu were to lose, it would not matter. He had greater schemes in reserve. Young master, you are insulting me. Against someone like this, I need only a single punch to easily defeat him. Qin Lu replied coolly. Very well, I leave it to you. I do not wish to see him still standing and conversing with me afterwards. Lin Feng said coldly. Qin Lu nodded, stepping forward a few paces. He positioned himself merely 2 meters away from Lin Feng, his piercing gaze casually fixated on him. Lin Feng, having pushed away the fallen giant and discarded the remaining half of the cucumber, turned his attention towards Qin Lu. At this sight, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, not daring to breathe a word. Given the unguarded exchange between Lin Feng and Qin Lu, those with knowledge understood that Qin Lu was a martial arts master. What does it mean to be a martial arts master? The vast majority of ordinary people had never even heard of such a being. A select few knew a little, but their understanding was shallow, only aware that becoming a martial artist signified invincibility. The ability to shatter iron with a punch or split stone with a kick was child's play for them. Thus, in their eyes, if Qin Lu was a martial artist, Lin Feng was in grave danger. Kid, Your skills are commendable. Too bad you are not a true martial artist. You remain nothing more than an insignificant insect. Qin Lu's expression was devoid of emotion. I will grant you the opportunity to strike first. Otherwise, when I make my move, you will no longer have that chance. Naive. Lin Feng shook his head. Given the multitude of ordinary people present, he did not wish to appear overly astonished by the mundane. Thus, he opted for the most straightforward approach, taking a step forward and reaching for Qin Lu's neck. Childish. Qin Lu scoffed, swinging his hand to intercept Lin Feng's arm, intending to disrupt his attack. However, upon contact, he felt as though he had struck an impenetrable steel plate. Almost immediately, he was seized by a searing pain in his neck, finding himself twisted upwards. A mid-stage Huang realm martial artist, utterly unaware of where his confidence stemmed from. Even one of my subordinates could easily crush you, Lin Feng calmly stated before hurling Qin Lu several meters away, causing him to crash heavily into a camphor tree by the roadside, unconscious and unresponsive. At this spectacle, an abrupt silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone gaped in astonishment, their hearts tumultuous. A martial artist had been so effortlessly defeated? Just how formidable was this Lin Xiao? You too are a martial artist, Qin Feng exclaimed in disbelief. To overpower a mid-stage Huang realm Qin Lu, Lin Feng must be at least a late-stage Huang realm or even beyond. This realization left him feeling utterly outmaneuvered. The Qin family was replete with experts, possessing numerous martial artists of the Xian realm. Yet he had thought that a single Huang realm martial artist would suffice to deal with Lin Feng. How wrong he had been. I am not a martial artist. Lin Feng approached Qin Feng, delivering a resounding slap. Bang! Qin Feng's frail body, ravaged by indulgence, could not withstand the blow, and he was sent flying several meters away. He landed in a heap, face down on the ground, bloodied and bruised. I offered you a chance yesterday. Unfortunately, you lacked wisdom. Lin Feng continued to advance towards Qin Feng. Wiping the blood from his face, Qin Feng glanced at Lin Feng's approach with a glimmer of panic in his eyes. Why, you mustn't be rash. I am the young master of the Qin family. My father is. Even if your father were Qin Shi Huang, I would still strike you. Bang! Lin Feng delivered another slap. This time, although he did not fly as far, Qin Feng collided with a stone pillar at the school entrance. Crack! The crowd audibly heard the sound of bones breaking, sending a chill down their spines. Clutching his right arm, Qin Feng struggled to rise, blood spilling from his lips. He realized his right arm was broken. Moreover, he suspected that his internal organs had been displaced, agony coursing through him. Fear gripped his heart. This was a sensation he had never experienced throughout his life. As a scion of the Qin family, he had always been the one delivering blows. Never had he been the one to suffer such humiliation. He thought it was over, only for Lin Feng to approach once more. Lin Xiao, I was wrong. I see my mistakes now. Let us discuss this civilly. I will apologize. Name your conditions, and I shall fulfill them. Qin Feng babbled incoherently, seeing Lin Feng's relentless approach. His mental defenses crumbled, and he fell to his knees, his voice tinged with desperation. And no, Lin Xiao, please don't come closer. If you hit me again, I truly will die. I was wrong, I truly was. Though Qin Feng wept, none among the onlookers found humor in the scene. For in the face of such a spectacle, even they would not fare any better than Qin Feng. In the realm of humanity, the most terrifying presence is not that of a frantic individual wielding a knife, threatening to strike. Rather, it is the stoic demeanor of someone like Lin Feng, who, in silence, advances step by step towards you. To summarize succinctly, it is said that a ruthless person speaks little. Gulp. Zhang Ming swallowed hard, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Thankfully, upon hearing Wang Chang's words, he did not hesitate to kneel with his son to plead for mercy. Otherwise, he feared his fate would be no better than Qin Feng's. Beside him, Xianxia wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, observing Qin Feng's brutal beating with an unsettling sense of schadenfreude. Had it not been for Qin Feng summoning him, he would not have lost a single tooth. Just then, a commotion erupted at the periphery of the crowd. Moments later, several uniformed police officers strode in briskly. Leading them was a middle-aged man, exuding a formidable presence, his gaze piercing like a beacon, emanating an aura of authority without the need for anger. He was, in fact, a pinnacle martial artist of the Xian realm. Finally, the police have arrived. Good heavens, my nerves have been frayed, drenched in cold sweat. Their timely arrival may avert a catastrophe. Well, since the police are here, I believe this turmoil should come to an end. I was nearly terrified into submission. Others might think this was a film set. A gathering of onlookers collectively exhaled their anxieties, chuckling as they spoke. On the ground, Qin Feng, who was begging for mercy, felt a surge of joy upon seeing the newcomers. The leading middle-aged man was not only his distant uncle, but also the ultimate trump card he had arranged. Chapter 61. Is your knee really that weak? Uncle Yuan, you finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, I might have been beaten to death, Qin Feng exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Yuan Tiangong's expression darkened upon seeing Qin Feng in such a state. As a core figure in the Jinling City Martial Arts Alliance, he typically did not engage in such police matters. However, earlier that morning, Qin Feng had called upon him for a small favor. Qin Feng was not only the young master of the Qin family, but his mother was also Yuan's cousin. Thus, in terms of familial ties, Qin Feng was his nephew. Responding to his nephew's plea, he had readily agreed. Yet, upon arriving at the scene, he found his nephew in such a dire predicament, kneeling on the ground. Xiao Feng, please stand and speak, Yuan Tiangong said with a stern countenance. His nature was inherently composed, refraining from mindless rage. Most importantly, the one who had assaulted Xiao Feng was currently facing away from him. Observing the figure's back, he felt an unsettling familiarity and decided to clarify the situation before proceeding. Upon hearing his uncle's words, Qin Feng immediately attempted to rise. However, upon meeting Lin Feng's gaze, he trembled inwardly, crying out, Uncle Yuan, I dare not. With Uncle Yuan here, what is there to fear? Yuan Tiangong chided, frustrated at his nephew's cowardice. Qin Feng gulped nervously, glancing between his uncle and Lin Feng. Feeling his legs weaken, it was evident that Lin Feng, standing before him, exerted an overwhelming pressure. With me present, I fail to understand your fear. Is your knee truly that weak? Yuan Tiangong shook his head in disappointment. The head of the Qin family, Qin Wudao, is known to have 3 wives publicly, with 2 sons and 2 daughters. Each of the other 3 possesses martial talent and a steady temperament, embodying the ideals of exceptional individuals. Yet, his nephew was a fool. He squandered his days in indulgence, consumed by vice and revelry, while others pursued knowledge in university. He proclaimed that the essence of university life was merely to chase after women. Truly a quintessential example of wasted potential. Knowing Qin Feng's disposition, Yuan Tiangong ceased his attempts to counsel him and shifted his attention to Lin Feng's back, coldly inquiring, Who are you? Dare to bully my nephew? You must provide an explanation. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, detesting this incessant disturbance. A continuous stream of troubles. Why can't this family present a unified front? You seek an explanation? Lin Feng coldly retorted, turning to face him. It's you. Yuan Tiangong's expression shifted drastically upon recognizing Lin Feng. How could it be him? Last night, several core members of the Martial Arts Alliance had accompanied the deputy leader to confront the Bloodhand Butcher. Midway through, a suspected celestial-level powerhouse had emerged. That celestial level being hardly lifted a finger, yet the mid-level deputy leader was sent flying, grievously injured. Yuan Tiangong recalled distinctly that the celestial-level powerhouse was Lin Feng. Later, when the deputy leader returned, he conveyed information regarding Lin Feng to the higher-ups, who instructed them to cease all actions against him, cautioning against provoking such a formidable opponent. Even the pursuit order against the Bloodhand Butcher was rescinded due to this celestial being. His nephew had inadvertently offended a celestial-level powerhouse. Yuan Tiangong was taken aback. Noticing the murderous intent radiating from Lin Feng's gaze, he suddenly felt a wave of panic wash over him, his legs turning to jelly. Then, with a thud, he too knelt before Lin Feng. Witnessing this scene, the previously raucous gathering fell into an immediate silence. Wang Chong, Zhang Xiao, and Zhang Ming were left dumbfounded. Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke stared in disbelief. Qin Feng was also utterly bewildered. Even Lin Feng himself found the situation perplexing. What was happening? He had done nothing. Yet the other party was kneeling before him. Uncle, what are you doing? Qin Feng stuttered, his voice trembling. At that moment, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. The agony from his shattered arms surged, rendering him almost desperate. You fool. Fooling around outside is one thing. Yet, you dare to offend this esteemed individual. If your father learns of this, I dare not imagine the consequences. Yuan Tiangong bellowed, his expression dark with fury. This was a celestial-level powerhouse. In all of Jinling City, only their leader was a celestial-level martial artist. The notion that all beneath such a level are mere ants is not merely a saying. Such beings can channel their inner strength outward, commune with the forces of nature, and face thousands alone without breaking a sweat. Furthermore, as long as they do not commit atrocious acts, even the nation would refrain from intervening. A celestial being? Qin Feng's heart quaked, staring blankly at Lin Feng. Feeling utterly lost, he was acutely aware of his uncle's status. To have his uncle refer to someone as esteemed speaks to the sheer terror of this individual. At that moment, Yuan Tiangong turned his gaze towards Lin Feng, respectfully stating, Esteemed one, it is my nephew who has been blind, offending you. I sincerely apologize on his behalf. You recognize me? Lin Feng inquired with keen interest. I am Yuan Tiangong of the Martial Arts Alliance. Esteemed one, do you not recall the events of last night? Yuan Tiangong replied, bowing respectfully. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng finally grasped the situation. No wonder this man was so fearful upon seeing him. He was one of the individuals from the Martial Arts Alliance last night. However, at that moment, all his attention was fixated on the vice leader, while the other minor members of the Karami were hardly noticed. Your nephew is quite formidable. He has even set his sights on my sister, Lin Feng stated calmly. Yuan Tiangong's heart tightened upon hearing these words. He was acutely aware that Lin Feng's statement indicated an unwillingness to let the matter rest. However, he could not simply stand by and watch Qin Feng come to harm. So he could only grit his teeth and respond, "My lord, we are at fault in this matter. Please, state your conditions. I will fulfill whatever I can. I have no demands. I simply desire his death," Lin Feng replied, lifting his eyelids and continuing with an air of tranquility. "I offer you two choices. First, he can take his own life to atone, and we can let this matter end here. Second, I will take matters into my own hands, and I shall present his head to the Qin family to see just how formidable they truly are." Chapter 62. It is already too late. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Yuan Tiangong felt a chill run through him. He had not anticipated Lin Feng's ruthless disposition. It was clear he desired Qin Feng's death, and his tone left no room for doubt. The onlookers around them were equally horrified. Who exactly was this young man in white? His combat prowess was astonishing. He showed no fear, even towards the police. Now, he was brazenly declaring his intention to kill the young master of the Qin family. It must be noted that the Qin family was one of the three prominent aristocratic families in Jinling City, regarded by the locals as akin to local emperors. "No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die." Qin Feng was nearly paralyzed with fear. Always reckless. He had never imagined he would cross paths with someone so formidable. Yuan Tiangong exhaled sharply and addressed Lin Feng. "My lord, he is, after all, a member of the Qin family. Is it possible for me to notify his family? You wish to seek assistance?" Lin Feng said with a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth. "I dare not." Yuan Tiangong's heart raced. This was indeed what he was contemplating. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. Now his only recourse was to stall Lin Feng while notifying the Qin family. Perhaps with the influence of the Qin family, Lin Feng could be persuaded to temper his wrath. Although there were no heavenly realm experts currently residing within the Qin family, they did have a younger member who had joined a sect high in the mountains. "Very well, call them at your leisure," Lin Feng said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Yuan Tiangong felt a surge of relief as he hastily pulled out his phone to contact the current head of the Qin family. As time passed, moments felt like eternities. Soon after, several martial artists from the Qin family arrived hastily in a BMW X7. Who dares to brazenly threaten the Qin family? Qin Tianzhu pushed through the crowd. His demeanor icy. He had been quite troubled of late. First, there was the matter of the Yin-Yang Extreme Stone being seized by a mysterious heavenly realm expert. Second, he was vexed by the impending marriage alliance between the Jiang family and the Qin family. These two issues were giving him a splitting headache, and if not resolved promptly, the foundation of the Qin family could very well be undermined. Yet, just as he was strategizing with several core family members, he received a call from Yuan Tiangong of the Martial Alliance, informing him that his nephew Qin Feng had been attacked. He claimed that the assailant was extraordinarily powerful and intended to kill Qin Feng, urging him to come at once. Very strong? How strong could he possibly be? Can anyone truly surpass the Qin family? At that moment, he erupted in fury. Moreover, his elder brother, Qin Dao, was currently in seclusion, striving to break through to the heavenly realm, leaving Qin Tianzhu to manage the entire family. If his brother were to emerge from seclusion only to discover that his youngest son had encountered trouble, it would be catastrophic. Thus, he immediately gathered several powerful family members and rushed over, eager to confront whoever dared to be so audacious in Jinling City. Upon witnessing Qin Tianzhu's arrival, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It was none other than the esteemed second master of the Qin family. The presence of the second master was undeniably formidable, instilling a palpable sense of authority. After all, the Qin family was the Qin family, not something that mere rabble could compare to. This young man in white had been so brazen. It was unclear how he would extricate himself from this predicament. "Second uncle. Oh, second uncle, you have finally arrived," Qin Feng exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy and relief upon seeing Qin Tianzhu. Yuan Tiangong also breathed a sigh of relief, but just as he began to speak, he noticed the previously imposing Qin Tianzhu suddenly freeze in place. This was all due to his encounter with Lin Feng. Yuan Tiangong's heart sank. He suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. "It is I? What do you wish to do?" Lin Feng stepped before Qin Tianzhu, gazing at him coldly. Finding the situation rather amusing, was this not the same individual who had delivered the extreme Yang stone to him that night? At this moment, Qin Tianzhu shared Lin Feng's sentiments. He had never imagined that his nephew had crossed paths with the very heavenly realm expert from that evening. This realization sparked both anxiety and a profound sense of dismay within him. After a moment of silence, Qin Tianju exhaled deeply and stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Senior, it is a pleasure to see you again." Gasps erupted from the crowd at this turn of events. What was happening? A figure of such stature as the second master of the Qin family was bowing and scraping before this young man in white. "Second uncle, what are you doing?" Qin Feng was on the verge of collapse, his voice hoarse. What could possibly explain this? Was Lin Feng truly that formidable? First, Uncle Yuan knelt before him, and now even his second uncle regarded him with reverence. Seeing his nephew's distressed expression, Qin Tianju felt a pang of sympathy, yet he was utterly powerless. The Qin family was currently in a precarious situation. They could not afford to offend a heavenly realm expert. Ignoring Qin Feng, he addressed Lin Feng with utmost respect. "Senior, since my nephew has wronged you, please state your demands. I shall agree unconditionally to whatever you desire." "I want your nephew dead," Lin Feng stated flatly. Qin Tianju's body trembled at those words, and he forced a smile. "Could we perhaps negotiate an alternative request? Perhaps riches, treasures, or priceless antiques? Name your price, and the Qin family will comply." Lin Feng scoffed. Qin Tianju clenched and then relaxed his fists. Suddenly, he turned and walked towards Qin Feng. "Second uncle, you must save me. You must help me. I don't want to die. I know I was wrong. I will study diligently from now on. I will never chase after girls again." Qin Feng wept profusely. "Xiao Feng, both your father and I have repeatedly advised you not to take your frivolities too lightly. But you refuse to listen." Qin Tianju replied coldly, his gaze fixed on Qin Feng. "I understand now. I will change. Second uncle, please take me home. It is already too late." "Second uncle, what do you mean by that? Don't frighten me. You know I am timid." "Xiao Feng, do not blame your second uncle. Even if your father were here, he would act just as I am now. You can only blame yourself for truly provoking someone you ought not to have." "Second uncle, no, don't." Bang. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Tianju struck down Qin Feng with a single palm, ending his life on the spot. In an instant, blood oozed through the cracks in the floor, presenting a horrifying sight. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, and several timid souls even covered their eyes in terror. No one could have anticipated that the second master of the Qin family would take such drastic action against his own nephew. How could he bring himself to do such a thing? Even Yuan Tiangang was taken aback, unable to comprehend Qin Tianju's choice. Chapter 63. "Senior, are you satisfied?" After slaying Qin Feng, Qin Tianju approached Lin Feng, forcing a smile as he inquired, "Senior, are you satisfied?" "Quite so," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly, nodding slightly. He was acutely aware that Qin Tianju must be harboring immense hatred towards him, yet he remained indifferent. The opportunity had been granted. He hoped the Qin family would act with wisdom. If they insisted on pursuing a path of self-destruction, akin to that of Situ Hao, then he could not be held responsible. Moreover, it was evident that Qin Feng had brought this upon himself. Had he been an ordinary person today, would Qin Feng have shown compassion and spared him and his sister? Clearly not. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. The one with the mightiest fist dictates the rules, while the merciful suffer the most dire consequences. Since that is the case, Senior, I have matters to attend to. So I shall not disturb you further, Qin Tianju said with a smile, gesturing for a few subordinates to remove Qin Feng's lifeless body. Thus, the members of the Qin family arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. "My lord, I shall take my leave as well." Yuan Tiangang cast a lingering glance at Lin Feng before turning to depart. He needed to report this incident to the deputy leader without delay. The emergence of a celestial realm warrior in Jinling City was not inherently frightening. What was truly alarming was this warrior's blatant disregard for rules, treating human lives as mere trifles. That changed the entire narrative. With a death now confirmed, the ordinary citizens dared not linger and promptly scattered in fear. In an instant, the scene grew eerily quiet. "Where do you think you're going?" Lin Feng remarked, casting his gaze towards Chen Lu, who was attempting to sneak away. Plop. "It's all a misunderstanding. A mere misunderstanding." Chen Lu, terrified, fell to her knees, her face a mask of panic as she pleaded for mercy. If even the Qin family dared not offend Lin Feng, and Qin Feng had been slain by his own uncle, what was she but a mere insignificant pawn? Thus, she surrendered without resistance. Bang! Lin Feng delivered a swift kick that rendered Chen Lu unconscious. There was no need to entangle himself further with such a sycophantic character. After this lesson, she would surely remember. At that moment, Wang Chong approached, accompanied by the Zhongming father and son, his expression taut with anxiety. Wang Chong, having witnessed Lin Feng's prowess, was filled with a newfound reverence. "Brother Lin, do not speak to me. Address Xiao Ku instead. If she forgives you, I have no objections. If she does not, then Xianxiao can join Qin Feng in his fate. It's better for two to travel together for mutual support." Lin Feng said coolly. "No, I don't want to die. Xianxiao's voice trembled, his legs quaking in fear. With Qin Feng's fate fresh in his mind, he harbored no doubts regarding Lin Feng's sincerity. In haste, he fell before Li Xiaoke, kneeling as he slapped his own face in desperation, pleading, "Beautiful lady, I was wrong. Please spare me. I will repay you tenfold for my earlier offense. Just let me live. I would eat dirt if you asked." It was evident he was striking himself with considerable force. In a matter of a few slaps, his already swollen face was left bloodied and disfigured. Li Xiaoke, merely an 18-year-old girl, felt a pang of compassion at the sight and quickly interjected. "All right, stop. I'll let this slide this time. But do not come back to our school to bully girls again." Upon hearing this, though his face throbbed with pain, Zhang Qiu felt an immense relief wash over him. He eagerly praised, "You're a living Buddha. Beautiful lady, you truly are a goddess. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to call on me, Xiaozhang." Li Xiaoke rolled her eyes, but chose not to reply further. "Get lost now," Lin Feng said coldly. "Right away," Zhang Ming exclaimed. Feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly leading his son away from the scene. Wang Chong wanted to say something, but upon witnessing Lin Feng's indifferent demeanor, he opted for silence. In truth, from the moment he first met Lin Feng, he had sought to cultivate a rapport with him, but alas, all his efforts had been in vain. His previous attempt to impress Lin Feng by hiring several young models had only succeeded in offending him. This taught him a valuable lesson. Some circles are not so easily infiltrated, despite being the chairman of a large corporation with some influence in the underworld. In the eyes of a top-tier warrior like Lin Feng, he was merely a larger-than-average insect. So be it. Let things unfold naturally. Wang Chong sighed inwardly as he left the scene in dejection. Lin Feng was acutely aware of Wang Chong's intentions, yet he paid them no mind. Wang Chong's interest in him stemmed solely from a desire to exploit him for power expansion. Had he been an ordinary person, would Wang Chong have taken such an interest? As the saying goes, treat others as you wish to be treated. If you are sincere with me, I shall reciprocate with courtesy. But if you approach me with ulterior motives, then I must regretfully decline. I, Lin Feng, have no need for sycophants. You, a mere Wang Chong, are not worthy of my consideration. As the crowd began to disperse, Lin Yunyao and Li Xiaoke hurried over. "Brother, you were amazing," Lin Yunyao exclaimed, waving her small fist joyfully. "Thank you, uncle," Li Xiaoke murmured, seemingly intimidated by Lin Feng's gaze. Her head bowed, cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. She recalled how, upon first meeting him, Xiao Yao had joked that he had come to relieve himself, and she found it amusing. How could he possibly engage in such crude behavior? Yet, he was indeed formidable. Unlike any other man, he bore no unpleasant odor, only a faint, pleasant fragrance. He was both handsome and powerful, instilling fear in everyone while treating her with kindness. In the throes of youthful infatuation, her thoughts became a jumbled mess, and Li Xiaoke found herself lost in reverie. Lin Feng, oblivious to the chaotic musings in her mind, observed the girl's pitiful expressions with a mix of tenderness and exasperation. He feigned seriousness and said, "Xiao Yao, what did I tell you before? You said if anyone dared to bully me, you would use the talisman you gave me to retaliate. Do not fear. If trouble arises, you shall bear the brunt." Lin Yunyao, feeling a tad embarrassed, replied, "And then, what did you do?" I was afraid of hurting others," Lin Yunyao murmured timidly. Lin Feng pinched his sister's cherubic cheek, saying, "You are simply too soft-hearted. If you do not hurt others, others will surely harm you. In this cannibalistic society, one must learn to be ruthless. Those with a tender heart will forever be subjected to bullying. Do you understand?" Chapter 64, The Li Family of Jinling. "I understand." Lin Yunxiao clenched her small fists. Clearly, the recent events had infuriated her as well. However, with all that has transpired, I fear I may face expulsion. Lin Yunxiao voiced her concerns with a hint of anxiety. "Stop overthinking it. With me around, no one dares to expel you. Just focus on enjoying your university life. Academic performance is trivial. What matters is your happiness," Lin Feng reassured. "It's wonderful to have you as my brother." Lin Yunxiao thought of her past experiences, her eyes reddening. Suddenly, she shifted the conversation, saying, "Brother, you're already 32. It's time to find a wife. You can't remain single forever. Mom and Dad would surely be heartbroken if they knew." "Silly girl. Now you're worrying about me." Lin Feng affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, yet the image of Chun Inua lingered in his mind. Tomorrow should bring a resolution. "Brother, why not let Xiaoke be your wife?" Lin Yunxiao exclaimed suddenly. "Xiao Yao, what nonsense are you spouting?" Li Xiaoke's face flushed with anger as she extended her fist to strike Lin Yunxiao's chest, but her gaze involuntarily darted to Lin Feng. Upon noticing Lin Feng's lack of response, a sense of disappointment washed over her. "What nonsense? My brother is truly admirable. Anyone would be fortunate to have him," Lin Yunxiao said with a playful smile. "Humph, keep talking." Li Xiaoke pouted, crossing her arms. Enough, you two. You're not even that old. Focus on your studies instead of these frivolous matters. Lin Feng interrupted the girls' playful banter with exasperation. Though Li Xiaoke was lively and charming, to him, she was akin to a sister. He certainly held no romantic feelings toward her, especially since his thoughts were solely occupied by Chen and Ah. Just then, a group of individuals rushed toward them. There were about a dozen, all sharp and capable, causing passers-by to step aside, exuding an overwhelming aura. At the forefront was a middle-aged man clad in traditional attire. He sported a beard, with graying temples, his countenance exuding authority without anger. Xiaoke, who is it? Who bullied you? Tell Dad, and I'll have their life. Li Ruhai stormed forward with the group, speaking with fierce intensity. Lin Feng frowned at the sight. This middle-aged man is Li Xiaoke's father? He is actually a martial artist at the initial stage of the Earth Realm. How amusing. Everyone has already left. And now you arrive. Li Xiaoke couldn't help but scoff. She had indeed informed this irresponsible father, but she hadn't expected him to arrive so late, which only fueled her irritation. Left already? Li Ruhai's expression froze. In truth, he had rushed over as quickly as possible. But the Li family resides 50 kilometers away in the western part of the city, and due to traffic, he arrived late. That's right. Fortunately, the uncle saved me. By the time you got here, I would have likely been beaten to death. Li Xiaoke replied coldly. Lin Feng observed the scene, astonished. Why does Xiaoke have such a cold attitude toward her father? You saved my daughter? Li Ruhai turned to Lin Feng, inquiring. Lin Feng nodded, neither denying nor affirming. Upon hearing this, Li Ruhai signaled to one of his subordinates, who promptly retrieved a bank card from his bag. Thank you for saving my daughter. This card contains 5 million, as a token of my gratitude. Li Ruhai stated. Lin Feng glanced at the bank card but did not accept it. What? Is it too little for you? Li Ruhai furrowed his brows. No. I believe such matters should not be quantified in monetary terms. Once money enters the equation, it becomes tainted. Besides, I share a good relationship with Xiaoke. If she encounters danger, I will certainly intervene. Lin Feng shook his head. From your tone, do you harbor intentions toward my daughter? Li Ruhai's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiaoke possesses the bloodline of the Li family. Given the current scarcity of heirs in the Li family, Xiaoke is the one the elder has designated to bring back. She is not someone just anyone can covet. Lin Feng shook his head, replying, You're overthinking it. I only regard Xiaoke as a sister. That's for the best. To be clear, my daughter is not someone you can set your sights on. Li Ruhai stated calmly. Lin Feng chuckled softly, responding, My dear brother, regardless of my feelings toward Xiaoke, I believe such matters are best left for the elders to refrain from meddling in. Don't you agree? Everyone has the right to pursue love. As Xiaoke's father, your role should be to encourage her, not to deter her. This is a classic example of a narrow-minded mindset. There isn't that much love in the world. You are too young. Li Ruhai scoffed disdainfully. Li Ruhai, what nonsense are you rambling? My affairs are none of your concern, and I will not allow you to insult my uncle. Li Xiaoke interjected loudly, unable to bear it any longer. Li Ruhai seemed accustomed to his daughter's attitude. He was unfazed and merely shook his head, saying, Xiaoke, I spoke with your mother before coming here. She wishes to reconcile with me. So you are now essentially the young lady of the Li family. Besides your brother, you are the last of the younger generation of the Li family. You need to understand that Dad will never harm you. Li Xiaoke paused in disbelief, then incredulously asked, Mom agreed to reconcile with you? Indeed. Li Ruhai nodded. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoke's emotions suddenly spiraled out of control. Even if Mom is willing to forgive you, I will never forgive you. You are an irresponsible scoundrel. You are unworthy to be a father. With that, Li Xiaoke covered her face, choking back tears as she ran toward the school dormitory. I'll go take care of Xiaoke, Lin Yunxiao exclaimed, hurriedly following after her. Watching the two girls depart, Li Ruhai's expression darkened. He turned his gaze to Lin Feng and spoke in a low voice. I am a reasonable man. I genuinely appreciate your saving my daughter. However, if you have any ulterior motives, do not blame me for repaying kindness with malice. I will offer you an additional 5 million, 10 million. This sum is enough to buy you a home in the heart of Jinling. I have no interest in money, and I believe your perspective is somewhat flawed. Lin Feng shook his head and turned to leave. After Lin Feng departed, a martial artist from the Li family approached and whispered, Second Master, this fellow is quite arrogant. Should we teach him a lesson? Give him a chance. If he dares to persist, we can discuss it then. Li Ruhai shook his head, then coldly stated, Investigate for me. I want to know who dares to harm my daughter, and I will ensure they pay with their life. Chapter 65, Leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. The Qin family hall. The atmosphere was oppressively tense. Qin Tianju sat upon an elegant pearwood chair, his expression dark and silent. Below him stood a crowd. Martial artists of various levels, Earth Realm, Xian Realm, Huang Realm, totaling at least 30 to 40 individuals. Each individual exudes an extraordinary aura, imbued with an oppressive presence. These are the foundational pillars of the Qin family, the elite among the elite. Yet at this moment, this formidable assembly bears expressions of both wrath and sorrow. For before them lies a lifeless corpse, Qin Feng. His body is rigid and pallid, his visage a ghastly purple, with the blood at the corners of his mouth dried and crusted, presenting a scene of profound desolation. Second uncle, I was wrong. I repent. Take me home. I long to return. The words spoken by his nephew in his final moments echoed in Qin Tianju's mind, causing him to clench his fists, his heart racked with pain. Qin Feng had been like a son to him, having watched him grow since childhood. Due to his dedication to martial arts, he had no children of his own. Thus, in his eyes, Qin Feng was akin to his offspring. Yet now, he had unwittingly taken Qin Feng's life. It felt akin to patricide. This agony is one that no soul could comprehend. Second master, shall we simply let this matter rest? The young master cannot perish in vain. A voice interjected, filled with indignation. Indeed, it is a profound disgrace. As one of the three prominent families in Jinling City, how have we endured such humiliation? If we do not avenge this, how can the Qin family maintain its dignity in Jinling? A chorus of martial artists echoed these sentiments in cold tones. Everyone, calm yourselves. Even if we all band together, we are no match for that transcendent warrior. Qin Tianju's voice rang out coldly. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. The martial artists clenched their fists tightly, only to release them, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. That was a transcendent martial artist. No matter how furious or resentful they felt, who could confront such power? Tianju, should we notify Wu Dao about this? At that moment, an elder from the Qin family, the mid-level Earth Realm warrior Qin Kuan, spoke solemnly. Third uncle, brother is currently breaking through to the heavenly realm. We cannot disturb him. We shall discuss everything after his breakthrough. Qin Tianju shook his head and continued. Little Feng was slain by my own hand. I shall provide brother with an explanation. Furthermore, Chun Qianxiu, the legitimate heir of the Chun family from Yinchuan, has already arrived in Jinling City and is currently residing at the Jinling Grand Hotel. Under the arrangement of the Jiang family, this is certainly not a trivial matter. In summary, these times are fraught with turmoil. The Jiang family is eyeing us covetously. Their desire to extinguish the Qin family unrelenting. We must remain steadfast. When brother emerges from his seclusion, it will be the time for the Qin family to reclaim its honor. At that moment, all the humiliation we have endured shall be repaid in full. Meanwhile, within the Jinling City Martial Alliance, a middle-aged man clad in black stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing out the wooden window at the bustling world beyond. This man is none other than the only known heavenly realm warrior in Jinling City, Wang Yuexian. Behind him stood two formidable martial artists, Yang Dingtian, the vice leader and a mid-level Earth Realm warrior, and Yuan Tiangang, a core member at the pinnacle of the Xian realm. Are you suggesting that the suddenly appeared heavenly realm warrior is not only entangled with the bloodhand butcher, but is also wantonly slaughtering the innocent? Wang Yuexian turned his head, speaking in a calm manner. Indeed, this individual is exceedingly arrogant, viewing human life as mere fodder, disregarding anyone in his path. Yuan Tiangang responded respectfully. His deceased relative is his cousin, so he naturally seeks to vilify Lin Feng. Leader, this individual has thrown Jinling City into chaos, showing blatant disregard even for the three major families, and according to our informants, it seems he has even intimidated the San Ko Tang. Yang Dingtian added, shaking his head. This person's origins are shrouded in mystery. He seems to have appeared out of nowhere. His reckless behavior is certainly detrimental to Jinling City. Currently, the three major families govern separately, while four major gangs manage the underworld. Should this balance be disrupted, chaos will ensue. Wang Yuexian's expression turned contemplative upon hearing this. After a while, he inquired, have you not investigated his identity? We have, but the information is all rather insubstantial. This individual is named Lin Feng, residing in Linjia village on the outskirts of the city, having grown up in Jinling City. 10 years ago, he graduated from Jinling University. His parents were killed by a dump truck in Yinchuan, and he has a sister who, aside from her beauty, appears to lack any exceptional qualities. Yang Dingtian paused, then added, curiously, he vanished for 10 years. This period is a blank. I have searched all connections, but found nothing. Vanished for 10 years. Wang Yuexian's eyes narrowed as he murmured to himself. It seems that during this time, he must have encountered some fortuitous event. Could he have been taken in by a sect on the mountain? I believe that to be likely. Yang Dingtian concurred. This young man is indeed intriguing. Wang Yuexian mused for a moment before calmly stating, go and fetch him. Tell him I wish to see him. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment and replied, but what if he refuses to come? Does he possess such audacity? Wang Yuexian scoffed. At these words, both Yang Dingtian and Yuan Tiangang's expressions grew even more reverent. The leader is indeed formidable. Even an ordinary heavenly realm warrior pales in comparison to him. On the other side, after leaving Jinling University, Lin Feng proceeded directly to a traditional Chinese medicine shop. Tomorrow marks the day for diagnosing the daughter of the help, Inuo. While he is confident in his ability to treat all manner of ailments, it is prudent to prepare adequately to prevent any unforeseen complications. Moreover, his primary medical skills rely on the Inyang 13 needles, necessitating the purchase of some golden needles. In fact, during his earlier cultivation on the mountain, the old man had crafted a set of golden needles for him. This set, forged through the old man's relentless efforts, could be deemed a spiritual artifact. However, due to his resentment towards the old man, he did not bring them down the mountain. As for the Inyang 13 needles, this ancient acupuncture technique has long been lost to the annals of traditional Chinese medicine. According to the old man, it was created by an ancient master of medical arts who comprehended the intricacies of the human body. Its principle primarily involves guiding spiritual energy to stimulate 52 single acupoints, 309 paired acupoints, 50 extraordinary acupoints, and 36 lethal acupoints, allowing the spiritual energy to flow through these points, facilitating circulation throughout the microcosmic orbit. Although the human body is intricate and complex, this method simplifies the process, enabling one to discern the root causes of various ailments. While many claim that Western medicine is rooted in science, they overlook the fact that some phenomena in this world simply cannot be explained by scientific means. Lin Feng shook his head. Upon entering the Chinese medicine shop to procure a set of golden needles, but finding none available, he was compelled to settle for a set of silver needles instead. For most traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, golden needles are used for tonification, while silver needles are used for dispersal. However, for Lin Feng, they are essentially interchangeable. The only difference may lie in their capacity to carry spiritual energy. After purchasing the silver needles, Lin Feng intended to call his sister, inviting her, and Xiao could join him for a meal. Just then, his phone rang. Lin Xiao? It's me. A respectful voice came from the other end. Lin Feng recognized this voice. It was Tan Tianhong, the head of the San Ko Tang. However, he was puzzled as to why Tan Tianhong was calling him at this time. What is it? If you have something to say, just say it directly. It's like this. Lin Xiao, you previously asked us to keep an eye out for spirit explosion bombs, and I have received some news. Are you free at the moment? Tan Tianhong respectfully said, send me the location. I will head over now. After hanging up the phone, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. The presence of many people certainly facilitates matters. He was pleasantly surprised that Tan Tianhong had swiftly acquired information about the spirit bomb. To him, spirit bombs were akin to spirit stones. The more, the better. Chapter 66. Under normal circumstances, I seldom provoke trouble. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the San Ko Tang, the first hall master Tan Tianhong, third hall master Zhou Yunmei, and several core members were gathered together. Brother, what did Lin Xiao say? Zhou Yunmei inquired. He will be here shortly. Tan Tianhong's gaze shifted slightly. After being subdued by Lin Feng the previous night, he sought the renowned physician, Master Sai Hua, to examine his health. To his astonishment, he discovered a mysterious energy entwined within his life vein, lying dormant. Should it erupt, it would lead to his immediate demise through bleeding from all 7 orifices. He then implored Master Sai Hua for assistance. But even such a medical prodigy was at a loss. This only deepened his reverence for Lin Feng. Upon learning that his subordinates had uncovered news about the spirit bomb, he promptly informed Lin Feng, Boss, are we truly going to submit to him? If he regards us as human, it would be acceptable, but in his eyes, we are merely his lackeys. This is a grave affront to my dignity. One of the early-stage Earth Realm warriors expressed with reluctance. Is personal dignity more important than life? If you wish to die, you can voice your opinions when he arrives. Tan Tianhong scoffed. The warrior, upon hearing this, forced a chuckle and refrained from further complaints. In the presence of Lin Feng, the infamous harbinger of death, expressing dissatisfaction was tantamount to courting disaster. Though he felt discontent, he was not foolish enough to risk his life. A bit of grumbling was one thing, but he would not offer himself up as a sacrifice. Brother, should we not inform the Xianling sect? If they could lend a hand, even if he is a celestial realm expert, I believe he would have to back down. Zhou Yunmei proposed once more. Absolutely not. Informing the Xianling sect would only serve to offend Lin Feng. It would bring us no benefit, and as I mentioned before, the Xianling sect is not a benevolent entity. Tan Tianhong firmly shook his head in refusal. Although Zhou Yunmei's expression reflected skepticism, she remained silent. Just then, a sound echoed as Lin Feng pushed the door open and entered. The group was taken aback and quickly rose to their feet. Lin Xiao, how did you arrive so swiftly? Tan Tianhong exclaimed, astonished. It was barely 2 minutes since the call was disconnected. I happened to be nearby, so I came over. Lin Feng replied casually, casting a faint glance at Zhou Yunmei. Upon meeting his gaze, Zhou Yunmei quickly lowered her head, feeling a surge of anxiety. She couldn't help but wonder, had Lin Feng overheard her earlier words? If so, it would be disastrous. Just as she was at a loss, Lin Feng's gaze shifted away, leaving her relieved as she wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. You mentioned you have news about the spirit bomb? Lin Feng inquired. Indeed. There is an underground auction happening tonight on the outskirts of the city. According to my sources, spirit bombs will be auctioned there, and not just one. Tan Tianhong replied respectfully. An underground auction? Lin Feng's interest piqued. It was akin to a martial arts auction, attended by martial artists from Jinling City. Organized by the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce. What background does this Baiyun Chamber of Commerce have? It must be formidable to host such an event in the martial arts realm. Lin Feng asked curiously. I am not entirely sure. The Baiyun Chamber of Commerce is quite mysterious, with branches across the country. Essentially, they deal in virtually everything that can be bought and sold. Some say the organization is backed by the state, while others claim it is supported by a super sect. Ultimately, no one has a definitive answer. However, one thing is certain. The Baiyun Chamber of Commerce operates in deep waters and is not to be underestimated. Tan Tianhong divulged all he knew. Since that is the case, we shall await the commencement of the auction tonight. Lin Feng paused and added nonchalantly, by the way, I have limited funds, only a few million. Will that suffice? Tan Tianhong's lips twitched. A few million? You won't even have enough to qualify for entry into the auction. How could you possibly buy a spirit bomb with such a paltry sum? Of course, he dared not voice this openly. Furthermore, he was well aware that Lin Feng likely possessed far more than a mere few million. A celestial realm expert claiming to have only a few million. Who could believe that? His intention was merely to prompt Tan Tianhong to provide financial support. Lin Xiao, you jest. Naturally, we would not expect you to pay for this. The spirit bombs are only a couple of billion. San Kotong can certainly cover that. Tan Tianhong forced a smile. Your words make me feel somewhat embarrassed. Thank you. Lin Feng patted Tan Tianhong on the shoulder. Embarrassed? I see that is exactly your sentiment. The others in the room silently scoffed. At around 2 in the afternoon, the group set off in a car towards the outskirts. There were 4 individuals in total, besides Lin Feng and Tan Tianhong. 2 other Xian realm warriors accompanied them. During the journey, Tan Tianhong shared some important points regarding the auction. For instance, once they entered the auction venue, they must avoid causing trouble, as this was strictly prohibited by the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce. Additionally, one should refrain from making reckless bids if one won an item without the means to pay. The consequences would be dire. Rest assured, I am quite low-key and generally do not seek out trouble. Lin Feng replied mildly. I am merely offering a reminder. I trust that with your composed nature, Lin Xiao, you would not engage in any outrageous behavior. Tan Tianhong smiled slightly and continued. This auction will feature many valuable items. I have heard that the 3 major families, the 4 major gangs, and several independent practitioners from the vicinity of Jinling City are all attending. It should be quite lively. Lin Feng's interest was piqued, and he asked, what are the 3 families and 4 gangs in Jinling City? Besides your San Kotong, which are the other 3 gangs? There is the Zhaodian Gang, Longmin Hall, and Fengyun Gang. How do their strengths compare to San Kotong? Tan Tianhong hesitated, his face turning slightly red as he awkwardly responded. In terms of strength, we San Kotong are at the bottom. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. He had thought San Kotong was formidable, but it turned out to be the weakest faction among the 7. Do not worry, just follow my lead, and I will not treat you poorly, Lin Feng assured him. Then I thank you, Lin Xiao. Tan Tianhong chuckled awkwardly. Chapter 67. The overbearing Fengyun Gang. Approximately half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt on a yellow earth slope. Lin Xiao, the car can only go this far. We must proceed on foot. Tan Tianhong spoke softly. Lin Feng nodded and descended the vehicle alongside him. A glance revealed that this yellow earth slope had evidently been deliberately flattened, covering an expanse of approximately 40 to 50 acres. Numerous vehicles were already parked upon the slope, predominantly large off-roaders, Land Cruisers, Haval H9S, Ford F-150S, and Hummer H1S. Lin Feng even spotted a Mercedes Unimog, which resembled a truck in stature. These were all formidable machines designed for the wilderness, boasting astonishing horsepower and torque, capable of traversing rough terrains with ease. In addition to the vehicles, there was a multitude of people. They were all martial artists, moving in pairs or small groups, making their way up the mountain. Lin Feng gazed upward. The mountain was not particularly high, estimated to be merely 200 to 300 meters. The vegetation was lush and verdant, offering no indications of anything extraordinary. Perhaps sensing Lin Feng's curiosity, Tan Tianhong took the initiative to explain. Due to the typically clandestine nature of such auctions, the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce has established a large venue hidden within this mountain, which is imperceptible from the outside. Moreover, participation in this auction requires specific qualifications. Generally, The heads of the Baiyun Chamber send out invitations to various factions a month in advance. Upon hearing Tan Tianhong's words, Lin Feng grew increasingly intrigued by the Baiyun Chamber of Commerce. Just then, a mocking voice rang out from behind. "Oh, is that not Master Tan? What winds have blown you here today?" Tan Tianhong turned to glance back, his expression darkening at the sight of the speaker. Lin Feng also turned to look, seeing 8 individuals approaching. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a white robe, whose martial prowess was on par with Tan Tianhong, both being at the late stage of the Earth Realm. However, it was not the middle-aged man who had spoken. It was a young man in his 30s beside him, garbed in black, exuding an arrogant demeanor, as if he considered himself invincible. At the same time, the surrounding martial artists halted their steps, whispering among themselves. "Isn't that Chungyun from the Wind and Cloud Gang?" Among the 4 major gangs in Jinling, the Three Mouths Hall is at the bottom, with only Tan Tianhong as a late-stage Earth Realm martial artist, while both leaders of the Wind and Cloud Gang, Chengfeng and Chungyun, are also late-stage Earth Realm martial artists. It is rumored that Tan Tianhong and Chungyun have always been at odds, and it seems to be true. Chungyun's companion, Chengkuan, was only 34 years old but had already reached the pinnacle of the profound realm, with the potential to ascend to the heavenly realm. TSK. For a junior like Chengkuan to actively provoke Tan Tianhong, he must have been instigated by Chungyun. Tan Tianhong's reputation is at stake. Junior? Have you ever seen a junior at the pinnacle of the profound realm? I hear Chengkuan can fight above his level. He once defeated a master at the early stage of the Earth Realm. Wow, so formidable. No wonder he is so arrogant. Soon, Chungyun and his entourage reached Tan Tianhong, a playful expression adorning his face. "What is your intention, Chungyun?" Tan Tianhong asked coldly. "I have no ulterior motives. My cousin has always admired Master Tan's reputation, so upon seeing you, he could not help but greet you." Chungyun replied with a slight smile. Chengkuan, towering at nearly 2 meters, lowered his head slightly, mockingly addressing Tan Tianhong. "I have heard that Master Tan is quite petty. Today, I see it is indeed so. A mere greeting from a junior can provoke you to this extent? The Three Mouths Hall has truly fallen to such lows. Perhaps it would be better to merge with my Wind and Cloud Gang." Tan Tianhong's eyes narrowed at Chengkuan's words. At that moment, a peak profound realm martial artist behind Tan Tianhong let out a cold snort. "Truly, a dog cannot produce ivory from its mouth. Since you recognize yourself as a junior, you should possess the awareness of one and refrain from being so boisterous before our hall master." "And you are?" Chengkuan's smile gradually faded. "I am Kaiwan, the first steward of the Three Mouths Hall. What do you intend?" Kaiwan retorted with a cold laugh. Chengkuan, also a peak profound realm martial artist, felt no fear. "I intend to deal with you." Chengkuan sneered, launching a swift and decisive attack against Kaiwan with a powerful punch. Kaiwan's expression shifted, hastily retaliating. Boom. The 2 peak profound realm martial artists clashed violently, their fists connecting with force, leaving the onlookers awestruck. It was evident that animosity had ignited a fierce confrontation. "This is your first time attending the auction, isn't it?" In previous years, the Three Mouths Hall has often faced ambushes from the Wind and Cloud Gang here. This year is no exception. The Wind and Cloud Gang seeks to humiliate the Three Mouths Hall, and they can only resort to violence here, otherwise, within the auction house. Who would dare to act recklessly with the Baiyun Chamber overseeing? But who will emerge victorious? Although Kaiwan is also at the pinnacle of the profound realm, he is certainly not Chengkuan's match. Chengkuan is already half a step into the Earth Realm. At that moment, Chengkuan taunted, "Trash. Do you think you can stop me?" After dodging a punch from Kaiwan, he grinned menacingly, delivering a devastating side kick that struck Kaiwan's waist. Crack! Kaiwan let out a pained cry, his body propelled several meters away. He struggled on the ground, attempting to rise, but despite several attempts, he could not succeed. Owen. Upon witnessing this, Tan Tianhong's expression changed dramatically. He leaped to Kaiwan's side, examining him closely, only to discover that his vertebrae had been completely shattered. In other words, Kaiwan was rendered crippled. He would likely spend the remainder of his life confined to a wheelchair. "Chengkuan, you are merciless." Tan Tianhong turned around, his voice filled with malevolence, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Chengkuan felt a pang of fear and involuntarily took a step back. Although he was arrogant, he knew he was certainly no match for the late-stage Earth Realm Tan Tianhong. At that moment, Chungyun stepped forward, calmly stating, "Master Tan, do you intend to intervene in a conflict among juniors? If you lack the skill, do not blame others for being trash." Tan Tianhong clenched his fists tightly, his expression darkening to the extreme. Yet he could not act. Otherwise, Chungyun would undoubtedly find an excuse to retaliate, and it would escalate beyond mere combat. If the Three Mouths Hall could contend with the Wind and Cloud Gang, it would be one matter. But the harsh reality was that they were indeed no match for the Wind and Cloud Gang at present. Master, I am sorry. Awen has brought you disgrace. At that moment, Kaiwan stammered, aware of his fate. No, it is I who am sorry for you. Tan Tianhong gazed at Kaiwan's condition, his eyes reddening. Kaiwan had been among the first to follow him into battle, and now he had been reduced to this state. Master, allow me to avenge Awen. Another peak profound realm martial artist from the Three Mouths Hall clenched his fists, speaking in a cold tone. No, Abin, your strength is not on par with Awen's. It would be inappropriate for you to engage. Tan Tianhong shook his head, gradually regaining his composure, though filled with rage. He understood that anger served no purpose. He must remain composed. However, there could be no buts, no allowances. Upon hearing these words, Tian Bin's fierce eyes welled with tears as he clenched his fists, loathing his own powerlessness. I ask you all, could you refrain from being so melodramatic? Lin Feng approached with an air of indifference. He was a man who detested complications. Yet, at this moment, the Sanko Hall was undeniably his subordinate. Disregarding that was out of the question. Chapter 68 Brother, could you assist Lin Feng? I would like to assess his injuries, Lin Feng stated. Young Master Lin, you possess some knowledge of medicine? Tan Tianhong inquired, somewhat astonished. I have a modicum of understanding, Lin Feng replied as he crouched down, placing his hand on Kai Wen's waist, instantly discerning the severity of the injury. The vertebrae were fractured, and his internal organs had shifted. It could be said that 99% of physicians would be rendered powerless in such a scenario. Yet for Lin Feng, it was not insurmountable. Consider yourself fortunate. I recently acquired a set of silver needles. Bear with me as I realign your bones. Without waiting for Kai Wen to respond, Lin Feng swiftly began to administer the needles. His Kai Wen immediately broke into a cold sweat, feeling as if countless ants were gnawing at his veins. Observing this scene, the surrounding martial artists displayed expressions of curiosity. Who is this young man in white? He appears unfamiliar. What a pretentious display. My kick should have shattered his spine. Even the legendary Hua Tuo would be of no help. Chen Kuan scoffed derisively. At that moment, a Mercedes GLS 450 sped into view. Once the vehicle came to a halt, the front passenger door swung open, and Jiang Junlin stepped out, smiling as he addressed the person in the back seat. Inua, do not worry. Physician Yao Yun has nearly diagnosed Xiao Lianlian's ailment. We only require a specific medicinal ingredient for a complete cure. That ice mountain snow lotus at this auction is precisely the remedy. No matter the cost, I will secure it for you. Thank you, Jiang Junlin. Chun Inua replied, stepping out of the car and giving a subtle nod. Yet, the image of Lin Feng lingered in her mind. She had previously vowed that if Lin Feng could cure her daughter's illness, she would forgive him and give him a chance. But now, that seemed utterly impossible. Shortly before, the renowned physician Yao Yun from the Yaowang Valley had arrived in Jinling City, promptly diagnosing Xiao Lianlian's condition and offering a solution. She had accompanied Jiang Junlin to the auction precisely because it included an ingredient from the prescription penned by Yao Yun. She had once promised that if Jiang Junlin could save her daughter, she would marry him. However, now that they had reached this juncture, she felt a pang of resistance. She realized she had no affection for Jiang Junlin, but for her daughter's sake, she had no other choice. Xiao Yao, you truly must thank Junlin. He has done much for you. That physician Yao Yun hails from Yaowang Valley and is not someone one can easily summon. At that moment, another individual emerged from the vehicle, Chun Inua's elder brother, the peak martial artist Chen Xianxiu. Chen Inua nodded silently. Brother Xianxiu, this is merely my obligation. Do not elevate me. Jiang Junlin replied with a gentle smile. I am not elevating you. You are indeed exceptional, no less so than your sister. The Jiang family is fortunate to have both of you. If I am not mistaken, you just broke through to the initial stage of the Earth Realm last night, correct? Chen Xianxiu remarked. Jiang Junlin's expression froze momentarily, then he cast a wary glance at Chen Xianxiu. Indeed, he was the foremost youth of the Yun Chuan Chen family. He had not disclosed his breakthrough to anyone. That is correct. A stroke of luck allowed me to break through last night, Jiang Junlin affirmed with a smile. In the realm of martial arts, luck does not hold much merit. Achieving a breakthrough at your age speaks volumes of your prowess. Chen Xianxiu shook his head. Listening to their exchange, Chun Inua felt a sense of astonishment. Though she lacked martial talents, she was aware of what Jiang Junlin's breakthrough to the Earth Realm signified. After all, Jiang Junlin was barely 30. Now that he had reached the Earth Realm, he was almost guaranteed to ascend to the Celestial Realm in the future. Such talent was truly monstrous. Jiang Junlin, noticing the astonishment in Chun Inua's eyes, could not help but feel a sense of pride. Just then, he noticed a gathering of people not far off, seemingly intrigued. What are these people doing here instead of heading up the mountain? Let's go take a look. Chun Qianxiu strode forward. Before long, the three arrived at the scene, where they beheld Lin Feng treating Kai Wen. It's him. Chun Qianxiu exclaimed in surprise. Chun Inua bit her lip, her clear eyes silently observing Lin Feng, her heart in turmoil. She had not anticipated encountering Lin Feng here. If Lin Feng learned that Xiao Lianlian could indeed be saved, he would surely be displeased. Yet, if he discovered that Xiao Lianlian was actually his daughter, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with emotion. With these thoughts, Chen Yinua's mind grew increasingly chaotic. What is that scoundrel Sidu Hao up to? Did he not promise me that he would find someone to eliminate Lin Feng? Jiang Junlin's expression remained impassive, yet inside, he simmered with anger. The day prior, he had specifically contacted Sidu Hao, the second leader of the Sanko Hall, who had assured him he would eliminate Lin Feng. Now, not only was Lin Feng unharmed, but he appeared to be thriving. At that moment, Jiang Junlin noticed Tan Tianhong beside Lin Feng, his expression shifting slightly. How could the first leader be with Lin Feng? Could it be Jiang Junlin stepped aside to call Sidu Hao, only to find that the call could not be connected? It seems something had gone awry. What a useless fool. Jiang Junlin gripped his phone, his demeanor frigid. To him, it was clear that Situ Hao's underhanded actions had been discovered by Tan Tianhong, leading to Situ Hao's demise and Lin Feng's rescue. In gratitude, Lin Feng had then become Tan Tianhong's subordinate. How adept at flattery. Yet, even Tan Tianhong was insignificant in his eyes. I want you dead, you must die? Jiang Junlin thought coldly to himself. Meanwhile, after inquiring with those nearby, Chen Xianxiu and Chen Yinua learned of the recent events. I never expected this Lin Feng to possess medical skills. Chen Xianxiu remarked, intrigued. Brother, why not lend a hand later? After all, Lin Feng is also Xiao Lianlian's biological father. Chen Yinua cast a worried glance at Lin Feng. Sister, remember this. Xiao Lianlian's biological father is already dead. Once you marry Junlin, he will be her father. Chen Xianxiu cautioned, then coldly added, Lin Feng abandoned you for 10 years, leaving you in a state of despair. My refraining from eliminating him is already a significant concession. Do you expect me to assist him against the Fengyun gang? Absolutely not. Chapter 69, Unbearable. Thus, the tale unfolds. Approximately 3 minutes had passed. Lin Feng retracted the silver needles, rising to his feet, and spoke with a nonchalant air. All right. Just refrain from vigorous activities for a week. Upon hearing these words, the crowd was taken aback, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. This was not merely a trivial ailment. It was a fractured spine. He had merely inserted a few needles and spent only a few minutes. And somehow he had cured it? After a brief moment of stunned silence, laughter erupted among the onlookers. Honestly, I rarely laugh under normal circumstances. But this time I simply cannot contain myself. Surely, if you are going to pretend, you ought to do it convincingly? To mend a spine in a matter of minutes, and proclaim recovery within 7 days? Do you fancy yourself a deity? It is often said that healing bone injuries takes 100 days. Let alone the fact that Kai Wen's spine was utterly shattered. Such a recovery was beyond the realm of possibility. This young man was merely putting on a grand facade. Yet in reality, he was nothing more than a decorative pillow. Had we truly been deceived? Are the members of the Three Mouths Hall all such pretentious fools? At this juncture, Chung Kuan, with a disdainful expression, interjected. Kuan, I believe you should extend them a modicum of respect. After all, one ought to strike without hitting the face, chimed in Chung Yun with a smile. Indeed, Master Tan is a venerable elder. Such courtesy should be afforded. Chung Kuan feigned agreement, then deliberately turned to Tan Tianhong, saying, Master Tan, I was indeed rude earlier. I, Chung Kuan, extend my apologies. I simply had no idea that the Three Mouths Hall was composed of such inept individuals. With their exchange concluded, the crowd burst into laughter once more. It must be said that the Fengyun gang had a particular talent for belittling others. This banter was akin to shoving the Three Mouths Hall's face into a cesspit. Among the throng, Chen Xianxiu shook his head. A complete fracture of the spine, even the renowned healer from Yaowang Valley, would require considerable effort to mend. To claim a cure in minutes was utterly implausible. Thus, it was evident that Lin Feng was indeed lacking, his demeanor excessively ostentatious. Sister, do you truly believe such a person is worth my assistance? Is he deserving of your affection? Chen Xianxiu remarked coolly. Chen Yinua fell silent, choosing not to respond. A fool is a fool. No amount of pretense can alter that. Jiang Junlin also scoffed, finding Lin Feng's antics to be nothing short of foolish. Hearing the laughter surrounding him, Tan Tianhong clenched his fists, his expression darkening, yet he refrained from further comment. For even he could not believe that Lin Feng could heal a catastrophic fracture in merely 3 minutes. It was far too exaggerated. Lin Feng was human, not a divine being, and as a human, he must adhere to the laws of nature. Lin Feng, am I truly healed? In contrast to the crowd's skepticism, Kaiwan found himself somewhat convinced. After enduring the initial agony, he realized that he indeed felt well. His lower back bore no trace of pain. It seemed he had genuinely recovered. You may stand and test it, Lin Feng replied, his countenance unperturbed. Even amidst the laughter and mockery, he remained entirely composed. In his view, these individuals were but insignificant insects. A swarm of ants buzzing in one's ear might prompt one to crush them underfoot, but would never provoke a verbal altercation. In truth, with his abilities, he could have restored Kai when completely on the spot. But that would have squandered a significant amount of spiritual energy, which he deemed unnecessary. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Kaiwen placed his hands on the ground and cautiously rose. In the next moment, he effortlessly stood upright. I can't believe I am truly healed. Not a hint of pain. Kaiwen exclaimed in astonishment. He then leapt in place. Still no pain. The difference from before was negligible. Moreover, a gentle flow coursed through his meridians, producing a pleasant sensation. Overcome with joy, Kaiwen knelt on one knee, tears brimming in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Feng, exclaiming, Young Master Lin, your medical skills are astounding. Thank you. Given the severity of his recent injury, had it not been for Lin Feng, he might have spent the rest of his life confined to a wheelchair. Thus, Lin Feng had practically bestowed upon him a second chance at life. Just do your job well, Lin Feng replied indifferently. Young Master Lin, rest assured, should anything arise, do not hesitate to command me. Kaiwen responded respectfully. Witnessing this scene, the crowd fell into an immediate hush. Everyone's mouths gaped open in sheer astonishment. Cheng Yun and Cheng Kuen's smirks gradually stiffened. Chen Xianxiu's expression was one of disbelief, while Jiang Junlin maintained an impassive demeanor, though his fists were clenched tightly, clearly agitated within. In contrast, Chen Yinhua appeared elated, stating, Brother, did you see that? Lin Feng is indeed a capable individual. Being skilled in medicine is merely a bonus. As a man, one must possess formidable martial prowess to protect those around them. Chen Xianxiu replied coolly. Chen Yinhua pouted, choosing not to respond. She understood her brother's concern stemmed from his desire to protect her. After all, Lin Feng had once caused her considerable distress, and her brother would naturally harbor no fondness for him. Young Master Lin, I truly thank you for this. Tan Tianhong suppressed his inner turmoil, expressing gratitude. He believed he had already held Lin Feng in high regard, yet he had not anticipated that he had underestimated him. Lin Feng was a man of hidden depths, capable of shattering his preconceived notions at every turn. This man, until the very last moment, would remain an enigma, his true limits obscured. He seemed almost omnipotent, a truly frightening prospect. Just then, a loud thud resounded as Cheng Kuen forcefully stomped the ground, creating a crack an inch wide beneath his foot. The crowd's attention was immediately drawn to him, their expressions rife with schadenfreude. But let us not forget, your medical prowess may indeed be impressive, but so what? The martial world reveres strength above all. You may heal once, but others can strike you down a second time, until you are utterly incapacitated. It was evident that Cheng Kuen of the Fengyun gang was far from pleased. Kuen, what are you doing? Cheng Yun feigned innocence in his inquiry. Nothing. Merely expressing my distaste for certain imbeciles who pretend to be impressive in my presence. Cheng Kuen retorted with a sneer. Cheng Kuen, what do you mean by that? Kaiwen's expression shifted, preparing to rebuke him. Yet, he noticed Lin Feng suddenly stepping forward, approaching Cheng Kuen directly. Calmly, he inquired, do you believe yourself to be formidable? More so than a worthless fool like you. With that, Lin Feng seized Cheng Kuen by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. The immense force caused Cheng Kuen's complexion to flush a deep purple, his legs flailing helplessly in the air like a mere chick. Cheng Kuen thrashed violently, roaring in anger, desperately attempting to break free, but to no avail. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone present. While Lin Feng's earlier healing of Kaiwen might have been met with disbelief, his effortless grip on Cheng Kuen's throat was simply beyond their comprehension. Cheng Kuen truly stands as a paragon within the martial arts realm of Jinling City. Although he has reached the pinnacle of the Xian realm, he possesses the capability to contend even with those at the nascent stages of the Earth realm. How could such a formidable presence be rendered utterly powerless before Lin Feng? Mere insects, unworthy of resistance. Lin Feng spoke with indifference, exerting a slight pressure with his right hand. Crack! Cheng Kuen's neck snapped audibly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his entire body collapsing lifelessly. A gasp of shock rippled through the crowd. At that moment, Cheng Yun's anguished roar pierced the air. He could scarcely fathom that Lin Feng could be so ruthless, so unhesitating in extinguishing the life of his own kin. You dog, I will have your life. Cheng Yun bellowed, launching himself towards Lin Feng with a powerful kick, intent on avenging Cheng Kuen. Lin Feng sneered, effortlessly tossing Cheng Kuen's lifeless body in Cheng Yun's direction. Thud! A resounding impact echoed as Cheng Yun collided with his fallen kin, both hurtling through the air to crash against a nearby Hummer, flipping it over a dozen times. The Wind and Cloud gang shall be obliterated. Lin Feng's expression remained impassive as he swiftly approached the gravely injured Cheng Yun, lifting him effortlessly, just as he prepared to deliver the final blow. A figure descended from the mountainside, commanding with a chilling voice, "Stop this at once." The crowd, shaken from their stupor, turned their gazes towards the newcomer, gasping in astonishment upon recognizing the individual as an esteemed steward of the Baiyun Merchant Association.